Chapter 1, The cheat is successfully loaded. At this crucial moment, everyone should relax, you are all already in your best condition. Especially those with purple talents. Although higher talents mean harder newbie dungeons, you are the chosen ones. As long as you stay calm, surviving shouldn't be a problem. If you haven't gone to the bathroom yet, hurry up. You don't want to need it in the weird game later. The middle-aged woman with glasses was the class teacher. She looked at the students below the stage, all of them nervous, and tried to soften her tone, because this would be their first time entering the strange game. Wu Feng was originally as nervous as the others, until a notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. 10 minutes left until entering the strange game, the cheat is loading. Cheat loaded successfully. Wu Feng was not a native of this world. His soul came from a place called Blue Star. At the time, he was playing a horror game, and since he wasn't playing the original version, the game file contained a cheat software. As usual, he double-clicked with the left mouse button, but instead of the game window opening, an explosion awaited him. When he woke up from the explosion, he had already arrived in this world. To be more precise, he arrived in the game world. In this world, everyone would awaken their talents at the age of 18. The talent levels were gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, and rainbow. On the same day, everyone who turned 18 would receive a summon to the strange game. The strange game was quite humane. People who were summoned could choose to enter or refuse. But most people would never choose to refuse, because refusing meant their awakened talent would disappear, and they would never have the chance to enter the strange game again. Without entering the strange game, they would never be able to wield strange items, and would have to live as ordinary people. Most ordinary people were like watching Louis XVI through a summer house, unable to see an end. Please choose one of the following 3 cheats. A panel popped up in front of Wu Feng, and a crisp voice rang in his ears. 1. A golden or higher talent will randomly appear every day. The talent will refresh randomly every day. All talents can stack. If the same talent appears, it will merge and level up. If it cannot be upgraded, a new talent will appear. All refreshed talents will disappear when the dungeon ends, and start refreshing again in the next dungeon. 2. 30 lives. In the strange game, by chanting up, down, left, right, B, you will receive 30 lives. The host can choose to resurrect on the spot or set a respawn point somewhere. After each death, the equipment will not drop, and the memory before death will be retained. 3. Absolute luck. This skill is passive. The host will always receive the maximum benefit with the minimum cost in any situation. It ensures that anything favorable to the host will happen 100%, and anything harmful will be completely eliminated. Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, absolute luck will make that probability a reality. Looking at these options on the panel, Wu Feng could only sigh. No wonder it's a cheat, any one of these could crush those so-called rainbow talents. Rainbow talents were rare in this world, appearing once in a few years. As of now, only 5 individuals with rainbow talents were still alive. In their school, over the years, the highest talent that ever appeared was just a golden talent. Wu Feng's body awakened a purple talent, and when it was awakened, even the head teacher was so excited that they almost shouted. After all, even a purple talent would only appear in 3 or 4 students in the entire grade. Wu Feng shifted his focus back to the 3 cheats on the panel. The first cheat had nothing much to say, it was strong, but clearly belonged to the type that accumulates slowly. If Wu Feng had some strange items, he might have chosen this cheat. Unfortunately, he couldn't choose it now. If bad luck struck and a useless golden talent appeared on the first day, the chances of encountering life-threatening danger would be quite high. Looking at the second one, 30 lives. It's good, but compared to the third one, it seems a little weaker. Wu Feng's gaze locked on the absolute luck cheat. It looked mysterious, but he felt that this thing was very powerful. According to the teacher's earlier explanation, the difficulty of the eerie games is divided into 5 levels: easy, hard, blood red, 1 in a million, and no survivors. Based on his purple talent, the eerie game he was going to face would be either hard or blood red. Once the absolute luck cheat was activated, maybe it would get him into an easy eerie game. Although the scores and rewards for the easy dungeons are not high, Wu Feng's personality was more stable. He was the type who, if there were 3 ways to kill an enemy, would never prepare just one. Although the teacher had talked a lot about the eerie games, explaining was one thing, real combat was another. Wu Feng preferred to start with the easy mode and gradually challenge higher difficulty dungeons. After making up his mind, Wu Feng chose the third cheat, absolute luck. Are you sure you want to choose the third cheat, absolute luck? Yes, no. Yes. After Wu Feng selected yes, his personal attribute panel popped up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, purple talent, created double. Cheat, 1, absolute luck. Eerie item, none. On the podium, the teacher was still tirelessly talking about various things, encouraging the students. The clock on the wall ticked and talked, with every tick making the students' hearts race faster. Wu Feng. A cold voice sounded in his ear. Wu Feng turned around to see a girl with black, flowing hair, her face pale and smooth like lotus roots. Her name was Lu Jianjia. Although her appearance was not absolutely beautiful, it was very pleasing, the kind that grew more attractive the more you looked at her. She had been hesitating for a while, wondering whether she should warn Wu Feng not to participate in the new dungeon this time. She was a reborn person. Many years later, the eerie forces completely swallowed the world, and she, along with 3 companions, found an eerie item that could reverse time and return to this moment. Although the passage of time had made Lu Jianjia's memory of this moment hazy, she still remembered that Wu Feng was one of the few purple talent holders in the school. Though not powerful, the rarity made him stand out. So, she remembered that Wu Feng died in this eerie game. Chapter 2, This is Absolute Luck. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jianjia decided to remind Wu Feng without revealing that she was a reborn person. As for whether Wu Feng listened to her, that was up to him. After all, Wu Feng was not an important person. Whether he was there or not would not affect the future. Her reminding him was already showing kindness. For the sake of your own life safety, you'd better not take part in the strange game coming up, Lu Jianjia said. After she said that, she didn't wait for Wu Feng to answer, and turned her head away. Wu Feng naturally didn't know that Lu Jianjia was someone who had been reborn, and for this strange sentence, he wanted to ask something more, but the other side didn't give him the chance. As for giving up entering the strange game, that was, of course, impossible. Although Wu Feng had a steady personality, he wasn't the kind of man who would shrink back and run away just because of someone's single sentence. Alright, time's up. At this time, the clock had already reached 13 hours 59 minutes and 40 seconds. There were still 20 seconds left before everyone entered the strange game. Let me say one last thing, the middle-aged woman on the platform said in a slightly serious tone, the strange things cannot be killed. The only things that can deal with them are strange items. So you must not be reckless. Be careful, and more careful. Before the teacher's words were finished, darkness completely covered Wu Feng's sight. A feeling of weightlessness wrapped around his whole body, and he felt himself falling into an endless abyss. When his vision came back again, the scene before his eyes had completely changed. He was lying down. Under the dim light, the patterns on the floor tiles were blurry and unclear. The emergency exit sign was giving off a faint green glow. Wu Feng sat up. A light screen appeared in front of him, and when his eyes began to focus again, he saw the words on it clearly. You have stepped onto a street that is both strange and familiar. The many strange events on this street make you uneasy. Although you have hidden in a temporarily safe house, you know that if you wish to escape, you must bravely go out and cross this street. Task, safely walk out of this street. Difficulty, no one survives. Wu Feng read it bit by bit until his eyes reached the last line about the difficulty. No one survives meant exactly what the words said. A copy where not a single person had ever come out alive was called No One Survives. Damn it, how could a beginner copy be in the No One Survives mode? Besides, didn't he have an absolute luck cheat right now? Wu Feng opened the panel again to confirm that he had indeed chosen absolute luck. Could it be that the cheat was broken? Or maybe he was in the No One Survives mode because of the absolute luck itself? Wu Feng reread the description of absolute luck. It makes all things beneficial to the host happen with a 100% chance, and removes all things harmful to the host with a 100% chance. Even if the probability is 1 in 100 million, absolute luck will make it happen. That meant, the No One Survives difficulty was actually something beneficial to him? The higher the difficulty of the copy, the higher the score at the end, and the better the rewards given. Thinking of it that way, joining a No One Survives copy was indeed good for him. Damn it, that's if he could actually survive to clear it. Wu Feng looked at the green door in front of him. There was no peephole or anything like that to see outside, and after scanning around, he didn't find anything useful either. He took a deep breath, chose to believe in his lucky cheat, and walked straight toward the door without any fear. On the cold, empty street, a lonely street lamp flickered from time to time. A humanoid creature wearing a hat, with only bones for hands, was staring fixedly at a certain green door. In its hand was a pistol, and on the outer side of its thigh, there were several rusty throwing knives stuck in its pants. That human should be coming out soon, it thought to itself. It could sense that there was a human inside that room. Unfortunately, because of some kind of power limit, it couldn't attack the human inside. Even after that human came out, they still couldn't move their hand. Under the restriction of such power, he had to follow certain rules. His rule was fright. As long as that human was frightened, the power of the rule would not restrict him from taking action to kill the human. He had absolute confidence in scaring the human in the room. Not to mention his appearance, even the gun in his hand could easily scare the other person. Although the handgun sometimes malfunctions, it has infinite ammunition, so it doesn't matter if it fails occasionally. After all, there are plenty of bullets. Just shoot more times. Click, the sound of the door lock turning echoed, and Wu Feng stuck his head out of the door. The handgun ghost in the shadows didn't rush. Hidden in the dark, he wasn't worried about Wu Feng seeing him. He waited until Wu Feng fully stepped out of the room. Bang! The loud gunshot spread like thunder around. Startled by the sudden noise, Wu Feng jumped in shock. The handgun sensed the disappearance of the rule force that had been applied to him, and he smiled with satisfaction. Everything was exactly as he had imagined, and now he just needed to shoot and kill this human to have a good meal. Without hesitation, he aimed and shot. The time between the two shots was less than a second. Aim, fire. Click. The gun jammed, and no bullet came out as expected. It's fine, just the gun's old problem. The handgun ghost didn't even bother to remove the spent bullet shell and continued pulling the trigger. Click. Still a misfire. The handgun ghost silently fired the third shot. Click. The handgun ghost refused to believe it, and fired again. Click. What a strange thing, although this gun sometimes has minor issues, it has never been this ridiculous before. He aimed the handgun at the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang. He then aimed the gun at Wu Feng. Click. He aimed at the sky. Bang. 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 He aimed at Wu Feng. Click. 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 Damn it, what the hell? The handgun ghost swung his right hand holding the gun, irritated. What's going on? Every time he aimed at the human, the gun malfunctioned. This is just insane. In the midst of his swinging, his hand suddenly lost strength for no reason, and the handgun flew out of his hand. The handgun traced a parabolic arc in the air and, by some coincidence, landed right in front of Wu Feng. Wu Feng, also by coincidence, raised his hand. And so, the handgun fell perfectly into Wu Feng's hand. Seeing the scene, the handgun ghost was completely stunned. What is going on here? Is this correct? The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free small gift. The author will do anything for a gift. Chapter 3 Playing with hacks and games is awesome. After a brief hesitation, the handgun ghost drew 3 throwing knives from the outside of his thigh and shot them straight at Wu Feng. The movement was swift, so fast that it almost left an afterimage. Then, just before the 3 throwing knives were about to hit Wu Feng, they began to spin, and the knife tips turned into the knife handles. The knife handles slammed into his body and bounced off. It did hurt a bit, but it was just a short pain. The handgun ghost was completely stunned. He had thrown knives for so many years, and this was the first time such a thing had happened? The handgun ghost couldn't believe he was so useless, so he drew another throwing knife. Wu Feng, holding the handgun, of course wouldn't just watch him continue throwing, especially after hearing the following voice. Universal hack unlocked successfully. The player can deal fatal damage to all creatures that are normally unattackable, undamageable, and indestructible. This hack's meaning was still quite clear. Originally invincible creatures. Now, Wu Feng can cause them harm, even kill them. Although Wu Feng played with toy guns when he was young, he had never seen such a real one before. He imitated what he saw in the videos, aiming and aligning the sights, the front sight, and the handgun strangely into a straight line. The handgun anomaly smiled when it saw this, and even the hand that was about to throw a flying knife stopped. As everyone knows, beings like them cannot be killed. The only thing that can limit them is sealing them. The human in front of him actually didn't even know such a thing. It was truly ridiculous. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the bullet with immense force roared through the handgun anomaly's scapula, the huge and powerful force directly knocking his entire arm down. The arm spun to the right, drawing a parabola, and fell onto the pitch-black ground. With a clink sound, the handgun anomaly's mood went through a roller coaster of disdain, shock, confusion. He snorted heavily, his eyes resolute, and knelt on the ground. Don't hurt me, I have cursed coins, I'll give you all my cursed coins. The handgun anomaly raised one hand above his head, his eyes as clear as a college student's. Wu Feng was very clear about the importance of cursed coins. They were the universal currency in the cursed game. Because of the extraordinary energy in the cursed game, cursed coins were even more important than RMB in real life. Hearing this, Wu Feng didn't hesitate for a second and continued shooting. Bang! Another shot fired. The bullet accurately made the handgun anomaly's head explode. The novelty of the first shot faded, and Wu Feng didn't bother aiming in a showy way. With absolute luck backing him up, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, Wu Feng wouldn't miss the shot. The first shot didn't hit the head. Wu Feng thought it might be related to the fact that the anomaly had told him about the cursed coins. Congratulations, player, you've earned the achievement, I avoid his edge? I avoid his edge. When encountering an anomaly, not only did you not retreat, but you also faced it head-on and made the anomaly pay a price. Achievements will increase the game's score, and the score will determine the final reward. Players are encouraged to actively trigger various achievements. The achievement system was something the teacher had emphasized before, saying it was very hard to trigger. Once an achievement is triggered, there's a chance to reach S-level rating. Not bad, it's not as hard to trigger as the teacher said. Wu Feng, using cheats, said. He didn't immediately search the handgun anomaly's body, but instead stood in place and simply shot a few more dozen shots, making sure every joint on this guy's body was shattered before walking over to search him. After searching the entire body, he finally found 2,200 cursed coins and 2 flying knives that hadn't been thrown. Cursed item, flying knife. After throwing the flying knife, there's a 50% chance it will hit absolutely. After hitting, it will leave a curse at the wound, which will form a crying mouth half an hour later. This curse will gradually erode the entire body. This item can only be said to be average. It's pretty useless against anomalies, but a bit useful against humans. There are multiple countries in this game world, and because the cursed world is slowly devouring the real world, the territories of all nations are slowly shrinking. So, there's a lot of conflict between countries. Wu Feng recalled the teacher's words about cursed items being rare, while he placed the flying knives and handgun into the game's system space. Playing games with cheats is just so satisfying. After all the students entered the cursed game, the homeroom teacher walked out of the classroom door. At this moment, all the homeroom teachers of several classes had already come out into the corridor. I wonder if this year we can see an A-level evaluation. The speaker was a man with a buzz cut, the homeroom teacher of class 7 next to Wu Feng's class. An A-level doesn't appear that easily. The best one last year only got a B-level. After all, it's their first time entering the weird game, both clumsy and afraid, a middle-aged woman replied. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman picked up her phone and logged into her weird game forum app. This app was created by the weird game itself, and many things about the game could be seen in it, including which dungeon the students of her class had entered. You never know, the buzzcut man said. Our class has a real good seed this year, not only a purple talent, but also common nature. He suddenly thought of something and continued, doesn't your class have 2 purple talent students? Don't you have any confidence in them? What if they end up with an A-level rating? The middle-aged woman recalled the faces of Wu Feng and Lu Jianjia. They indeed had a certain possibility of gaining an A-level evaluation. There is indeed a chance. Let me see what difficulty of weird game they entered. The middle-aged woman began typing their names in the forum search bar. The woman and her students were friends in the app, so she could see some brief information. For example, whether they had entered the weird game, and what difficulty level it was. If others chose to make it public, she could also see what weird items they had, and what level of talent they had awakened. The middle-aged woman opened Wu Feng's profile, and the buzzcut man beside her also turned his eyes toward the screen. In-game. Game difficulty, no one survives. The pupils of both the middle-aged woman and the buzzcut man widened at the same time, and they leaned closer to the phone, staring at the words after game difficulty. No one survives. They looked at each other, the shock in their eyes seeming to overflow. Author's daily request for gifts. Everyone, please send some free little gifts. 4 gifts, the author would do anything. Chapter 4, The King Bomb. Normally speaking, to enter the No One Survives difficulty in the newbie dungeon, one would need at least a 7-colored talent. It's actually no one survives. The middle-aged woman's voice was full of disbelief, even her tone had slightly changed. In other difficulty dungeons, there was a short protection period at the start. During that time, usually no deadly danger would appear. But No One Survives was different. From the very beginning, you could meet death at any moment. And in the No One Survives difficulty of the weird game, the weirdness might not be the strongest, but it was always the most dangerous and most vicious. Their rules were strange and unpredictable. A single careless move could send you straight to the underworld. How could this happen? Wu Feng most likely. The middle-aged woman stopped halfway through her words. Although every year some students died in the weird game, seeing Wu Feng's situation still made her feel sad. Don't know if we should say he's lucky or unlucky, the buzzcut teacher sighed. Wu Feng looked around. It seemed like just an ordinary, no more ordinary street. All kinds of advertisement signs, cars parked by the roadside, and even dog droppings in the tree pits. Looking to both sides, Wu Feng chose to walk to the right. Not far ahead, he saw a small store with its lights on. As he got closer, he could see 2 figures standing at the door, their smiles stiff as they stared at him. Little brother, come in and play. One of them waved at Wu Feng, cards. Seeing this, for a moment Wu Feng felt this wasn't a shop at all, but more like a hair salon from around the year 2000. Before Wu Feng could refuse, his legs, uncontrollably, moved toward the small shop. Walking into the shop, the faces of the 2 people became clear. Each of them wore a smile that didn't quite reach their eyes. Under the control of a mysterious force, Wu Feng sat down at a table, where there was a note. Let's play an exciting and thrilling card game. Why is it exciting and thrilling? Because if you lose, you might lose something. Maybe a hand, maybe a kidney, or perhaps even 2 eyeballs. If you win, you will also receive something, like a strange coin. A shadow appeared on the note, and Wu Feng looked up to see the 2 smiling men sitting at the table beside him. What do you want to play? One of them, with a bald head, spoke up. Chang, Donyo, Texas Hold'em, or Sangong? Wu Feng didn't know how to play any of these games. These are all boring. Let's play something more intense and exciting. Wu Feng said. Like what? Baldy replied. Landlord. Baldy. What a thrilling and exciting game. Baldy didn't refuse. He simply snapped his fingers, and a deck of cards appeared on the table. If you win, we'll pay you 1k strange coins, and if you have a bomb, this amount will double. If you lose. Baldy scanned Wu Feng from top to bottom, with greed and desire clearly showing in his eyes. Wu Feng didn't show any change in expression, despite Baldy's gaze. Lose? Not gonna happen. Let's start. Wu Feng said. Baldy and the strange-looking man exchanged a knowing smile, as if they were about to trap him. Kid, keep acting calm here, and soon you'll have something to cry about. The cards on the table began to shuffle on their own. After several rounds of switching, a 5 of hearts was revealed as the landlord card. Then the playing cards began to fly toward the 2 of them, one by one. The 5 of hearts was not dealt to Wu Feng but landed in Baldy's hand. Wu Feng picked up the cards from the table. He didn't need to organize them, the cards were already in order. What caught his eye were 2 ghost cards, the wild cards. Then, looking down, he saw 4 twos, 4 aces, 4 kings, and 3 queens. This hand was decent. Looking at his own hand, Baldy's skin-deep smile finally showed some other expression, but it quickly disappeared. Kid, you're definitely going to lose this round, hee. He laughed weirdly, staring at Wu Feng with a face full of victory. He was trying to pressure Wu Feng, the worse the cards, the more confident he felt. A3. He casually threw a card onto the table, his face full of confidence and calmness. Wild card. Wu Feng took 2 cards from his hand and slammed them onto the table, one big, one small wild card, glaring above the 3. Do you even know how to play cards? I laid down a 3, and you're throwing out a wild card? Do you even know the rules? This is a 3. Baldy suddenly had a bad feeling. This is a wild card, isn't it supposed to be effective? Wu Feng asked. Of course it is, continue. Baldy returned to his forced smile, but this time there was a slight hint of real emotion in it. With the wild card doubling the amount, the 1,000 strange coins had now become 2,000. 4 kings. Wu Feng pulled out 4 cards from his hand and threw them onto the table. The 2 strange men fell silent, looking at each other, as if they'd realized something. Now the strange coins had risen to 4,000. 4 aces. Wu Feng threw 4 more cards down. The strange coins reached 8,000. Seeing the 2 of them look at each other like a pair of bullied wives, Wu Feng couldn't help but say, You guys want some? Want some? Want your big-headed ghost? The largest card on the table was a queen. No, keep playing, the Mediterranean spoke. For 2s, Wu Feng threw out 4 cards. Seeing this result, the Mediterranean couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly lucky this human in front of him was. 4 2s, 4 aces, 4 kings. Even cheating wouldn't dare to play like this. Alright, this round, your luck is heavenly. I'll let you have it, but you can't have luck like this every time. No. 3 queens, Wu Feng threw out his cards, and the number of mystery coins he had won reached 16,000. If only the landlord wasn't on the other side, Wu Feng could have gone straight to spring. 2 strange mystery coins were thrown onto the table, and the Mediterranean spoke ominously, Kid, you're quite lucky. Wu Feng chuckled lightly, I've always been very lucky. The Mediterranean pulled out 2 stacks of mystery coins with a painful expression and placed them on the table. Because Wu Feng was in the farmer camp, he would only end up with 8,000 mystery coins. Let's keep going. Seeing Wu Feng putting the mystery coins into his pocket, the Mediterranean spoke. One mistake, that's all. Next round, Wu Feng will learn what real strength is. The author is daily asking for gifts. Everyone send a little free gift. For gifts, the author will do anything. Chapter 5, Can you defeat me with 20 cards? The playing cards neatly flew into the air, and after a round of shuffling, they returned to form a stack. The landlord's card this time was a black spade jack. The cards began to be dealt, and Wu Feng became the landlord this time. The 2 strange beings exchanged a look, and from their expressions, they could tell that this hand was fairly good. Play your cards, landlord, the Mediterranean urged. Wu Feng picked up the remaining 3 cards and added them to his hand, then began looking at what cards he had. What caught his eye were a pair of bomb cards, a perfect start. But under the 2 joker cards was actually a jack. This meant, besides the two jokers, Wu Feng's largest card was just a jack. Was his luck about to turn for the worse? Wu Feng continued looking. 2 jacks, 2 tens, 2 nines, 2 eights, 2 sevens, 2 sixes, 2 fives, 2 fours, 2 threes. A complete set of consecutive pairs appeared before him. If it weren't for the bomb cards, he could have just thrown all his cards out. But unexpectedly, the joker ended up being the burden, the joker of all jinxes. Play your cards, the Mediterranean urged again. His hand was good, with 4 twos and a long straight. Because of Wu Feng's spring in the previous round, he had begun to expect his 4 twos to drop from the sky, looking fierce and threatening. Alright, Wu Feng nodded in agreement and directly threw a large stack of cards onto the table. Watching the stack of cards leave a streak on the table, the Mediterranean was a little confused. Had he given up? Was he surrendering? Before the mystery coins had even started falling from the sky, this human was already giving up? We don't have a rule here where you can fold halfway, the Mediterranean sneered. I suggest you play properly. Not let him enjoy the defeat? What nonsense! Who said I was giving up? Wu Feng said, this is a consecutive pair. A consecutive pair? You call this thick stack of cards a consecutive pair? The Mediterranean couldn't believe it as he started looking at each card one by one. 33, 44, 55, 66, 77. 33 all the way to jacks, a complete set of consecutive pairs, not a single card missing. Well. The Mediterranean's mysteries had left him dumbfounded. He looked at the 2 cards left in Wu Feng's hand, unsure of what they might be. Under the rules, he couldn't openly ask whether Wu Feng had any jokers. They could cheat, but not too blatantly. Next, he would have to gamble. He would bet that Wu Feng didn't have the joker. As long as this human didn't have the joker, he could use his 4 twos to snatch the playing rights, leaving Wu Feng's 2 cards completely useless. As the saying goes, gamblers gamble, everything is possible. Bet it, and you could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Bet it, and there's still a chance to win. Don't take a gamble, you are bound to lose. He. The Mediterranean laughed contemptuously, as confident as if the god of gamblers had possessed him. Do you think you've already won? He drew 4 twos from his hand and gently placed them on the table. 4 twos. As he spoke, he observed Wu Feng's expression. He noticed that Wu Feng's expression had turned painful. The Mediterranean smiled, it seemed he had made the right bet. Wu Feng, looking pained, was touching his cards, giving up on his greedy move. The so-called greedy move meant not playing the bomb now, but betting that the opponent still had a bomb, waiting for them to greedily double before he played his own bomb. King bomb. Wu Feng threw 2 joker cards onto the table. The Mediterranean was first puzzled, then seemed to understand why Wu Feng had such a painful expression. He realized it. Today, he had encountered the gambling saint. The Mediterranean felt immense pressure. One hand was lucky, but if it happened again, it wouldn't be about luck anymore. It seemed that he would need to use some tricks next. Alright. The 2 weird beings each took out 4,000 strange coins and placed them on the table, and Wu Feng put the 8,000 strange coins into the system space. The strange coins came surprisingly easily. Do you still want to play? Wu Feng asked, a little worried that these 2 walking ATMs might run away. Upon hearing Wu Feng's dismissive tone, the Mediterranean didn't get angry but instead smiled and said, play, how could we not play? The Mediterranean stood up, gathering the cards on the table into his hands. Then quickly began to shuffle. The Mediterranean exercised his privilege, he could participate in one shuffle. His shuffling technique was fast, the cards interwoven back and forth. It seemed like the entire deck was shuffled, but in reality, only the top half had been shuffled, while the bottom half remained unchanged, invisible to the naked eye. After finishing the shuffle, the Mediterranean started dealing the cards. There was a trick in the dealing as well. When dealing to Wu Feng, he would deal the top half of the deck, and when dealing to his own people, he would deal the bottom half. The cards were dealt quickly, both halves of the deck pulled out together, and with the Mediterranean's quick hands, it was nearly impossible to spot. Now the joker cards and big cards would all land in his people's hands. Unfortunately, there was a small flaw in his technique. For some reason, he made a mistake, and the card representing the landlord, the Queen of Hearts, ended up in Wu Feng's hand. But that was no big deal. The Mediterranean laid his cards open, 4 twos, 4 aces, and the king bomb were all in his hands. Could it be that this human, with 20 cards, could really just win straight away? If 20 cards could defeat me in an instant, I would just swallow the card table whole. The Mediterranean and the other strange being exchanged a glance, both eyes filled with confidence. Wu Feng picked up the 3 landlord cards and added them to his hand. He slowly laid out his 20 cards one by one. Q, J, 10, 9, 8. The next cards began to repeat, not forming a straight. 777, 666, 555, 444, 333. A plane. An extremely long plane. Play the cards. The Mediterranean urged, holding his 4 twos, uncontrollably wanting to drop them all at once. Wu Feng gathered his cards together and directly threw them onto the table. We don't have a rule where you surrender and lose half. The Mediterranean began, but then he felt that this sentence sounded familiar, as if he had just said it a short while ago. A bad premonition began to rise in his heart. Could it be that? Plane. Wu Feng slowly spoke. Did you just eliminate 20 cards in one move? A plane flew away with 20 cards? The Mediterranean, staring at his 4 twos, 4 aces, and a pair of king bombs, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness flood over him. Pay up. Wu Feng, of course, didn't empathize with their feelings and directly urged them to pay. The two exchanged a glance and immediately took out 1,000 strange coins. At first, they were full of pride, not knowing how they lost, and midway, they thought there was still a chance. The two people started to complain to each other that it was the other's fault for calling Wu Feng over. Come again. Wu Feng said with a clear and refreshed voice. The two people coldly refused. Come for what? Hurry up and get lost. The Mediterranean one spoke and refused. I'm not asking for your opinions. Wu Feng took out a gun, pointing the dark barrel at the strange head next to the Mediterranean one. The author asks for gifts as usual. Everyone, please send a free little gift. For a gift the author can do anything. Chapter 6, I don't eat beef. Facing Wu Feng holding the firearm, the strange one next to the Mediterranean only felt it was amusing. As everyone knows, strange beings can't be killed, at most, they can only be sealed. Using a gun? The strange one next to the Mediterranean mocked, I beg you, hurry up and shoot me. Such a ridiculous request, of course, Wu Feng would fulfill it. With a bang, the gunshot echoed in the small space. The strange one with a mocking expression had the bullet violently go through its head, then exploded. Wu Feng didn't stop, the sound of bullets firing continuously like firecrackers. Until Wu Feng confirmed that the creature was as dead as it could be, he finally stopped firing. You heard it too, it was this guy who asked me to shoot. I was just fulfilling his wish. Wu Feng wiped an unknown substance off his face. Then he wiped the substance on the Mediterranean's clothes to clean it. The scene in front of him completely shattered the Mediterranean strange one's worldview. No way, are you cheating? You actually killed a strange being? Sorry, my voice was a bit loud just now. The Mediterranean's half-smiling, half-fake expression completely disappeared, replaced by a humble and honest vibe. Although I didn't feel like playing earlier, to be honest, I'm still really looking forward to playing cards with a master like you. The Mediterranean strange one obediently sat back down at the card table. Wu Feng turned the gun around, the dark barrel now aimed at the Mediterranean's forehead. You really want to play? After these words, a series of gunshots rang out. The Mediterranean one, pieces of him scattered here and there, was put to sleep by Wu Feng. Next came the much-anticipated search phase, where they were thoroughly checked, but only 2,000 odd weird coins were found, not even a single strange item. So poor. Wu Feng said while putting the strange coins into the system space. Up until now, Wu Feng's strange coin count had reached about 20,000. This amount of strange coins was already several times more than his homeroom teacher, the middle-aged woman. Walking out of the small shop, Wu Feng continued to move rightward, gazing into the distance, where he couldn't see the end of this street at all. I wonder how many years it will take to walk out of this street. Wu Feng muttered to himself. Whoa whoa. Whoa whoa. A series of broken sobs carried by the gentle breeze reached Wu Feng's ears. Wu Feng looked toward the direction of the crying. The flickering lights cast the girl's thin silhouette in and out of shadow. She curled up beside a mottled wall, pearly tears ran down her fair face, then fell to the ground and exploded into a flower. Upon hearing Wu Feng's footsteps, she raised her tear-streaked face, her lashes trembling as she looked at Wu Feng and spoke word by word. Brother, you. Bang. Bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Wu Feng immediately shot several rounds to show respect. Well, the spell casting had such a long delay, the big move must be coming up next. This thing definitely has to be killed quickly. As for leaving a whole corpse, while it's still warm and fresh, who cares? It is completely impossible, he is not yet at the point where his small head controls his big head. Or could it be that within this weirdness, there might actually be some good weirdness? This question should be left for the judge of the underworld to think about. Wu Feng only has one thing to do, and that is to send this group of weird creatures to the underworld judge. If there really is a judge of the underworld in this world. Next comes the much-anticipated search process. After thoroughly searching the female weird creature from head to toe, inside and out, without leaving a single detail, the final result was just over 1,000 weird coins. It can be said that this is the poorest weird creature Wu Feng has seen among the group of weird creatures. Wu Feng put the weird coins into the system space and lifted his leg to continue forward. With one step forward, the surroundings suddenly changed in an unbelievable way. Smoke appeared out of nowhere and became thicker and thicker, and in just 10 seconds, the visibility in front of him shrank to a pitiful 10 meters. The streetlights that had been right next to him had suddenly turned into fiery red lanterns. The lanterns swayed left and right in the wind, casting Wu Feng's figure into long and short shadows. The sound of synchronized footsteps rang in his ears. The steps were heavy, as if carrying something very heavy. Wu Feng wanted to move but found his body stiff, unable to budge from the spot. An overwhelming pressure filled Wu Feng's brain. Unlike the group of small fry weird creatures earlier, what was coming this time should be a truly terrifying giant creature. A blurry shadow appeared in front of him, rhythmically and evenly moving up and down. The footsteps grew louder. And Wu Feng, besides feeling the damp air and hearing the approaching footsteps, couldn't do anything else. The shadow broke through the mist and revealed its form. A large fiery red bridal sedan chair, with 4 little figures walking stiffly ahead. The distance between them was only about 10 meters, and in just an instant, the sedan chair reached Wu Feng's side. The sedan chair did not pass by directly, but instead stopped right beside him. The 4 little figures, at the same time, stiffly and uniformly turned their heads. Those 4 pairs of emotionless eyes stared straight at Wu Feng. A pair of porcelain-like jade hands stretched out from the side curtain of the sedan chair. As the side curtain lifted, a beautiful and cold face was revealed in the thick mist. Is it the end? Even if one cheats, is it impossible to pass the unsurvivable difficulty level dungeon? The stunningly beautiful weird creature coldly gazed at Wu Feng's profile, her expression gradually changing. From a face of indifference, emotionless, to one full of a bright smile. Then from the smiling face to a blushing expression, her eyes seemed like love would burst out. You're so handsome, I really like you. The cold and seductive voice rang in Wu Feng's ear. This sentence entered Wu Feng's ear and caused a moment of confusion in his brain. A weird creature actually praised me for being handsome and said she likes me? Weird creature. Can these 2 words even be connected? Can a weird creature actually like a human? The stunningly beautiful weird creature was also momentarily stunned. She didn't understand why she had subconsciously spoken her true feelings out loud. And how could she possibly like a human? The beautiful weird creature quickly turned her head, trying to calm herself down. She was different from other weird creatures, she didn't have to follow any rules to kill humans freely. Now, she was going to kill this human she just saw, and do it in the cruelest way. With that thought, she turned her head and looked at Wu Feng's profile again. Really handsome. The absolutely beautiful eerie said inside her heart uncontrollably. The author daily begs for gifts, everyone send a free small gift, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 7 Eerie cannot be killed? Sorry, I turned on a cheat. No, how can I have such strange thoughts? This is only a human just. I will now act and kill him. The absolutely beautiful eerie looked at Wu Feng's side face but no matter what could not put her hand down. She felt 2 little people suddenly appear inside her brain. One little person said, kill the human in front, it is like killing a dog by the road. The other little person said, the man in front is so handsome I really like him I want to live with him and love, bridal chamber candles, then ruthlessly abuse once, make him howl beg for mercy. The 2 little people argued with each other for a long time and did not convince the other, finally reached a united conclusion. The absolutely beautiful eerie raised a plant, this plant needs to use human bodies as fertilizer in order to grow. She now will not kill Wu Feng, she will take Wu Feng to feed to her plant. Yes, I now do not kill him absolutely not because he is good looking, completely only because I want him to be fertilizer. The absolutely beautiful eerie talked to herself to persuade herself. Outside the sedan chair Wu Feng felt his stiff body gradually could begin to move, those originally stiff like ice sculpture limbs also began to become soft. The absolutely beautiful eerie lightly gripped with one hand. Wu Feng only felt his vision begin to spin and go black. When vision recovered again, the scene in front had already changed. Bench, red carpet, bronze mirror. This already came into the sedan chair. Human, I put you onto the sedan chair has absolutely nothing to do with you being a little more handsome. The absolutely beautiful eerie tried hard to suppress the little bit lovesick smile on her face, word by word spoke. I brought you in completely because the plant I raise lacks fertilizer, only this. People like you humans, although appearance handsome, edges clear, eyes like peach blossom very spirited, skin like porcelain very white, looks and body like grew according to my imagination. But, I still will not like you, no? Sitting opposite the absolutely beautiful eerie, looking at that pair of lovesick eyes Wu Feng could only silently say nothing. Seeing Wu Feng this cold look, the absolutely beautiful eerie decided to give him a little taste of power, let him know how fierce she is. She reached out a hand and pressed on Wu Feng's heart position, just about to open her mouth fiercely, but felt that solid chest muscle. Feeling the touch in her hand, the absolutely beautiful Eerie's whole person began to tremble. Such strong chest muscle, I really like ah. She said this in her heart, the whole person had already fallen into a state unable to pull out. You, a mere human come to our world, must have some powerful defensive Eerie tool. The absolutely beautiful Eerie began to find an excuse for herself not to hurt Wu Feng. It is not that she does not want to hurt Wu Feng, but Wu Feng surely owns some very powerful defensive Eerie tools. Rather than she act and break the defensive Eerie tool, it is better to later snatch this tool from Wu Feng's hand. No, I am the first time entering your world, Eerie game. Seeing through everything, Wu Feng answered honestly and plainly. Hearing Wu Feng had no defensive Eerie tool, the absolutely beautiful Eerie's first reaction was not to continue to hurt Wu Feng, or to think of some reason to cheat herself why she would not hurt Wu Feng. She directly shouted out loud, "What? You, a human, actually not even a single defensive Eerie tool have? Here is very dangerous, you know or not." The stunningly strange one spoke while taking a jade pendant from the outside of her clothes and placed it into Wu Feng's hand. At the moment the jade pendant touched his hand, a barrage of prompts appeared before his eyes. Purple strange item, Yin Yang jade pendant. Description: a half-black, half-white jade pendant, black as charcoal, white as bone china, its surface covered with bloodline-like patterns. Core function 1, passive ability: when the wearer faces a fatal blow, the black/white jade pendant will instantly shatter and block one instance of damage for the wearer. Core function 2, active ability: by injecting a certain amount of strange coins into the Yin Yang jade pendant, an Yin Yang barrier can be released, providing immunity to all physical and mental damage for 1 minute. Purple strange item? This is a good item. The strongest known strange items in China are only gold strange items. This love-struck strange one actually gave Wu Feng a purple strange item right away. The moment she placed the Yin Yang jade pendant in Wu Feng's hand, the stunningly strange one seemed to realize what she had just done. However, she didn't take it back, instead scoffing lightly and glancing around with a dreamy expression, saying, "Of course, I didn't give you this jade pendant because I'm worried about your safety. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to use you as fertilizer for my plants. You, this slightly handsome human, don't think too much. After all, with your weak body, any strange can kill you. I don't want my plants to be without fertilizer. As for the idea that I would like you, that's impossible. The main reason is that I have an important thing to do next, and maybe you'll die without even knowing how. I'm going to rob a golden strange item, yes, that's the reason. This is my 5th time trying, though the first 4 times were failures. In the end, it's because the strange cannot be killed, and that guy is an octopus strange, with so many tentacles that no matter how hard I try, I can't break in. Every time, I exhaust all my Yin energy and turn into a dead machine, while that guy is in a bound earth state. The so-called bound earth state is similar to bound spirits. They are confined to a certain area and cannot leave, and their abilities cannot affect anything outside this area. The advantage is endless Yin energy. Can you be quiet for a moment? Amidst the endless chatter of the stunningly strange one, Wu Feng slowly spoke a sentence. The sedan chair instantly became silent. After a moment, the stunningly strange one began to get angry. How dare a mere human threaten me like this? I'll. She glared at Wu Feng, and the anger in her heart quickly disappeared at a visible speed. When she saw Wu Feng's face, she couldn't stay angry. Even the anger she had barely built up would quickly disappear. So, she decided to turn her head, not looking at Wu Feng, and sulk. As long as I can get angry equals I win. Wu Feng thought about what the stunningly strange one had just said. The octopus strange is in a bound earth state. And I just happen to have a handgun with unlimited bullets. Strange cannot be killed? Sorry, I'm cheating. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone sends some free small gifts, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 8, 1 shot doesn't kill, what about 10 shots? 100 shots? Not much time had passed, and the sedan chair stopped. The stunningly strange one lifted the front curtain, grabbed Wu Feng's sleeve with one hand, and pulled him down. The outside space was pitch black, seemingly having reached the end of the street. On both sides, there were still all kinds of buildings, and even a closed hardware store with a sign could be seen. The sign on the street read "In Seoul Street" in large characters. The breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure didn't pay attention to the buildings on either side, but instead, she turned her gaze toward the end of the street. It was an ordinary bungalow, with nothing particularly special about it. The breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure released the grip she had on Wu Feng's sleeve, and turned around, speaking slowly and clearly, "You stay here and wait for me, I'll be back soon. Don't think about running away. You are completely marked by my scent, no matter where you run, I will find you." After saying this, she paid no more attention to Wu Feng, and directly walked toward the bungalow. A red-hot aura surged around her hand, and before long, a massive spiked club, at least 2 meters long, appeared. A stunningly beautiful girl wielding a spiked club that was much taller than her own body, what could Wu Feng say? He could only think, "You truly are a contradiction." The moment the breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure stepped within 10 meters of the bungalow, a cloud of black mist appeared out of nowhere. Gusts of wind, like hurricanes, burst from the mist, smashing toward all directions. Strangely, the wind seemed to vanish the moment it reached 10 meters away, as if there were some sort of barrier there. This was the limitation of the ground-binding state. Within 10 meters, she was invincible, but beyond that, she became just another pedestrian. The oddity of the ground-binding state was one of the most commonly contained oddities in China. After all, there were so many ways to deal with it, and they didn't even need to waste specially treated gold. As the gusts of wind, like explosive shockwaves, dissipated, an octopus-like creature with over 10 tentacles emerged from the black mist. The octopus-like creature was ruthless and said little. A battle between a tentacle monster and a beautiful girl was about to unfold. The moment it appeared, several of its tentacles shot toward the breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure. The tentacles surrounded her from all directions, with no blind spots. The breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure swung the spiked club powerfully, knocking several of the tentacles off the walls, then nimbly leapt, evading the attacks of multiple tentacles in a way no human could ever manage, landing gracefully. That leap covered at least 5 meters, bringing the breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure half the distance closer to the bungalow. Before she could feel proud, the tentacle monster launched another assault, this time with dozens of tentacles attacking at once. She dodged desperately while swinging the spiked club. It was a perilous path, one wrong move and she could become a toy for the octopus creature's many tentacles, the consequences unimaginable. The breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure was getting closer to the building, closer and closer. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. The breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure showed a smile of victory. This was the closest she had ever been to success. Surely, this must be the luck brought by that human's appearance. Yes, it was all because of that human. I'll reluctantly refrain from making him fertilizer for now. Thinking of Wu Feng, her thoughts began to drift, and in that fleeting moment, a tentacle wrapped around her leg. With a powerful tug, the breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure was lifted into the air, though she managed to swing the spiked club to break free from the tentacle. Unfortunately, it was too late. Several more tentacles struck at once, tightly surrounding her. She summoned the yin power within her and swung the spiked club, but it didn't seem to have much effect. With the indestructible nature of the creature, they couldn't be harmed at all. Realizing this, the breathtakingly beautiful and eerie figure didn't give up, but after repeatedly summoning the yin power, things only worsened, and her energy drained, causing her to enter a malfunctioning state. The moment her yin energy was depleted, her body collapsed limply. In this moment, the whole body lost any consciousness and ability to act. The strange octopus continued to tightly wrap around, pulling and tugging for almost a minute. The beautiful and eerie form was discarded like trash. Similarly, the beautiful and eerie form possessed the characteristic of being undead. The strange octopus gazed at Wu Feng, who was several meters away, and did not take this weak human seriously. Bang! Wu Feng shot mercilessly. The previously dismissive strange octopus trembled after being hit, looking at Wu Feng, who was pointing a gun at it, in disbelief. The bullet entered its head at a short distance. The damage from this attack was not great, but it signified the loss of its undead quality. The disbelief lasted only a moment. This level of damage was not significant at all. Bang! Another shot, this time accurately hitting the spot of the first bullet. This shot deepened the damage caused by the first. The strange octopus still did not take it seriously. This damage was still insignificant. As long as this guy couldn't hit the same spot each time, this damage was completely meaningless. Bang! Bang! Wu Feng nearly used the pistol like a rifle, firing several shots in quick succession, each one hitting the same spot. Oh no, what? Feeling Wu Feng's miraculous marksmanship, the strange octopus began to shake left and right. I shake. Bang. One shot hit, deepening the wound. I am shaking. Bang. One shot hit, deepening the wound. The strange octopus sensed something was off. This guy seemed to be hitting every shot without even looking at it. Yes. Wu Feng thought the strange octopus looked quite ugly, so with these shots, he just raised his hand and fired randomly without looking. Rather than saying Wu Feng shot accurately, it would be more correct to say the strange octopus received the shots well. Without hesitation, Wu Feng continued to shoot. The strange octopus jumped up, jumped left, ran down, and ran right. The bullet seemed to grow legs and chased after it. Even more ridiculous, a bullet clearly didn't hit it, but somehow rebounded and hit its forehead. Kid, if you have the guts, come over here. The strange octopus, who had been challenged 5 times by the beautiful eerie form without speaking, finally spoke. You come. Wu Feng, of course, chose to ignore it. Not completely ignoring, he shouted back, if you have the guts, you come. Hearing Wu Feng's provocation, the strange octopus chose to sulk in anger, not letting Wu Feng see how angry it was. While Wu Feng was speaking, his hand did not stop shooting. The bang 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 sounds were continuous. The strange octopus also tried to use its tentacles to block the bullets, but it was completely in vain. The bullets always hit its wounds at inexplicable angles. In the end, considering its 9 heads, it decided to press its tentacles tightly against its wounds. The author daily asks for gifts. Please send a free small gift. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 9, Golden Legend, SS Grade Evaluation, VIP Title. The effect is there, but it is not a long-term solution. Wu Feng fired shot after shot. After all, the bullets were unlimited, and accuracy was not something he needed to worry about. There was no need to aim where he wanted to shoot, he just needed to pull the trigger. With the continuous sounds of gunfire, the strange octopus could only helplessly watch as one tentacle after another was shot off. Based on rough estimates, an average of 10 bullets could break one tentacle. To break so many tentacles, Wu Feng was indeed quite exhausted. The sound of gunfire was like firecrackers, continuously echoing. Wu Feng quickly pulled the trigger. The octopus's bizarre tentacles were knocked away one by one, and in despair, he could only stay in place, trembling. He couldn't escape, couldn't endure, there was nothing to do except wait for death. 10 tentacles. 9 tentacles. 8 tentacles. 1 tentacle. After such long torment, the octopus, watching its tentacles disappear one by one, felt no fear, but rather a sense of release. Finally, it would die, finally, it wouldn't have to endure the annoying human's torment any longer. Bang! With this end shot, the last tentacle broke off, while Wu Feng yawned and numbly pulled the trigger. A bullet collided with another bullet space, cycling again and again. After an unknown number of shots, the octopus lay on the ground, no longer moving. It looked as dead as it could be. By normal logic, one would certainly go into the room to grab the golden bazaar item, but Wu Feng chose. Bang! Bang! After nearly 100 more shots, Wu Feng satisfiedly stepped inside the room's 10-meter range. Walking and stroking the yin-yang jade pendant in his hand, he prepared for any sudden situation. These bizarre things were mysterious and unpredictable. Being cautious was never too much, especially not wanting the stunning bazaar to wake up and really take him away. He might as well keep shooting a few hundred more times. Wu Feng watched the octopus bizarrely as he walked over to open the room door. The room was about 10 square meters, with something in the middle that looked like a treasure chest from an RPG game, and across from it was a door. Wu Feng tried shooting a few times at the treasure chest to ensure it wasn't bizarre before slowly approaching. The treasure chest was not locked. Wu Feng opened it, and a golden light burst forth. The golden light came quickly and left just as fast. He looked at the center of the chest. There was a ring glowing softly with a golden hue. Wu Feng picked it up, and a pop-up window appeared before him. Golden Bazaar item, Ring of Revenge. Description: a ring made from someone's bones, with dark red patterns all over its surface. Core ability 1, Revenge. Revenge: all individuals who caused you harm will be marked, allowing you to teleport to any place within 100 meters of the target, once per enemy, and each use requires a large amount of Bazaar currency. Core ability 2, Curse of the Bone. Curse of the Bone: you can spend Bazaar currency to curse all individuals who caused you harm, giving them a curse called Curse of the Bone, which decreases their bodily function by 30% and causes burning pain every night. Core ability 3, Submit to Me. You can make the souls of the deceased submit to you, up to 10 souls, replenishable after death, and each use costs Bazaar currency. Congratulations player, you have achieved Golden Legend. Golden Legend, the player's first time obtaining a Golden Bazaar item. Evaluation: so, how is it? Is the Golden Bazaar item incredibly awesome? Wu Feng looked at these terms and couldn't help but marvel. It was indeed legendary. Although the second and third abilities were very powerful, Wu Feng's favorite was still the first one. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge at the same night. Wu Feng really liked this ability. Taking this ring in hand, Wu Feng looked towards the big door opposite. A panel lit up before him, followed by a prompt sound. Congratulations, you have found the correct exit. Do you want to end the Een Soul Street instance? Yes. No. If he were a bit greedy, Wu Feng could continue exploring, as the instance's final evaluation would be based on exploration depth and task completion. Completion of tasks includes main tasks and side tasks. Main tasks are like safely getting out of this street this time, side tasks mostly require exploration. The last one is the achievement system. If it weren't for that beautiful but strange thing outside, Wu Feng would want to take a chance, but now, that's not possible. According to what she just said, even if I escape, I will be tracked down. Wu Feng doesn't want to be caught by that guy. Although there's a huge possibility of getting my hands on a beautiful strange meat sandwich. Unfortunately, compared to the meat sandwich, what Wu Feng wants more is freedom. Yes. Wu Feng replied. Please open the door to leave this instance. Wu Feng walked over and opened the door. Behind it was endless darkness, and he stepped in. A dizzying sensation hit him, followed by a familiar feeling of weightlessness. A glimmer of light gradually appeared in front of him. Wu Feng finally saw that the light was a floating incandescent bulb. A light curtain appeared in Wu Feng's view. Congratulations, player, for clearing the instance, Soul Street, no survivors difficulty. Main task completion score, D as scores below A level will receive bonuses. Side task 1, ambush of the gunman, perfectly completed. Score, DC, scores below A level will receive bonuses. Side task 2, the gamble, perfectly completed. Score, CC+, scores below A level will receive bonuses. Side task 3, the girl's plea for help, incomplete. Score, C++, scores below A level will receive bonuses. Seeing this, Wu Feng rubbed his chin, not expecting that the crying girl was actually a side task. He thought she was just waiting to unleash a big move. Map exploration degree 42%. Score, C+B, all stages have bonuses. Achievement unlocked, I dodge his brilliance? Score, BS, all stages have bonuses. Achievement unlocked, Golden Legend. Score, SSS, all stages have bonuses. Congratulations player for attaining SS level score. As it's your first time playing as a newcomer and achieving SS level with multiple achievements, you have gained the VIP title. VIP, the VIP status will give you a 20% discount on various items and provide you with 3 chances for resurrection. Resurrection, after death, you can choose a location for rebirth. Author daily requests gifts, everyone please give a small free gift, 4 gifts, the author will do anything. Chapter 10, Invincible Colorful Strange Props. Earned 5,000 strange coins as a reward. Strange coin, a rare currency within the strange game. Seeing only 5,000 strange coins as a reward, Wu Feng felt a wave of disdain in his heart. No way, an SS level score actually only earned a measly 5,000 strange coins. I could casually win over 10,000 strange coins just from playing cards. Gained 2 skill points, each S level score will be converted into 1 skill point. Skill point can be used to upgrade talents. Talents above gold can only be upgraded with skill points converted from SS level scores in no survivors difficulty. There's this restriction: to upgrade a talent to gold or above, you must earn at least 1 S level score in no survivors difficulty. Congratulations player for completing the no survivors difficulty strange game, you earn an extra special treasure box. Special treasure box, this box contains everything and anything, whatever is inside will be astonishing. Congratulations player for entering the Soul Street Instance leaderboard, ranking first in score, rewarding 1 lottery chance. Seeing the following rewards, Wu Feng was quite satisfied, even exceeding satisfaction to a point of fulfillment. Skill points, an extra lottery chance, and a treasure box. Wu Feng first focused on his purple talent. Purple talent, create a clone. Can be upgraded. Wu Feng clicked the upgrade option beside it. Do you wish to spend 1 skill point to upgrade the talent, create a clone? No. Yes. Upgrading. Upgrade successful, gained golden talent, clone. Clone. Wu Feng directly skipped the explanation and clicked to continue upgrading. Do you want to spend a skill point to upgrade the talent, clone? Yes. Yes. Upgrading. Upgrade successful, gain orange talent, triple clone. Triple clone can create up to 3 clone entities. All clone share senses can be turned off. Thoughts synchronized can be turned off. The created clones are identical to the original. Equipment can also be fully replicated, but the effects of the equipment can only reach 50% of the original. Clones can be regenerated after death. Requires consuming players' negative energy. Good, very good, excellent. Wu Feng really liked this talent. He began to imagine a scene where he stayed in the safest place, while all dangers were handled by his clones. Sipping tea and enjoying food while various tasks in the bazaar game were completed by clones. Just thinking about it felt incredibly refreshing. Now it was just an orange talent. He wondered what significant changes would occur when upgraded to rainbow color. Next, Wu Feng took out a special treasure chest from the system space. It was all-encompassing, containing everything. Although Wu Feng usually preferred a steady approach, he found some interest in this somewhat gambling nature of things. Let's see what I can get. Wu Feng said as he opened the special treasure chest. As it opened, a blinding light erupted, and a code emitting rainbow-colored glimmers appeared before his eyes. This is a rainbow-colored bazaar item? Incredible, my luck is just too good. Wait. Rather than saying my luck is too good, it's more accurate to say this is the normal situation. I didn't expect the first rainbow-colored bazaar item in all of China would appear in my hands as a treasure chest. Wu Feng touched the coat, and a pop-up window appeared in front of him. Rainbow-colored bazaar item, pseudo-rebound coat. Description: a black and red coat made by a famous master, material unknown, craftsmanship unknown, everything unknown. Core ability 1, absolute rebound. Absolute rebound can completely rebound any form of damage caused by any unit, including but not limited to physical damage, mental damage, curse damage, etc., and the amount of damage rebounded depends on how much bazaar currency is used, can be used a maximum of 10 times a week. Hiss. Upon seeing this, Wu Feng gasped, doubting whether his eyes were deceiving him. Rebounding any form of damage, and the rebounded damage can actually double? What's the difference from cheating? Although there are limitations on the number of uses, this function is undeniably invincible. Invincible. Core ability 2, Absolute Immunity. Absolute immunity can completely immunize against any type of damage and sealing effects caused by any unit, including but not limited to physical damage, mental damage, curse damage, etc., can be used a maximum of 10 times a week. Greatness needs no words. Invincible. No wonder you are a rainbow-colored piece of equipment. Looking at these entries, Wu Feng felt his heart racing. After just finishing the newbie dungeon, how could he have a feeling that he was about to become unbeatable in the world? Calm down, calm down. Wu Feng spoke out to reassure his restless heart. As the saying goes, the number of heroes in the world is as numerous as fish crossing the river. On the surface, the most powerful thing in China seems to be just a golden item, but who can really say what the truth is? Calm, calm, don't think about not eating beef. Core Function 3, Who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked for 10 minutes 1 second before death, during which the host will not suffer any damage. The damage caused will increase tenfold, and the effect will disappear after 10 minutes, resulting in the host's death. Hiss. Wu Feng gasped again in cold shock. This thing is like a final struggle before death for others, but for Wu Feng. VIP, however, gave Wu Feng 3 chances to revive. The most important point is that Wu Feng has a split body talent, and the split body can also replicate the strange 7-colored item. Although the effect is only 50% of the original, even at 50%, there is still 5 minutes of invincibility and 5 minutes of 5 times damage effect. Moreover, after the death of Wu Feng's split body, it can regenerate. Although it requires consuming yin energy, Wu Feng is not lacking in yin energy. No one else can generate yin energy, the only way to use it is to extract it from ghost coins. And he currently has several tens of thousands of ghost coins, more than enough. Combining his split body talent with this 7-colored strange item, he can definitely form a strong suicide squad. If he can clear the bizarre game at the no survivors difficulty again and upgrade his orange triple split to the 7-colored talent, who knows what kind of spark will ignite with the rebound cloak. If the split body ability is a bit stronger, maybe he can create something like the 4th disaster. Feeling a bit excited now, Wu Feng adjusted his mood slightly and looked down. Core Function 4, Warm in winter, cool in summer. Warm in winter, cool in summer. After wearing it, the temperature around the player is permanently controlled around 25 degrees Celsius. This function. Not bad. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone please send a small gift for free. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 11, Teacherly, what has shocked you so much? Toxic, suggested to skip. Putting on the coat, a strong sense of security immediately enveloped Wu Feng. Next comes the highly anticipated lottery session. Start the lottery, Wu Feng said. Just as his voice fell, the lights in front of him began to brighten, and a huge wheel suddenly appeared under the lights. Please spin the wheel. A mechanical prompt sounded in his ear. Wu Feng did not rush to follow the voice and spin. Instead, he approached to see what was on the wheel. The characters on the wheel were numerous, but there was a deadly problem. Wu Feng did not recognize the words on it. There were no pictures or anything similar. Since he couldn't understand, Wu Feng had to choose to give up. He gripped the edge of the wheel and pulled down hard. The wheel began to spin rapidly, producing a rumbling sound. After about 10 seconds, the speed of the wheel slowed, and eventually, the thin needle on top stopped at a certain area. Congratulations, you have obtained a mysterious fragment. The prompt sound echoed, and Wu Feng felt a weight in his right hand. A dark fragment appeared in his hand. Completely jet black, with a cold and smooth touch. Wu Feng waited for the system to provide an explanation, but there was no movement at all. Is that it? Wu Feng felt a bit confused. According to his experience, whenever something appeared, it should be explained accordingly. This mysterious fragment appeared without an explanation at all. Truly a good thing, mysterious enough. Reward distribution completed. You will exit the bizarre game and return to the world in 1 minute. Wu Feng heard a busy tone, as if something was blocked. Meanwhile, the bizarre game forum had exploded. A certain post appeared in the forum, and it soon caused an uproar. What the heck? The No Survivors bizarre game has been cleared by someone else, and the one who cleared it is actually a newbie? Is this post a scam? Are you stupid upstairs? Look who posted it. I'm sorry, I'm blind. This is actually an official post. Damn, who is this amazing person with the username going to the dock for some seagulls? A newcomer actually cleared the No Survivor level. Not only did he clear it, but he also got an SS level rating. Truly, this is one of those cases where people are just too good. Comparing myself to him, I feel like a pooping machine. This is the No Survivor level dungeon. How could a newcomer possibly clear a dungeon of such difficulty? Moreover, he received an SS level rating. More and more people flooded into this post, and within no time, it reached the top spot of the Strange Game forum. Look, there's also an achievement. Someone captured a screenshot and posted it on the forum, showing an achievement. I evaded his edge? When encountering the Strange, not only did I not back down, but I also faced it head on and made the Strange pay a price. Initially, seeing the first clear of no survivor plus the SS level rating was shocking enough, but the appearance of this achievement made the entire comment section boil over again. No way, when I encounter something strange, I would run 800 miles away. This guy directly confronts it? And on top of that, he makes the Strange pay a price? Is this guy cheating? Is this amazing person giving the Strange Game something? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? What did he give? Can you introduce it? I could tie a knot in a rope with my tongue. This amazing person should be on the same level as the previous Yi Liang and Long Tian now. Yi Liang and Long Tian were also very powerful, but there's no need to compare them to this person anymore. I feel from now on, geniuses should be divided into two parts, one is this amazing person, and the other is everyone else. I support the person above. Me too. Dragon District No. 3 Middle School, in a certain room a meeting is being held, mainly discussing this new player's entry into the dungeon. Middle-aged woman Li Yulan, who is Wu Feng's homeroom teacher, is in a bad mood right now. Wu Feng is such a good seedling, but unexpectedly ended up in the no-survivor level dungeon. She is somewhat tempted to check her phone to see what Wu Feng's status is now. Although she knows Wu Feng is undoubtedly going to die, she still holds a glimmer of hope. What if? What if Wu Feng survives? Even though this what if is extremely slim as not having one at all. She sighs and opens her phone, launching the Strange Game forum app. As soon as she enters, a hot post appears on the app's homepage. Newcomer, first clear, no survivor difficulty, SS level evaluation quickly catches Li Yulan's attention. Her first thought is that this must be a scam. How can these words possibly be combined? Purely eye-catching. Though that's what her mind thinks, her hand uncontrollably clicks on it. As soon as she enters, she first looks at the poster to see which fool would post such a ridiculous thing for attention. Isn't he afraid the official will come knocking? Poster, Strange Game. This is an official post? Her originally critical attitude suddenly becomes serious. How can there be such an amazing genius in the world, who cleared the no-survivor difficulty game as a newcomer? Let me see who it is. Since the two are friends, the username is conveniently paired with Wu Feng's name. Going to the dock for some seagulls, Wu Feng. Looking at these bold letters, Li Yulan feels a bit dizzy. Her first reaction was not to realize this Wu Feng is the Wu Feng from her class. After all, Wu Feng in her class is just an ordinary purple talent. It's absolutely impossible to evaluate a first clear run of a dungeon at the SS level with no survivors. No matter how much she didn't believe it, her hand still uncontrollably clicked on the name Wu Feng at the Doc Seagull event. Then she smoothly jumped to this person's homepage. After clearly seeing the information above, a traditional Chinese phrase instinctively slipped from her lips. What the heck? The voice was loud and powerful, and at the same moment, all the teachers' gazes turned to Li Yulan, including the grade director who was speaking at the time. What are you doing, Teacher Li? The grade director looked at Li Yulan, whose phone screen was shining, and spoke. Did you see that your student got an A-level evaluation? Author daily seeks gifts. Everyone please send a free little gift. For gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 12, I am A-level evaluation. What are you? A-level evaluation? This is much more terrifying than just an A-level evaluation. This is a no survivors difficulty SS level evaluation. No student has gotten an A-level evaluation. Li Yulan honestly spoke. Before Li Yulan could say anything else, the grade director interrupted. Then why are you so excited? You'd better come take a look. Hearing this, the grade director, puzzled, moved to Li Yulan's side and took the phone. 10 seconds later. What the heck? The grade director's eyes widened like saucers as he hurriedly took out his own phone and dialed the principal's number. Beep beep, the call was connected. Principal, listen to me. Don't rush, speak slowly. The principal replied. An SS level evaluation has appeared, an SS level evaluation. What? Quickly, tell me the details, which class, what's the name? The grade director relayed the information thoroughly. Okay, no time to chat, I will report the relevant information to the education department. In the principal's office, a middle-aged man with a beard was grinning from ear to ear, repeatedly saying, good. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Lu Jianjiao was sitting on a chair, contemplating her next plan. She was participating in a task called hide-and-seek at the blood-red level, and with a second chance at life, she was incredibly familiar with various survival routes in this dungeon, like an open-book exam. Through her various actions, she ultimately achieved an S-level rating. Such a high score should cause quite a stir, and this commotion would benefit her upcoming plans. Next, the official would launch something called the Li Yun experimental class, inviting all those who achieved an A-level or higher to participate. The so-called Li Yun experimental class is led by someone called Li Yun. Li Yun is a person with a very legendary status, part of the top echelon of Huaxia. Getting into the Li Yun experimental class is absolutely no problem, and it's time to prepare for future matters. She now needed to form a team. According to memories from her past life, a guy from class 7 next door was a very promising talent named Dingjin. Although he was only of purple talent right now, in the near future, he would upgrade his purple talent to orange through his own efforts. He was one of the few who could change his fate. It's just a pity that this guy eventually died in a certain dungeon. He had talent, and with her coaching, maybe he could eventually upgrade his talent to a rainbow level. Speaking of Dingjin, another memory uncontrollably appeared in Lu Jianjia's mind. It wasn't a historical event, but a very interesting piece of gossip. Sometimes it's quite strange, many things can be forgotten, but gossip is like it's engraved in her mind. Reborn, these secrets are always crystal clear. This secret is related to Wu Feng. Dingjin has a childhood friend named Lu Ruyan, who is known throughout the school for her beauty. Those who liked her could line up from the classroom door to the school gate. Dingjin is no exception, having liked his childhood friend since he was little. But unfortunately, his childhood friend likes Wu Feng. Most importantly, Lu Ruyan confessed her feelings to Wu Feng. Even more crucial is that Wu Feng rejected her. Lu Ruyan was heartbroken, crying on the desk for the entire afternoon. After learning about this, Dingjin immediately confronted Wu Feng, wanting to take revenge for Lu Ruyan. The funny thing is, he not only failed to beat Wu Feng but also came back to be scolded by Lu Ruyan. From then on, Dingjin harbored even more resentment towards Wu Feng. Their relationship reached a freezing point, where they were likely to fight upon seeing each other. Wu Feng had always had some doubts about this situation. Didn't he give Dingjin a chance by rejecting Lu Ruyan? Did he need to agree first and then watch the two be lovey-dovey to be happy? Does this guy have any strange NTR psychology? Lu Jianjia was reminiscing about this secret when a figure in jeans swaggered into the classroom door. That figure scanned the class and asked, "Has Wu Feng not completed the weird game yet? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Lu Jianjia knew exactly what Dingjin came to do. It was 2 words, showing off. This guy came to show off. He achieved an A rating in his first weird game, which is considered a great achievement in the history of the whole school. Sadly, he probably can't maintain that A rating. Although Wu Feng also has a purple talent, he simply cannot be compared to Dingjin before him. This time he will end up sacrificing himself in the weird game. It's a bit regrettable, but there's nothing to be done. All the necessary warnings have already been given. As for this genius before her, Lu Jianjia has already made a preliminary plan to make him her subordinate. She could help Dingjin pursue Lu Ruyan, even though using love to win people over is a bit shameless. However, for the future of the world, these are small matters. Not yet, Lu Jianjia replied, not mentioning that Wu Feng would die. What do you need me for? A voice sounded from behind Lu Jianjia. The familiar voice made Lu Jianjia tremble, and she turned around in disbelief, her pupils instantly widening. Wu Feng stood straight in place, his expressionless eyes staring at the smug Dingjin. He survived? This guy should have been dead. Could it be the butterfly effect from my rebirth, or is it some other reason? It's nothing major, Dingjin said, almost lifting his jaw to the heavens, arrogance radiating from his eyes. I just wanted to ask what rating you received. SS. While Wu Feng was calm, he had never considered being humble. Dingjin? Lu Jianjia? Are you kidding me, SS? Why don't you say it's SSS level then? But thinking carefully, it seems like Wu Feng has never bragged. It's easy to verify, just adding Wu Feng as a friend would confirm it. Do you mind if I add you as a friend? Lu Jianjia took out her phone and said with a smile. I do mind. After saying this, Wu Feng turned his head and sat down at his desk. Wu Feng doesn't like adding forum friends, he has only 2 friends so far. He and Lu Jianjia aren't really close, so there's no need to add each other as friends at all. And this person's gaze always carried an air of superiority, a feeling that made Wu Feng extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, in a certain office of the education department, Gao Yun, exhausted, stared at the documents in his hands. The bizarre incidents of Pooh City invading reality were becoming more and more frequent, and the consequences were growing more severe. But the number of geniuses emerging from various schools didn't seem to be increasing, it was still the same proportion every year. Every year, people from outside the city had to be called for support. Sigh, I hope we can see some good talent this year, even if there are just a few A-level talents, that would be fine, Gao Yun muttered to himself, his brow furrowed, the pressure in his heart as heavy as a mountain. The phone rang. This was a special phone, and unless it was an emergency, it would never ring. Gao Yun clicked to answer, "What is it?" Ahem. The principal first cleared his throat lightly twice before speaking slowly, "Xiao Gao, guess what good news I have?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gao Yun's tone didn't soften but became serious. "Old Wang, do you know what it means to make this call? You know it's against the rules to call me unless it's an emergency, right? You usually slack off, but not in this matter." Before Gao Yun could finish his sentence, Principal Wang interrupted, "Our school has received an SS level clearance rating." "What? SS level? Good job calling, Old Wang. This call is crucial. Recently, we've started a Li Yun experimental class." Lu Jianjia didn't feel angry because of Wu Feng's words. Years of dungeon life had made her emotions as calm as the surface of a lake. "You're all here, I was just about to look for you." Li Yulan appeared at the door of the class, and upon seeing Wu Feng and the others, her smile widened. Li Yulan then led Wu Feng and the others to the principal's office. The principal first congratulated them and explained the Li Yun experimental class. As long as one reaches A level or higher, they could enter this class. In this class, various resources would be available, and there would even be personal guidance from Li Yun, starting in 7 days. After explaining all this, and saying some motivational words, the principal let Wu Feng and the others go home for their holiday. Every newcomer gets a 3-day holiday after coming out of the dungeon to adjust and relax. As they parted ways, Lu Jianjia stared at Wu Feng's back, unable to understand. A person who was supposed to die actually received an SS level rating. It was truly unbelievable. Well, it's a good thing, I guess. At least it contributes a bit to future matters, Lu Jianjia said, shaking her head. As soon as Wu Feng got home, he couldn't wait to enter the bazaar game. It can only be said that, in this world, except for not being able to adjust the difficulty of the bazaar game, everything else is quite free. After experiencing it for the first time, entering the bazaar game became divided into 2 modes. One is active entry, and the other is passive entry at irregular intervals. Once Wu Feng confirmed active entry, a light curtain appeared in front of him. "There are 10 minutes left before entering the bazaar game, please prepare yourself." In the blink of an eye, another voice sounded. "Detection shows that the player is about to enter the bazaar game, please choose one of the following 3 hacks. Hack 1, Dataized Life. Dataized Life, all of the player's being will be presented in a data format, with all damage received not affecting the body, but being deducted as life points, HP. All living beings will also have their own health bar. Energy bar, Shadow Power, when hostile life forms are harmed, in addition to losing health points, the real damage will also cause corresponding changes to the body. Furthermore, players will gain 10% true damage attributes. This skill can be upgraded with skill points. True damage, players' attacks will definitely inflict damage, ignoring all defensive means. Even if the opponent successfully blocks, damage will still be caused. This cheat is indeed a bit outrageous. Dataized Life means that in the future, when looking at others, they will all have health bars. What's even more outrageous is that when others hit him, he only loses health points, and there is no damage to his body at all. When he hits others, they not only lose health points, but damage also appears on their bodies. And this true damage is the most outrageous. Even if others block his attack, they will still get hurt, although it's only 10% now. There is an upgrade button later. It's unimaginable how terrifying this would be at a high level. Speaking of true damage definitely causing harm, Wu Feng recalled the absolute immunity property of his rebound coat. If the two collide, it's hard to tell who will win. The strongest shield and the strongest spear, so to speak. Although this cheat is already very powerful, Wu Feng still continued to look down. Cheat 2, Aim Lock. When the player uses any ranged weapon, the weapon's trajectory automatically adjusts, ignoring any obstacles, and will definitely hit the enemy's head. The enemy must be within the player's line of sight. How to say this cheat? It's strong, but not strong enough. If it weren't for the condition of being within the player's line of sight, Wu Feng might consider it. Cheat 3, Lake of the River God. Lake of the River God. The player can designate a lake as the Lake of the River God. Anything that sinks in this lake will be salvaged by the River God, who will ask if you threw in gold or silver. Wu Feng didn't even finish reading this cheat. If it could duplicate 3 identical items, he might feel tempted. After all, he does own a strange item that's multicolored. It's just a pity that this river god can only duplicate gold and silver. Without much thought, Wu Feng decided to choose the first cheat. Do you want to choose the first cheat? Yes, no. After Wu Feng chose yes, his personal panel popped up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, Orange, Triple Clone. Cheat, 1, Absolute Luck. 2, Dataized Life, Upgradable, dot. Strange item, multicolored strange item, Rebound Coat. Golden strange item, Revenge Ring. Purple strange item, Yin Yang Amulet. Blue strange item, Flying Knife. Blue strange item, Handgun. For a while, Wu Feng casually ate some food. He had no parents and didn't need to prepare extra food. After eating, Wu Feng sat quietly on the sofa, waiting. Countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The world in front of him became completely dark, and that familiar feeling of weightlessness swept over him again. Entry successful. Dungeon name, Paradise. Difficulty, no survivors. Type, multiplayer dungeon. Description, everyone in this world longs to enter paradise, where there will never be danger, and there will never be worries. However, entering paradise has a certain threshold, you need to gain points, and to get points, you have to work hard. To enter paradise as soon as possible, you have prepared thoroughly for a school psychological consultant job, and now you are going to take a written test. Stage Main Quest 1, acquire 1000 points. Only after completing the first main quest will the second main quest be unlocked. Completing all tasks will allow you to exit the Paradise Dungeon. Side quest, please explore on your own. During the process of falling, transparent subtitles appeared in front of his eyes. As Wu Feng finished reading the last piece of information, the subtitles before him scattered like dust blown away by the wind. Suddenly, the speed of his descent increased, and light gradually appeared before him. The light grew brighter, and various scenes began to solidify in front of his eyes, ultimately transforming everything into reality. The solid concrete floor, the iron sliding gate, and the marble in the middle of the gate emblazoned with the emblem of the third mysterious school. This place did not have the eerie feeling of the first instance. The sunlight shone down, surprisingly offering a sense of warmth and brightness. At the school entrance stood a woman in a long dress, smiling at Wu Feng as she faced the sun, with a red health bar hovering above her head. You all finally arrived, the third mysterious school welcomes you. The woman suddenly spoke. Wu Feng turned to look behind him. 2 girls and a boy stood right behind him. We're doomed, we're doomed. Why am I so unlucky? Why did I enter a no-survivor level instance? I'm just a purple talent. Before the game even started, a girl in a JK uniform shook her head in panic. A middle-aged man in a suit saw the woman stayed and placed a hand on her shoulder, speaking to comfort her. Stay calm, a no-survivor's mysterious game doesn't necessarily mean certain death. Didn't you see the forum today? A newcomer cleared a no-survivor level instance with an SS level rating. As long as we don't give up, there are always more solutions than difficulties. The man's words had little effect. The JK girl continued to tremble in panic, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing the girl cry, the woman in the long dress began to comfort her. You don't need to be nervous, our exams are all multiple choice, not a single big question. Though her words seemed off topic, they at least provided the group with some information. Our school's benefits are excellent. Not only do we earn 100 mysterious coins every day, but we also get 100 points as a reward daily. Furthermore, for every student's psychological issue we help treat, we receive an additional 100 points and 200 mysterious coins. In the entire city, there's no job that offers more points as rewards than ours. With just a little time working, we can accumulate points to enter paradise. The woman in the long dress explained with a cheerful smile, appearing just like any normal person. The first main task is to earn 1000 points, and this job is the one that offers the most points in the entire city. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift, and for gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 14, School, thank you, but I trust my luck more. It seems that getting this job is significantly important for completing the main task. Follow me, I'll take you to the written exam room, the woman in the long dress said before walking into the school. The few of them exchanged glances and then focused on the crying JK girl. The other long-haired girl was filled with impatience. The middle-aged man in the suit, who had originally offered comfort, now looked cold and indifferent. In the treacherous world of a mysterious game, dangers lurked everywhere. Neither of them were saints, and the reason the suited man had comforted the JK girl was merely because he thought she was pretty. The factor of beauty was worth one attempt at comfort, but just that one time. I'm sorry, everyone. The JK girl noticed their attitudes and began to adjust her emotions actively. It's mainly that the difficulty of a no-survivors level is too terrifying. I will give my all from now on and definitely won't hold anyone back. Upon hearing this, the suited man nodded. Everyone followed the footsteps of the woman in the long dress, and the suited man glanced at Wu Feng, asking, You look young. Are you a newcomer too? Yes. Wu Feng answered. I see you're not nervous at all. Your mindset is quite good. The suited man smiled. What's there to be nervous about? He had cleared countless no-way-out level dungeons before. The suited man was observing Wu Feng's expressions. After seeing his dismissive demeanor, he couldn't help but start guessing what Wu Feng was all about. Did he possess incredibly strong talent, like the multicolored talent? Or was he just a simple fool rushing in? I wonder what we will be tested on next, the JK girl said, trying hard to regulate her emotions, but her voice still trembled. If it's normal psychological knowledge, I actually know a bit. Hearing this, the suited man shook his head. The newcomer was still too naive. This was not about knowledge points at all. The JK girl had no idea what real challenges were waiting ahead. The key point is not psychological knowledge, the suited man said. The key point is that there is a unique script in this strange game. Simply put, we can't understand what they write, knowing the knowledge points won't help. Different writing? But the marble from earlier clearly had the words third strange school written in bold. It seemed the suited man saw through the JK girl's confusion and spoke up. This is like the concept of neon language. The characters bear great similarities to our Chinese characters. Some characters even look exactly the same as Chinese. From here on, it mainly depends on luck. Thinking of what to do next, the suited man felt a sigh brewing within him. He didn't expect the first challenge to be so difficult, completely relying on luck. Speaking of luck, that would be Wu Feng's strong suit. Seeing his worried fellow companions, Wu Feng decided to follow his heart and lend a helping hand. After all, they had no conflicts of interest, and as long as it didn't endanger himself, he was very willing to help others. You can copy my answers. Wu Feng scanned the room and said. The suited man was taken aback, confusion visible on his face. He couldn't understand where Wu Feng's confidence came from. Could it be that this guy had some kind of talent for answering questions? I have golden talent, rebirth. The suited man introduced his talent, then asked Wu Feng, what about you? Orange talent, cloning. Wu Feng answered honestly. After all, his trump card didn't rely on talent. Even telling others wouldn't be an issue. Cloning? Upon hearing this, the suited man had already placed a label on Wu Feng's head, dimwit. You're just a newcomer, you can't have any useful strange tools. Even though your talent level is high, it's just cloning. You want me to copy your answers? Everyone is just taking wild guesses. What's the point of copying you? Thanks, the suited man shook his head in refusal. I trust my luck a bit more. After all, if I copied you and didn't pass, I might regret it. The JK girl didn't think much of it and nodded in appreciation. Another girl simply said thank you and didn't say much else, probably planning to see how her own luck turned out. The few of them followed the long dress woman into a classroom in a building. After randomly arranging a few people in their seats, the long dress woman said she would go get the test papers and asked everyone to wait a moment. No one spoke, only the tense and fearful atmosphere spread throughout the classroom. Not long after, the long dress woman walked in with the papers. One by one, the exam papers were handed out, along with corresponding pencils and answer sheets. I have to say, this exam really looks quite formal. The exam begins now. You have 1 hour to answer. After 1 hour, I will collect your papers and correct them on the spot, the woman in the long dress said, leaving the exam room without looking back. Isn't this exam too relaxed? There's not even an invigilator. Could it be that in this bizarre game, everyone is an honest and trustworthy good kid, without a single act of cheating? Or maybe the woman in the long dress is certain that no one would cheat, so there's no need for invigilation at all? Wu Feng opened the exam paper and, as expected, he couldn't understand a single word of the questions. He smirked and, without looking at the paper, began to scribble on the answer sheet. The continuous sound of Sasa echoed in the classroom, and in just 3 or 4 minutes, he finished marking all the questions on the paper. Everyone was moving at a similar speed, except for the JK girl. She used the rubber band that was handed out to create a simple dice, choosing answers based on which side it landed. After shaking it for a while, she found the dice was uneven, landing on C every time. Anxiously, she suddenly remembered what Wu Feng had just said. There's an old saying that a dead horse should be treated as a live one. Since she didn't know anything to begin with, why not take a chance and copy? What if, just what if, this handsome guy has great luck? With this mindset, the JK girl cast her eyes toward Wu Feng's answer sheet. Wu Feng wasn't hiding it at all. He placed his answer sheet right where the girl could easily see it. The girl kept the habit from her school days, copying part of it while changing some answers herself. Before long, the hour passed, and the figure of the woman in the long dress accurately stepped into the classroom. Everyone, stand up. Stop answering. The author seeks gifts daily. Everyone send a free little gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 15, School, Wu Feng, Full Marks. The woman in the long dress seemed somewhat distracted as she collected the papers because this group of people couldn't possibly pass this test. According to the instructions, this time the questions chosen were all hellishly difficult, beyond the syllabus. Although she didn't know what this arrangement meant, she figured she would just do as she was told. Why bother wondering so much? She stacked the answer sheets of the 4 people together and began to mark them. The first answer sheet was from the man in the suit. She picked it up and compared the answers one by one. First question, wrong. Second question, wrong. A full 100 questions, not one right. Li Yong, 0 points. The woman in the long dress smiled as she handed the answer sheet back to the man in the suit. The man in the suit? Is this a bizarre game of survival? It truly is terrifying like this. This place must have some debuff that lowers luck, otherwise, how could he possibly score 0? After all, the chances of getting all answers wrong on 100 multiple choice questions are about as rare as being hit by a bus on the third floor and being reborn in another world. Others also began to realize this issue, and the glimmer of hope they once had vanished without a trace. In that moment, the JK girl felt countless fears drowning her. Even though she tried hard to tell herself there was still hope, it was of no use. Am I really going to be done for? I haven't even had my first love yet, and the JK girl felt death beckoning her. Wu Feng, full marks. The woman in the long dress's words echoed throughout the classroom. Everyone? I feel like I have come back to life? The JK girl was terrified, yet she suddenly felt a surge of joy spreading in her heart. The man in the suit's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. A perfect score? Could it be that my earlier guess was wrong? There is no debuff in this room at all. Is it just my bad luck? The woman in the long dress was equally puzzled. No, these are the hardest questions. You just scored a perfect score so simply? Your knowledge reserve is terrifying to such an extent. Collecting herself, the woman in the long dress began to continue grading the answer sheets. Yeah. The woman in the long dress spoke up. The girl with long hair started to feel nervous. If the debuff is fake, then she still has a certain chance of scoring high. Her heart raced, anticipating the upcoming score. With a bit of luck, she might even get a perfect score too. 0 points. The woman's words ruthlessly shattered the long-haired girl's fantasy. She took the answer sheet back, where a big fat 0 was written on it. Crap. If I had known, I would have just copied Wu Feng's answers. Looking at the big duck egg in front of her, she wanted to cry but had no tears. There's no way I'll qualify to become a psychological counselor now. Fortunately, the first task is just to accumulate 1,000 points. Even if I can't become a psychological counselor, there might be other ways to earn enough. Wang Kiki, 78 points. The woman in the long dress also graded the JK girl's answer sheet. Alright, anyone who scored below 70 can leave. The woman in the long dress said as her eyes locked onto the man in the suit and the long-haired girl. The two men in suits didn't linger too much. As experienced players, they knew it was better to find other methods than to regret wasting time here. As for the two who scored above 70, the woman in the long dress left for a while, and when she returned, her face was filled with smiles to congratulate the two. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Next is a 7-day probation period. If you can help 3 students with psychological issues during the probation, you will officially earn this job. You two don't need to worry, your salaries and points will be distributed as normal during the trial period. Whether it's a trial period or not, the JK girl didn't care. Right now, she felt incredibly thrilled to have such a sturdy thigh beside her. Her chances of survival were growing. Trigger side quest, help 3 students with psychological issues. A crisp voice echoed in Wu Feng's mind, and a light curtain appeared before him. The JK girl showed a surprised expression and glanced at Wu Feng. Okay. Wu Feng did not show any abnormalities and calmly responded. Next, I will take you both to your workplace. The woman in the long dress motioned for the two to follow her and stepped out of the room. They hadn't gone far before they arrived at the door of an office. On the door, there was a vertical sign that read Psychological Counselor. This is where you both will work. Work hard, the salary after you become regular will be even better. The woman in the long dress habitually painted a rosy picture. Okay, we will work hard. The JK girl was full of motivation. Not saying much more, the woman in the long dress turned and walked down the stairs after saying goodbye. I wonder what the work environment for the psychological counselor is like. I hope there won't be any weird rules or ghost stories, the JK girl muttered to herself, almost as if asking Wu Feng. Wu Feng did not knock on the door but turned the doorknob and directly opened the heavy door. The inside of the door had a strange layout. It wasn't a room but a corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were about 5 or 6 doors, and behind each door was a room. This place is quite quiet, the JK girl remarked. Just as she finished speaking, one of the large doors suddenly swung open with a loud bang. 2 guys, one big and one small, came out of the door, wrestling with each other. The smaller one shouted while fighting, "You can't even cure your anger issues, yet you call yourself a psychologist? You're just a useless piece of trash, I'll kill you." With another 2 sounds of the door opening, a bald guy and one with glasses walked out of the room. They didn't intervene but instead watched. The bald guy noticed Wu Feng and his companion and walked over to ask, "Are you here for psychological counseling too?" "We're here to work," Wu Feng replied, looking at the bald guy, then turning his gaze to the big and small fighters. "What's going on? Aren't you going to stop them?" "There's nothing we can do," the bald guy said calmly. "This kid has been here several times, and every time he just ends up fighting with the psychologist. There's no way to manage it." "He's been coming for a while and still isn't cured?" Wu Feng asked. "Not cured. If you go talk to this boy, you'll see." He won't get through a few sentences before he starts swinging, said the bald guy. The worst part is, not only is there no cure, but the kid's fighting strength is quite impressive. But thankfully, no one gets hurt, it's just a fight. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift. For gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 16. I was originally very angry. Hearing such a laid-back remark, Wu Feng didn't know what to say. How high is your success rate in treatment here? Wu Feng asked. He remembered the woman in a long dress saying that after treating 3 students with psychological issues, he could become a regular employee. Upon hearing the topic of success rate, the bald guy proudly raised his head. Not a single one has been successfully treated, the success rate is 0. Wu Feng. Why are you so proud of having not treated a single one? Why do I feel like you are very proud? Wu Feng asked. I have a patient who comes once a week, and after my treatment, they come twice a week. The bald guy grinned as he said that. Wow, aren't you just a pure useless person? Our counseling fee is 10 ghost coins per minute, the bald guy said. It felt like a thunderclap struck Wu Feng's mind. Wow, this isn't a useless person, this is definitely a genius. May I ask who you are? Wu Feng asked, trying to find out who this talent was. I am the leader of the psychological counseling group. You can call me He Jean, but I prefer you to call me Leader He. The bald guy looked up at a 45-degree angle at the sky. Sure enough, as the leader, he is indeed impressive. Hello, Leader He, from now on I will be your soldier. The bald guy nodded in satisfaction. The JK girl beside them looked completely confused. Isn't your game this dark? Meanwhile, the fight over there was nearing its end. The fighting psychologist was no match for the boy. At this moment, the psychologist's head was stuffed into the boy's butt. Although it was unclear how he did it, one could conclude that this boy had great strength. The boy looked at the clock on the wall, took a refreshing deep breath, and pulled out a 10-coin bill from his pocket and stuffed it into the person's pocket. In a sense, this violent little boy had also been a hero for the people. The boy's gaze turned towards Wu Feng. Are you the new psychologist? Yes, Wu Feng replied. You're just in time, help me, I can't seem to get rid of my anger issues, I get really angry after just a few words. The boy's tone was filled with grievance. If it weren't for seeing him stuff that guy's head into his own butt. It really looks like a cute little child. Without waiting for Wu Feng to reply, the Mediterranean patted Wu Feng's shoulder, speaking earnestly and seriously. The school's rules, we have no way to refuse, no matter what happens, we must go for treatment. Anyway, we are all not dead, so we can go boldly. Wu Feng did not think about refusing, but instead thought of a plan in his heart. Of course, that's fine. Wu Feng agreed. Seeing Wu Feng agree decisively, everyone except the JK girl began to look forward to how long they would fight. The JK girl was a little worried. Having seen the reckless behavior of the wolf's destruction, she did not think Wu Feng could survive this fight. If he could survive such a battle, then Wu Feng's rear must be incredibly strong. Was the thigh she just found about to disappear? She started to feel nervous again. Do you need me to prepare an office for you? The Mediterranean asked. Wu Feng shook his head in refusal. It is well known that psychological treatment usually requires a quiet environment, and this is especially important for such an irritable person. The Mediterranean began to take an interest in Wu Feng. Does this guy have superb psychological skills, or does he have overwhelming combat ability? It really makes people look forward to it. When the boy heard Wu Feng say that not even an office was needed, his emotions had escalated to the point of anger. He didn't know why he was angry, but he couldn't control it. He felt like he was about to explode with rage. How much do your parents earn in a day? Wu Feng asked about something completely unrelated to psychology. The boy came from a poor family. His parents worked hard all day just to earn over 50 spooky coins plus 10 points. At this moment, the boy's mood was on the edge of rage. He felt like he would charge at Wu Feng and fight him at any moment. 50 spooky coins. He struggled to control himself, his voice sounding like it was ground out between his teeth. As soon as his words fell, 5 dark-hued 100 spooky coins appeared before the boy. This is the medicine I gave you. With a snap, Wu Feng slapped 500 spooky coins on the boy's face. What do you mean? Are you humiliating me? A mere 500 coins can make me stop being angry? Are you looking down on me? The boy clenched his fists and roared loudly. That's right, the boy wanted to scold Wu Feng loudly like this, but the 5 spooky coins in front of him were just too tempting. The mood that was already on the edge of rage was rapidly falling like a meteor. He could see the boy's angry face slowly forming a smile, a somewhat ingratiating tone coming from his mouth. You are truly a divine doctor. As soon as I saw this, my irritability instantly vanished. Divine doctor. The crowd nearby, who were thinking about seeking treatment, were bewildered. Wait, is this how you seek treatment? That's 500 spooky coins. Even if the Mediterranean worked hard, he would need several days to earn so much money. So you are actually a hidden rich person, huh? You just threw out 500 spooky coins like this? If anyone was the most incredulous, it was the JK girl. 500 spooky coins, that's a whole 500 spooky coins. Damn it, after clearing the first dungeon, my reward was just over 300 spooky coins. And you casually gave away 500 spooky coins like this? Moreover, aren't you a newbie? Where did you get 500 spooky coins? Speaking of newbies, the JK girl suddenly thought of something. Could it be, possibly, perhaps? A name flickered in her mind. Could this person be go to the dock and deal with some seagulls? Captain He, could you please arrange an office for me? I still have further treatment to complete. Wu Feng faced the Mediterranean. Of course, no problem. After witnessing Wu Feng's boldness, the Mediterranean's attitude noticeably improved, at least he no longer had the pretentious air from before. There are 3 vacant rooms, choose whichever you like, the Mediterranean pointed to the 3 rooms, they are all ready, you can use them as soon as you enter. Because of the good soundproofing here, Wu Feng, staring at the little boy, felt an overwhelming sense of clarity throughout his body. Every time he saw this bright red health bar, Wu Feng was always tempted to go and test the damage. Now, at last, his wish had come true, the only regret was that he couldn't directly kill the little boy. After all, he still needed the little boy to cooperate with him for some tasks ahead. Big brother, you really know how to pick them, I just love doing things that stab classmates. Don't worry, I'll make sure to handle this beautifully for you, the little boy said with a big smile. No, if you're so capable, why didn't you act earlier? This clearly caused a misunderstanding. Looking at the little boy's performance, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. After a round of friendly communication, the little boy left the counseling room. Once the little boy returned to the classroom, his mind was racing. Had he really given up on trying to earn more ghost coins, just casually accepting Wu Feng's orders? Absolutely not. The idea of being harmed did indeed scare him, but upon careful thought, there might be many hidden tricks involved. Wu Feng had only attacked him once, perhaps that attack was the only one that had any effect. But the little boy didn't dare to take that gamble. Although he didn't dare to bet, he could let others try it out. Hey, classmate, do you want to do something to earn some ghost coins? The little boy called out to a watermelon-headed student. The watermelon head didn't really pay much attention to the little boy's words. Their relationship wasn't bad, but it also wasn't good enough to be this close. No, I still need to study the 100 ways of humans, knowledge is priceless. How could I give up learning for a few ghost coins? The watermelon head's tone was very clear. He politely declined, making it clear he wasn't going to fall for that trick. Bang! The little boy slapped down 30 ghost coins on the table and repeated, "Are you doing it or not?" "I'll do it." Next, the little boy explained to the watermelon head what he needed to do. Firstly, and most importantly, he needed to pretend to have a psychological disorder. As for what disorder, they had decided on anger issues. Then he needed to attack Wu Feng, to test how strong he was. "Is Wu Feng strong?" the watermelon head asked. "Oh, he's very weak," the little boy deceived, "don't worry, I'll go with you." The little boy's purpose was also simple, he just wanted to see Wu Feng's strength with his own eyes. Inside the office, Wu Feng was busy with something. A treatment must look like a treatment. First, he turned off the power in the room, then connected a power strip to the nearby outlet, and took apart the power strip to reveal the wires inside. Soon, a very simple and rudimentary Yang Yongxin treatment device was completed. Next, he just needed to wait quietly for the patient to arrive, he would definitely provide them with a satisfactory treatment result. Just as Wu Feng happily placed the Yang Yongxin treatment device, someone knocked on the door of the room. "Come in," he said. The door opened, and the little boy and the watermelon head walked into the room. "Please sit." Wu Feng gestured to the sofa. The little boy and the watermelon head both sat down on the sofa. Wu Feng didn't start the treatment immediately, instead, he quietly walked to the door, twisted the lock, and securely locked the entire room. "What are you doing?" the watermelon head asked in confusion. "This is also one of my treatment methods, providing you with a safe atmosphere," Wu Feng replied, his face filled with a kind smile. The watermelon head felt something was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange. "Do you have any psychological issues?" Wu Feng asked. "Anger issues," the watermelon head said, following the little boy's instructions. The watermelon-headed strange person had no intention of dragging things out with Wu Feng for a long time, after all, the cost was 10 strange coins per minute. He decided to solve everything within just 1 minute. Wu Feng saw the watermelon-headed strange person eager to start and knew it was time for his treatment to begin. "Don't worry, your condition is very easy to treat." Wu Feng spoke and gestured for the watermelon-headed strange person to move a little to the left. The simple Yang Yongxin device made by Wu Feng was positioned there. Very easy to treat? For some reason, hearing this made the watermelon-headed strange person want to laugh. There was a feeling of joy, as if playing with someone in the palm of his hand. Cure me? In your dreams. This isn't even a real psychological problem. If you can cure me, it'll be a miracle. The watermelon-headed strange person obediently moved left as Wu Feng instructed and then said, "You must cure me, right? Don't worry." Wu Feng first turned on the power switch, then picked up the exposed copper wire from the ground. Looking at the exposed copper wire, he smiled in a friendly manner. "The thing I am best at is treating psychological diseases. As long as I make a move, there's no disease I can't cure." Ordinary electricity, of course, wouldn't harm the strange person, but after going through Wu Feng's hands, it would be different. At this moment, the watermelon-headed strange person still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. "Cure me? You're just bluffing. Is this a fake psychological problem? What about a psychological counselor? Even a psychological counselor couldn't cure someone who's pretending to be sick, right? Psychological counselor." The touch of the wire interrupted the watermelon-headed strange person's thoughts, and a sharp, needle-like sensation instantly shot through his arm, making his whole body stiffen uncontrollably. His thoughts disappeared, and he wanted to shout but couldn't make a sound. His vision went blank. The young boy watched the watermelon-headed strange person quietly sitting still, unsure of what had just happened. "What's going on? Get angry. Hurry up and get angry, then test how powerful this psychological counselor is. Let's see if his ability to harm the strange person can trigger continuously. Cough, cough, don't be so quiet, don't hold back, just show whatever symptoms of anger you have." The young boy spoke. He was reminding the watermelon-headed strange person. "Hurry up and make a move. Stop playing the obedient good boy here. Make a move, make a move." Faced with the young boy's reminder, the watermelon-headed strange person made no movement, as if he just wanted to be a quiet and handsome man. The watermelon-headed strange person didn't move, but Wu Feng noticed something was off. "Well, this guy definitely has something hidden. So this is an act, huh? Looks like once I treat the watermelon-headed strange person, I'll need to let the young boy understand the power of Yang Yongxin's specialized equipment." "Be quiet, can't you see I'm in the middle of treatment?" Wu Feng scolded. Seeing Wu Feng speak, the young boy didn't dare say anything else. Wu Feng closely observed the blood bar above the watermelon-headed strange person's head, and only when it dropped by a third did he remove the power supply. A faint burnt smell began to fill the room. "Strange, why is there a burnt smell? It smells just like the grilled human leg I ate last time." The young boy sniffed and spoke, "It really makes my appetite soar." Although Wu Feng removed the power, the watermelon-headed strange person still remained in a dazed state. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I think I heard someone mention a smell that makes them hungry. I smelled it too. The smell is so close. Oh, the delicious smell is coming from my arm. What the hell? What just happened? Am I hurt? And is it the kind of injury that could be fatal? What kind of existence have I provoked? Classmate, how is your irritability doing?" Wu Feng kindly asked, a warm smile like spring breeze on his face. But this smile was terrifying in the eyes of Watermelon Head. In that moment, Watermelon Head wanted to confess his mistake, but he dared not, afraid that Wu Feng would execute him on the spot if he found out. Originally thought he had it in the bag, only to realize he was a fool. Much better," Watermelon Head stammered out this sentence. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. "That's good, I'm really happy to help you. After 5 more treatment sessions, your irritability can be completely cured." "How many? 5 sessions?" Hearing this, Watermelon Head was completely dumbfounded. He felt that 5 more sessions were just excessive. With 2 more sessions, he feared he would be dead for sure. I suddenly feel my irritability is completely gone," Watermelon Head quickly said, afraid that if he waited a second longer, Wu Feng would start the treatment. "Completely gone?" Wu Feng asked with a tone of half-belief. "Completely gone." Watermelon Head answered decisively, "It's the best it's ever been. I have never felt this relaxed." "Do you know what the sign of curing irritability is?" Wu Feng continued to ask. "What is it?" "To maintain a calm mindset and quietly sit for an hour," Wu Feng explained. "This great theory comes from a great person. His name is Wazki Shuadi. Who cares what this great person's name is, damn it. 10 ghost coins per minute, an hour is 600 ghost coins. Damn, where am I going to get that much money?" Watermelon Head turned to look at the little boy. Though he didn't know what had happened, seeing Watermelon Head's change in attitude, there must be some unknown secret behind it. Could it be the treatment just now? A small treatment actually caused such a big change in Watermelon Head. This psychological counselor is terrifying like this? Oh, by the way, your irritability also needs some consolidation treatment. Wu Feng pointed at the little boy and kindly said. Before the words of refusal could come out, he was pulled over by the resentful watermelon head. Wu Feng did not hesitate, directly poking the wire in. Years later, facing the white clouds before him, the little boy would remember the distant afternoon when Wu Feng poked the wire into his thigh. At that time, he finally understood that the most foolish thing he had ever done in his life was this. Teeth clenched, body stiff. Wu Feng didn't stop until the blood progress reached halfway, and a more intense burnt smell filled the office. The little boy's mind began to replay like a slideshow, his whole body drooling dumbly like a fool. Damn it, I'm really stupid, truly. I only knew that Wu Feng's flying knife could cause damage, I never expected a wire could do so too. The author is daily asking for gifts, everyone send a free little gift, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 19 Your treatment is a miracle. How do you feel? Do you feel your psychological problem has been cured? Wu Feng asked with concern. Seeing Wu Feng care so much, the little boy immediately broke down in tears. Waving away the burnt smell on himself, he knelt down with a plop. Divine Doctor, Divine Doctor. Thank you for your healing, I will repay you by working hard in the future. Seeing this, Watermelon Head immediately knelt down beside him and said, Me too. You are truly a divine doctor of our time. I feel that the therapy you created is truly a miracle. Seeing the two sincerely thank him, Wu Feng nodded with comfort. He initially wanted to make some strange coins from the watermelon-headed guy, but now he had other ideas. Wu Feng wanted these two to recruit for him, he wanted to see if he could exceed the main quest requirements and perhaps earn some achievements or increase his completion evaluation. Get up quickly. Wu Feng helped the two kneeling on the ground up to the sofa and spoke seriously. I did not intend to intervene, but I see the suffering of the people. Wu Feng sighed, I have decided to rescue all the students from crisis, will you help me? Wu Feng glanced at the little boy and looked directly at the watermelon head. The watermelon head was completely dumbfounded. Dude, can you speak properly? I feel like the light of your justice is blinding me a bit. Of course, I'm willing, the watermelon head said reluctantly. Very good, for every person you bring to me, I'll give you 100 strange coins. Wu Feng continued. Really? Is it true? 100 strange coins? If you really give me 100 strange coins, then I'll do everything you say. I'll listen to you. I will respect you even more than that little boy and work for you. I know I'm letting my classmates and teachers down. But I really want those 100 strange coins. I dream of having money. I'm willing, I'm extremely willing. At this moment, the watermelon head's eyes sparkled, as if bursting with golden light. His expression was so twisted that it almost startled Wu Feng. It's just 100 strange coins, is it necessary to be this excited? To be honest, Wu Feng has never been very clear about how much purchasing power the strange coin has in the strange game. Although he learned that one strange coin is equal to 10,000 blue star coins in class. But this ratio did not effectively reflect the purchasing power of strange coins in the strange game. Only 100 strange coins, and this kid is getting this excited? I gave the little boy 500 strange coins, and this was still thinking of backstabbing me? Damn it, this kid cannot be left alive. But not now, after all, this guy is still useful as a laborer. As long as you're willing, let's work together for a better tomorrow. Wu Feng spoke with comfort and then turned his gaze to the little boy. At this moment, the little boy felt his legs go weak. After staring for 10 seconds, Wu Feng finally said, Don't worry, I won't forget you. I will also give you 100 strange coins for every person you bring. Thank you, Divine Doctor. The little boy, who had experienced an electric shock, knelt on the ground in fear and respect. Everything is for a better tomorrow. Wu Feng said. For a better tomorrow. The two responded at the same time. After chatting a bit more and getting them to fill out relevant forms, Wu Feng let the two go out to fight for a better tomorrow. After they left, Wu Feng opened his task panel and took a look at the side quest. Side quest triggered, heal 3 individuals with psychological problems. 2/3. It seems my guess is correct, even if people do not have psychological problems, as long as they admit they have issues, it still counts. Feeling bored, Wu Feng decided to go out and see what's going on. Since he had nothing to do, it was better to understand the school environment and inquire about information related to the amusement park. After making up his mind, Wu Feng walked out of the room and into the campus. It was class time, and apart from the classrooms, he found no strange phenomena wandering outside. As he passed by the classrooms, Wu Feng tried to listen to what they were teaching. Most of the courses were strange and odd, but there was one class that Wu Feng understood, called How to Be a Person. The story is very flavorful. If the main course wasn't human, Wu Feng might have drooled. It also talked about some interesting history of humans. According to them, the more you know, the more delicious it becomes. For example, how children in a certain country realize they are growing up. According to their textbooks, it is when a priest shows no interest in a young boy. Very good, Wu Feng gave a thumbs up. There exists a team in human history that went to the West to seek scriptures. Does anyone know why there were no women in this team? The strange teacher on the podium asked the strange students below. The responses from below were varied, but the strange teacher kept shaking his head. Because the place they were going is India, and even if a mother lizard went there, it would be forced to drink 2 pounds of. The strange students below were shocked. 2 pounds of? Are they that fierce? At this moment, Wu Feng couldn't bear it anymore. What do you mean 2 pounds? This is discrimination. Blatant discrimination. They clearly start at 2 pounds, okay? Very good, I will ask one last interesting history question, then we will continue to the main topic and teach you how to be human. The strange teacher saw many students. The students looked eager. Where did the earliest rock music come from in human history? The crowd below shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. This question also caught Wu Feng's curiosity, and he began to ponder. If there are no surprises, it should be the beautiful country. France, the strange teacher said. Teacher, why is that? The strange students below asked. According to historical records, Louis XVI of France was the earliest Beatle. Louis XVI was a Beatle? Wu Feng knew a bit about the Beatles, they were one of the most influential rock bands. But what could Louis XVI have to do with the Beatles? Is Louis XVI raising his hand making people scratch their heads? The Beatle. What connection can there be with Louis XVI? TSK. It seems this strange world knows very little about human history. Hearing this, Wu Feng turned to leave, wanting to see if there was anything worth paying attention to around, like some side quests. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the school's entrance. At this moment, the school's retractable gate opened, and a strange figure wearing sunglasses walked in. The two brushed past each other without any interaction. Wu Feng turned back and saw the sunglass-wearing strange figure walking towards a woman in a long dress. The author daily seeks gifts, everyone please give a free little gift, for the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 20, How do you want to be checked? Wu Feng didn't pay much attention. Feeling thirsty, he saw a car parked outside the school, with a bottle of drink on the roof. Wu Feng walked out of the school, grabbed the drink, and walked back in, but when he was about to drink, he smelled a strange odor. It seems that drinks in the strange world cannot be casually consumed. He casually threw the drink into the trash can, leaving only the cursing driver coming out of the car. Meanwhile, on the other side of the suited man. Having failed the exam, they found a new job working in the school cafeteria. It sounds good, but it's actually not so. The bloody extent inside the cafeteria nearly exceeded the two men's tolerance limits. The sunny and warm exterior was instantly torn apart the moment they entered. The scene here constantly reminded the two of the dangers of the strange game. Like the shattered pieces of people hanging up like pigs and dogs, entrails and various items being cleaned in water tanks. Men's and women's clothes were casually thrown on the ground. Saying that this is a human hell is no exaggeration. Two people who were not scared, their legs weak and unable to stand, already showed that their mental quality was extremely strong. Hey, you two, don't just stand there, hurry up and clean the things. The cap-wearing, pot-bellied weird urged. I know. The suit man forced himself to calm down and responded. At this moment, both of them understood that they absolutely could not reveal their human identity, otherwise, the pieces of humans hanging above would be themselves. Why are you stuttering when you speak? The cap-wearing weird looked at the suit man with some suspicion. For some reason, he always felt this guy was like a human. It's my first day on the job, a bit nervous, the suit man replied. According to the suit man's understanding, most weirds, aside from not being able to die or cause harm, still had many similarities with humans. Like emotions and stuff. At this moment, the cap-wearing weird seemed to be feeling suspicious emotions. The cap-wearing weird nodded, as if believing the suit man's words. I'll get to work right away, the suit man said. Wait a minute. The cap-wearing weird suddenly laughed. It seems like there's something on your shoulder. The suit man instinctively glanced at his shoulder. He saw the cap-wearing weird's large hand swiftly pressing down, and immediately, a powerful force struck him. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. In an instant, the suit man realized what this cap-wearing weird was trying to do. Weirds cannot be harmed, but humans can. This weird is testing whether he is human. Nerve receptors instantly transmitted the intense pain to his brain. A heart-wrenching sensation exploded in an instant. But the suit man remained motionless, as if nothing had happened. The cap-wearing weird looked at the expressionless suit man, feeling like he had overthought it. Hurry up and get to work, the cap-wearing weird waved his hand impatiently. Ah, what a waste of excitement. The suit man gritted his teeth. A no-survivor level instance is indeed terrifying, just a little inattentiveness could lead to death. I wonder how things are on Wu Feng's side. It should be a bit better than ours. Did you hear? There was a psychologist whose head was stuffed into a student's butt. Really? That's just. The two weirds chatted about gossip as they walked out. Now, only the cap-wearing weird and the two of them were left in the cafeteria. Hearing this gossip, the suit man withdrew his previous thoughts. It seems like things on Wu Feng's side are not so easy either. Sigh. We are all brothers in hardship, suffering torment in this hellish world. I wonder if we can survive. The suit man thought as he turned around. Perhaps it was the slight relaxation after the crisis. In the moment he turned, he accidentally knocked over the kitchen knife that was on the table. The knife fell, and its sharp blade cut across the suit man's arm. A small, crimson wound suddenly appeared on his forearm. The wound was small, almost negligible for the suit man, but. Clang! The knife dropped to the ground with a clear sound, and the cap-wearing weird suddenly turned around, seeing the fallen knife and the suit man's action of covering the wound. The wound could be covered, but the smell could not be. That heavy, appetizing, sweet smell of blood. This is the smell of humans. Human? The cap-wearing weird sniffed greedily at the scent. I eat frozen meat every day, today I can finally have some fresh. Fear surged through the suit man's whole body. Even though he was a seasoned player in prison, his body was still soft under the influence of fear. But fortunately, he did not lose his sanity. In my mind, I was already thinking about whether to use the strange props or just die and use my talent to be reborn, right? As for confronting the bazaar directly. What a joke, only a fool would make that choice. What's the difference between confronting and sending oneself to death? Rebirth it is. In the end, the suited man, reluctant to use the strange props, chose to spend his rebirth opportunity. After all, every time he entered the bazaar game, he would refresh with 3 chances to be reborn. Before the hat-wearing bazaar could take further action, a voice came from the door. Hello, Chef Master. This voice made the hat-wearing bazaar look towards the source of the sound. Half-black long hair, a face so handsome it sparks jealousy. Wu Feng? Both the suited man and the long-haired woman silently thought of this name. What is he doing here? Without giving the hat-wearing bazaar a chance to speak, Wu Feng introduced himself. I am the new psychological counselor at our school. According to the school's arrangement, I am here to investigate if there are any guys with psychological issues. So, you can call me the psychological counselor, or you can call me the investigator. Now, I want to investigate you. Investigate me? Does a chef need to be investigated? But he was very busy, there was a live person waiting for him to serve a meal. So he really did not want to be investigated. Sorry, I don't want to be investigated by you, said the hat-wearing bazaar. Then how do you want to be investigated? Wu Feng persistently questioned. The long-haired woman and the suited man? Is your conversation serious? Is there something a bit strange about it? Originally, the two of them were quite tense, but after hearing their conversation, it felt strangely amusing. I really don't want any kind of investigation, I have no issues at all, I am perfectly healthy. The hat-wearing bazaar just wanted to get Wu Feng to leave quickly. If Wu Feng finds out that the suited man is a human, who knows, this guy might also want a share of the pie. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 21, When you admit you are a mental patient, we will consider the investigation complete. After my observation, I can already determine that you do not have psychological problems. Wu Feng said slowly, stroking his chin, word by word. Hearing this, the hat-wearing bazaar breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't been found out, now Wu Feng should be able to leave, right? You may have already become a mental patient, Wu Feng slowly spoke. The hat-wearing bazaar? Are you out of your mind? I'm really not a mental patient. The hat-wearing bazaar answered firmly. In just this moment, did I go from having psychological issues to being a mental patient? Alright, now you can be diagnosed. Wu Feng said. As for the basis for the diagnosis, of course, it's Wu Feng is willing. The idea that mental patients never admit to being mental patients has nothing to do with this. The hat-wearing bazaar showed a Sima face. No, is this psychological counselor sick? The main clinical manifestation of your symptoms is that you always forget you are a mental patient. Wu Feng explained to the hat-wearing bazaar at a leisurely pace. The hat-wearing bazaar could hardly listen to Wu Feng's nonsense, quickly retorting, I am in no way a mental patient. Wu Feng nodded with satisfaction, saying, look, you have relapsed. I'm really not. The hat-wearing bazaar felt a bit at a loss trying to explain. Damn it, how did I become a mental patient for no reason? Okay, you come with me, and we'll confirm it again. If I diagnose incorrectly, I will personally apologize to you and compensate you with 1,000 strange coins. Wu Feng waved 1,000 strange coins in front of the hat-wearing bazaar. With that wave, the hat anomaly swayed strangely and blurred. He began to hesitate inside his heart, whether to directly eat this human or to earn the 1,000 weird coins first and then come back. Please cooperate with the investigator's work, otherwise I will report to the higher-ups. Seeing the hat anomaly still hesitating, Wu Feng directly threatened him. The hat anomaly gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Alright, I will go with you. He looked back at the suited man with reluctance, ultimately succumbing to the temptation of Wu Feng's big stick and sweet dates. As for the suited man, the hat anomaly did not tell Wu Feng about him. Greedy as he was, he decided to let the suited man go for now, promising to find him again after he got out and eat him without hesitation. Under the stunned gaze of the suited man and the long-haired woman, the hat anomaly followed Wu Feng step by step out of the cafeteria. The two exchanged glances and could see the strong shock and gratitude in each other's eyes. To spend 1,000 weird coins as bait to take this hat anomaly away, you really? I'm crying to death. Does a psychologist have such power, to casually take away anomalies they think have problems? The long-haired woman spoke, her words dripping with envy. The suited man was also constantly astonished. Your weird game seems quite different from our weird game. There was one thing the suited man couldn't understand. Isn't Wu Feng a newbie? Where did he get the 1,000 weird coins? The suited man, as a regular player, had only a few thousand weird coins in total. Could it be that Wu Feng is also an old player? But Wu Feng looks so young, that doesn't seem right. Wu Feng took the hat anomaly to the psychological consultation room. As they passed through the corridor, the Mediterranean Sea saw them. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Truly, the newcomers surpass the old, the rising waves push against the former waves. As a newly appointed psychologist, Wu Feng had already received 3 psychologically troubled individuals in such a short time. He really deserves the title of Divine Doctor. Compared to this Divine Doctor, I still have a long way to go. As Wu Feng Sr., how can I be surpassed by him? It seems the time has come to change my strategy and deceive more people. The Mediterranean Sea filled with passion opened his door and walked in with vigor. In Wu Feng's office, the hat anomaly sat on the sofa and once again confirmed with Wu Feng, if the checks show I'm not mentally ill, you will compensate me 1,000 weird coins, right? Of course. Wu Feng smiled, holding the Yang Yongxin special. Hearing this, the hat anomaly wore a confident smile. Wu Feng must be misjudging, he knew his condition all too well. I'm going to start the examination, Wu Feng asked, are you ready? Bring it on. The hat anomaly replied firmly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing his disdain. However, the next second, Wu Feng pressed the wire against the hat anomaly. The hat anomaly felt a sudden whiteness in front of his eyes, a sharp pain instantly hit him. What the hell? What happened? The hat anomaly wanted to say something, but he found his body was completely unresponsive, stiff all over, and his brain gradually started to go blank. What the hell is going on? After existing for so many years, he was experiencing this situation for the first time. When Wu Feng poked him with the wire, he also saw it. But how could a tiny wire have such power? With his cheat, Wu Feng hummed a tune while pressing the wire, until the smell of burning filled the entire office. Meanwhile, the hat's bizarre health reached half. Wu Feng removed the wire in his hand and looked at the bizarre hat with anticipation. Calm, extremely calm. The bizarre hat quietly stared ahead. If it weren't for the health bar above its head, Wu Feng would really think this guy had already passed away. Hey, can you hear me? Wu Feng gently poked the distracted bizarre hat with a stick he picked up from a tree. Dizziness is normal, are you feeling better now? The bizarre hat produced a few syllables from its throat, slowly turning into a few sentences. I think I just saw a movie. The protagonist was me. Hearing this, Wu Feng immediately realized, what you saw was not a movie. You saw your own life flash before your eyes. Then this examination is quite worthwhile, I can even give you a free movie, Wu Feng said. Ignoring Wu Feng's words, the bizarre hat slightly calmed down and asked, now that I've finished the examination, can I confirm I'm not mentally ill? The bizarre hat looked at the 1,000 bizarre coins on the table while inquiring. That was a good question. Not yet finished. Wu Feng replied. The bizarre hat glanced at the wire in Wu Feng's hand with some fear and asked, then how do we know it's finished? When you admit you are mentally ill, we can consider it finished. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone give a little free gift, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 22, Teacher, I have irritability syndrome. The bizarre hat, what the hell? Without giving the bizarre hat more time to speak, the second round of electric therapy began, making the bizarre hat start to watch its life flash before its eyes again. Until the bizarre hat's health bar reached 1/3, Wu Feng finally removed the wire from his hand. Oh, great doctor, oh great doctor. The bizarre hat knelt on the ground, you really are a great doctor, I truly am mentally ill, you don't need to check anymore. In fact, after the first round of electric shock, the bizarre hat wanted to admit it had a mental illness, but Wu Feng started the second round of examination too quickly. As soon as the second round ended, when consciousness returned, he immediately controlled his body to kneel in front of Wu Feng, afraid that if he waited a second longer, he would have to endure a third examination. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Since you have realized you are mentally ill, then let's start treatment next. Treatment? For some reason, after hearing Wu Feng's words, the bizarre hat felt its legs go weak. Could it be that treatment is the same as examination? Treatment? How does the great doctor plan to treat me? The bizarre hat asked cautiously. Wu Feng raised the wire in his hand and said, just like the examination. Is treatment also electric shock? Not admitting to being mentally ill gets you shocked, admitting it still gets you shocked. What's the point of giving in then? Great doctor, just being in your presence makes me feel my mental issues have already been cured, I really don't need further treatment. The bizarre hat quickly responded. Sigh. Wu Feng shook his head. Your situation is very difficult to treat, it requires multiple rounds of repetition. I have 2 treatment plans, one is face-to-face, where I'll provide 10 hours of psychological counseling. The other is 3 more rounds of electric shock treatment. The bizarre hat just wanted to curse upon hearing this. 10 hours? Here, it charges 10 bizarre coins a minute. 10 hours means a total of 6,000 bizarre coins. How many years have I worked hard to save up only a little over 7,000 bizarre coins? And now you want to take them all from me for one treatment? You might as well go rob a bank. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The strange hat mustered up courage to look at the smiling Wu Feng, whose expression was as warm as a kind-hearted person, and at the electric wire in his hand. But then again, money can be earned again, but if I get another electric shock, my little life might end right here. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. I have no way to deal with Wu Feng alone, just wait until I go back and call my friends. There's an old saying among humans, the more people, the greater the strength. I will make you understand what great strength truly means. Divine Doctor, I think face-to-face treatment suits me better. Mainly, when I see your face, it feels as welcoming as a spring breeze, which makes me happy. The strange hat began to speak with a somewhat flattering tone. To this choice by the strange hat, Wu Feng did not feel surprised. Very well, then please pay first, and after you pay, we can start the treatment, Wu Feng said with satisfaction, putting away the electric wire and signaling the strange hat to place the eerie coins on the table. Though he felt a bit of heartache, he still took out the eerie coins from his pocket, counted them carefully, and placed exactly 6,000 on the table. Very good, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. This room has been with me for a long time, it has absorbed quite a bit of my medical skills. You only need to have a face-to-face conversation with my room, and I believe that after 10 hours, your psychological issues will be completely resolved. Upon hearing this, the corners of the strange hat's mouth twitched. No, are you not even pretending anymore? You want me to converse face-to-face with this room? I converse, you yuan and hashtag yuan hashtag. If you leave within 10 hours, your mental illness will not be treated, Wu Feng kindly reminded, turning to open the door and leave. To pass the time, he planned to see what the JK girls were doing. Watching Wu Feng leave, the strange hat was left alone in the messy room. A little earlier, in a certain office. The sunglasses-wearing strange man sat casually on a luxurious sofa, while a woman in a long dress stood beside him. Didn't my dad already tell your school board? Why is it that the position of the psychological consultant still went to someone else? The strange man in sunglasses spoke with impatience and blame. Sorry, we had no other choice. Although we raised the difficulty of their written test to an extremely perverse level, we never expected that among them, 2 incredibly knowledgeable individuals would appear, even one scoring full marks. The woman in the long dress explained, filled with helplessness. Getting such a low salary for a month, busy running around every day, working like a mule and getting scolded. They really take themselves for humans, don't they? According to the rules, anyone scoring above 70 must be admitted. You know the rules cannot be violated, the woman in the long dress said with a bitter smile. I don't want to hear excuses, I just want to know if I can still become a psychological consultant? The strange man in sunglasses did not buy the woman's excuses. Yes, according to the regulations, if a psychological consultant has an unforeseen situation, we can recruit a new psychological consultant to fill in, the woman in the long dress said. And I've already sent someone to create an unforeseen situation. Oh? The strange man in sunglasses became interested. Tell me about your plan. I sent someone to pretend to have psychological issues and deliberately cause trouble for those 2, the woman in the long dress said. Is that all? Said the strange man in sunglasses. And I also gave him an item with sealing abilities. It is well known that the strange cannot be harmed or killed, but they can be sealed. Sealing is an extremely painful experience for the strange. It's like putting an immortal human into an Iron Maiden and throwing them into the deep sea. Hearing this, the girl in sunglasses smiled strangely, finding it a bit interesting. If Wu Feng were here to hear their conversation, he could only laugh boringly, jokingly asking, do you think the rebound code is just for show? The JK girl was anxiously sitting on the sofa, constantly picking at her own nails. She somewhat looked forward to the strange students with problems coming to consult her because the main quest was to collect 1,000 points, and the trial period for a psychologist was only 7 days, meaning she could only earn 700 points in that short time. There was no way to complete the main quest in such a short time. So, she needed to treat those strange, psychologically troubled students to gather enough points. But at the same time, she didn't want the strange students to come to her for consultation. After all, if something like stuffing their heads into their bottoms happened, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Knock knock. The knocking sound immediately made the JK girl's heart race. She forced herself to calm down as she walked over to open the door, smiling at the strange person before her and inviting them in. She invited the knocking strange to sit down and took her own seat across from them. She forced herself to remain calm, trying hard to hide the panic in her heart. "Hello, I'm Wine Kiki. Can you tell me why you're here today?" "Why?" "Of course, someone sent me to stir up trouble." "Anger disorder, teacher, I have anger disorder," the knocking strange said. "The author daily asks for gifts, please send a free little gift, the author will do anything for gifts." Chapter 23, I'm best at treating anger disorder. Anger symptoms? Speaking of anger disorder, the image of stuffing heads into bottoms replayed in her mind once again. Her body slightly trembled uncontrollably due to fear. She knew that she absolutely couldn't show any weakness or fear now, otherwise, something extremely terrifying might happen. So what if it's anger disorder? As long as she could soothe the other person's emotions, not only would she have no problems, but she would also receive a luxurious reward of 100 points and 200 strange coins. She took a deep breath, trying to focus on positive and optimistic thoughts. Slap. The loud sound of a hand slapping the table instantly exploded in the room. The confidence the JK girl had built began to vanish without a trace with that loud bang. The knocking strange glared fiercely at the JK girl. He came to stir up trouble, he just needed to pretend for a bit, then use a strange tool on the JK girl after getting furious. "Why are you staring at me? Is it because you look down on me?" the knocking strange yelled angrily. The JK girl gasped, momentarily panicking and losing her composure. Is this what a strange person with anger disorder is like? So scary, really so scary. What should she say next? The JK girl knew she absolutely couldn't say anything wrong next, otherwise, this knocking strange could easily make her suffer even worse than having her head stuffed into a bottom. What should she say? What exactly should she say? Watching the knocking strange's expression grow increasingly ferocious, the JK girl's almost blank mind was frantically reminding herself. Think of something, say something. Bang! The knocking strange slammed his hands on the table, his face twisted in anger, but inside, he was blooming with joy. The plan was going smoothly, first, a fight, then use the sealing tool. Perfect. So are you going to discriminate against anger disorder? Oh? You have anger disorder? A voice came from the door. I'm quite skilled at treating anger disorder. The gentle voice echoed in the room. Wu Feng pushed the door open and walked in. He had only wanted to drop by and chat but didn't expect to encounter such a good opportunity. As soon as he entered, he came across someone with anger disorder. Taking one look at the JK girl's unwilling expression about continuing treatment, Wu Feng directly assumed she agreed to hand over this patient to him. The rhythm was interrupted by a knock on the door, which felt strange and a bit annoying. I was about to have a fight with this psychologist, and you interrupted me? He turned to look at Wu Feng, and after noticing that Wu Feng was also the target of this mission, his annoyance faded a little, even turning into a slight excitement. Maybe I could hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Are you good at treating irritability? The one who knocked asked, sizing up Wu Feng. Treatment? What a joke. It's not that I look down on Wu Feng. My irritability is just an act. No matter how skilled you are, you can't cure my irritability. Little did he know, someone not long ago had the exact same thought as him. Alright, I'll give you a chance for treatment. If you can't cure it, I'm going to explode. Don't worry, I guarantee it'll work. Wu Feng said. Then let's start. You only have 1 chance. There are no treatment tools in this room, so just come to my room. Wu Feng gestured for him to follow. Sure, no problem, let's go. It's just a change of room, if it doesn't work, I'll just get angry. Following Wu Feng's gesture, the knock on the door entered his office, and the JK girl followed them in. In the room, the hat guy was staring at the wall with a weary expression. When he noticed the one who knocked, there was an indescribable feeling in his eyes. There was both sympathy and excitement. Go to the next room for treatment, that room has also acquired godly healing skills through my influence. The hat guy kept quiet. Great, you're treating me like a fool. Damn it, just go. The knock on the door looked puzzled as he saw the hat guy walk into the JK girl's office. What? He felt that something was off, that guy was way too obedient, considering such a rude request. But in the next moment, he understood. Because Wu Feng asked him to take a seat and sent him a jolt of electric shock for treatment. What's happening? Was I about to die just now? Am I still alive? Looking at the smoke-filled room, the JK girl's mouth was as wide open as if she could fit in a whole egg. What's going on? Did Wu Feng hurt the one who knocked? But how is that possible? The knock on the door cannot be harmed or killed. That's an unchangeable rule. Humans have developed for so many years and summed it up through various methods. But if there was no harm, then what is this smoke coming out? Special effects? That conclusion is even more absurd. The door was still open, and the thick smoke wafted outside with the airflow. Coming back to reality, the knock on the door slapped the sofa, and after the electric shock, he didn't feel fear. The reason is simple, because of the sealing artifact in his hands. You can hurt me? But it's just harm. The sealing artifact I have can directly seal you away. Kid, your treatment is useless. He pulled out a square object, and dark energy surged around him. You've pissed me off. The square object emitted a faint blue light. At the door, Mediterranean leader he peeked in, and just one look made his eyes turn tense with anticipation. It was the natural fear of sealing-type artifacts. After leaving his office, he saw the curling smoke and approached out of curiosity, only to unexpectedly witness the scene. What on earth had Wu Feng done to make this guy so angry that he brought out a sealing-type artifact? Friend, there is no need to use sealing-type props. The Mediterranean pressed down his inner fear and spoke word by word, is there anything we can resolve slowly? The knock on the door completely ignored the Mediterranean, filled with the joy of his task about to be half completed in his heart. After dealing with this man in front of him, he would deal with the woman, perfect. The Mediterranean let out a regretful sigh. Damn, Wu Feng is too unlucky, encountering such a tough problem on his first day at work, something he had never faced in all his time working here. The JK girl felt the dark force and her legs went weak, as if both her legs and her sphincter lost strength in that moment. Her body softened and she collapsed weakly onto the ground. The author daily seeks gifts, everyone send a little free gift, for the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 24, The Woman in the Long Skirt Needs Treatment. Ceiling-type strange props? It's not that Wu Feng looks down on this type of prop, it's just that anyone who was a bit scared would not give the colorful strange props any face. Rebound Cloak Core Ability 2, Absolute Immunity. Absolute immunity can be completely immune to any type of damage and sealing effects caused by any unit, including but not limited to physical damage, mental damage, curse damage, etc., usable up to 10 times a week. And there is one more thing, which is very important. That is, the Wu Feng in front of him is not the real body. At this moment, his real body is in a corner of a room, chuckling quietly. It must be said, controlling a clone from a distance is truly enjoyable. If the next game could provide a safe house or something like that as a cheat, it would be even better. The knock on the door completed charging the ceiling strange prop, and a faint blue light suddenly burst out. Along with the blue light flew out 4 square prop fragments that had split into 4 pieces. The 4 fragments quickly approached Wu Feng, and 4 iron spikes shot out from the fragments, aiming directly at his body. At the same time, several tentacles extended out from the fragments, aiming to bind Wu Feng. The situation that the knock on the door anticipated of piercing through flesh and binding with tentacles did not happen. The iron spikes and tentacles hovered just 5 centimeters away from Wu Feng, unable to advance even a millimeter. Wu Feng stood still and motionless, only smiling at the knock on the door. At that moment, the place became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The knock on the door stared at the scene in front of him, his eyes rapidly shifting from shock to fear. Impossible, this can't be. How could this be? This is a purple-level ceiling prop, how could Wu Feng be completely unaffected? Illusion, I must be imagining things. If this isn't an illusion, then all of this is truly absurd. The JK girl, who was almost about to lose control of her bowels, suddenly came back to life, her eyes filled with admiration. This is so crazy, facing a purple-type ceiling prop and having no effect at all. The Mediterranean scratched his few remaining strands of hair, even pulling one out. Usually, he would be in pain and yelling, but now. His reaction was somewhat similar to that of the knock on the door. Could it be that he was imagining things? Or am I dreaming? This is impossible. Impossible, how could you not be affected by the ceiling prop at all? The knock on the door's mentality instantly erupted, he shouted angrily, refusing to accept the fact in front of him. He originally thought he was the king, but unexpectedly found out he was merely a clown. The dark power of the purple ceiling prop gradually dwindled, the iron spikes and tentacles retracted back into the fragments, and then the 4 fragments transformed back into one square and flew back into the hands of the knock on the door. Wu Feng did not answer the strange question at the door, but gently spoke, "My friend, my treatment is not useless, it just requires a few more sessions. Trust me, I am very skilled at treating anger issues. Before the strange question at the door could say anything else, Wu Feng, holding a wire, poked it, forcing the words that were about to escape the mouth of the strange visitor back into their stomach. Watching the blood bar above the stranger's head begin to drop continuously, Wu Feng calmly used a wooden stick to poke the strange item from the visitor's hand and then picked it up. The information of the sealed strange item appeared before his eyes. Weird item name, for symbol demon sealing box. Quality, purple. Description, a square with a side length of 10 centimeters, made of a material that resembles both metal and bone. Core ability, after spending a certain amount of strange coins to activate, it will split into 4 pieces, each piece will have spikes and tentacles to bind and fix the enemy. Once fixed, the 4 fragments will converge, and unless the player agrees, escape will be impossible. This will be your payment for the first treatment, Wu Feng said, looking at the information with satisfaction, barely considering it a nice item. After another round of treatment, the strange visitor's anger issues visibly improved. At least they would no longer show an arrogant expression, shouting at Wu Feng. You, listen to me, the strange visitor said, their speech slurred after 2 rounds of electric treatment. I am not someone you can mess with. Oh? Wu Feng stroked his chin and replied, it seems your anger issues are quite stubborn. A little more treatment and you'll be fine. Hearing the word treatment, the strange visitor shuddered all over. Please spare me, my brother. I confess, I will reorganize my words before speaking. Okay, brother, my anger issues are really better now, please don't electrocute me anymore, the strange visitor said, there are people behind me. Too much electricity is bad for both of us. The strange visitor hinted at the presence of others behind them, pointing upwards. Meaning that the people above them were significant figures who Wu Feng definitely could not provoke. Wu Feng did not correct the riddle-like behavior of the strange visitor but immediately activated the electric therapy for correction. After a burst of sparks and lightning, the strange visitor's eyes became clearer, and they no longer pretended to be a riddle. I have a bunch of damn dogs behind me sent to harm you. The strange visitor directly knelt down on the ground, holding Wu Feng's thigh and crying, it's true. It's... The strange visitor wanted to say something, but realizing that Wu Feng might not know the name of the woman in the long dress, they changed their words, saying, it's that woman in the long dress, she gave me a sealing item to find a chance to seal you. She specifically instructed me to not reveal that she wants to act. A woman in a long dress? Hearing this, the Mediterranean felt a jolt of shock inside. Wu Feng and the others did not know what the woman in the long dress represented, but the Mediterranean was clear as day. Every decision made by the woman in the long dress directly answered to the board of directors. How could these 2 newly arrived psychological counselors have offended the school directors? Damn, this is a huge scandal that came out of nowhere. Quickly give in and resign, Wu Feng, you are facing the ultimate boss of our school. Wu Feng, heed your older brother's advice, go meet the woman in the long dress and do what needs to be done. Although he knew what the woman in the long dress represented, he could not say it out loud, reminding them with these words was already his utmost kindness. He hoped Wu Feng would understand the meaning behind his words. It is time to meet her. Wu Feng agreed wholeheartedly with what the Mediterranean said. The Mediterranean nodded with relief upon hearing these words. Fortunately, Wu Feng understood the meaning behind his own words. Indeed, going to admit defeat and resign is much better than suddenly being trapped here like a fool. I suspect the woman in the long dress has problems of her own, it's time to meet her for some treatment. Wu Feng stared at the Mediterranean, his eyes clear, saying each word seriously. The Mediterranean was still thinking about admitting defeat, completely unaware of what Wu Feng was saying. He echoed, right, let's meet and get some treatment. Halfway through, he realized something was off. Wait, what did you just say? The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift, the author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 25, I'll knock you out until your negative energy is exhausted, and you'll crash. You want to meet for some treatment? Do you know what self-destructive behavior means? Lead the way. Wu Feng grabbed the bizarre door knocker by the hair and threw him out, speaking. The bizarre door knocker looked confused at Wu Feng. Wait, are you really that bold? The woman in the long dress has the school board behind her, you want to confront her head-on? What are you hesitating for? Wu Feng pushed the bizarre door knocker and said, hurry and lead the way. Hearing this, the bizarre door knocker felt a surge of joy. When they reached the woman in the long dress, not only would he be safe, but that damn psychologist would probably face a lot of trouble. Are you going to join for some treatment? Wu Feng turned to look at the Mediterranean. No. The Mediterranean was terrified and kept backing away. If you're seeking death, don't drag me with you, I definitely don't want to be sealed. I'll go with you, said the girl in JK uniform, with her neck out like a blade, but shrinking back is also a risk. Damn, she blew it. Meanwhile, in the office. It's been so long, haven't you finished the job yet? The sunglasses-wearing Bazaar was starting to get impatient. Clearly, with a sealing-type Bazaar item, yet it still takes so long to get things done. Please be patient, things need to be done for a reason, the woman in the long dress began to explain. Working this way will not only be convincing but also foolproof. If they just sealed Wu Feng and his companion without a word, some unnecessary trouble might arise. Rest assured, even though it's taking a while, we will get everything done steadily and surely. He has no chance of escaping. The sunglasses-wearing bazaar thought to himself, isn't that just nonsense? With a sealing-type item, they can let that guy escape? Say something useful, when will your subordinates return, the sunglasses-wearing bazaar asked. They should be back soon, let me contact them. As soon as the woman in the long dress finished speaking, a knocking sound entered her ears. Then came a familiar voice. I'm back. Hearing this voice, the woman in the long dress felt a bit relaxed. Finally, this ancestor had completed the task. The task is complete. The woman in the long dress looked at the sunglasses-wearing bazaar. The sunglasses-wearing bazaar showed no particular change in expression, just nodded coldly to indicate he understood. Come in. The woman in the long dress said. The sound of turning the doorknob was heard, and the bazaar door knocker peeked in with an awkward smile. Since the task is done, hand over the sealing item to me. As the door opened wider, Wu Feng and the JK girl's faces appeared in the woman in the long dress's view. Seeing Wu Feng's face, her expression became serious as she looked at the awkwardly smiling door knocker. I told you to seal them, not to bring them directly here. What are you doing? The door knocker clearly understood the meaning behind the woman in the long dress's expression, but he was also left with no choice. This Wu Feng guy was completely a beast. The electroshock therapy is really too frightening. Originally expressionless, the man in sunglasses strangely became interested when he saw this scene. This psychologist actually managed to escape from someone holding a sealing artifact. And it seems she even turned the tables? Not bad, she's quite the character. Wu Feng kicked open the door that was blocking his path and walked into the room. Long time no see, he said, looking at the woman in the long dress, then casually sat down on a chair. The JK girl, flustered, hurriedly followed behind Wu Feng, like a maid. Worthless. The woman in the long dress glanced back at the door-knocking weird who had fallen on the floor. You can't even handle such a simple task. The door-knocking weird stood up, looking pitiful, lowering his head and not daring to say a word. The woman in the long dress ignored Wu Feng. Since she was already here, there was no need to pretend anymore. And she needed to quickly fix her mistake. Go close the door. The woman in the long dress ordered. The door-knocking weird obediently followed her command. Give me the sealing artifact. The woman in the long dress again ordered the door-knocking weird. This time, the door-knocking weird stood still, unmoving. No choice, the artifact was taken by Wu Feng, and it wasn't in his hands anymore. If I wanted to give it to you, I'd have to ask Wu Feng if he agrees. Seeing the door-knocking weird unmoved, the woman in the long dress urged again, give me the artifact. Are you looking for this? A gentle voice echoed in the room, and everyone's eyes were focused on Wu Feng, except for the door-knocking weird, who was looking down, wishing he could dig a hole and hide in it. To be exact, everyone's gaze was on Wu Feng's hand. In his hand, there was a square, glowing artifact emitting a strange light. Interesting. Seeing this, the man in sunglasses felt even more intrigued by the scene before him. Such a talent would be a shame not to take as his own dog. But the woman in the long dress didn't find the scene interesting at all. To her surprise, not only did she fail to seal Wu Feng, but the sealing artifact was also taken by someone else? But the woman in the long dress chuckled lightly. With a bit of power, you forget who you are and dare to come here directly. Even though Wu Feng has the sealing artifact, the woman in the long dress still had the confidence to exhaust Wu Feng's energy and leave him in a deadlock state. Just as she was about to make a move, the voice of the man in sunglasses sounded from behind her. Don't be angry. We can talk about this slowly. The man in sunglasses' eyes scanned back and forth between Wu Feng and the woman in the long dress. The woman in the long dress observed the man in sunglasses' expression, and with his words, she immediately understood what was going on. The man in sunglasses was cherishing the talent. Upon realizing this, the woman in the long dress instantly understood what she should do. Play the villain. The so-called villain is stern, critical, and oppressive. In other words, find trouble for no reason to make the man in sunglasses look better. The woman in the long dress had done this many times, and without hesitation, she spoke up. Talk slowly? The woman in the long dress stared directly at Wu Feng and said, this guy actually dared to snatch my sealing artifact. I could just beat him to the point of exhausting his energy and leaving him in a deadlock, then seal him up. Snatching the sealing artifact was just an excuse, the real goal was to pressure Wu Feng. The woman in the long dress took a step forward, and the dark energy around her fiercely pressed toward Wu Feng, who was sitting. The author asks for gifts daily, everyone, please send a small free gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 26, My sword is not useless either. There are some toxic points, it's advised not to think too much when reading. Ah, it's just a strange item, no need to get so worked up. The sunglasses oddity stood up from the sofa and walked to the side of the woman in the long dress. Little brother, I don't know what skills you have, but I still advise you, this lady's abilities are not to be underestimated. Just as the words of the sunglasses oddity fell, the woman in the long dress unleashed her power. The entire room began to change its appearance. The walls instantly cracked and aged, turning into a constant shower of wall dust. Inside the room, several blue flames inexplicably ignited, and even the originally bright windows turned pitch black. Outside the window, there was no sunlight, nor any scenery. The JK girl, who was initially determined, immediately crumbled, her face ashen, only able to cling tightly to Wu Feng's shoulder to avoid falling. I really like this boy, give me a favor and let him go. The sunglasses oddity's tone grew heavier. Sure, but the matter of her taking my sealing item cannot just end like this. The woman in the long dress did not release her domain, she needed to further pressure Wu Feng so that when he felt hopeless, he would cherish the olive branch extended by the sunglasses oddity even more. So what do you want? The sunglasses oddity spoke. I can let it go, but I need compensation. The woman in the long dress pressed further, saying, I need him to compensate me with 7,000 ghost coins. My noble sealing item is not something that just anyone can casually touch. The woman in the long dress dared to exert such pressure, mainly because of her absolute confidence in her own strength and the support of the school board behind her. So even if Wu Feng grew stronger with the sunglasses oddity, she still had no reason to fear anything. The sunglasses oddity didn't speak further but looked at Wu Feng's expression. If fear appeared in Wu Feng's eyes, any plea for help, then he wouldn't let the woman in the long dress get a single cent. If Wu Feng's eyes gleamed with defiance, then they could negotiate the compensation. After all, what he needed to tame was just a dog shouldn't have the spirit and defiance. Wu Feng sat there calmly, playing with the sealing item in his hand, his eyes showing no fear, as if he were mocking a clown. Although the oddity's strength could crush humans, their cleverness couldn't compare to humans. This childish trick of acting tough was simply too immature. At most, it would only scare someone like the JK girl, and couldn't intimidate even the suited man or the long-haired girl. Noticing Wu Feng's demeanor, the sunglasses oddity said nothing, clearly indicating that if the pressure continued, he didn't believe Wu Feng would not back down. No, I've changed my mind. I need him to compensate me with 10,000 ghost coins. The woman in the long dress spoke up again, her gaze fixed directly at Wu Feng, a surge of ominous energy hitting him hard. Under the pressure of this ominous force, the JK girl's body began to tremble, casting a look of help towards the sunglasses oddity. We don't have that many ghost coins. The JK girl spoke, like a desperate little deer, please, help us. Hearing the JK girl's words, the mockery in Wu Feng's eyes vanished. Though he understood that people instinctively began to fear when facing a crisis, that did nothing to stop him from disliking such behavior from the girl. It was truly ridiculous to seek help from an oddity under the impulse of fear. Noticing the fear on Wu Feng's companion's face and the disappearance of the mockery on Wu Feng's face, the sunglasses-wearing figure slowly spoke in a strange voice, your compensation request is a bit excessive. Although they were wrong to steal your props, your demands are really too harsh. Harsh? I didn't even directly ask for their lives, that's already generous. The voice of the woman in the long dress remained as cold as before. The man in sunglasses glanced at Wu Feng first, then spoke gently, I find these two quite pleasing, why not give me some face? The overwhelming aura of negativity around the long dress woman slightly diminished. She spoke, her voice more comfortable compared to before, I will naturally give you face, then how much do you want them to compensate? 1,000. The sunglasses-wearing figure held up one finger and said, how about 1,000 ghost coins? Since you have already said so, I won't bargain with you anymore, then it's 1,000 ghost coins. Playing the bad cop this far, it's time to back off, dragging it out further might ruin the mystery of the sunglasses figure. Hearing the number of 1,000 ghost coins, the JK girl let out a huge sigh of relief. Although she didn't have 1,000 ghost coins, Wu Feng's words were definitely reliable. Thank you, thank you. The JK girl's words of gratitude poured out like beans, with warmth in her eyes threatening to overflow. The broken scenery of the room vanished, slowly returning to its original state. The burning flames and aging walls seemed like a mere illusion. Big brother. The JK girl looked at Wu Feng, her tone filled with joy of surviving, we have safely made it. All we need to compensate is 1,000 ghost coins. After the JK girl's excited voice, there was silence from Wu Feng. Silence, the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's gaze turned to the silent Wu Feng. I don't agree. Wu Feng's cold voice stirred ripples in the quiet environment. To casually find a reason, release a bit of negativity, and demand 1,000 ghost coins along with the sealed props I obtained? What a joke. Hearing these words, the JK girl's heart surged with infinite panic. Big brother, we are just about to be safe, can't you back down a little? She immediately spoke softly to persuade him. Wu Feng, are you worried about ghost coins? But money is just an external thing. With your ability, you could earn 1,000 ghost coins in one instance. Wu Feng remained silent, not answering. I know you're a true genius, it's hard for you to submit to these bizarre entities, but you're not fully grown yet, please don't act impulsively now. On the opposite side is a bizarre entity with a ghost domain, we have no chance at all. Wu Feng ignored the JK girl's endless chatter, his gaze full of disdain towards the long dress woman and the sunglasses figure. I will not pay 1,000 ghost coins, and I will not return the stolen seal props. The JK girl was completely stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Weren't you saying you would drain my negativity and directly cause me to crash? Wu Feng spread his arms, his eyes filled with contempt. Then come on. Congratulations player on achieving the accolade, my sword is not useless. My sword is not useless, show your sword against the bizarre. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift, 4 gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 27, Stop Pretending, Come Rescue Me. Hearing Wu Feng's arrogant voice, the sunglasses figure felt like laughing. Such arrogance and ignorance is truly ridiculous. In that moment, he completely lost interest in Wu Feng. He turned around to glance at the long dress woman, silently retreating back to the sofa. The meaning was clear, you can act freely from here on. Noticing this signal, the long dress woman did not say anything trivial. She wasn't the type to waste half a day chatting with her enemies. The ghostly trap unfurled once more, and blue flames erupted from thin air, the searing heat many times more intense than before. The walls were aging and cracking, as if something was trying to crawl out of them. The woman in the long dress had no intention of holding back. When she attacked, she put in all her effort, just as the saying goes. Underestimating the enemy psychologically, while taking them seriously in battle. The woman in the long dress stepped out, the sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed. That aging and cracked wall instantly transformed into distorted giant mouths, from which terrifying wails erupted. Not only that, countless strands of hair surged from the giant mouths towards Wu Feng, engulfing him like a spider's silk in just a moment. Then, the flames burning in midair converged towards Wu Feng, igniting him along with the strands of hair. The JK girl plopped down onto the ground, the scene around her shattering her already taut heart into pieces. Endless strands of hair and the wailing giant mouths seemed like a glimpse of hell. It was over. Wu Feng was not some real oddity, this time he might just die without any chance of revival. However, even in such a situation, the woman in the long dress's attack was far from over. She pulled out a bizarre prop shaped like a skull from her bosom and reached it towards Wu Feng. Whav! A chilling sound rang out, and flames ignited in the eye sockets of the skull. This was a type of spiritual attack prop. Binding, harm, spiritual attack all combined into one. The woman in the long dress believed that even a deity would have to be honest after facing this combo. The sunglasses-wearing oddity also nodded, impressed by this silky little combo. If it weren't for being the spokesperson for the school board, he seriously considered recruiting this woman. Bound, burned, and spiritually attacked, Wu Feng only felt a bit bored at the moment. Protected by his rebound coat, he hadn't taken a single bit of damage. The reason he didn't fight back was simply that he was waiting to see if the woman in the long dress had any more powerful means of attack. After all, aside from the core ability of the rebound coat, there was also the ability 3. Core ability 3, who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked for 10 minutes 1 second before death. Within these 10 minutes, the host cannot receive any damage, and any damage received will be increased tenfold. This effect disappears after 10 minutes, and the host will die. Other than this explosive attack, there is the core ability 1. Core ability 1, Absolute Rebound. Absolute Rebound, it can fully rebound any kind of damage caused by any entity, including but not limited to physical damage, spiritual damage, curse damage, etc., and the multiple of the rebound damage depends on how much odd currency is spent, with a maximum of 10 uses per week. In summary, Wu Feng was now similar to a strong fighter. The more he got hit, the more damage he could unleash. No, to be accurate, he was even more twisted than that. Your attack is strong, but the next second it will belong to me, and I can even double it back to you. After confirming that there were no further attacks coming, he scoffed. Humph. Amidst the raging flames, a cold snort emerged. The next second, the flames extinguished and the hair disappeared. Faced with this sudden change, the woman in the long dress instinctively took a step back, murmuring to herself, such an inexplicably vanished attack was beyond her understanding. How is this possible? How is it possible? Wu Feng chuckled softly. Even more unbelievable things were yet to come. With a wave of his hand, the hair that had originally disappeared reappeared, but this time, the target was no longer Wu Feng. It was a woman in a long dress. Her hair, smooth like silk, flowed like waves toward the woman in the long dress, tightly binding her. The woman in the long dress tried to regain control, but it was all in vain. What is happening? What's going on? What have you done? The woman in the long dress shouted at Wu Feng, her calm demeanor gone. I know you're shocked, but don't be too surprised yet, because there's something even more intense coming. The woman in the long dress found Wu Feng's strange words puzzling. What do you mean by that? With the appearance of a flame, she instantly understood. The roaring flames engulfed her in an instant, and to her astonishment, the fire that once only dispelled negative energy was now destroying her body. Ah! The ghostly trick faded away. Feeling her life slipping away in the flames, the woman in the long dress finally understood what fear truly was. She finally realized what kind of monster she was fighting against. Help me, my lord, save me. The woman in the long dress desperately stretched out her palm towards the strange figure in sunglasses. The strange figure in sunglasses remained indifferent. After all, in his view, under such an attack, the woman in the long dress would only run out of negative energy and crash. He never even considered that the woman in the long dress could lose her ghostly life because of this. What are you panicking about? It's just a crash. There's no need to be alarmed. The strange figure in sunglasses reprimanded. The woman in the long dress, %you and #at. Asterisk and %. Damn it, it's not you burning, is it? I'm almost burning to death here, and you're still acting cool. My lord, Shut up. The strange figure in sunglasses impatiently interrupted the woman in the long dress, then turned to Wu Feng. I see you have decent strength, so I won't hide anything from you. Are you interested in working with me? The woman in the long dress continued to wail in pain within the flames, her health bar nearly empty, unable to speak even the most basic words. Can you be a little quieter? The strange figure in sunglasses turned back, annoyed, and through the gaps of her hair, he saw the body of the woman in the long dress already burned and broken. This seemed a bit off. Logically speaking, the woman in the long dress shouldn't have become like this. Are you okay? The strange figure in sunglasses asked. The binds made of hair began to disappear, and the flames gradually extinguished. When everything vanished, the strange figure in sunglasses discovered that the woman in the long dress had disappeared along with the hair and flames. Wait, it wasn't that she had completely disappeared. A few strands of dust fell onto the floor of the room. The author daily requests gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 28. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy it. The woman in the long dress disappeared? Is this right? Is this normal? The always high and mighty figure in sunglasses suddenly felt a wave of panic. This isn't right? This isn't normal, right? The JK girl felt her heart was on a roller coaster, up one moment, down the next. That was a strange being with an awakened ghost, and you dealt with her so easily? It seems like you just killed this monster? Incredible, truly incredible. This matter has never been heard of before. Big boss, you are actually so strong. She grabbed Wu Feng's sleeve and exclaimed, her eyes full of admiration. With various hormones wildly surging in her body, she even felt an impulse to have something happen with Wu Feng. Wu Feng did not respond to the JK girl's exclamation, but instead took steps toward the figure in sunglasses. Work with you? Do you deserve it? What? Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, the figure in sunglasses became furious. He sat back down on the nearby sofa. He never expected that Wu Feng's fighting power could be so fierce, even able to kill a strange being. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was still somewhat tense. In terms of fighting ability, he was even inferior to the woman in the long dress. The woman in the long dress treated him with utmost respect solely because of his higher status. Your strength is indeed astonishing, the sunglasses weird said honestly. I didn't expect you to have the ability to kill. However, I still fear you not. I have a golden defensive artifact. If you only use the methods you just showed, you won't be able to break my defense at all. Sunglasses Weird observed Wu Feng's expression, speaking every word clearly. Let me go, and I can pretend nothing happened. Unable to break your defense? A skull appeared in Wu Feng's hand in an instant, and his eyes exploded with two flames. Woom! Mental attacks surged towards Sunglasses Weird. With Wu Feng spending 2,000 ghost coins to enhance this attack, it was now twice as powerful. Sunglasses Weird sat still, completely confident in his defensive artifact. An orange semi-transparent light appeared around Sunglasses Weird. The mental attack emitted by the skull struck this layer of semi-transparent light without even creating a ripple before vanishing. Useless. As soon as Sunglasses Weird finished speaking, he felt something was off. Then a sudden dizziness hit him, sharp pain exploding from deep within his brain. The true damage effect brought by Data Eye's life. True damage, players' attacks will definitely cause damage, ignoring all defensive measures. Even if the opponent successfully blocks, it will still cause damage. Ignoring defense, ignoring resistance, must cause damage. Although it was true damage, it still only had a 10% effect. Wu Feng didn't waste any time. He pulled out his pistol and throwing knives, immediately beginning to attack from both sides. Then an extremely amusing thing happened. Clearly, Wu Feng's shooting was like child's play, and throwing knives felt like nonsense. Yet whether it was flying knives or bullets, they all hit with 100% accuracy. Even if they missed, they would happen to hit Sunglasses Weird through various coincidences. Constantly, damage popped out next to the health bar above Sunglasses Weird's head. Though each individual damage number wasn't particularly high, Wu Feng's attack speed was incredibly fast. By the time Sunglasses Weird regained his senses from the mental assault, nearly 1/5 of his health bar had dropped. As the health bar fell, his body also suffered damage. His left leg was already on the verge of collapse, nearly falling off his body. Hitting him in the thigh first, to prevent him from escaping, of course. Damn, what kind of monster is this? I possess a golden defensive artifact, and yet you can still break through my defense, isn't that too absurd? Sunglasses Weird had two choices before him. One was to attack Wu Feng, the other was to dodge and try to escape. The idea of attacking vanished the moment it appeared. He still vividly remembered the grim fate of the woman in the long dress. So only the option to dodge and escape remained. After making up his mind, he quickly began to evade. As he dodged, he discovered a serious problem. Damn, these bullets seemed like they had eyes, always able to hit him no matter what. Regardless of how he dodged, or how Wu Feng shot. He clearly saw Wu Feng not aiming at him, yet the bullets somehow still struck his leg. Yes, the bullets hit his own legs time and time again. There was another ridiculous situation. The bullets could travel in an S-shape through space, then hit himself. S-shape. Could it be that there was some attribute of guaranteed hits? Under such terrifying precision, before the sunglasses anomaly even reached the window, his legs had already lost the ability to move. It was only when he saw Wu Feng, who was clearly facing away from him while shooting, that the bullets consistently fell on his body without missing. Sunglasses Anomaly suddenly smiled in relief. How did you do that? Sunglasses Anomaly didn't beg for mercy, instead, he asked with curiosity. Although their positions were different, and just a moment ago, Sunglasses Anomaly wanted to trick Wu Feng. But Wu Feng really liked his fearless nature in the face of death. He didn't hold back, he honestly spoke, I have a cheat. A cheat? Sunglasses Anomaly certainly wouldn't believe such a ridiculous excuse. Ha, truly laughable. Is this just a casual excuse to brush him off? Truly terrifyingly strong. Sunglasses Anomaly began to sigh. You have not attacked with all your might, instead, you toy with me like a mere ant? The reason for this conclusion was entirely due to Wu Feng's actions that left him shocked. For example, he could cause him substantial harm. For example, he could still hurt him through the golden defensive item. For example, he returned all the moves of the woman in the long skirt. For example, the ridiculous way of shooting and throwing knives, yet 100% hit rate. But, the miraculous Wu Feng, every time he attacked, the damage done to him was not very high. Isn't this just playing with him? Ah. Seeing the sky today. It really is like a mayfly seeing the vast sky, laughably unaware of its own limitations. I'm sorry I couldn't satisfy you fully. Sunglasses Anomaly said self-deprecatingly, his voice lacking the tremble of fear, but filled with relief. Though there are many dreams and ambitions unfulfilled, dying at the hands of a strong person like you is also an honor. Sunglasses Anomaly spread his arms, a smile on his lips. Kill me with one blow. Wu Feng was somewhat silent. This guy seemed to have imagined something incredible. He looked at the remaining third of his health bar. It was simply impossible to kill him with one blow. The author seeks gifts daily. Everyone sends a small free gift. For the sake of gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 29, I have drifted for half my life, only to hate. Although this Sunglasses Anomaly had already prepared to be cut in half by Wu Feng's one strike, Wu Feng indeed did not have that ability. Wu Feng did not explain anything, he simply raised his hand and shot. Ah. Sunglasses Anomaly let out a wail. Please stop humiliating me, just kill me directly. Bang, bang. Wu Feng still shot slowly, shot by shot. The feeling of bullets hitting flesh made Sunglasses Anomaly lose the calmness of spreading his arms to accept death. Just as he wanted to say something, he suddenly thought of something else. Wu Feng's strength was unquestionable. So why didn't Wu Feng directly kill him but chose to shoot, to gradually hurt him? Was he simply wanting to have fun, or was Wu Feng really a psychological freak? Sunglasses Anomaly looked at Wu Feng's face. Not like it. Indeed, not like it. Could it be? A thought rose in Sunglasses Anomaly's mind. Could it be that he wanted to take Wu Feng in for his abilities, but could Wu Feng not take him in for his abilities? Thinking of this, Sunglasses Anomaly felt as if he had opened up his pathways, feeling refreshed all over. What is the premise of being someone's dog? According to Sunglasses Anomaly's logic, that is to not be unruly, to not have sharpness. Wait a moment. The Sunglasses Weird shouted loudly, his gaze firmly locking onto Wu Feng's eyes. Out of respect, Wu Feng stopped shooting and asked, "Do you have any last words to say?" The sunglasses weird pressed his hands on the sofa, forcing himself to remain standing. Seeing this state, Wu Feng found it somewhat interesting. There was indeed a feeling of, though I may die today, I still have the spirit of the Western Shuhi Gemin. Inside the weirdness, there were indeed many tough guys. My lord. The sunglasses weird suddenly knelt on the ground, his face full of flattering smiles. Wu Feng? What is this guy doing? My lord, you are truly magnificent, handsome and charming, I genuinely admire you. I have drifted for half my life, only regretting I have never seen a strong man like you. If you don't mind, I would like to become your servant. What the hell? Just now, I was thinking this guy was Xiangyu. Turns out you are a slave of 3 surnames, cough cough. Turns out you are Lubu, the servant of 3 surnames. After saying this, the sunglasses weird didn't stop his actions but decisively chose to take off his ring and respectfully handed it over with both hands. This golden item is my first gift to you. Whether you accept me as a servant or not, this gift is yours. Though the temptation of the golden weird item was indeed good, if I kill you, then this weird item will be mine. Seeing Wu Feng's expression unchanged, the sunglasses weird gritted his teeth and took out another item. This is a special type of weird item, it has no grade but possesses a very powerful function. The sunglasses weird introduced, it can sign a master-servant contract. The sunglasses weird reverently raised it above his head. Wu Feng walked over to take it, and a pop-up about the weird item appeared in front of him. Weird item name, the Contract of Submission. Grade, Special. Description, a book covered in the skin of some creature, the cover adorned with a blood-colored gem, the pages made of human skin. Core ability 1, this book can establish a master-servant contract. Once successfully established, the servant cannot defy any command of the master. If violated, the soul will feel burning pain that lasts until obedience. Usage, the master writes his name on the front page, the servant, must be willing, writes his name in the book. Core ability 2, the master can contact the servant at any time through this item. This thing is indeed pretty good. The sunglasses weird status should not be low, having such a servant is a gain I won't refuse. Very good, in fact, I have always appreciated you. Everything just now was merely a test. Wu Feng spoke calmly, without his face turning red or his heart racing. It is this servant's foolishness, I took so long to react to such an obvious hint. A strong man like you would have kicked me to death like a wild dog by the roadside if you didn't appreciate me. The sunglasses weird looked up in adoration, flattery flowing easily. Wu Feng picked up a pen from the table and wrote his name on the front page. He handed the book to the sunglasses weird, who obediently wrote his name as well. Fiery flames erupted over their names. Wu Feng felt an indistinct thread connecting the two of them. The contract has been established. A few big words appeared in the middle of the book. From now on, you are my master. The sunglasses weird was overjoyed, able to follow such a powerful guy, his future was limitless. Don't call me master, just call me directly. When it came to forms of address, Wu Feng was temporarily at a loss. What should he be called? Drifter? Captain? Traveler? Sea Chen? Or should it be Lord Recovery Mage? You can just call me Brother Feng. After thinking for a moment, Wu Feng finally decided to add a brother to his name. Good, Feng Gu. The sunglasses person bizarrely did not object, allowing the name to be used. Introduce yourself. Li Qian, you can call me Xiao Qian. The two chatted a bit more, and Wu Feng decided to let Li Qian rest and recover well before slowly deepening their communication in the future. Leaving the room, the JK girl closely followed Wu Feng, her eyes revealing tension and fear. Their personalities did not match. If they acted together, the JK girl would only hold Wu Feng back. You should go back, I have some other matters to attend to. Wu Feng spoke. The JK girl wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded and said, okay. Wu Feng did not linger and turned to leave. Watching Wu Feng's back, the JK girl felt a bit regretful. If she hadn't always persuaded Wu Feng back then, would the outcome be different now? Unfortunately, there are no regret pills in this world, she sighed helplessly. What Wu Feng needed to do next was to gather 1,000 points. It seemed like he had done a lot, but until now, he had only accumulated 300 points. The little boy had 100 points, the mushroom-headed person had 100 points, and the subordinate of the long-skirt woman had 100 points. As for the hat-wearing chef, he was still undergoing treatment. Next, he needed to wander around the school to randomly find some lucky abnormalities to help them treat their psychological issues. Wu Feng thought as he walked down the stairs. When he reached the corner leading to the first floor, he saw a very sudden big door appear there, with the word shop written on the doorplate. Faced with this very unusual situation, he was not surprised but rather delighted. Abnormality shop. The abnormality shop could randomly appear in any game instance, selling all sorts of things. The author daily asks for gifts. Please send a little gift for free. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 30, 30 million abnormal coins? The abnormality shop is relatively safe. Unless one seeks death, dangerous situations generally do not occur. Pushing the door open, Wu Feng stepped into the abnormality shop, and a wave of cold air rushed over him. The shop was not very small, roughly around 70 to 80 square meters. Inside the shop, there were all kinds of shelves filled with various abnormal props. In the middle of the shelves was an empty area, with nothing placed there. Welcome. A hoarse voice sounded, and a creature as dry as a mummy walked towards Wu Feng. What do you want? A prop, a life, a chance to directly clear this abnormal game, or a major challenge? Wow, the abnormality shop is indeed impressive. It even sells chances to clear abnormal games directly. But compared to these, Wu Feng was more interested in what the major challenge was. What is a major challenge? Wu Feng looked at the mummy-like creature. He. The creature smiled, pointing at the empty area among the shelves, a very interesting recreational game. You need to stand on the marked spot to shoot at targets. Registration only costs 500 abnormal coins. Want to try? As the mummy-like creature pointed to that empty space, 3 targets appeared out of thin air in the middle of the area. If you succeed, you can gain an unpredictable reward in abnormal coins. Unpredictable reward in abnormal coins? Wu Feng looked at the targets and the marked spot, which were only about 4 meters apart. If there truly was an unpredictable reward, then there must be some big pit related to the distance or the targets. What unpredictable rewards? Since the abnormality shop appeared, this game has existed all along. Although challengers come and go, so far not a single person has succeeded. Not a single person has succeeded? Are there any other strange shops that have this game? There are many strange shops. If no one can succeed in other strange shops either, then this truly is outrageous. Yes, still no one can pass. The best one only made it to the 2nd level. The strange corpse honestly said, at first, the reward for clearing the game is only 10,000 strange coins, but there's a rule in this game, all entry fees are pooled into the prize pot. Hearing this, Wu Feng could already imagine how terrifying that prize pool would be. This has been accumulated since the game started. How much is in the prize pool now? Wu Feng curiously asked. 32 million strange coins. The strange corpse stated. Wu Feng's heart began to race upon hearing this. How much? Did you say how much? Over 30 million strange coins? Wu Feng had thought of many things, but he had never imagined there would be so many. It's no exaggeration to say that owning such a vast amount of strange coins would make him not just wealthy, but incredibly rich. What a concept, over 30 million strange coins. Seeing Wu Feng's excitement, the strange corpse once again tempted, want to give it a try? If you can clear it, you'll reach the top. Come. Of course, he wants to give it a try. What reason is there to refuse? All right. Wu Feng agreed, taking out 500 strange coins to hand to the strange corpse. The strange corpse took the coins and pulled out a handgun, saying, Do you need me to provide a handgun? Wu Feng shook his head to indicate refusal. Just go stand in front of the line. After you stand firmly, you'll see the specific rules for each level. Seeing Wu Feng's refusal, the strange corpse didn't insist but casually waved his hand, signaling Wu Feng to go ahead. He had been through this process countless times. From his experience, it wouldn't be long before Wu Feng returned dejected. While saying, this is really too hard. Damn, can humans even do this? Frankly, give me my money back. Boss, here's 500 strange coins. I want to try again, just once more and I'll surely succeed. Wu Feng followed the strange corpse's instructions and arrived in front of the line. As soon as he stood still, a crisp voice rang in his ear. Do you want to start the shooting challenge? Wu Feng looked at the target so close and nodded, saying, Yes, start the game. As the words fell, the scene before him began to change. The distance between Wu Feng and the target rapidly began to stretch, from 4 or 5 meters to about 15 meters, and the diameter of the target started to shrink. From the original 20 centimeters gradually decreasing to around 10 centimeters. Wow, this is pure fraud. No wonder that since this challenge appeared, no one has ever succeeded. It turns out the images are for reference only. This game has a total of 3 levels. First level rules. There are 5 targets ahead, and the player needs to hit 3 of them to clear the level. Do you want to start the game? Players have 20 seconds to shoot. Yes, no. 15 meters away, hitting 3 of 5 targets without any aids. Very good. For others, this is an incredibly challenging game, but for Wu Feng, this is fantastic. He was humming a tune and singing, raising his pistol and firing 5 shots in one go. Bang, 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 bang. All 5 shots hit the bullseye, each one being a 10. These 5 shots piqued the interest of the strange corpse watching beside him. This kid is not bad, although from his grip and aiming posture, any way you look at it, he seems like a novice. Yet it can achieve such astonishing accuracy. Having seen so many people, Wu Feng's shooting skills can definitely rank among the top few. Little did they know that Wu Feng was not really a master, because those so-called masters could only shine his shoes in front of him. After all, what kind of master could outdo a wall-mounted target? Congratulations! You have passed this level. The second level is now unlocked for you. The scene in front of him had not changed much, it was just that the originally motionless targets began to sway left and right. Don't be fooled by the targets merely going from still to swaying, the difficulty had jumped geometrically. I wonder if this young man can pass the second level, the zombie said to himself, thematically intrigued. The first level might have been passed by strength alone, but the second level can't be said to be unrelated to strength, right? It was 7 parts luck and 3 parts skill. Once, someone claimed to be the champion of a shooting competition, equipped with strange gadgets to enhance dynamic vision, yet in the end, they only hit one target. The author regularly asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 31, Welcoming the return of the largest shareholder of the Third Eerie School. There are 5 targets ahead, the player needs to hit 3 to pass this level. Do you wish to start the game? Once started, the player has 20 seconds to shoot. Yes, no. The rule explanation did not change much, it still required hitting 3 out of 5 shots. The zombie stared intently, curious to see if Wu Feng could pass this luck-filled level. If he were to miraculously pass, how many targets could he actually hit? Just 3, or would he possibly hit the rare 4 targets he had seen only once? Wu Feng raised his gun and shot. Bang, 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 a continuous 5 shots without any pause. At first, the zombie thought Wu Feng had given up when he rapidly fired, only to see all 5 moving targets fall down. Hiss. What's happening? Such incredible luck? He had a premonition that maybe this human could really complete a challenge that no one had ever passed. But just as this thought arose, he quickly denied it himself. How could it be? The dazzling talents participating in the grand challenge had never passed the 3rd level. Although Wu Feng's shooting skills and luck were both great, they would stop here. The following levels could no longer rely on luck and skill to pass. Your strength is truly impressive. Congratulations on passing this level, the 3rd level is now unlocked for you. This time the level began to change in front of them. The targets were still moving, but in front of the targets appeared a circular transparent shield that moved along with them, completely covering them. There was only about 30 centimeters of space between the targets and the shield. Damn it! I can only say that the designer of this challenge is truly not a human. How could one shoot like this? Use gunfighting techniques? The zombie looked at the current level and said, this is where it ends. Although he had high hopes for Wu Feng, the current level was simply unbeatable. This was an unsolvable level. No way. With rapidly moving targets, it was already tough to hit, and now with the fully covering circular transparent shield. Unless you just nicked the edge of the transparent shield with a bullet and it ricocheted onto the target. Of course, this probability was almost the same as 0. In the zombie's eyes, which believed defeat was certain, Wu Feng raised his gun and shot. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet burst forth. Clang, 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 with several crisp sounds, the 5 targets behind the circular transparent shield fell down. A single shot hit 5 fast-moving targets. The dry corpse looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What was going on? What happened? Unprecedented, breathtaking. In the middle of the venue, a loudspeaker jumped out from nowhere. Let's enjoy again this most spectacular shot in history. A big screen appeared in mid-air, displaying in slow motion the shot Wu Feng had just taken. The bullet roared out of the barrel, then, by coincidence, grazed the edge of the transparent circular shield, and the bullet's direction changed, crashing straight into the center of the target. The bullet was deflected off the target and landed back on the transparent circular shield, then bounced off again. One after another, it finally hit 5 targets. Congratulations! You have achieved. This is how to use a gun. This is how to use a gun. Create an unreplicable miracle using a gun. After the big screen finished replaying, another voice came from the loudspeaker. Congratulations on clearing all 3 levels. You will receive all the accumulated bonuses from this game. As the loudspeaker's voice faded, a panel automatically popped up in front of Wu Feng. The data representing money began to surge rapidly, the speed of the numbers turning even started to create afterimages. This rapid scrolling continued for about half a minute, eventually stopping at over 30 million strange coins. Hiss. Even with psychological preparation, Wu Feng still couldn't help but gasp at this number. This is over 30 million strange coins. With so much money, even in the strange game, he could become a wicked capitalist. Next to him, the dry corpse silently gave a thumbs up as the accumulated bonus gradually reduced to 0. He felt he had witnessed history. Bonus distribution completed. You have automatically exited this game. Another crisp voice appeared in his ear, and the targets that had been infinitely stretched and shrunk instantly returned to their original state. The screen and loudspeaker disappeared together. Congratulations, congratulations. At this moment, the dry corpse used a flattering voice, trying hard to make his tone sound pleasant. After all, Wu Feng was now a client worth over 30 million, and a little spending could make him a big profit. Wu Feng smiled slightly. Bring me all the valuable things, let me see if there's anything I'm interested in. All right. The dry corpse said, please follow me, I'll show you the most powerful batch of items in our store. The dry corpse led the way to the innermost part of the room, next to a cabinet. He used a key to unlock the cabinet, revealing one strange item after another inside. Look here, the lowest level ones are all golden strange items. Tell me which one you are interested in. Wu Feng looked at the strange items in the cabinet, and there weren't many that caught his eye. 7 golden strange items, 1 orange strange item, but not a single rainbow-colored strange item. Aren't there any rainbow-colored strange items? Wu Feng asked. You may not know this, but rainbow-colored strange items are incredibly rare and generally are not sold directly, but through auctions. The dry corpse explained. Auctions, huh? Then, is there any recent auction information for rainbow-colored strange items? Wu Feng inquired. No. Wu Feng. However, you can look forward to our upcoming auction event. Though there are no rainbow-colored strange items, there is one thing you will definitely be interested in, and that is 51% of the shares of the Third Foreign Language School. Third Foreign Language School? Isn't this the strange game that Wu Feng is currently experiencing? The moment you mention it, he becomes interested. After all, he has just killed the woman in a long dress, and the school board behind her is very likely to cause trouble for Wu Feng. Although Wu Feng is not afraid of them, who could refuse an exhilarating chance to show off and strike back? Imagine this. Wu Feng, you were expelled for stepping into the counseling room with your left foot. A particularly arrogant school board member speaks. Wu Feng smirks, instantly revealing his identity as the largest shareholder. Everyone is shocked and kneels down in unison. We welcome the largest shareholder of the Third Strange School back. The author is daily asking for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. 4 gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 32, Good Looking, Want to asterisk. Cack. And more importantly, after becoming a shareholder, he could say that he completely mastered the strange game of the Third Strange School. And there are dividends every year. Speaking of dividends, Wu Feng noticed a problem. Selling 51% of the shares, could it be that this school is about to close down? Why sell so many shares? Wu Feng asked with a try-it-and-see attitude. When he heard this question, the dry corpse strange couldn't help but laugh out loud. The largest shareholder of the Third Strange School's wife ran off with someone. Not only that, she set up a scheme before leaving, causing him to lose a lot of money gambling. Without the money to pay back, he could only sell off his shares, or very soon he would be blocked at the door by someone with sealed strange items. After saying this, the dry corpse strange seemed to notice Wu Feng's worries and continued, Don't worry, this school is thriving. I see you came from the school, you should know how many students are enrolled. Besides, our share auction comes with a betting agreement. If next year the school's enrollment doesn't increase by 10%, he will gift you the remaining 20% of his shares. Sounds good, simply perfect and guaranteed profit. Although there might be pitfalls that Wu Feng cannot notice, he still decided to take a gamble and try to buy the 51% of the shares. Great, what do I need to do to participate in this auction? Originally, to attend the auction, you must verify funds, but for you, that won't be necessary. The dry corpse strange said as he walked to another counter, opening it and solemnly taking out a skull badge. In the center of the badge is a skull, with a strange coin pattern printed right in the middle of the skull. The dry corpse strange handed the badge to Wu Feng, and after Wu Feng took it, he spoke. The auction starts tonight at 9, when the time comes, the skull on this badge will light up with a red glow. At that time, you just need to lightly knock twice. In addition, no matter where you are, every week you have a chance to teleport directly to the store. Wu Feng stroked the metal-like skull badge and nodded, Not bad, this thing is quite good. Teleporting to the strange store every week, right? A bold idea surged in his heart. Next, the dry corpse strange introduced some other products, but none were things Wu Feng particularly wanted. Without too much chatter, Wu Feng walked out of the strange store and arrived at the counseling room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a delicate young girl oddly standing in front of his office. I heard people say you are a highly skilled doctor? The girl oddly asked. Hearing the words highly skilled doctor, Wu Feng knew it was likely the little boy or mushroom-headed person. That's right. Wu Feng walked over and opened the door, inviting the strange girl into his office. The two sat facing each other. A JK skirt, double ponytails. I didn't expect there would be someone dressed like this in the strange world. So it is, the strange girl began to tell her story about her condition. It was a sunny day, and I was wearing lighter clothes. The ground was a bit wet from being sprayed with water. I accidentally stepped on the water stain, and in an instant, I lost my balance and fell to the ground. The girl paused for a moment. I'm listening, you can continue, Wu Feng said. Just at that moment, there was a very clean carrot standing upright on the ground. The strange girl gestured as if showing a carrot vertically intersecting with the ground. Then I accidentally fell onto it, and it got stuck in my backside and I couldn't get it out. As the girl spoke, she tried to show Wu Feng the carrot that had not yet been removed. Wu Feng hurriedly stopped the girl's actions, although he really wanted to, cough. Such a righteous youth like him could not have such impure thoughts. Men and women should keep their distance. I believe you, there's no need for me to see, Wu Feng said. Hearing this, the girl showed a look of confusion, and she clearly said, Divine Doctor, I am a boy. What distance is there? Looking at her double ponytails, JK skirt, and thigh-high black stockings, Wu Feng felt like one of his eyes or ears must be malfunctioning. This girl is actually a boy? This. Wu Feng looked at the girl's neck, where there was indeed a distinct Adam's apple. This. Is this Sichuan opera? Then that very clean carrot must have a big problem. Wait a minute. Wu Feng suddenly realized something. What was the purpose of all the build-up from the strange boy? There is only one truth. He knows he is a boy who enjoys being feminine and likes men but is too embarrassed to talk about his issue. So he can only hint at Wu Feng like this. I see. Divine Doctor, you are so handsome, the strange boy said. Cough. Wu Feng coughed twice, completely ignoring what the strange boy just said. Wu Feng didn't dislike him, but the prerequisite was that he shouldn't harass him. But the strange boy started to push for more. Originally, he just thought to come for a treatment. He didn't expect the Divine Doctor to be so handsome. He reached out a hand and placed it affectionately on Wu Feng's shoulder. Wu Feng shook it off while also reaching out a hand, pushing an electric wire directly onto the strange boy's body. Half a minute later. How do you feel? Is your mental illness any better? Wu Feng asked. Divine Doctor, I couldn't feel better. So, do you think I'm good-looking? Wu Feng asked. Good-looking. Kindly, Wu Feng pressed the electric wire on again. After a dozen seconds. Am I good-looking? Wu Feng asked again. Good-looking, 1-2. This was the only one out of all the electric shock treatments that left Wu Feng shocked and helpless. Fine, you hate. Get out. Wu Feng opened the window and grabbed the strange boy, throwing him out. Damn, this thing is really scary. Forget about this 100 points. Next, the strange boy did not come back, and Wu Feng also started to feel bored. Instead of going out to randomly treat some lucky crowds, he planned to rest a bit. Just as he was taking a break, a knock on the door sounded. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 33, Dependable, what kind of dependence can he have? Wu Feng opened the door, and it was not someone with psychological issues but rather a creature resembling a long-haired girl among the four humans. How should I put it? If we ignore the three eyes on the long-haired girl's face and the three legs on her body, they look exactly the same. A line of passing swallows fly south. Wu Feng began to speak the code to confirm that the humanoid creature in front of him was the long-haired girl. 2 roasted ducks walk north. The long-haired girl replied fluently. Even after hearing the reply he was satisfied with, Wu Feng did not let his guard down but continued to ask. Who is the most famous grassroots hero in China? A. Zhu Yuanzhang. B. Su Xian. B. Su Xian. The long-haired girl answered without any hesitation. Hearing this, Wu Feng nodded with satisfaction and made way, allowing the long-haired girl to pass and sit on the sofa. I'm here to ask you for a favor, the long-haired girl said swiftly. I won't let you help me for free. Although I don't have anything you might find valuable right now, if you can help me, I am willing to agree to any request you have. I know you are strong and might look down on the reward I offer, but it is all I have. I hope you can help me. Wu Feng was quite willing to help. After all, they were all human, and the long-haired girl was not one of those so-called takers. We are all human, helping each other is supposed to be a given. Let's skip the reward and talk about your situation. The long-haired girl shook her head and firmly said, it is only natural to offer a reward when seeking help. If you can truly help me, I will forever owe you a request, and no matter what you ask of me, I will agree. The long-haired girl's tone showed no sign of being perfunctory. Wu Feng looked at the girl's expression and was somewhat surprised, since most people would readily agree to his offer of free help. The reason I became like this is due to a curse, the long-haired girl explained and then asked, so I want to know, do you have any strange items that can lift a curse? As for strange items that could lift a curse, Wu Feng really didn't have any. He could buy a skull badge in the store, but he absolutely didn't want to waste this precious opportunity on something like that. Of course, Wu Feng was willing to help others, but only if it did not damage his own interests. Speaking of interests, Wu Feng suddenly thought of a solution. Although he couldn't directly lift the curse, he had a way to deal with the strange being that cast the curse. This way, not only would it solve the long-haired girl's curse problem, but it would also further increase his points, allowing him to complete the main task ahead of time. I cannot directly solve the curse you are under, Wu Feng said honestly. But if you know which strange being cast the curse on you, I have a way to directly deal with that strange being. Originally, upon hearing the first half of Wu Feng's statement, the long-haired girl had shown a disappointed expression, but when he spoke the second half, her eyes rekindled with hope. Of course I know which strange being it is, it's the gatekeeper strange in the dormitory building. The long-haired girl exclaimed unusually, are you saying you have a ceiling-type strange item? Ceiling-type strange items are the rarest among all items, and the lowest grade of such items is at least blue quality. Since Wu Feng said he had a way to deal with the strange being that cast the curse, it meant that he must possess a ceiling item. He did have one, but Wu Feng had no intention of using it. I have one, but I don't plan to use the ceiling strange item, Wu Feng said. The long-haired girl did not understand what Wu Feng meant by this. If we don't use sealing tools, how do we deal with the weirdness? If we don't use sealing tools, how can we deal with the weirdness, she asked. It's simple, I'll just take action and kill it directly. The long-haired girl. Do you really want to hear what you're saying? Kill the weirdness? You might be able to drain its energy until it freezes, but even then, the curse wouldn't be lifted. The long-haired girl suddenly felt that Wu Feng was just brushing her off. Or maybe he didn't want to clearly reject her and was using this roundabout way to hint that she wasn't worth his use of sealing tools. The long-haired woman sighed. Thinking more about it, sealing tools are not only precious but also have a limited number of uses. Sometimes, they can even save your life in a critical moment. How could one use them so casually? I understand. The long-haired girl spoke, feeling a wave of disappointment rising uncontrollably in her heart. Do you resent Wu Feng? Not really. After all, everyone is a stranger to each other, helping her is kindness, not helping her is just normal. She had no right to demand that others help her. I'll think of a way myself, so please don't trouble yourself to kill the weirdness. After saying this, she turned and left without giving Wu Feng a chance to explain. It was only when the door closed that Wu Feng realized something was wrong. This girl doesn't think I'm fooling her, does she? After all, ever since Wu Feng entered the weird game, he had been casually killing the weirdness. In his mind, the concept of weirdness being unkillable didn't exist at all. This was a misunderstanding caused by the information gap between the two of them. But it didn't matter, he knew where that weirdness was and could just go and deal with it. He glanced at the time, 8:15. There was still plenty of time until the auction. Standing up, he opened the office door and headed towards the dormitory. In the dormitory's first-floor room, the old lady guarding the door was leisurely swaying in her chair. Next to the old lady was the old man who also guarded the door. When they had nothing to do, they would chat together. Not long ago, a long-haired girl wanted to apply for the dorm assistant position, but I saved that for my sister, so how could I let her succeed, the old lady said. I just put a curse on her to let her see reality. You're talking about the long-haired girl? I just saw her walk out with 3 eyes and 3 legs, huh, you really are something, the old man said in a somewhat flattering tone, hoping for a bit of a Twilight romance with the old lady. This is nothing, the eyes and legs on her body will only keep increasing, the old lady said proudly. Really impressive, but that long-haired girl seemed unyielding when she left. Does she have some backing? The old man recalled the moment and spoke instinctively. Backing? The old lady laughed when she heard this. Would someone with backing come to apply for a dorm assistant? The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a small gift for free, and for gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 34, Humans, born between heaven and earth, how can they stay long under weirdness? Moreover, even if there's backing, I'm not afraid. After all, we're all immortal, who fears who? Whoever comes, I'll curse them too, so they can experience what it's like to be all legs, the old lady spoke with great bravado, her nose nearly reaching the sky. Knock knock. With the knock came a warm voice, hello. Wu Feng greeted politely and then walked into the dormitory's room. The old man and old woman both turned to look at Wu Feng. Are you here to hire dorm assistants too? The old woman spoke first. It wasn't bedtime yet, and those coming here were basically looking to apply for the dorm assistant position. No, Wu Feng shook his head, I'm the psychological counselor of our school. I'm here to. Wu Feng paused. The old man and old woman were left in suspense by Wu Feng's words. Just say it, speak the rest, the impatient old woman urged quickly. What was he here for? Could it be to conduct a psychological survey? I came here to send you to the afterlife, Wu Feng said, and in a flash, he leaped in front of the old woman, plunging a flying knife into her forehead. The old woman was not scared by Wu Feng's words, even as he stood right before her, with the knife embedded in her head. The afterlife? What are you talking about? She screamed strangely mid-sentence, an intense pain surging through her. What the hell is going on? The old man, who wanted to share a strange twilight romance with the old woman, was shocked by this scene, then quickly realized what was happening. Though he didn't know what caused the old woman's injury, he couldn't care less now. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Gonna, the lovelorn old man shouted angrily, his left arm swelling rapidly, his nails growing out, finally resembling dark blades. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. The old man lifted his right arm and leaped up, shining under the light like a descending deity. Heavenly force descends, his eyes fierce and twisted. With light flashing from the knife, 5 nails pierced through Wu Feng's body. The old man landed stylishly, then stood up with a light smile. Thinking he was some tough character, he was actually this? Just this? Just this? I need to strike a cool pose to make the old woman see hearts in her eyes. But as soon as he moved, his body shattered into 6 pieces and fell to the ground. The ability of the rebound coat absolutely rebounds. The old man died without dignity, just like a wild dog on the roadside. No, even worse than a wild dog. If it weren't for the prompt from the rebound coat, Wu Feng wouldn't even know the old man was dead. Wu Feng kicked the old woman 3 meters away, staring speechlessly at the old man now in pieces. Why do you have to pretend for no reason? Damn, I could have earned 200 points, now I'll only get 100 points. The old woman was still screaming in place. Damn, how strong is this guy? Help me, the old man, save me. The old woman stretched her hand toward the old man, enduring the pain, hoping he would help. But the old woman looked around, not even a shadow of the old man in sight. Usually she called him little sweetie, now when trouble comes, where did that old bastard run off to so quickly? Bastard, why are you running so fast at this time? The old woman screamed. Hey, old woman, how can you think that of the old man? Wu Feng hurriedly clarified, the old man didn't run away. He didn't run away, the old woman was curious, but still couldn't see the old man. Where did he go? Look, Wu Feng pointed to the ground, these 6 pieces are him, just turned into a puzzle. MD, what the hell is going on? How did the old man turn into pieces? Please spare me, the old woman trembled and began to back away until she reached the wall, with nowhere to escape. Old woman, calm down, I'm a psychological counselor, not a psycho, you don't have to be afraid of me. Wu Feng tried his best to soothe the old woman's emotions. The old woman glanced at the pieces of the old man on the ground, silently shaking her head. A complete pervert, not only psychologically twisted but also extraordinarily powerful. In fact, everything you see now is an illusion, you are just sick, mentally ill. Wu Feng said word by word, holding a flying knife. The old woman's throat tightened as she swallowed. Faced with such a terrifying and twisted power, even if you tell me I am sick, I would admit that I enjoy making cakes out of feces or pizza. I am sick, I have a mental illness. The old woman's voice trembled, as if she would faint the next second. If anyone else were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked. It's truly a reversal of the heavens. Who among you is truly bizarre? Hearing the old woman's strange words, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Very good, now you are cured. Wu Feng said again. The old woman found it hard to figure out what Wu Feng really wanted. Sometimes he said she was sick, and other times he said she was already better. Wait. The old woman suddenly realized something strange. Wu Feng must be testing me, I just need to confidently admit that I am sick all the time. No, I am not better, I have a mental illness, and everything happening in front of me is an illusion. The old woman spoke weirdly, starting to feel proud of her response. I am truly a genius. The next second, she saw the dagger in Wu Feng's hand stab straight into her chest, and another wave of pain hit her. You are better. Wu Feng spoke again. This. The old woman began to hesitate. Am I really better or not? After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, trembling, better. Very good, through my superb medical skills, I have healed another person with mental illness. Clean up these things, then come with me to see the psychologist. Wu Feng pointed to the bizarre 6 pieces of the old man's body and said. The reason for going to the psychologist is that the old woman needs to fill out a form, she will need to submit it later for points and reward of ghost coins. As for who to submit it to, of course, it is the Mediterranean ghost. After stuffing the bizarre old man into a sack and placing it in the cabinet, the two entered the psychological counseling room. After filling out the form, Wu Feng asked, did you place a curse on a long-haired girl? The old woman nodded. Damn, so this young girl really has a powerful background, a truly fierce backing. I will immediately lift the curse on her, right away. Before Wu Feng could say anything, the old woman promptly replied, fearing that if she delayed even a second, she would follow the path of the old man. Originally, she wanted to kill the one who lifted the curse, but now it seems it won't be necessary. At that moment, the long-haired girl was leaning against the wall of a room, gazing up at the sky with a look full of sadness. She decided that even if she were to die, it should be a spectacular death. Humans are born between heaven and earth, how can they live in despair for long? She must launch an attack against the bazaar. She wants to die under the attention of the crowd, not in some dark corner where no one knows. To live as a hero, and to die a heroic ghost. The author asks daily for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 35, It Feels Good to Be Alive. Looking at the fifth leg that had grown on her body, the long-haired girl took a deep breath and walked towards a bizarre creature wandering in the school. Damn it, let's blow him up. Look me in the eyes, I am human, your mother. The long-haired girl shouted as she ran towards the creature, but as she ran, she felt something was wrong. The curses on her body were gradually diminishing. Her 5 legs were visibly turning into 4, and then back to the normal 2. 7 or 8 eyeballs were also undergoing such changes. As she ran, she began to slow down. It seemed that maybe, just maybe, she was about to be okay. The curse on her body was going to disappear? The wandering creature turned to look at the long-haired girl, whose speed was increasingly slowing down. What did you say? The passionate atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. I said your mother is healthy, the girl with long hair said, her tone somewhat unnatural. The strange figure shook its head, saying, No, you seem to be saying you are. I said I am an idiot, the girl with long hair continued. The strange figure showed a disgusted expression and quickly left. Oh no, today I encountered a crazy person. As it walked away, it couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. More and more people in the school had psychological issues. I heard that a certain chef in the cafeteria was taken away by a psychologist. Seeing the strange figure panic and flee, the girl with long hair finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being alive feels good after all. She came to a reflective glass, looking at her reflection as she returned to her human form. The joy in her heart resurfaced like the aftertaste of red wine. After the joy, she thought of Wu Feng again. Could it be that what he said was true? Carrying such doubts, the girl with long hair hurried toward the psychology consultation room. Upon arriving, she gently knocked on the door. Come in, Wu Feng's voice sounded from the office. The girl with long hair opened the door and saw a scene she could never forget for the rest of her life. The old lady at the door awkwardly knelt on the ground, her expression wishing to bow to Wu Feng 10 or 8 times. Wu Feng sat on the sofa, smiling as he looked at the girl with long hair who just opened the door. I knew you would come, Wu Feng spoke. Close the door and come sit down. What a joke. This is strange. This is not some pet like a cat or a dog. This is bizarre. Even with some mental preparation, the girl with long hair couldn't help but gasp internally at this shocking scene. Terrifying indeed. She stood frozen at the door, momentarily unable to move. Until the old lady kneeling on the ground strangely turned in the direction where the girl with long hair stood and began to bow. I'm sorry, it's my ignorance, I switched my eyes but I didn't recognize you. Great person, please let me go like a fart, the old lady pleaded while trembling, as if overwhelmed by great fear. The girl with long hair snapped back to reality. The scene of this strange old lady bowing to her was something she wouldn't dare dream of. She never expected it would become reality so vividly. What exactly has Wu Feng done? She took a deep breath, closed the door, and sat down on the sofa. What exactly did you do? What did he do? This Wu Feng really didn't know how to say it. The strange figure wanted to kill me, but ended up being killed by its own backlash? Would the girl with long hair think he was still fooling her if he said that? It's quite complicated, Wu Feng explained, you just need to know I killed 1 or 2 strange beings. The girl with long hair took a deep breath, then suddenly pinched her thigh. Confirming it wasn't a dream, she spoke again, may I ask your online name? Go to the dock and catch some seagulls. Wu Feng did not hide, being steady doesn't mean having to stay hidden. With the ability to create clones and enter strange shops at any time, Wu Feng was not afraid of any conspiracy. Everything. Upon hearing this, the girl with long hair couldn't control her emotions, the long-pressed fear, confusion, and despair began to diminish instantly. This is a real god, who cleared a bizarre game with no survivors and received an SS level rating. Although she didn't want to rely on a strong figure. But having a strong figure here felt really good, and her mood relaxed instantly, at least she wouldn't feel despair anymore. The strange old lady was still there, bowing and begging for forgiveness, but the girl with long hair didn't show any signs of being a saint. But instead, she bent down and placed her mouth near Wu Feng's ear. With the soft heat in the air, the long-haired girl's voice came through. If something like this strange and messy thing can be killed, it's best to kill it. Don't show any mercy. After saying this, she pulled away from Wu Feng, her face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke, I owe you a favor. You can ask me to do anything. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng got excited. Anything? The long-haired girl nodded. The kneeling auntie felt a strange urge to curse. There's someone begging for mercy here, and you two are flirting? Can you wait a bit? Wu Feng cleared his throat, then do the Riemann hypothesis. This eerie game was basically the same as the Blue Star culture Wu Feng was from, except for things related to the eerie world, everything else was identical. The long-haired girl said nothing. No matter how it turns out, I will always remember this favor. Just don't forget what I said. The long-haired girl stood up, her face clearly expressing the words "this eerie must die" as she spoke. I'm leaving. You handle the rest according to your own thoughts. She walked to the door, quickly unlocked it, and before leaving, she looked back at Wu Feng. The attitude was clear: I won't pry into your secrets, but after I leave, make sure you kill this eerie. Wu Feng felt speechless. Why would you think I want to hide anything? Thud. The sound of the door closing and locking echoed. The anti-eerie looked at Wu Feng with a fawning expression, seeing him pull out a handgun. Taking a deep breath, the anti-eerie decided to make one last attempt. If you can spare me, I'll do anything you ask. Bang, 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 bang. Wu Feng fired the handgun in a rapid-fire rhythm, like a machine gun. Wu Feng felt like his ears needed to be cleaned. What nonsense, Auntie, are you out of your mind? Look at your age, this is sexual harassment. Until the auntie on the ground remained motionless, her health bar nearly dropping below zero, Wu Feng finally put the handgun away. He glanced at the wall clock, it was exactly 9 o'clock. A red light flickered from his pocket as Wu Feng pulled out the skull badge. The timing was perfect, the auction was starting. The author is asking for gifts, please send a free gift, the author will do anything for a gift. Chapter 36, Am I Worth It? Wu Feng double-clicked the skull badge as described by the dry corpse eerie, and the door to the eerie store appeared on the wall of the room. He opened the door and stepped inside. Once inside, it wasn't the store scene, but a courtyard. Ahead was a luxurious building, similar to a hotel. Standing at the entrance of the building were two skeletons. When they saw Wu Feng, one of the skeletons quickly walked to his side and asked, Sir, are you here to apply for a job or to auction something? Do you have a skull badge? Seeing this scene, Wu Feng was a bit unaccustomed. Normally, shouldn't this guy start by mocking me relentlessly? Shouldn't I be slapped with ridicule and disdain as soon as I pull out the skull badge? But this guy's not playing by the rules. Wu Feng showed the skull badge in his hand. When the skeleton saw the skull badge, it lowered its head respectfully and gestured, Please, go in. A staff member will guide you. Wu Feng walked inside following the skeleton's gesture. Once Wu Feng entered, the skeleton eerie returned to its original position. You can hold back from cursing at a human, you're really impressive. Another skeleton spoke up, clicking its tongue in praise. Hey, those who can come to such occasions are all powerful figures. We don't seek to show off, but we should aim to avoid mistakes, the skeleton said. No matter what we encounter, keeping our temper is absolutely necessary. Just like this time, if I offend someone with a skeleton badge, the consequences will likely be disastrous. I've learned. But what if something insults me and curses at me? How can I avoid getting angry? Another skeleton asked. That's easy, just think of it as barking dogs, the skeleton replied. Got it, thanks. Wu Feng naturally didn't pay attention to their conversation. Following the bizarre guidance of the guarding skeleton, he arrived in the hall, waiting for a staff member to come and show him the way. After a moment, a peculiar woman in an OL uniform approached him. He initially thought she would show him around, but to his surprise, she opened her mouth and said, Which human dares to block the way in this place? Well, this was right on target. However, Wu Feng was still curious. In other strange places in the school instance, they didn't recognize him as a human, why was it so obvious here? You can tell I'm human? Wu Feng asked. TSK, such a strong human scent, did you even need to ask? You're just an ingredient, daring to come to such a place. Guard, hurry over, the OL uniformed oddity began calling the two skeleton guards at the entrance. The two skeletons stood still like scarecrows. One skeleton even whispered two words. Silly. Weight loss starts from brain cells, didn't you see we already put people in here? This guy's identity is clear if you just use your brains to think. What happened? A clear superior oddity walked over. There is. As the OL uniformed oddity was halfway through speaking, Wu Feng held up his skeleton badge, directly interrupting her impending words. The uniformed oddity fell silent, a look of panic appearing in her eyes. After all, she had signed a master-servant contract with this auction house. If the superior found out about this, she would face unimaginable consequences. Crap, how could a human possibly have a skeleton badge? I've kicked a steel plate. Why aren't you speaking? Is your throat not feeling well? Wu Feng kindly inquired. Noticing Wu Feng's skeleton badge, the superior began to ask, Does this esteemed gentleman have any needs that may trouble me? The uniformed oddity replied. Can I say I want to kick this esteemed gentleman out? Sigh. The biggest blunder in my job couldn't be worse than this. You ask, what is the meaning of an oddity's existence? Wu Feng and the superior both kept looking at the uniformed oddity in silence. Until Wu Feng broke the silence. Wait a moment, I need to discuss a few things with this staff member. Of course, the superior agreed readily. The uniformed oddity had no choice, and the two went straight to a quiet place. Miss, you surely don't want this matter to get to the superior, do you? Wu Feng directly asked. The uniformed oddity had a nice face, but that was not because Wu Feng was attracted to her beauty, preparing to force an inappropriate situation. As a pure love supporter, Wu Feng would never do such a thing. His aim was to make the uniformed oddity his servant. An oddity with such a pretty face might come in handy one day. I don't want to. Please don't tell the superior. Otherwise, I will be punished, the uniformed oddity began to plead. The punishments are really terrifying. I really don't want to go through this again, please. If you don't want me to tell the foreman, that's fine too. Wu Feng took out the contract of submission. Since it must be voluntary to be effective, Wu Feng had to explain it again. He opened the book and said, "This is a master-servant contract tool. After signing the contract, you will become my servant." "I'll sign." The uniformed girl spoke without any hesitation. She had already signed a master-servant contract with the auction house, so signing another one with Wu Feng would have no effect at all. Her decisive agreement shattered Wu Feng's prepared speech, as he was initially thinking he could tempt her with some money if she refused. Is the so-called punishment truly that terrifying? Wu Feng handed the pen to the uniformed girl, and after she received it, she directly signed her name, Gao Xiaoxiao. Once the name was signed, flames ignited. Wu Feng felt an almost invisible line appear on his body, but when it reached Gao Xiaoxiao, it seemed to be blocked by something. The line did not pass through, but another kind of force did. 10% of true injury attributes were activated. That meant the line of true injury not only connected to Gao Xiaoxiao but also severed a certain connection on her body. Then that almost invisible line reappeared, this time without any obstruction, smoothly connecting to Gao Xiaoxiao. The contract is established. Bold letters appeared on the book, and at that moment, Gao Xiaoxiao still foolishly thought she had outsmarted Wu Feng, unaware that her entire body had already belonged to him. It wasn't until Wu Feng issued a command that Gao Xiaoxiao failed to execute it, and a burning sensation swept over her, she realized the severity of the issue. This contract actually cancelled the original one? Isn't it a bit of a waste to use such a powerful contract on me? Do I deserve this? The author asks for gifts regularly, everyone send a free small gift, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 37, Absolutely Lucky, Forever a God. In the school instance, the principal with the most shares sighed weirdly and double-clicked the skull badge before entering the auction venue. Under the guidance of the staff, he arrived at the backstage lounge, where he needed to sign a share transfer agreement and a betting agreement. It's really hard to part, He sighed again, feeling a bit melancholic. Lately, worries have truly been increasing. His wife ran away, debts are piling up, and his most trusted and powerful subordinate, the woman in a long skirt, mysteriously went missing. After a simple investigation, it was discovered that she disappeared in a certain office. At that time, there were various people in the office, and the most suspicious was the male psychologist. Once the auction is over, I need to interrogate that male psychologist thoroughly to see if he used any sealing tools or something. Following Gao Xiaoxiao's guidance, Wu Feng arrived at his own booth. Not much time passed before the auction began. Most of the items did not attract Wu Feng's interest until the 51% shares of the school appeared. The next auction item is 51% of the shares of the third weird school, starting bid is 10 million ghost coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 500,000. The auctioneer announced. Although this thing could not enhance battle power, due to the existence of the betting agreement, it was completely like a money tree. I bid 10 million. Wu Feng raised his paddle and tentatively spoke. Someone bids 10 million, is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer's voice was loud, trying to stir up the atmosphere. This is 51% of the shares and comes with a betting agreement, no matter how it's bid, it's a sure win. Everyone knows this truth. There was a strange person who picked up a sign on the table and intended to raise the bid. However, unfortunately, at the moment he touched the sign, his body suddenly slipped and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Hiss, the floor is a bit damp today, he muttered to himself, and just as he was about to get up, he slipped again on something and fell down. He was a bit skeptical of misfortune and tried again. Then a ridiculous scene similar to street dance unfolded. He had just stood up when he slipped again and was about to fall, so he could only sway left and right in search of a balance point. Such unfortunate events were not happening only to him, others in the nearby booths faced similar situations. Whenever anyone tried to pick up the sign to raise the bid, there were all sorts of bizarre reasons that led to failure. This included, but was not limited to, falling down, being choked and unable to speak, suddenly going bankrupt, or having a wife come over and grab his collar, demanding to know why he was looking for a mistress. The worst off was a guy who discovered while dating that he was actually the 14th backup. What is the 14th backup? You have to start counting from the third mistress. Mistress 3. He was the 14th backup. The auctioneer was bewildered. After 10 million, why was there no one raising the bid? To be honest, even if this share was driven up to 30 million, it would still be a sure profit, but why did no one raise the bid at 10 million? If you won't raise the price, I'll just come up with a number myself. 10 million once, the auctioneer knocked down his hammer. Is there anyone to continue raising the bid? It must be said that even buying it at 30 million is profit. Really, is there no one to bid? Is there something wrong with the item? Why is there no one raising the bid? Could it be that I'm not good enough? 10 million twice. The auctioneer knocked the hammer again. The guy in the booth who was crazily dancing was extremely anxious. He decided to stop raising his hand and simply shout out a price, 2,000. Before he could finish, a stream of water splashed on his face from somewhere, and when he looked up, he found a strange person dancing in a desperate manner while urinating. While dancing and urinating, he said, I am the 14th backup, ha 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 ha. I finally felt excited once, and you made me lose so thoroughly, ha ha, damn. 10 million 3 times. The auctioneer involuntarily knocked down his third hammer. Well, at this point, he couldn't even expect a high commission, and not getting fired was already a huge favor from the auction house. See, could this be a trap set by Capital? The evil Capital, you have won. Looking at the 10 million shares within reach, Wu Feng was a bit surprised at first. It seemed so easy. Could there be a big pit inside? But soon he associated it with his absolute luck cheat. Thinking that absolute luck could affect even this, he had no intention of missing the next items. But the auction house couldn't take it anymore. After waiting for a moment and not continuing with the next item, they announced that this auction was over. They couldn't play anymore. Fortunately, Wu Feng's 51% shares were not cancelled. Relevant staff would take him backstage to meet the principal and sign the share transfer agreement and the betting agreement. Following the relevant personnel, before even reaching the backstage, Wu Feng heard a heart-wrenching roar. What did you say? The principal pointed a finger in a bizarre manner. 10 million strange coins, my 51% shares sold for 10 million strange coins? Are you all pigs? I won't sell. Sir, before the auction, we signed the relevant agreement. If you violate the rules, we can fully confiscate your 51% shares and will not give you a single strange coin. A person who looked like a leader from the auction house spoke. If you want to challenge our strange store's auction, feel free to try. Hearing this, the principal inexplicably closed his mouth, feeling honest yet strange. 10 million strange coins were still better than none. He took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions, waiting until he sold 51% of the shares, then the other party would become the largest shareholder of the entire school. Although he was very reluctant, building a good relationship with him was something he had to do. As the staff led Wu Feng to the backstage, the principal had already switched back from a furious expression to a smiling face. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. For the sake of his career, emotions could be switched back and forth. Hello, I am the principal and the largest shareholder of Third Strange School, he said, only slightly stunned when he realized Wu Feng was a human, quickly switching back from that state. Hello. Wu Feng replied. After exchanging greetings, they began to sign relevant documents, and a few minutes later, everything was signed. As the largest shareholder, Wu Feng was naturally flattered by the principal in various graceful ways. The ultimate goal was simple, hoping that his position as principal could be maintained during the next shareholders' meeting. They chatted for a few more minutes. The principal explained some relevant information, such as how dividends were distributed quarterly. After talking about everything, Wu Feng left. The principal also walked out of the auction house, feeling an immense bitterness in his heart. He never expected that as a tall and strange figure, he would now have to bow and scrape to a human. A heavy emotional pressure weighed down on his mind. He urgently needed an outlet to vent. That male psychologist. The principal huffed coldly. Just the right time for this guy to run into trouble. He must take this opportunity to vent his frustrations under the guise of an inquiry. ********M. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone should send a free little gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 38, Complaint Collector. Back in the psychological counseling room, Wu Feng glanced at the already darkened sky outside and lay down on the couch to rest. As time passed like this, he suddenly realized a problem. The hat-like strange figure was still waiting in the JK girl's office. Just as Wu Feng was about to see what was happening now, there was a knock on the door. He didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he hid the corpse of the old lady-like strange figure in the cupboard. Opening the door, the Mediterranean strange figure's face appeared. He looked much more serious than usual, his expression heavy. What have you done to the long-skirted woman? The Mediterranean asked in a tone of reproach and scolding. Did you seal her away? Wu Feng had no intention of explaining anything. How ridiculous, as the largest shareholder of Third Strange School, did he really need to explain to them? He casually replied, yeah, so what? The Mediterranean was instantly darkened in expression. So what? You really don't understand the seriousness of the situation. Just now, the principal personally inquired about this matter. You're about to be done for, and you just say so what? The Mediterranean huffed coldly. I've already explained everything to the principal. The principal is coming over personally to investigate. The Mediterranean's tone grew heavier. Although he admired Wu Feng, he certainly couldn't stand on the opposite side of the principal over a little admiration in this situation. I've already seen that you're not a good strange figure. The Mediterranean spat as he completely cut off ties with Wu Feng. Before the principal arrives, you are not allowed to go anywhere. I'll be watching you here. Oh. Wu Feng laid on the couch, unconcerned. Oh. I see you really don't understand what it means for the principal to come in person. He is the highest shareholder of the school. Even a dog in the school would respectfully greet the principal when meeting him. The Mediterranean guarded Wu Feng for about 5 minutes. Because the Mediterranean had opened the corridor door in advance, the principal mysteriously walked in without knocking. The Mediterranean oddly stood at Wu Feng's door and greeted the principal in the corridor. The still fuming principal directly ignored him and impatiently asked, "Where is he?" "Principal, he is in this room." "I have been guarding, afraid he might run away," the Mediterranean said, nodding and bowing, his face filled with flattering smiles. He gestured with his hand in a welcoming manner, slowly stepping back to give the principal enough space to enter. The principal strided in, seemingly unable to contain his rising anger. "It's you." His voice, like an exploding cannonball, suddenly went silent mid-sentence. The person in front seemed a bit familiar, didn't he? Is this Wu Feng? The very Wu Feng who sold his 51 shares at the auction? Upon seeing Wu Feng, it felt as though he suddenly understood everything. Why the woman in the long dress was sealed. Why the man in sunglasses was indifferent. Hiss. The deeper you think, the more terrifying it becomes. The man in sunglasses was no easygoing fellow. He robbed the psychologist of the man in sunglasses and sealed the woman in the long dress in front of him. The Mediterranean, who walked in behind the mysterious principal, realized something was off when he saw Wu Feng still lying on the sofa. Especially with the principal's sudden pause in anger. Oh no. It seemed Wu Feng's identity was outrageously high. He had become a true clown. What brings you to me so late? Wu Feng didn't tear his face but asked like this. After all, he still needed the principal's help to run the mysterious school properly. Every quarter brought in millions of ghost coins. If things were to be even darker, like raising restaurant prices and using bad ingredients. Or using rat heads to impersonate duck necks, who knows if the ghost eats duck necks. Forcing students to buy textbooks and threatening them with diplomas to make them intern in factories. And then doing an inspection on student dormitories. A little over 10 million might even be possible. Just thinking about it feels promising for the future. There is indeed something. The principal's strange mind started spinning fast. As a member of our board, you need to hold a position in the school. I came here to tell you about this because, after taking a position, not only do you get dividends every quarter, but you also have a fixed salary every month. When he mentioned having a salary, Wu Feng shifted from his relaxed position and sat up straight. I'm very interested, please continue. I thought about it, and one position suits you very well. It's very easy, almost no work at all. The principal said while unintentionally bending down. What job? Wu Feng asked. Complaint collector. After saying the title, the principal began to explain, mainly responsible for receiving some complaint letters within the school and then registering these matters. Of course, if you want to handle them directly, you can. // // / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / / forward slash 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 forward slash. The author is daily seeking gifts. Everyone, please send a free little gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 39, The 700 Points Delivered to Your Door. Of course, if you don't want to register, that's entirely fine. After all, this complaint collection is merely a facade. Wu Feng wasn't very interested in this job explanation. How much is the salary each month, he asked, as that was what he was really interested in. 3. The principal initially intended to say 30,000 ghost coins but immediately changed his words after seeing Wu Feng's expression. 50,000 ghost coins each month. These 50,000 ghost coins might represent a lifetime for someone else. The Mediterranean was both envious and fearful after hearing this, shaking in terror. 50,000 weird coins. Wu Feng's monthly salary was higher than his own for several years. Hearing this number, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. I came here because of this matter. Now that the event has been explained, I won't bother you any longer, the principal said strangely, standing still, waiting for Wu Feng to let him go. The Mediterranean wanted to cry but had no tears. No. My dear principal, I'm doing things for you. What should I do if you leave? It's nothing, you can go, Wu Feng waved his hand. Upon hearing this, the principal obviously breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he began to step back. Just as he was about to walk out the door, the cabinet door in the office suddenly flew open. The strange body of the woman dropped out of the door with a thud. Everyone was attracted by the sound. The woman who watched the door? Why would the woman who watched the door be in this place? Was she hiding in the cabinet after having an affair with Wu Feng? The principal nearly expelled this ridiculous thought from his mind in an instant. He looked at the bullet holes on the strange woman and the lack of any dark energy on her. A terribly frightening thought appeared in his mind. The strange woman was dead. Although the principal's rational mind told him this was impossible, the fact was right in front of him. The principal turned his head to lock eyes with Wu Feng. The two stared at each other. The strange woman is in your cabinet, she committed suicide, the principal said, pointing at the woman with dozens of bullet wounds in her back. This guy, really, if she wanted to commit suicide, why come here to do it? The Mediterranean gave a thumbs up to the principal's reaction. No wonder he was the principal, his response was unmatched. Wu Feng, who was originally troubled about how to handle the strange corpse, nodded in satisfaction and said, not only did the strange woman commit suicide, but the strange old man who watched the door also cut himself into 6 pieces. He committed suicide too. The principal expressed his speechlessness, cutting oneself into 6 pieces for suicide, very good, very impressive. Understood, I'll go and handle these suicide cases immediately, the principal said firmly while pulling the woman's leg out of the office. Leaving only the shivering Mediterranean. Brother, can we still have dinner together tomorrow? The Mediterranean asked with a smile. I can't satisfy so many of your wishes at once, Wu Feng replied with a grin as he took out his handgun. The strange man with the hat sat on the sofa, full of resentment, undergoing treatment in the room. Beside him was a bearded stranger. At this time, the JK girl was not in the office but had gone to the staff dormitory to rest. Damn it, I've never been through such unfair treatment, the man with the hat complained. Remembering the feeling of the electric shock made him furious. Hey, what you went through is not unfair, it's a blessing, the bearded stranger said. I didn't ask you to scold me, the man with the hat was very dissatisfied with the bearded stranger's response. What do you mean it's a blessing? The bearded stranger chuckled and said, at first glance, you don't pay attention to details. Our school has a complaint system. Once a complaint is successful, there will be a reward of weird coins. Didn't you know about this? Complaint system? If the bearded stranger hadn't mentioned it, the man with the hat wouldn't have noticed this matter at all. Oh yes, the complaint system. Crap, I'm going to fiercely complain about that damn bastard who not only forced me to be labeled as having psychological issues but also used such cruel methods to compel me to acknowledge that I'm cured. The most hateful part is that he snatched away my 6,000 weird coins. That's 6,000 ghost coins. How much did I save up in my whole life to get that? Brother, you're really a genius. The hat ghost hugged the bearded man and kissed him, saying, your memory is just amazing, how did I not notice such an important thing? The bearded man lifted his head in satisfaction. I'll go complain right now. The hat ghost stood up, ready to write a complaint, but was stopped by the bearded man. What's so great about just complaining? The bearded man shook his head. Before coming here, I already did my research. This guy is just a new psychological counselor. How about we call some friends and let out some steam, beat him until his negative energy drains out, and he crashes, then we can complain. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After hearing this, the hat ghost's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Let's go, we'll act now. The hat ghost said. Hey, let's act tomorrow. The complaint collectors are already off work. That's right, you're so smart, good thing I have you. Wu Feng ultimately did not choose to kill the Mediterranean ghost. Someone like him, who was greedy and opportunistic, was actually the kind of person who was easy to control. Just right, lacking a lackey, Wu Feng directly made this guy sign a master-servant contract on the servitude pact. After signing, Wu Feng first let him experience the consequences of disobedience, then had him lead the way to the employee dormitory. The next day, since Wu Feng didn't want to change offices, the principal directly had someone move the complaint point into his office. Wu Feng sat in his office, thinking about how to get the remaining 700 points. This is so frustrating. The little boy and the mushroom head aren't being helpful at all. Oh, right. I didn't make the hat ghost sign the related documents yesterday. I need to get him to do it later. In the kitchen of the cafeteria, under the call of the bearded man and the hat ghost, 8 other ghosts gathered together. Friends, yesterday Li Shu was bullied and had his 6,000 ghost coins stolen. The bearded man pointed at the hat ghost and spoke to the group of ghosts. I made it clear to you all before, as long as we help Li Shu vent his anger and get those 6,000 ghost coins back, I'll give each of you 300 ghost coins. One of the ghosts in the crowd spoke, we're all friends. Talking about ghost coins is a bit cold. Fine, I won't give you ghost coins then, the bearded man said. But having said that, just kidding. The bearded man chuckled. Let me explain what we're going to do next. Forward slash 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 forward slash. Dot comma 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 comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone, send a little free gift. The author will do anything for gifts. Chapter 40, You Want to Report Me? The bearded man simply made a plan, with one ghost taking the written complaint letter to the teaching building, while the others headed for the psychological counseling room. The plan was flawless. This time they would properly vent their anger. With the plan in place, the bearded man and the hat ghost led the group of ghosts to Wu Feng's office door. The Mediterranean ghost, who was planning to go outside for some fresh air, saw them striding towards Wu Feng's office and asked, "Are you all here to see Dr. Wu for psychological treatment?" Dr. Wu? What kind of doctor is he? With his lousy appearance, how could he be a doctor? Today, we'll let this so-called doctor know what a real surprise is. A doctor, my ass. The hat ghost, who had the most say, cursed loudly. Today, we'll expose this fraud, calling himself a doctor. I'll turn him into a mental case. Hearing this, the Mediterranean ghost couldn't help but smile. Turn Wu Feng into a mental case? Ha ha ha. Were you always this brave? Even the principal has to show respect when he sees Wu Feng. What do you think you are? What are you laughing at? The hat suspiciously felt insulted and asked. Sorry, I usually don't like to laugh. I just suddenly remembered a really funny joke, Mediterranean said while trying hard to control his smile. To punish me, a psychological counselor, and make it impossible for me to escape? I guess I should just kill myself then. Wow, you really are a genius, aren't you? Our requirement isn't difficult. Return the full 6,000 strange coins of my brother and also compensate us with 10,000 strange coins. If not, we will report this incident. The man with the beard stepped forward, looking down at Wu Feng who was sitting. What the bearded man said was, of course, a lie. No matter if Wu Feng pays the 16,000 strange coins or not, they would still complain about him. They only said this to make Wu Feng hand over the strange coins obediently. After all, Wu Feng is so greedy that he can earn 6,000 strange coins from the hat monster in just one day. So, 10,000 strange coins is something he can easily give up. To be honest, his plan is still quite good. That is, if Wu Feng wasn't the complaint collector. After saying this, the bearded man took the lead in sitting on the sofa, and the rest of the strange beings followed and sat down. You have 5 minutes to think. After 5 minutes, not only will we report, but we will also give you a surprise, such as making your head go up your own backside. You only have 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the strange being carrying the complaint letter arrived at the complaint location. There was a notice posted on the front door. The complaint location has changed. If you want to file a letter complaint, please go to the 3rd floor of the administrative building to find Counselor Wu Feng. Wu Feng Counselor, that name sounds a bit familiar. The strange being muttered to himself and then stopped thinking, leaving the teaching building and running towards the administrative building. Not long after, he arrived at the door of the psychological counseling room. At this moment, the Mediterranean strange being was leisurely stretching at the door. Hello, is Wu Feng here? The strange being with the complaint letter asked. Looking for Wu Feng again? Over here. The Mediterranean strange being pointed in a direction. In that office, it's best to knock before you enter. There are quite a few people inside. Okay, thank you. The strange being with the complaint letter cheerfully walked towards Wu Feng's office. Comma. Comma dot 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 comma. Dot comma comma dot comma dot comma dot comma. Author's daily request for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 41, Why don't you speak? Hurry and tell me why you want to complain about me? You now have 4 minutes left to think. The bearded man looked at the indifferent Wu Feng and reminded him. Wu Feng's calm demeanor made him a bit anxious. Could it be that this guy has some special means to deal with complaints? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone as insignificant as a psychological counselor deal with a powerful complaint collector? I regret it. I will only give you 3 minutes to think. You now have 2 minutes left. The bearded man continued to apply pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Knock, knock. Hello, is anyone there? A voice came from outside the door. The bearded man felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. Come in. Wu Feng succinctly replied with one word. Just as the bearded man was about to ask the hat strange being if that voice sounded familiar, the open door answered his question. The strange being with the complaint letter walked into the room, smiling and respectfully looking at Wu Feng, who was sitting at the desk, not daring to glance around. It was because he didn't dare to look around that he didn't see the bearded man and the others sitting on the sofa. He only caught a blurry and vague shadow out of the corner of his eye. "Hello." The strange being with the complaint letter tiptoed to Wu Feng's desk and placed the complaint letter on it. "You are the complaint collector, right? I heard you are honest and just, and indeed it seems so." The strange being with the complaint letter started with a flattery line. Wu Feng glanced at the strange expressions of the crowd behind the bizarre complaint letter and knowingly asked, "Who are you complaining about?" As he spoke, Wu Feng opened the letter. "Dear sir, I want to complain about an utterly evil psychotherapist." The words in the complaint letter grew passionate. "You can't imagine how wicked this guy is, committing all sorts of crimes, devoid of any conscience, with evil deeds piling up. He's simply beyond redemption." The content of this complaint letter is merely a tiny fraction of his actual wrongdoing. Watching the complaint letter talk, the bearded bazaar and the hat-wearing bazaar felt like the sky was falling. In fact, the bearded bazaar felt something was off the moment the complaint letter entered. Why would the complaint letter come here? Could it be? When he heard Wu Feng say he was the complaint collector, he couldn't help but begin to doubt if his ears were failing him. But the doubt only lasted a few seconds, as reason told him his ears were definitely fine now. However, whether things would go wrong next was uncertain, not to mention his ears. Today might be a huge problem for himself. Wu Feng couldn't read the words above, but he still pretended to read the letter. This psychotherapist is indeed terrible. "Sir, you're holding it upside down," the complaint letter reminded carefully. "Oh," Wu Feng replied without looking at the complaint letter again, directly placing it flat on the desk. "Sorry, I can't read." Not being able to read surprised the complaint letter slightly. "But it's okay, we can talk verbally," Wu Feng said. So, Wu Feng paused, sitting up straight. "What's your name, and tell me in detail why you want to complain, dear complaint collector?" The complaint letter was quicker than his brain and blurted out, "To elaborate, it's..." At this point, the complaint letter suddenly froze. Wu Feng's last words echoed again in his head. "Why do you want to complain, dear complaint collector?" Complaint, dear complaint collector. Dear complaint collector. This phrase bounced around in the mind of the complaint letter like an echo. Something was off, something was wrong. Could it be? He looked towards the blurry figure he caught in his peripheral vision. The bearded bazaar and hat-wearing bazaar were sitting obediently on the sofa. At this moment, only one thought filled the complaint letter's mind. "Damn, we're screwed." Wu Feng pressed on aggressively. "Why aren't you speaking? Why do you want to complain about me?" The complaint letter began to sweat profusely. "I didn't know it was going to be this high-end before coming here. What to do now?" The complaint letter obediently retreated to the side of the bearded bazaar. "Damn it, you're the one who brought us onto this sinking ship. Hurry up and think of a solution." Not just the complaint letter, all bazaar gazes turned towards the upright bearded bazaar. The bearded bazaar was already so nervous he started to tremble. "I only knew the complaint collector was powerful, but I didn't investigate who the complaint collector was. What's the most desperate way to die?" "This is the most desperate way to die." The bearded bazaar's mind began to spin rapidly. "Brain, think of something fast. Move, hurry and move. And you, sphincter, put in some effort. Hold on, don't let that black dragon escape just because your master is scared." As you said at the beginning, we are all patients with psychological issues." The bearded bazaar forced a pained smile, as if possessed by agony. It hurt too much." The bearded bazaar pulled the complaint letter over and spoke. "This guy's condition is the worst, just look at him, he starts spouting nonsense the moment he opens his mouth. I heard you are a miracle doctor, and we specifically came to seek your treatment. We are even willing to pay double the price for your help. Our excuse for coming to see the doctor is completely full of holes. It's not even that, it should be said that a 3-year-old wouldn't believe this excuse. The bearded man certainly knows this, so the real meaning of this sentence is that we want to pay for peace. We give you weird coins, and you let us go without a fuss." Wu Feng naturally has plenty of weird coins, but what he lacks are points. "Although I have already sentenced this group of people who want to trick me to death in my heart, they still have value for use at the moment." "Oh." Wu Feng nodded. "So you want to pay double the price for treatment, right? Alright, let me calculate the cost for you. The usual price for psychological counseling is 10 weird coins per minute, so at double the rate, it would be 2 times 10 equals 200 weird coins, so you will be charged 200 weird coins per minute, and for 2 minutes, that is 200 plus 200 equals 500 weird coins." Silence. The group of weirdos fell completely silent. What a good calculation. What a brilliant calculation. It's a fantastic calculation. If you keep calculating, won't it be tens of thousands of weird coins for an hour? Wu Feng noticed that the faces of the weirdos looked a bit off, so he thoughtfully asked, "What's wrong? Did I calculate incorrectly?" "Yes, your calculations are spot on." The bearded man made an okay gesture towards Wu Feng. It seems to agree with Wu Feng's calculations, but in their hearts, they secretly wanted to hit him. ... Thanks for the gifts sent by Huasher, I really appreciate it. The author daily asks for gifts. Please send some free little gifts. The author can do anything for a gift. Chapter 42, was it you who shouted the loudest just now? I just scanned around, you all have irritability issues. Based on my treatment experience, you need at least an hour of face-to-face treatment with me to get better. Wu Feng said as he looked around. If 2 minutes costs 500 weird coins, then for an hour. Seeing Wu Feng about to calculate again, the group of weirdos felt tense. According to Wu Feng's calculation, the price for an hour might be enough to buy the whole school. 10 minutes is 5,000 weird coins, so an hour would be 50,000 weird coins. Wu Feng got more and more excited as he calculated. He originally thought it was a small amount, but under his brilliant calculation, this amount gradually became significant. The only unfortunate point is that this group of guys probably can't come up with this much weird coin. The bearded man felt as if he was about to cry. Please stop calculating, I can't afford this anymore. 50,000 weird coins? You couldn't even gather this much if you sold me. The bearded man tremblingly took out over 10,000 weird coins and placed them on the table. Big brother, this is already all my possessions, I really cannot bear your calculation. The other weirdos followed suit, contributing 8,000, 7,000, 5,000. 8 people put all their worth on the table, and together it added up to about 60,000 weird coins. That's quite an extra little gain. Ah, look at what you just said. There is an old saying, healers have kind hearts. Even if you don't have enough money, I would still treat you. Wu Feng took out a registration form from his drawer. Let me register your conditions and write that you have been treated. Wu Feng handed out the registration forms one by one to the weirdos. The weirdos, anxious and apprehensive, filled out the forms and returned them to Wu Feng. Alright, your value of use is gone. Very well, next you all come with me for a trip. After folding the forms, Wu Feng placed them in his drawer. Even though the weirdos didn't know the purpose of Wu Feng's actions, none of them dared to speak out against him. After all, big figures like this do not have the guts to argue about anything. Under Wu Feng's leadership, everyone obediently came to a grove. The bearded oddity felt a bit scared. The others strangely did not know that Wu Feng had the power to harm them, but the bearded oddity knew. Yesterday, the hat oddity specifically explained this matter. Why is it so empty here? I'm a bit scared. The bearded oddity originally wanted to say whether Wu Feng would kill them. He was somewhat frightened. But Wu Feng was nearby, so he didn't have the courage to say that. Hey, I should be the one who is scared. After all, I have to go out from this empty place alone later. Wu Feng replied. The bearded oddity paused, keenly catching the meaning in Wu Feng's words. One person going back. This kid wants to take action. Humph. The bearded oddity instantly understood that always yielding would not lead to a way out. Continuing to follow Wu Feng would definitely be a dead end. Damn it. Following would mean death, but if I fight back, there might still be a chance for survival. I have quite a reputation among this group of oddities. As long as I take action, the other oddities will definitely follow me. Damn it, let's fight. The bearded oddity suddenly stopped, his dark energy began to erupt, and his eyes turned bright red. His head started to grow larger, and his mouth became even more exaggerated, with sharp teeth packed closely together like a lamprey. The oddities around him immediately noticed the bearded oddity's appearance. While the surrounding oddities hesitated, the hat oddity suddenly gritted its teeth and charged at Wu Feng. The bearded oddity's attack was extremely powerful. He could quickly devour the dark energy within an enemy's body through biting, but the only downside was that it required slight charging and had a bit of a lack of accuracy. The hat oddity understood just how dangerous Wu Feng was. Continuing would mean certain death. The only possibility of survival was to team up with the bearded oddity to drain Wu Feng's dark energy and put him into a state of paralysis. The hat oddity rushed forward, trying to hold Wu Feng in place. What are you waiting for? Come help quickly. The hat oddity yelled, Wu Feng has the ability to hurt or even kill us. Always yielding and submitting will ultimately lead to death. You must believe my words, our only hope is to drain Wu Feng's dark energy and make him fall into a state of paralysis. For a better tomorrow, for our families, for our futures, don't be afraid anymore, let's go together and control Wu Feng. The complaint letter oddity no longer hesitated, although it didn't know whether Wu Feng could really kill them. It felt that since they had already offended such a big figure, plus with the hat oddity stirring things up, there was no chance for reconciliation, so it might as well just fight. Damn it, let's fight. For a better tomorrow. The complaint letter oddity roared and rushed to hug Wu Feng as well. Once someone took the lead, the remaining oddities surged one after another, chaotically binding Wu Feng. Hold on! The bearded oddity shouted loudly as it lunged at Wu Feng's face like a fierce lamprey. Crack! With their lips joined, Wu Feng's entire head was engulfed in the bearded oddity's mouth. The bearded oddity began to use its dark power to activate its teeth and absorb Wu Feng's dark energy. Unfortunately, no matter how it activated the dark energy, it felt Wu Feng's dark energy being absorbed. What's going on? No, I can't lose, I must succeed. Images of a beautiful life in this world began flashing in my mind, shopping with the hat oddity. Eating grilled people with other oddities. After eating, they shouted loudly on the street. Such a wonderful life, how could it just end like this? For my family, for a better tomorrow, I must succeed, the bearded man roared wildly in his heart, crazily stirring the dark energy within him. Unfortunately, all of it was in vain. After waiting so long, I thought it would be something amazing, but it's just this? Wu Feng's voice came from the bearded man's mouth, and after watching the bearded man's big move with curiosity, he felt it was rather boring. He thought this guy would unleash some kind of special effect like a woman in a long dress. The rebound ability activated, and Wu Feng spent some weird currency to directly triple the power of this ability. A mouth larger than the bearded man appeared above him. The bearded man looked at the big mouth suddenly appearing on his head and didn't have time to say anything before being swallowed whole. Unfortunately, this ability only had the power to absorb dark energy. 3 seconds later, the bearded man, stuck in a frozen state, was spit out. The mouth did not disappear. Wu Feng turned to look at the hat weirdness. You were the loudest just now, right? The author daily seeks gifts, everyone send a little free gift. For a gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 43, Do you know Wu Feng? The hat weirdness revealed a simple smile, but before it could speak, the big mouth on Wu Feng's head swallowed it whole. The other weird things didn't know what to do for a moment after seeing this situation. Run, this complaint collector is powerful, I can't escape from this temple after running away from the monk. But if I don't run, I can't fight here either. The weird ones all loosened their grip and no longer bound Wu Feng. Master, spare us our lives, and we can be your dogs, one weird thing shouted. Be dogs? Wu Feng raised his gun as if he hadn't heard, and after a gunshot, the head of that weird thing exploded like a watermelon. To deal with this group of unremarkable weird things, Wu Feng didn't even spend 5 seconds. After solving everything here, he returned to his office, stacked the 11 registration forms in his hand, and went to the Mediterranean Weird's office. After explaining the situation, the Mediterranean Weird took these 11 registration forms out to go through the process. After returning, a crisp voice rang in Wu Feng's ear, and a transparent screen appeared before him. Congratulations, player, for completing the first phase of the main quest, 1000 points/1000 points. Now starting the second round of main quest, obtain a score above 500 in the amusement park test. Complete the second round of the main quest to return. Wu Feng looked at the second main quest and was curious about what this so-called amusement park was. It had been nearly a day since entering the instance, and he had never heard anyone discuss information about the amusement park. Do you know about the amusement park? Wu Feng looked at the Mediterranean Weird. Of course, I know, the Mediterranean Weird immediately replied upon hearing Wu Feng's inquiry about the amusement park. The amusement park is the belief that keeps me working. However, entering the amusement park requires going through several extremely difficult tests, and to qualify for the test, you need to spend 10,000 points. Upon mentioning 10,000 points, the Mediterranean Weird sighed. Every day doing this kind of ridiculous work feels like being a husband who brings the leader home, confusing like a parent who calls a teacher home for tutoring. If it weren't for saving points and weird currency, I would have quit long ago. I hope this year's professional pardon falls on me. Professional pardon? Wu Feng was a bit unclear about what this meant. The Mediterranean Weird showed no surprise at Wu Feng's confusion. There will be a professional amnesty once every 10 years. And the so-called professional amnesty is an opportunity for a certain profession to participate in the Paradise test with just 1,000 points, but the chances of being selected are quite small. After all, there are countless professions in this world. At this point, Mediterranean sighed again. This year just happens to be the 10th year. I wonder which lucky profession will be chosen. Wu Feng glanced at the main task too. Without thinking, it was almost certainly the profession of psychologist that would be chosen. After all, the main tasks couldn't just be random. If they really said you had to accumulate 10,000 points to participate in the Paradise test, then it would be a cruel game. Wu Feng did not continue to ask any questions, but left the Mediterranean strange office and returned to his room. As usual, he sat on the sofa, but just as he turned to look out the window, he felt something added to his hand. Looking down, it was a red and black envelope, with a wax seal stamped with a pair of open wings. When did this thing appear? Wu Feng cautiously looked around. Calm, everything around him had not changed at all. This is? Wu Feng murmured, beginning to think that this thing should be related to the Paradise. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. The handwriting was still in those completely unrecognizable forms, but the magical thing was that he could actually understand what was written on it. Hello, esteemed sir. Congratulations, your profession has been chosen as an amnesty profession. It has been detected that you have 1,000 points. Would you like to participate in the Paradise test? If you confirm your participation in the test, please sign your name in the lower left corner. P.S. If you can score 600 points or higher in the test, you can officially enter the Paradise. Paradise. Indeed, it was a letter from the Paradise. The difficulty of surviving with no one left behind in this strange game is truly deadly. If there is even a slight problem, what awaits you will be an endless abyss. For example, if he did not pass the psychologist assessment, then he would have to honestly accumulate 10,000 points to enter the Paradise for the test. Paradise? Wu Feng murmured. What kind of existence is this, that it can become a place sought after by the strange? Even the second main task only requires 500 points to complete, and there is no need to enter the Paradise at all. Wu Feng was a very curious person, and this mysterious paradise sparked his curiosity. Interesting. Wu Feng signed his name on the lower left corner of the envelope. Let me see what this extremely difficult test has in store. Flames suddenly ignited on the envelope, and as they were about to burn out, the flames rose and formed several large characters appearing before him. Signing successful, please wait until midnight tonight, and we will invite you to participate in the test. A personal invitation? That's a bit interesting. Wu Feng glanced at the clock. It was still quite early before midnight. He stretched lazily. Clearly, he hadn't done much today, but he still felt a bit tired. Just as he sat on the sofa preparing to rest, the door to the office was knocked on. Come in. Wu Feng spoke irritably. A girl with long hair opened the door and walked into the office. Not good, the suit man somehow provoked the grade director, and just now all the lives have been lost. Although the long-haired girl looked a bit anxious, she spoke clearly and logically. Meanwhile, the man in the suit standing in the corner of the room was soaked in blood from head to toe. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the grade director walking towards him step by step, feeling both strange and helpless. No retreat left, certain death awaited. Even though he had used all his trump cards, it was of no use. The strange power in front of him was suffocating. He felt like an ant facing the sun and the moon. Ha ha. The man in the suit laughed out loud, thinking that dying at the hands of such powerful strangeness was also a kind of honor. Before he died, the man in the suit thought of Wu Feng, remembering that the long-haired girl had subtly mentioned that Wu Feng was very strong. In this strange game where no one survived, perhaps only Wu Feng had a certain chance of clearing it. Wu Feng, you must clear the game, the man in the suit shouted before his death, then his eyes burned with determination, roaring, come on, beast. Under the roar of the man, the grade director, who had been walking towards him, strangely stopped in his tracks. The mocking expression, which was like looking at food and toys, vanished, replaced by a cautious look. You. The grade director paused and changed his words. Do you know Wu Feng? The author is daily seeking gifts. Everyone send a little free gift. The author can do anything for a gift. Chapter 44, One Table, One Revolver. Let's have an exciting game of Russian roulette. The grade director was strangely uncertain whether the Wu Feng mentioned by the man in the suit was the same person as their biggest shareholder Wu Feng. But in the same way. The grade director also couldn't be sure that the Wu Feng mentioned by the man in the suit was not the same as their biggest shareholder Wu Feng. So directly admitting defeat was absolutely fine. If the two Wu Fengs were indeed the same person, he really would have offended this suited man, and subsequently, he would not be able to escape disaster. Already prepared to die on the spot, the man in the suit found it hard to wrap his mind around this drastic change. What is this situation? How did it change so much? Could it be that before eating me, it wanted to play some little games or something? I know him. What's up? The man in the suit said. Ah, look at my eyes. How did I mistake you for being human? The great director laughed loudly, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. The man in the suit looked at his body covered in blood, and not long ago, the strange being only needed a little blood to confirm he was human. Now he was drenched in it, and he said he couldn't tell? Besides, this guy has killed me how many times? Don't you have any sense of it in your heart? Are you kidding? This situation is cheaty, absolutely cheaty. Could this strange being be trying to make me betray Wu Feng? Impossible, I will never betray my kind. You might as well give up on that. Humph. The man in the suit snorted defiantly, if you want to kill me, just do it, don't add so much flair. The great director felt incredibly speechless. This was bad. From the expression of the suited man, going back to good terms now had a billion tiny difficulties. Just last night, the principal had just explained that issue, and he had offended a friend of the shareholder. He originally thought encountering a human was his luck, but it turned out to be pure bad luck. There was a good chance he might even lose his position as grade director. Without this position, how could he earn points to go to the paradise? I was wrong, I really was wrong, please forgive me. The great director suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, slapping his face again and again. This action left the man in the suit stunned for a full 10 seconds. WDF? He also wanted to slap himself a few times, just to verify the reality of everything happening before him. Looking at the indifferent man in the suit, the great director hurriedly took out 1,000 strange coins and respectfully placed them in front of himself. These gifts are for you. I do not hope for your forgiveness, only to extinguish the anger in your heart. The great director smiled oddly as he pushed the items toward the man in the suit. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. Finally, the great director gritted his teeth and added another 2,000 strange coins. The two continued to stare at each other wide-eyed. The great director could honestly say he had exhausted his efforts. If 3,000 strange coins and a strange item could not win the forgiveness of this person, he would have to think of another way. For example, directly going to find Wu Feng and apologize. Take your time spending these strange coins. If it's not enough, you can always ask me for more. I will take my leave now. The great director waved his hand, a smile on his face as he disappeared from the man in the suit sight. Once he was sure the great director had gone far away, the man in the suit finally collected the items. As for the conspiracy, it seemed that only after he saw Wu Feng would he know the truth. No. The man in the suit ultimately decided not to see Wu Feng. What if the great director was trying to use him to track down this human? If he went to find Wu Feng, wouldn't that be putting him in danger? In the strange game, one must always be prepared for the worst outcome. Wu Feng and the long-haired woman had just stepped out of the administrative building when they saw the smiling great director. The long-haired girl trembled all over, the immense pressure made her breath quicken, and her steps instinctively retreated. I have a friend. Wu Feng didn't finish his sentence before the great director immediately interrupted. I've let him go, I was really blind not to see that he was your friend. Look at my eyes, they must be sick. The great director dug out his own eyes and spat heavily. I have already compensated your friend with 3,000 strange coins, and of course, yours as well. The great director took out 5,000 strange coins from his pocket and respectfully placed them in Wu Feng's palm. Very good, he was quite competent at pleasing someone. Although 5,000 strange coins were not much for Wu Feng, a mosquito leg is still meat. The long-haired girl's gaze darted back and forth between the great director and Wu Feng. Good heavens! Who among you two is strange? You, as a strange being, are trying to please a human? Is this still the strange game? It seems like the one participating in the strange game is not us, but this great director instead. How is that guy? Wu Feng asked. Not dead, just lost a lot of blood, the great director answered honestly. As long as he's not dead, every day feels like he's worried like an old father. As long as he's not dead, Wu Feng waved his hand and turned to walk back into the administrative building. Seeing Wu Feng's reaction, the great director breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, and here's yours. The great director then handed the long-haired girl 500 strange coins. As expected of someone who could be a great director, he was thorough in his work. The long-haired girl accepted the 500 strange coins in surprise. At that moment, she felt as if she had returned to the real world. The strange being before her was as kind as her own grandmother. Wu Feng returned to his office, enjoying the leisure time. Time flew quickly, passing in the blink of an eye. After successfully treating the little boy and a mushroom-headed student with psychological issues recommended to him, it was unknowingly already evening. Wu Feng returned to the dormitory, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. Half awake, he heard what seemed like broken sounds around him. He suddenly awakened, realizing that the broken sounds were coming from the air around him. No, to be precise, it is space. The crack in space quickly spread, and before long, it formed a web-like appearance. Everything around began to crumble. All that existed turned into nothingness, as if falling into an abyss, or sinking to the bottom of the sea. Wu Feng kept falling until a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the abyss. The light rapidly expanded, forcing him to block his eyes with his hands. Welcome, Wu Feng. You have reached the testing ground. I wish you success in passing this test and entering the paradise. When he fully adapted to the light, Wu Feng lowered his hands, blocking his eyes. A table, a revolver, and a creature that smiled with its skin but not with its eyes. The voice of someone approaching entered his ears. The first test is actually this. It seems our luck is not great. Comma, 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 comma. Comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author asks for gifts daily. Everyone, please send a free little gift. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 45, Bold and Cautious. Wu Feng looked around. The testing ground was not very large, about 50 to 60 square meters. In the room, besides the table and the toothy, skin-smiling creature behind it, there were also two strange beings behind Wu Feng. One strange being with a slit mouth saw the table, the revolver, and the toothy creature, and said that we are not too lucky. Why do you say that? The other strange being, dripping with water, asked as they stood up. What's so scary about just a revolver? Ah, you don't know, this revolver has the ability to kill us, and not only that, the slit mouth being explained halfway and then shut their mouth. Not only that, what? The dripping strange being hurriedly asked. The slit mouth being smiled slyly. Why should I provide the information I know for free? If you want to know more, the slit mouth being rubbed their thumb and index finger together, you will need to pay a price. I don't want more, just give me 10,000 ghost coins. Hearing this number, the dripping strange being just wanted to smash the slit-mouthed being into the floor tiles. 10,000 ghost coins, isn't that too much? With 10,000 ghost coins, I could eat for 3 years. But then again, although 10,000 ghost coins is very expensive, this is information about the test. More information means more hope of clearing it. Unfortunately, I only have a little over 6,000 ghost coins in total, far from the 10,000 ghost coins they want. The dripping strange being looked at Wu Feng. Hey, you heard what this slit-mouthed being said. Let's pool some ghost coins together to buy the remaining information. 10,000 ghost coins for a bit of information? Wu Feng was not very interested in this deal. He shook his head, indicating he did not need it. Seeing Wu Feng's attitude, the dripping strange being urged, Kid, don't aim too high, thinking that just because you came to the testing ground, you will have a great chance of passing. Haven't you ever heard how hard it is to enter paradise? Today, being able to use ghost coins to learn about the test is your luck. The dripping strange being chattered incessantly in Wu Feng's ear. Alright, even though the idea of partnering with you is mine, I'm willing to take a loss, and I'm still willing to put in 4,000 ghost coins. You only need to put in 6,000 ghost coins. Wu Feng felt like he couldn't understand a bit. Does what you're saying make sense? But after thinking carefully, he felt like he understood. Because after hearing this, Wu Feng thought of a kind of person he had seen before. Clearly silly but thinking of themselves as clever, desperately trying to take little advantages while thinking others are fools who can't see a thing. How about it? The conditions I proposed are already very good. Hurry up and bring out the strange coins. Wu Feng felt an impulse to shove a gun into the dripping, weird mouth all over his body, but considering the testing reason, he politely refused instead. Get lost. Hearing Wu Feng's insult, the dripping strange instantly became furious. You. Before the next words were finished, the toothy creature behind the table made a sound. Please remain silent, the next test is about to begin. Upon hearing the words of the toothy creature, the dripping strange clicked his tongue and silently cursed, thinking how foolish it was to let slip the information right at hand, wondering what was in that brain. The toothy creature's voice continued, the test content of the first 2 rounds is related to this phrase. As soon as the words fell, a string of text appeared in the air. Still incomprehensible, but understandable in its meaning. In the heart of a fierce tiger, gently sniffing roses, daring yet meticulous. So the content of our first round is Russian roulette. The voice of the toothy creature reached Wu Feng's ears. The last few words Russian roulette sounded awkward, almost as if they had been auto-translated from some other term. You won't buy the information at hand, you'll regret it in a bit. The dripping strange walked over to Wu Feng's side and whispered. There was a sense that not taking advantage of Wu Feng would bring a big loss. After saying this, it didn't give Wu Feng a chance to retort, taking advantage of the game not having started yet. It directly went to stand beside the gaping strange, exchanging 6,000 strange coins plus a strange item for the remaining information of the gaping strange. Not only that, what's next? The dripping strange eagerly asked, speak quietly, don't let that guy hear. Ahem. The gaping strange cleared its throat, it doesn't matter if he hears, because not only that, the toothy creature will tell us the next information. Dripping strange? Damn it. Next, let me explain the test rules to you all in detail. The toothy creature scanned the 3 of them. First point, this round tests courage, so these bullets have the ability to kill you all. Second point, the closer to death, the higher the score, with a maximum of 300 points. Third point, there are only 9 bullets on the table. Once loaded the bullets are to be discarded, the next person cannot load. Wu Feng contemplated the rules spoken by the toothy creature. According to the rules, the earlier someone goes, the higher their score will be, because bullets cannot be inherited. The first person can freely increase bullets to gain a higher score, while those after need to see how many bullets remain in front of them. Thus, the order of going is crucial. There are no other rules, next I need you to vote to decide the order. The toothy creature grinned, its mouth quickly splitting all the way to its ears. The dripping strange and the gaping strange obviously noticed the importance of the order. Shall we form an alliance? The dripping strange looked at the gaping strange. Of course, no problem. The gaping strange, who had just fished 6,000 strange coins and a strange item from the dripping strange, readily agreed without thinking. After all, the dripping strange was foolish, it would be easy to fool him again later. TSK, you think I'm only at the first level? The dripping strange looked at Wu Feng, trying to put on a brave front after losing face earlier. In fact, I'm at the ceiling, trash, just wait for your failure. Wu Feng didn't reply because he had already thought of how to break the situation. For now, he would let this fool be arrogant a little longer, and soon he would have a big surprise for him. Those who agree he goes first, raise your hands. The toothy creature pointed at Wu Feng. No one raised their hands. The dripping strange softly chuckled and shook his head, giving off the vibe of celebrating with champagne in the middle of a scene. Those who agree he goes first, raise your hands. The toothy creature pointed at the dripping strange. Both the dripping strange and the gaping strange raised their hands simultaneously. Alright, the first place goes to you. Then, those who agree with him being second, raise your hands. The fanged creature pointed to the strange crack. 2 votes agreed. Good, the order is now set. The fanged creature lightly waved its hand on the table, and 9 bullets appeared out of thin air. Please have the first tester step forward. Point 0. Begging for gifts, the author is willing to do anything for free gifts. Chapter 46, not even a 1 in a million chance? Very well, this guy can be eliminated directly. The crackling creature pointed at Wu Feng, ready to begin deceiving the mindless dripwater creature. All you need to do is add 5 bullets to the revolver, and I will add 4 more, so Wu Feng will have no bullet left. Originally planning to add 4 bullets, dripwater creature hesitated after hearing the crackling creature's words. Yeah, if I add 5 bullets directly. Suddenly, dripwater creature shuddered. What a joke, 5 bullets. How is that any different from committing suicide? The death rate with 4 bullets is already high enough. I can't just throw my life away for a score. 4 bullets are already above average, so the score won't be low. 5 bullets are completely unnecessary. Get lost, do you think I'm an idiot? Dripwater creature turned around and angrily scolded the crackling creature. Then he noticed the crackling creature's concerned, almost insulting gaze. It seemed to say, aren't you? Poof. Dripwater creature didn't bother to argue with the crackling creature. He sat down in front of the fanged creature and looked down at the revolver and the 9 bullets on the table. How many bullets do you want? The fanged creature asked. Dripwater creature closed his eyes, paused to calm down, and then spoke, 4 bullets. The fanged creature's nearly 20-centimeter long fingers quickly and skillfully loaded 4 bullets into the revolver. With a click, the loading was complete, and the fanged creature sharply spun the cylinder. With the smooth sound of the spin, the revolver was handed to Dripwater creature. Please prove your courage. Dripwater creature gripped the handle, his fingers trembling as he aimed the gun at his own brain. Can I spin the cylinder again? Dripwater creature didn't pull the trigger, but asked. No. Dripwater creature closed his eyes, his jaw muscles tightening. Damn it, here goes. He pressed his index finger with force and pulled the trigger. Click. It wasn't the sound of a bullet firing, he survived. 200 points. The fanged creature said. Dripwater creature took a deep breath and looked at Wu Feng, starting to gloat. A mere 200 points, easy as pie. You better work hard to show off next. Pretending to be cool is so satisfying. He sighed with satisfaction in his heart. After saying this, Dripwater creature felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, imagining soon he would be able to enjoy Wu Feng's awkwardness. He felt so excited it made his scalp tingle. The fanged creature unloaded all the bullets from the revolver and tossed them onto the ground. Next. The crackling creature sat at the table, and it also chose 4 bullets. Loading, spinning the cylinder. It aimed the gun at its own temple. Bang! The entire head of the crackling creature exploded like a shattered watermelon, with wisps of white smoke rising from the gun's barrel. Next. The fanged creature casually threw the crackling creature away, wiping the pieces off the table. Good luck, let's see how many points you can get. The sarcastic voice of Dripwater creature promptly reached Wu Feng's ears. 1 bullet, haha. 1 bullet, what kind of waves can you stir up? Wu Feng walked up to Dripwater creature and coldly stared at him. What do you want to do? Dripwater creature was not afraid at all, glaring at Wu Feng. Rip! Wu Feng grabbed Dripwater creature's coat and ripped off a large piece of fabric, then carefully walked to the table to wipe everything clean. What the hell are you? Dripwater creature, now bare-chested, angrily cursed and charged at Wu Feng. Halfway through, he noticed the fanged creature staring straight at him. Please do not disturb the contestants. A chill instantly spread through his body, and the remaining grit in his words disappeared. He helplessly kicked the ground and fixed his gaze angrily on Wu Feng. How many bullets do you need? The fanged creature asked, but after seeing only 1 bullet left on the table, he added, it seems like you don't have a choice. He loaded the remaining bullet into the revolver and forcefully slid the cylinder. Let's begin. The fanged creature handed the revolver to Wu Feng. Wu Feng reached out, taking the gun and pressing the barrel against his own head. Click. Pulling the trigger, the bullet did not fire. Dewdrop, who watched, felt a strange disappointment, but quickly mocked, after saving up points for so long, I didn't expect it to be just a game, there's no need for you to take the tests behind this one. Wu Feng remained silent, only raising his index finger and slowly pressing the trigger again. The second shot still did not fire. The rules stated that the closer you get to death, the higher the score, but it never said the more bullets in the cylinder, the higher the score would be. One could say carefully reading the rules to avoid habitual thinking is crucial. This is interesting. The fanged creature began to take an interest in Wu Feng's actions. Dewdrop, for a moment, didn't understand what Wu Feng was doing, but when Wu Feng pulled the trigger for the third time, he suddenly realized. This counts as cheating, right? He looked at the fanged creature and asked, but only silence responded. After running through a few tragic scenarios in his mind, Dewdrop began to mutter to himself. So what if it's cheating? He's only fired 3 shots so far. Click. The 4th shot. Dewdrop fell silent, unable to utter any more mockery. The fanged creature rhythmically tapped 4 fingers on the table, anticipating Wu Feng's next shot. Wu Feng pulled the trigger. Click. No bullet fired. With this shot, Wu Feng had already fired 5 times in succession. Damn. Dewdrop pounded the wall with a fist, reluctant to accept that this guy had ultimately relied on strange methods to reach the level of 5 bullets. No, it seemed like this was even more impressive than just 5 bullets. Now he not only couldn't act cool, but he looked even more like a clown. Wonderful, wonderful. The fanged creature couldn't hold back and started clapping. I will give you a very high score. 200. It's not over yet. Wu Feng interrupted the score the fanged creature was about to announce. For a moment, the fanged creature couldn't understand what Wu Feng meant. There was 1 bullet in the chamber, and he had fired 5 times. What do you want to do? Are you going to shoot yourself? What else do you want? The fanged creature asked. I bet the last bullet will jam. Wu Feng said lightly. A small voice echoed in the room. What? What are you betting on? You bet on a bullet jamming? Interesting, this is so much fun. The fanged creature unexpectedly laughed. According to the rules, I shouldn't say this, but I just want to tell you, the gun cannot jam, there's not even a 1 in 10 million chance. Dewdrop also laughed. What a conceited little fool. Jam? Ha, it seems like your brain is the one that's jammed. But this is also good, if he dies, I will be overjoyed. Wu Feng remained silent, tightening his finger on the trigger. Not even a 1 in 10 million chance. Sorry, I have absolute luck. Absolute luck, this skill is a passive one. The host will gain maximum benefit at minimal cost under any circumstances, represented by 100% manifestation of every favorable event for the host and the complete elimination of every unfavorable event. Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, absolute luck will realize that probability. Even a 1 in a billion chance will definitely come true. Wu Feng pulled the trigger. Congratulations, player, for achieving. My fate is in my hands, not heaven's. My fate is in my hands, not heaven's. Facing an almost certain death, the player fearlessly and resolutely moves forward. Comma dot comma dot comma dot. Comma dot 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 comma comma. Seek gifts. For free gifts the author is willing to do anything. Chapter 47. Is it that I don't work hard enough? Under the strange gaze of the tusked creature in drip water, the cylinder began to spin, the firing pin started to strike. Click. The revolver did not fire a bullet, nothing happened. Is it really jammed? Dripwater looked at Wu Feng, who had slammed the revolver on the table, his tone full of doubt. No way, can it really jam? This is a test to enter the paradise. You didn't forget to load the bullets, did you? He asked instinctively, unwilling to accept such a result. Not loaded bullets? Wu Feng picked up the revolver from the table again and quickly slid the cylinder. In the mechanical sound of clack-clack, he aimed the gun at Dripwater. Want to give it a try? Wu Feng asked. The tusked creature glanced at the gun and even chimed in, if you want to take a shot, I can consider raising your score a bit. Dripwater, who was originally going to refuse, swallowed his words back into his stomach. Actually, even though Dripwater asked the tusked creature, you didn't forget to load the bullets, did you? He still believed deep down that the tusked creature wouldn't do such a thing. However, just a bullet, if he could survive it, he'd gain points. All right. Dripwater replied, willing to take the risk. The moment Dripwater's voice fell, Wu Feng did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet rushed out of the barrel, accurately hitting the center of Dripwater's forehead. In his final moments, Dripwater could only say, I feel like I've been scammed. Wu Feng placed the revolver back on the table. The tusked creature spoke with satisfaction, congratulations, you got a full score of 300 points. Please wait on the spot, the second round of testing will start soon. Wu Feng obediently stood still. As the surrounding space began to change, the table disappeared, the walls vanished, and even the tusked creature slowly became transparent. Next, the floor beneath Wu Feng began to extend outwards, and when it reached over 100 square meters, a clown with a red nose suddenly appeared at the end of the floor. As he walked towards Wu Feng step by step, the walls and ceiling reappeared, and under the ceiling, a huge chandelier appeared. Welcome everyone to the second stage of the paradise testing. The clown spoke, his voice loud as if there was a hidden microphone. I believe you already have some idea about what the second stage will assess. That's right, the second stage mainly tests your attention to detail. The clown instantly teleported right in front of Wu Feng. Do you want to take a careful and serious look at me? After all, I am the representative of handsomeness and elegance. Wu Feng stepped back, creating some distance from the clown who was desperately rubbing against him. What does handsome and elegant have to do with you? The talkative clown. Chatting with a guy like you really makes the atmosphere cold. Hey, if you don't look, don't regret it later. The clown cleared his throat and jumped back. Now I will introduce the rules for the second round of testing. First point, you need to hit me with this hammer within the time limit. The clown pointed casually, and a hammer appeared in Wu Feng's hand. Hee hee, now let me show you something interesting. The clown randomly points to the ground. A box appears on the ground, and immediately, the box opens, revealing a creature that looks exactly like the clown. The clown's actions do not stop but continue to point around. Eventually, 10 identical creatures emerge that look just like the clown. Hee hee, if you don't listen to the handsome guy, you'll regret it right away, the clown says, tilting his head and speaking clearly. Now, I won't let you see it anymore. Point 2, you need to hit 3 times. Point 3, the full score for this round is 200 points. The more time you have left and the fewer hits you make, the higher your score will be. That's the introduction, let's start the game. The clown creature shouts loudly, and a huge red cloth appears in his hand. He vigorously throws the red cloth up, spreading it out and covering the 10 clowns. Wu Feng's sight is obstructed. By the time the red cloth falls and disappears, the 10 clowns are lined up neatly in a row. The countdown begins now, the clowns say in unison. A countdown appears in the air, 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Wu Feng looks at the almost identical clowns and can't help but sigh. It's indeed hard to tell them apart. If the third clown didn't have that red health bar on its head. Yes. Thanks to his data life cheat, Wu Feng can see the health bars above all the creatures' heads. His doppelganger is not recognized as a hostile life form by the cheat. Wu Feng walks step by step towards the clown with the health bar above its head, holding a hammer. Oh, do you think it's me? The clown starts to chatter, trying to disrupt Wu Feng with words. Are you sure? Are you really going to make a decision without thinking? The last guy who was so reckless regretted it deeply. Smart guys always think twice. If it were a regular person, they would be influenced by the clown to some extent, but for Wu Feng. He raised his hammer without any hesitation and brought it down on the clown's face. Bang! A muffled sound. Logically speaking, getting hit by a hammer shouldn't cause much trouble for the clown. However, he was directly knocked down to the ground. Feeling the large dent in his skull, the clown wondered if he got hit with the wrong hammer. How could this kid nearly knock me out with one hit? Did I hit the right one? Wu Feng looked down at the clown lying on the ground, asking knowingly. The clown got up from the ground, his sunken face quickly restoring. Not bad, kid, but you still need to hit 2 more times. The clown snapped his fingers, and the red cloth reappeared. When the red cloth disappeared, the 10 clowns no longer stood in line but began to move around chaotically. Some walked while talking to Wu Feng, while others saw Wu Feng and panicked, running away. Wu Feng glanced around before locking his gaze on the clown closest to him. He was dazed, shaking his head without responding to Wu Feng's gaze. Wu Feng looked at the health bar above his head, smiling as he approached this clown. You're the real one, Wu Feng raised his hammer. Abba abba abba. The clown was silent, just playing dumb. The more dangerous the position, the safer? A good idea, but it's utterly useless. Wu Feng's hammer came crashing down mercilessly onto the clown's face. After being hit again and falling to the ground, the clown couldn't understand why he was seen through so easily, as if it was a simple glance. Wasn't I trying hard enough? The author usually asks for gifts. Please send a free gift, and for gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 48, just a bunch of guys with health bars over their heads. Just killed them all. At this moment, the clown felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. No, calm down. The clown took a deep breath and got back up from the ground. Can you act a bit better? It's really boring to pass your test like this. Wu Feng hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder. The clown suddenly felt immense pressure. It was truly the first time someone had insulted him to his face and he couldn't even respond. Don't worry, next time I will definitely make it interesting. The clown snapped his fingers again. This time a bigger red cloth appeared, slowly falling down and then disappearing. This time, the scene under the red cloth underwent a drastic change. The originally 10 clowns had turned into dozens, some lined up in a row, while others wandered back and forth aimlessly. Some even started arguing, and during the argument, they were about to fight. To be fair, the difficulty of this round truly soared. Wu Feng glanced around but didn't see a single clown with a health bar on its head. He walked into the crowd of clowns and saw a tile on the floor with a health bar sticking out. Interesting. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way they could get through this. But unfortunately, Wu Feng had a cheat. As an ordinary amusement park tester, to defeat a wall would take a few 100 million years of hard work. Wu Feng went straight to the tile, raised the hammer in his hand, and smashed down on it. Bang! All the clowns turned into colorful dust and vanished at the same time. The countdown above his head also stopped at that moment. 9 minutes and 3 seconds. The tile that Wu Feng struck transformed back into the clown's true form, lying on the ground feeling utterly despondent, living like a wife in a gay film, completely meaningless. This was the first time someone had seen through him so thoroughly. It felt as though he was completely naked, exposed in front of Wu Feng. This human was truly terrifying. What kind of judgment and thinking did this guy possess? He was able to identify my true form in such a short time and act without any influence. Congratulations, you passed the second round of the test. The clown sat up, his tone somewhat deflated. I give you a perfect score of 200 points. After scoring, a blue pop-up window appeared before Wu Feng. Congratulations, you have completed the second stage of the main quest, obtained 500 points in the test. Do you wish to return? Yes, no. Wu Feng certainly chose to refuse, as he was very curious about what was in the amusement park. No, Wu Feng silently thought to himself. Please wait in place, the third round of testing will begin shortly. The clown said. Wu Feng's surroundings began to change again. The previously ample light started to dim, the ceilings and walls began to change their styles, and even a sofa, tables, and chairs appeared beside him. Once all the changes ended, Wu Feng began to observe his surroundings. Living room? Wu Feng looked at the sofa and various furniture. Am I inside an apartment building? Congratulations, you have arrived at the third round of testing. I will explain the rules of this round. The voice echoed in the room, but Wu Feng didn't see any creatures resembling fanged beasts or clowns. First point, this round of testing has a score of 200. Second point, please go to room 102 on the first floor, ensuring that no other creatures are aware of your whereabouts along the way. These are all the rules of the test. We will score based on your performance. The voice ended. Looks like it's not an apartment, it should be something like a hotel. Wu Feng approached the door and observed the situation outside through the peephole. Confirming there was no weirdness, Wu Feng twisted the door lock and stepped outside. At the moment Wu Feng twisted the door lock, the elevator dinged open. A waitress in a black silk professional outfit walked out of the elevator. The black silk waitress weirdly noticed Wu Feng as he exited and politely greeted him. Hello, sir. After greeting, the black silk waitress weirdly brushed past Wu Feng with her long legs. Please ensure that no other beings know of your whereabouts along the path. Wu Feng recalled this sentence, and a dagger appeared in his hand. If I kill this weird one, won't she not know my whereabouts? He covered the black silk weird one's mouth with one hand and drove the dagger into her neck with the other. Looking at the black silk weird one's health bar, which had dropped only by a third, Wu Feng had to stab repeatedly with the dagger in and out of her body. Until the health bar hit 0. Not a good start, Wu Feng sighed. Just as he wanted to drag the weird one in his arms into his room, the door of the opposite room opened. The two stared into each other's eyes. Sigh, Wu Feng muttered as he casually threw the black silk weird one into his room. He kicked the weird one who opened the door back into his own room, following closely after, gripping the dagger tightly and forcefully stabbing it into the weird one's forehead. The weird one who opened the door didn't waste time, opening its mouth to bite Wu Feng. A golden shield appeared around Wu Feng's body, and the weird one's teeth were directly knocked out. A golden weird item, curse-breaking ring. This was a golden defensive weird item given to Wu Feng by the sunglasses weird. Kid, it seems your teeth aren't so good. Make sure to brush regularly to take care of them, Wu Feng said as he continued to stab repeatedly. The weird one who opened the door felt incredibly wronged, thinking, who did I offend? You just came up and hit me. Not long after, the weird one's health bar hit 0. Goodness, a stealth-type test almost had Wu Feng playing like a character from a Warring States game. Wu Feng took a deep breath, hoping the next part would go smoothly. Stabbing like this was rather tiring. He slowly leaned out to observe the situation outside, confirming that there were no weird ones in the hallway, the elevator hadn't started, and there were no sounds from the stairs, then felt relieved to step outside. He tiptoed out of his room, just reaching the stairwell when he bumped into a weird one coming up the stairs. Damn it, Wu Feng cursed under his breath. Aren't your weird ones supposed to be silent when you walk? Ding. At the same time, the elevator's opening sound rang out. Damn! Wu Feng felt even more speechless. Are the elevator's directional indicators and floor displays broken? Forget it, Wu Feng thought, holding a revolver in his left hand and a throwing knife in his right. Just a bunch of guys with health bars on their heads. As long as I kill them all before they make noise and attract other weird ones, it'll be fine. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone, please send a little free gift. 4 gifts. The author can do anything. Chapter 49, Lao Dang, can your big mouth hold that much? Bang, bang. A few casual shots sent the stairwell weirds away, and Wu Feng turned the gun towards the slowly opening elevator door. Amidst the mechanical humming, a nearly full elevator of weirds appeared before him. What are you doing? One old weird questioned, looking at Wu Feng with the gun, confused. You're a human, why aren't you properly staying in your room and have the nerve to act mysterious in front of us? The service staff might hesitate to act because Wu Feng was a guest, but these fellow guests would not care about that. Do you want to be braised or grilled? The old weird spoke. A moment earlier in the hotel lobby. Do you have anything else to say? The hotel manager respectfully looked at the strange older man and asked. The strange older man shook his head. There is nothing special to say, you just need to manage the hotel well, make sure nothing goes wrong. You can rest assured, I have managed this hotel for many years, under my care, the hotel has always been thriving, there's no way there will be any problems. The manager spoke confidently with a smile, his eyes shimmering as if with light. Managing this hotel was the thing he was most proud of. In just a few years, he had doubled the hotel's revenue. I trust you to do your job. The strange older man nodded. I won't say more, I will come again next month. Alright, please take care. The manager sent the strange older man out of the hotel door, watching him leave until he was far away. As the strange older man departed, the manager's expression turned serious. Bring the executive chef over. He waved his hand to call a waiter over and gave an order. The waiter respectfully replied, the executive chef arrived just now, but he saw you talking to the president and didn't want to disturb you. Hearing this, the manager scanned the room and noticed the large figure at the staircase. The large executive chef hurried toward the manager's direction. Since there were not many people in the hotel lobby at the moment, he casually found a place to sit down. When the executive chef reached him, the manager asked, how did the tasks I assigned you go? All completed. The executive chef smiled, we have made all the dishes you designed, such as roast human and oil-splashed human brain, and the trial operation this morning was a total success. Especially the oil-splashed human brain, as soon as it was launched, it was completely snatched up. Just the reservations have already booked out until next month. The manager nodded in satisfaction after hearing the executive chef's words. Various foods were his winning formula that helped the hotel achieve a twofold increase in revenue in just a few years. You truly are a genius. You opened a hole in the table, then fixed a young human girl's head in the hole while she was still alive, then you go. This way, you not only get to eat the freshest brain but also enjoy the despairing face of the human. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The manager was quite pleased with such flattery since he indeed achieved results by relying on these dishes. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from upstairs. The manager looked up, wondering what was happening. Could it be a fight up there? He only glanced once and didn't continue to pay attention. Minor matters are not worth his concern, major issues would be reported to him by the security personnel. Just a few minutes later, a security officer in uniform hurried over. Manager, we rushed to the site of the incident on the 3rd floor, but there was a small mishap. The head of security said. A small mishap? The manager looked at the trembling head of security and asked, what small mishap? There is a human on the 3rd floor. The head of security reported truthfully. Was this the mishap? A human is considered a mishap? Is this human one of our hotel guests or did they run out from the kitchen? The manager casually replied, if it's a guest, let them live for now, if it's an ingredient, just take them away. We share the same thoughts, but when we got there, we found that this human had turned 7 or 8 guests into a pile of guests. The security captain said. What do you mean? The general manager vaguely did not understand the meaning behind the security captain's words. Just the literal meaning, you'll see when you take a look. Even though the security captain sounded mysterious, as if it was very serious, the general manager did not take it to heart. After all, it was just a human, how much trouble could he stir up? His feeling was like a human hearing about a monkey causing trouble on the 3rd floor. Just a monkey, how could it turn into Sun Wukong? A group of useless fools, unable to handle anything, and I have to solve it myself. The general manager scolded. Ding! The elevator in the hotel lobby made a sound, indicating that it was about to open. Time went back to when the mysterious being asked Wu Feng whether he wanted to be braised or roasted. Seeing so many mysterious beings in the elevator, Wu Feng understood that the idea of sneaking in without attracting their attention had been thoroughly shattered. Old dang, can your big mouth hold all that talk? Should I help you get a mouth enlargement? Wu Feng looked at old Deng, who wanted to roast him. For shots broke his legs, fearing that old Deng would escape. Taking a step forward, Wu Feng directly used a dagger to chop off old Deng's chin. Ah! The painful wail echoed in the elevator. Old Deng never thought that a human would dare to attack them actively. Bastard East. Another mysterious being was about to speak when Wu Feng shoved his revolver into its mouth. Wu Feng closed the elevator doors and pressed all the buttons for the floors to turn them off. What does a mere human like you think you can do? An old lady among the mysterious beings screamed at Wu Feng, "You low-quality ingredient, how dare you? My son is the general manager of this hotel, try touching a hair on any of us." So impressive, I'm so scared. Wu Feng fired several shots, exploding the heads of the mysterious beings with revolvers stuffed in their mouths. Don't worry, I definitely won't touch a hair on you. I will take action with both your hair and your organs. A throwing knife lodged into the old lady's eye. Ah. The old lady screamed, "Block him, send someone to block him. I have ghost coins. I'll give you ghost coins, I'll give you 1,000 ghost coins." No one paid attention to the old lady's words. Damn, why should I block for you? Look at that mysterious being who got exploded, he seems to have died unhappy, gone forever. The author requests gifts daily, everyone send a free little gift, the author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 50, Should I kill you directly or flay you? One guy started screaming first after confirming that the mysterious being was dead. Usually, they kill people, and humans scream when they see them. Now, it was their turn to be scared. Don't scream, the more you scream, the more excited I become. Wu Feng stepped up and shot again, blowing off another mysterious being's head. Don't be afraid, if we join together, we still have a chance. One hat-wearing mysterious being shouted loudly, suddenly reaching out with two massive arms toward Wu Feng. Yes, you do have a chance. Wu Feng replied, and a golden glow appeared around him. Golden mysterious item, the ring of curse breaking. The enormous arms froze just outside the golden light, unable to advance another inch. Wu Feng fired his handgun and slashed with his dagger, soon turning the gigantic arms of the mysterious being into a pile of mush. The screaming increased. Don't kill me, I'll give you ghost coins. The old lady of mystery trembled as she took out 3,000 ghost coins and offered them to Wu Feng. I'll give two. Many mysterious beings started to imitate her. After all, money can make mysterious beings move, let alone a human. At this moment, the gigantic arm mysterious being could only watch in frustration. Damn it, I've lost my arm, who can help me get the strange coins out? If I had known, I wouldn't have stuck my neck out just now. What do you mean by this? Wu Feng asked, looking at the stack of strange coins handed to him. Why are you using my money to bribe me? A strange being was initially stunned, but then understood what Wu Feng meant. Fight back, one strange creature shouted in encouragement. Don't think he's so strong now, maybe he's just using some special strange tool, and everything is fake, it'll collapse soon. The encouraging strange creature seemed bold but secretly began to approach the elevator door, trying to press the button to call for it. That's right, fight back, another strange being echoed, but its body indeed shrank back. Wu Feng was too lazy to waste words on them. The sound of a revolver firing echoed repeatedly, and before long, only a chubby strange being was left. Big brother, don't kill me, I'll treat you to a meal. The chubby strange being trembled as it pleaded. I'll treat you to brain soaked in oil, it's so fresh, taken from those adorable human lowly girls, while they are still alive. Bang! The bullet ruthlessly pierced through the chubby creature's plump body. Wu Feng only wanted to quickly end its life, but now, he prepared to savor it thoroughly. Brain soaked in oil, it's amazing what these guys can think of. A piercing scream echoed in the elevator. At the moment the chubby strange being died, the elevator door opened. As the elevator unfolded, a security guard in uniform appeared before Wu Feng. I heard screams coming from inside, what happened? The guard's voice suddenly stopped, as he stared at a pile of strange creature fragments frozen in place. Wu Feng swung his dagger, and the guard's head slumped down weakly, his health bar drastically reduced by half. A few more gunshots followed, and the health bar hit 0. Behind this guard were 3 other guards. The captain, seeing the situation was not good, quickly pulled the 2 guards in front of him. Don't be afraid, he's just pretending to be strong. Just go for it, the captain said while turning to run, and before leaving, he closed the door at the stairway to make sure the other 2 guards focused on the enemy. The 2 guards had never seen such a scene, a mere human actually had the ability to kill strange creatures. They turned on their heels and ran, and one luckier strange being casually turned the handle of room 302, which opened with a creak. He hurriedly slipped inside. The other guard, however, was not so fortunate, he was shot multiple times in the back and fell dead. Coincidentally, beside the door of room 302 was an axe. Wu Feng approached the door, picked up the axe, and politely knocked on the door. Hello, may I come in? The strange being hiding inside trembled as it pressed against the door. Come in? Hell no, it looked around and spotted a fruit knife. In a panic, it picked it up and pressed it against the door again. If you don't let me in, I'm going to break in. The human's voice outside made the guard creature pray that the door was strong enough. Bang! With a loud crash, the guard could clearly see the door bulging out. This axe was just a normal one, but with a 10% true damage boost, every hit on the door was surprisingly effective. Ah! The guard creature despaired and screamed as it pressed against the door, its fruit knife nearly slipping from its trembling hands. Bang! 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 With one axe blow after another, each followed by the desperate screams of the guard creature. No, please don't. Please let me go. With another axe blow, a large hole was smashed in the door. Wu Feng put the axe down, faced the hole, and scanned the area, finally locking his gaze on the guard creature cowering in the corner. I'm coming. The security guard froze, his strange expression stuck, his hands weakly letting go of the knife that clattered to the ground, followed by his body collapsing down. This strangeness was caused by being overly frightened, which led him to faint. Wu Feng clicked his tongue, expressing his boredom. The strange security guard was even weaker than a white woman on Blue Star, at least she didn't faint. He extended his gun through the hole and fired several shots to send the security guard on his way. Since things had developed to this point, why not take the opportunity to clean out all the strange beings in the hotel? Wu Feng stretched his body, saying, sneaking in for this kind of test is really exhausting. He entered the elevator, pressed the button for the first floor, and decided to start clearing from there slowly. The elevator doors closed, descending to the first floor. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. The general manager looked at the scene in the elevator, finally understanding what it meant for 7 or 8 strange beings to turn into a pile of strangeness. Hello everyone, Wu Feng politely greeted the few strange beings in front of him. After all, he was a civilized person, being polite was a must. You dirty thing. Seeing the pile of strange beings behind Wu Feng, anger surged in the general manager's heart like a rocket, firing straight to his brain. He had just promised the older strange being that there would absolutely be no problems. But now, just after the older strange being left, such a thing happened? How could he explain this? How could he account for it? Damn it, there's no way to explain. This human deserved to die 1,000 deaths. You say, should I kill you directly, or should I skin you alive? Every word the general manager uttered felt like it was squeezed out from his back teeth. No, I've decided. I'll skin you alive first and then kill you. I want you to watch your flesh disappear bit by bit. The light in the hotel lobby vanished, replaced by endless darkness and the general manager's strange red eyes. Demon! Don't worry, I will not let you die before I cut you up 3,000 times. Dozens of knife blades appeared out of thin air, floating beside the general manager, each radiating a bloodthirsty aura. Zhongdeng, I see you want to take off. Wu Feng fearlessly walked toward the frenzied general manager. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 51, The Great Sage, Equal to Heaven, Sun Wukong. As a seasoned professional, the general manager saw Wu Feng's courage and hesitated to act recklessly for a moment. He prepared to observe what kind of trump card this human had. Wu Feng advanced with great momentum, even putting away his flying knives and gun. The general manager was puzzled. What did he intend to do? Could it be that he was putting away these troublesome things to directly pull out a world-destroying strange item? As the general manager was thinking this, Wu Feng leaped and landed on his own knife blade. Was it a stunt? A suicide? Before the general manager could react, Wu Feng, who collided with his own blade, surprisingly landed back on the ground unharmed. He looked at the general manager and waved his hand, causing the knives that were originally floating next to him to lose control and point directly at him. Crash and rebound. The general manager tried to regain control of the rebellious blades, but it was utterly useless. His mind went blank. What just happened? What did this human do? Why can't I control my blades? Zhongdeng, do you mean I should skin you, or just kill you directly? Wu Feng repeated the general manager's previous words. Dozens of blades began to close in on him step by step. Wait a minute, let me tell you. Ah! Multiple blades sliced through, cutting the manager's strange arm into chunks of flesh that scattered on the ground, a large amount of dark, viscous substance pouring out from the manager's odd arm. I won't listen, it's nonsense, Wu Feng chuckled as he controlled the attack again. Originally wanting to chop the manager into pieces, he decided on a quick resolution instead, considering the important task he still needed to complete. I'll give you strange coins. I faced with Wu Feng's extraordinary methods, the manager, already mentally broken, could only shout this desperate plea. Unfortunately, Wu Feng's movements did not pause for a moment. The blade stabbed in a crisscross pattern, the unbearable sound of muscles being cut and the manager's cries of pain echoed through the air. With the manager's strange form scattered across the ground, the eerie creations he summoned also disappeared at the same time. The surrounding security captain and executive chef stood frozen, unsure whether to run or stay. The executive chef raised his hand wanting to speak. What responded to him was Wu Feng's raised right hand and the revolver in it. Bang! Call everyone over. The security captain shouted at the staff at the front desk. Looking at the fallen executive chef and the manager, the security captain understood that escape was not possible at all. To survive now, he could only fight desperately against the human before him. In this desperate situation, the security captain burst forth with unprecedented courage. Call someone? Wu Feng did not take the security captain's words seriously. He stepped forward, and two identical Wu Fengs appeared beside him. Orange talent, triple clones. Since Wu Feng's true self was in a room in the Eerie school, he could summon only two clones at most. At Wu Feng's command, the two clones unhesitatingly aimed their revolvers at their own heads, and as the gunshots rang out, the core ability of the rebound coat activated for the third time. Core Function 3, Who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked in the last second before death for 10 minutes, during which the host cannot take any damage, and all damage dealt will be increased tenfold. After 10 minutes, the effect disappears, and the host dies. Although due to being clones, the damage they caused would only increase fivefold and the lock time would only remain 5 minutes, this was still extremely fierce. Next came a one-sided slaughter. With 5 times the combat power, it took just over 4 minutes to kill from the first floor to the fourth floor. It was even easier than slicing fruits. Wu Feng recalled the two brilliantly imaginative clones and walked straight into room 102. Twisting the door lock to enter, this room was not much different from the others. Congratulations on passing the third stage test, I have scored you a full score of 200. A crisp voice echoed. Congratulations, you have received 700 points, and you have qualified to enter the paradise. Would you like to enter the paradise? Yes. Wu Feng replied. Creak. The wardrobe opened, revealing a circular white light ball with a diameter of about 2 meters. Is this the entrance to paradise? Wu Feng curiously observed this object, examining it for a moment before stepping inside without hesitation. With one step in. White, an all-encompassing white. No sky, no ground. All he could see was white. Wu Feng couldn't help but start to doubt if the strange game had made a mistake. Weren't you supposed to say that paradise has no worries, that it's forever happy? Where is the joy in this endless white? Where is happiness? Human. A sudden voice echoed in the white space, remember everything that happens next. Hearing this strange phrase, Wu Feng looked around for the source of the sound. However, before he could pinpoint the source, he saw the world around him begin to crumble. White was disappearing, and a blood-red light enveloped this world. He cautiously glanced around, and suddenly, a very familiar figure appeared in front of him. Wu Feng's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding his black eyes. I didn't expect it to be me fulfilling the promise. The figure facing Wu Feng weakly uttered these words, gripping the iron rod tightly, its power surging like the words Rui Jin Gu Bang. This was the great sage, Sun Wukong. How could Sun Wukong appear in this bizarre game world? How could Sun Wukong become like this? Before him, the once invulnerable bronze skin and iron bones were now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, the fur falling off to reveal skin, and in some places, the stark white bones could even be seen, the original fiery eyes now rotting in their sockets. Even the golden staff was now covered in a crimson rust. Wu Feng's brain raced with thoughts, but he suddenly saw Sun Wukong leap high into the air, the unmatched staff aimed straight at him. He stood frozen, not dodging. Wu Feng's instincts told him there was no need to avoid it. The two figures crossed over each other. Was the great sage just an afterimage? Wu Feng speculated in his heart. He turned around and saw Sun Wukong's staff thrusting straight at something. The staff must have struck something, but he couldn't see it, or perhaps the afterimage hadn't revealed it. I have fixed you here, which counts as fulfilling the promise back then. Sun Wukong said this, with a rebellious smile on his face. Old Sun won't have much time left, I don't know who will control me in the future. The scene froze, and the great sage's figure ceased to move. The blood-red light and the great sage vanished, and the once overcast white reappeared. I am the dividing line. No cultivation or cultivation-like things, still a bizarre game. The author daily seeks gifts, everyone can send a free little gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 52, Be careful of some reborn ones. In the blinding white, a glowing white sphere appeared. Due to being a clone, Wu Feng showed little fear towards this mysterious unknown thing. He approached the white sphere, attempting to ask, was it you that made the sound just now? Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, the surface of the white sphere rippled like a stone dropping into water. Human, since you can come here, it shows that you are bold and meticulous, even when facing unsolvable difficulties, you never give up. The voice came from inside the glowing sphere. Bold and meticulous affirmed the first and second rounds of testing. As for never giving up, it should relate to the various conflicts in the third round of testing. Regarding the sphere's words, Wu Feng could only say, although he indeed possessed the qualities of being bold, meticulous, and never giving up, the most important thing was that he had a cheat. What just happened? Why did Sun Wukong? Wu Feng originally wanted to ask why Sun Wukong existed, but felt this question was too foolish and instead asked, why did the great sage become like that? The white sphere did not answer Wu Feng's question. It continued speaking as if pre-programmed. I cannot give you any help, I can only provide you with one piece of information. Seeing that the white sphere would not answer his question, Wu Feng chose to quietly listen to what it had to say next. Be careful of some reborn ones. The voice of the sphere echoed in the white space. Reborn ones? Hearing this, Wu Feng frowned. This world actually has reborn ones? And even more? Rebirth is something reserved for main characters in novels, but here they are coming back all at once? Wu Feng continued to listen, waiting for the white orb to explain why they needed to be careful of the reborn ones, who they were, how to find them, and how to identify them. The ripples on the surface of the orb disappeared, and the light it emitted began to fade gradually. No way. Wu Feng felt a bit speechless watching this scene. Just when an important point was being made, it looked like it was about to fail. He watched as the silent orb completely dimmed down, finally turning into a white fragment that fell down. Wu Feng reached out and caught it, feeling its cool, smooth texture. This feeling reminded him of something else. He remembered that when he first cleared a dungeon, he had pulled out something that felt exactly like this orb. The only difference was that the previous item was pitch black, while this one was white. Just as Wu Feng was about to take out the pitch black smooth fragment, the surrounding space changed again. Spiderweb-like cracks in space began to spread outwards, and everything around began to shatter. It was just like the scene when he first entered the paradise. Everything turned to nothingness, and Wu Feng began to fall. A light appeared, and he found himself back in the dormitory where he first entered. He looked at the clock, and it was just past 3 in the morning. Wu Feng sat on the bed and took out the mysterious black fragment from his backpack. Since the white fragment could display various information, this black fragment should be able to as well. He tried various methods to activate the black fragment. The black fragment collided with the white fragment. Nothing happened. He fed a bit of his own blood to the black fragment. It was useless. He tried even more outrageous methods, but all proved ineffective. Could this pitch black smooth stone have no connection to the white smooth stone? Wu Feng speculated, ultimately helplessly putting both stones back in his backpack. He didn't rush to leave the dungeon, but patiently waited until the next day to discuss dividends and salary payments with the principal. The principal helped Wu Feng open a bank card and promised that he would deposit the money into the card on time. After completing all this, he returned to his counseling room. Exit the dungeon. The player has completed the main quest. Do you confirm to exit the dungeon? Yes. A big door appeared in the room. Please open the door to leave this dungeon. Wu Feng opened the door and stepped into the endless darkness beyond. Dizziness, weightlessness, gradually emerging light, and floating incandescent lamps surrounded him. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the dungeon, paradise, no survivors difficulty, but... Main quest completion rating, D. Side quest 1, cure 3 individuals with mental issues, perfectly completed. Rating, DC, bonus for ratings below A. Side quest 2, the principal's financial crisis, perfectly completed. Rating, CB, bonus for ratings below A. Side quest 3, the principal's relationship crisis, incomplete. Rating, CC. Seeing side quest 3, Wu Feng felt a bit speechless. The principal's relationship issue was actually counted as a side quest. Completing this quest was somewhat difficult after all. After all, he had been cheated on and lost so much money in a scam. If he had any dignity at all, the principal wouldn't possibly reconcile with his wife. When they met, the principal would probably shout, it hurts too much, and then try to hide his wife's head in shame. Map exploration level 100%. Score, CA. This full exploration level is thanks to my random running around. Even the girl's dormitory wasn't spared, to help the long-haired girl lift her curse. Achievement unlocked, Strange Bright Sword. Score, AS. Completed hidden mission, entered the paradise. Score, S plus SSS. Seeing my score jump straight from S plus to SSS, Wu Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Goodness, what a surprise. Entering this paradise was truly worth it. A 3S rating on the no one survives difficulty. Seeing this SSS score, Wu Feng's tense mood that had come from seeing the strange Sun Wukong instantly disappeared. Although he didn't know what turned Monkey King into that state, but as long as Wu Feng's external abilities are plenty, and the skill points from the SSS rating are sufficient. Even the mightiest creatures, Wu Feng would dare to say, a dog thing with a health bar on its head, you dare to shout at me? Congratulations player, you've obtained SSS level rating. Congratulations player, you've earned a reward of 10,000 strange coins. The strange coin reward is still as stingy as ever. The strange coins Wu Feng earns from a stroll outside are more than this reward. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a little free gift, the author will do anything for gifts. Chapter 53, Absolute Lucky Evolution. Absolute Bad Luck. Gain 3 skill points, every S-level evaluation can be converted into 1 skill point. Congratulations player, you've entered the Paradise Instance leaderboard, ranking first, reward, 1 lottery chance. Wu Feng set the lottery chance aside, he remembers his external ability data life can also upgrade. He opened his panel, and a blue screen appeared before him. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, orange, triple cloning. External abilities, 1, absolute luck, can evolve. 2, data life, can upgrade, Weird items, colorful weird item, rebound coat. Orange weird item, revenge ring. Purple weird item, yin yang jade pear. Blue weird item, flying knife. Absolute luck can actually evolve? Wu Feng remembers the first time he saw absolute luck, it couldn't evolve. Since a positive change happened, he thought no more and clicked to read the information about this ability. 3, absolute luck, can evolve, requires 2 skill points. This skill is a passive skill, the host will gain the highest benefit at the lowest cost under any circumstances, resulting in all favorable events for the host occurring 100%, and all unfavorable events for the host being completely eliminated. Even if the probability is 1 in a billion, absolute luck will realize that probability. This skill will evolve into absolute bad luck after evolution. Absolute bad luck. This skill is an active skill, the host can choose 1 enemy, resulting in all favorable events for the enemy being completely eliminated, and all unfavorable events for the enemy occurring 100%. Even if the probability is 1 in 100, absolute bad luck will realize that probability. The host can designate 3 enemies at once to fall into absolute bad luck state, each enemy can last up to 5 minutes, with a cooling time of 12 hours, bad luck duration can be ended early. Wow, it's godly. No, it should be godly plus. Absolute bad luck, who can endure that? Even Ultraman would trip over his own feet and fall flat. Though 2 skill points are a bit pricey, but that's not a flaw of the evolving absolute luck, it's Wu Feng's flaw. Evolve absolute luck, Wu Feng said. What's there to hesitate about? Hesitating for a second is disrespecting the decision of luck. Do you want to spend 2 skill points to evolve absolute luck? Yes. Evolving. Evolution successful, gaining absolute luck. The name hasn't changed. With 1 skill point left, Wu Feng pondered whether to upgrade data life or the orange talent. Upgrading data life will double true damage, while upgrading orange talent to rainbow talent will achieve a qualitative leap. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to upgrade the orange talent. Do you want to spend 1 skill point to upgrade the orange talent to triple clones? Upgrading orange talent to rainbow talent requires obtaining an SSS level rating in a no survivors scenario. The system detects that the player meets the requirements and can upgrade. Yes. Wu Feng nodded in confirmation. Upgrading. Upgrade successful, gained rainbow talent, infinite clones. Infinite clones, the player can create infinite clones, each clone created consumes the player's negative energy. The more clones created, the more negative energy consumed. All clones can share sensory perceptions, can be turned off, and synchronized thoughts, can be turned off. The clones are identical to the original, and equipment can also be fully replicated, but the equipment's effects can only achieve 70% of the original's result. Very good, extremely good. Wu Feng chose to draw a lottery, and a spinning wheel appeared before him. He grasped the wheel and spun it downward, it whirled quickly before stopping in a certain area. Congratulations, you have obtained, clear scroll ×1. Clear scroll, after using this scroll, you will immediately leave the strange game and be considered as having completed the main storyline. What can be said about this item? It's quite a good item, but thinking carefully, it's actually quite average. After all, just completing the main storyline wouldn't yield a very high score. Reward distribution complete, you will exit the strange game and return to the caged world in 1 minute. The last time he was reminded to return to the real world, there were only 2 busy tones. Wu Feng keenly caught the phrase caged world. Caged? Does this mean that the real world is a caged world? Could it be that the real world is simply kept like livestock in a cage? The glaring light of the incandescent bulb vanished, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already back in his room. Lu Jianjia sat on a chair, thinking about what to do next. Is the SS level rating real? Lu Jianjia pondered this question, her right hand skimming across the screen. The information on the screen was about going to the dock to deal with some seagulls, with SS level rating for clearing the underworld alley dungeon. Because the two were not friends, she could not be sure if the forum report was about Wu Feng. Trying to ask others to confirm, she found that no one had Wu Feng as a friend. As for Wu Feng's spoken words, Dingjun was obviously here to provoke. Wu Feng might also just be boasting. Regarding Li Yun's experimental class, you could enter with only an A-level rating. As for the homeroom teacher, she had no plans to ask. The reason she was thinking about this was that facing a future of dead ends, she needed to assemble a team. Now, she was stuck between Wu Feng and Dingjun. The relationship between the two was terrible, and it was clearly impossible to recruit them both. Lu Jianjia shook her head gently after thinking for a moment. I am a reborn person, a gifted woman, even if Wu Feng really has an SS level rating, so what? With his awful personality, even if he joined my team, he would never follow orders. And controlling Dingjun would be much easier. Understanding this principle, Lu Jianjia felt that her thoughts had cleared, and what she needed to do next became crystal clear. The most important thing is definitely to get first place in the new student test of Li Yun's experimental class. Because the reward for first place may seem like just a blue strange item, but it is anything but that. This thing is a genuine golden strange item. If we exclude those few forbidden things, looking across the entire Huaxia, the golden strange prop is the most top-notch prop. The second thing is to form a team and then enhance the team members' strength. Dingjun's potential is beyond doubt. He will become an orange talent in the future. Unfortunately, at this stage, due to his confidence being suppressed by Wu Feng, it is hard for him to unleash his potential. According to Dingjun's own account of the future, he is being firmly suppressed by Wu Feng in every aspect. Don't be fooled by his outward bravado, always looking to fight with Wu Feng. In fact, his confidence has been completely crushed by Wu Feng, and the reason he repeatedly provokes Wu Feng is merely to save face. This account was something Lu Jianjia overheard when chatting with others. In summary, the plan she needs to accomplish next is: Lu Jianjia organized her plan in her mind. First, obtain first place in the new student test and receive that golden strange prop. Second, find a way to bring Dingjun under her wing and help him defeat Wu Feng once, restoring his confidence. Thanks to a bai who loves to eat loli pudding for the gift, thank you. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone send a free small gift or the author can do anything for the gifts. Chapter 54, So-called geniuses only have the qualification to see me. The next day, Wu Feng, thinking about the problem of the strange great sage, overslept and only got up around 11. After a simple wash, he dully walked to a shop downstairs that sold lamb soup and baked cakes. Boss, Wu Feng called out to attract the shop owner who was scolding his daughter, I'll have a bowl of soup and a baked cake. Sure, the owner said with an awkward smile, I was so busy scolding the kids that I didn't notice you. By the way, sir, are you the kind of person who counts every little thing? The owner looked at Wu Feng. Wu Feng shook his head. You see, there are really few people who are petty, so you should be more generous. What's wrong with giving your toys to your cousin? The owner turned back to look at his daughter. One should not be so petty. The owner's daughter lowered her head in shame, seemingly acknowledging her father's idea. The owner came over to the place where the baked cakes were kept and uncovered the white cloth. Sir, which baked cake do you want? Wu Feng stared at the baked cakes for a while, then said, I'll have the fifth one, the one with the most sesame. The owner. The daughter's head, which was originally lowered in shame, suddenly lifted and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wu Feng again. The owner placed the baked cake and lamb soup on the table, and before Wu Feng left after finishing his meal, he casually asked, Boss, do you know Sun Wukong? The owner, busy wiping the table, stopped and pondered. After a moment, he shook his head, No, I don't know him. Why, does he owe you money? He doesn't owe anything. He used to come here frequently for soup, I was just asking casually. Wu Feng made up a lie and left the shop. For the next few days, Wu Feng stayed at home playing games. As the saying goes, a good balance of work and rest is best. He planned to take a break before diving back into the strange game. And so, 3 days passed. Do you have the confidence to complete this task? Li Yun asked a boy named Kaisu who sat at the desk. To suppress the arrogance of these geniuses? Kaisu thought about the task Li Yun had just given him and said, It's nothing to mention, it's something I can easily accomplish. As Kaisu spoke, he stroked the ring on his hand. Although I can't provide you with detailed information about them, I can remind you that among the people you are responsible for, there are some very powerful geniuses. Li Yun spoke up to remind. Genius. Kaisu chuckled lightly. Geniuses in the South Province are as common as fish crossing a river, yet they all end up unable to stand straight under my pressure? I am one of the strongest from last year. The so-called geniuses only have the qualification to meet me. Kaisu stood up, his eyes cold as he bowed. Don't worry, teacher, I will certainly deliver a satisfactory answer to you. Before Li Yun could say anything, Kaisu stood straight and turned to leave the office. This child. Li Yun shook his head, watching Kaisu suppress the three most brilliant geniuses. Lu Jianjia, Zhang Lan, Wu Feng. 1 SS level evaluation, 2 S level evaluations. Kaisu looked at the brief information in his hand in the hallway. 3 days, for schools, a total of 10 people. 3 days should be more than enough, dealing with these newcomers, even with back and forth time, 1 day should be enough, leaving 2 days to rest. Kai-su made his plans and took a car to Poo City. Which school should I start with? Kai-su hesitated, writing down the names of the 4 schools on paper, his finger tapping on the first school's name as he said, calling the troops, riding into battle, drinking if you have money, leaving if you don't, coming and going. After finishing his rhyme, his finger finally landed on the name of Long District No. 3 Middle School. Let's see who is at Long District No. 3 Middle School, Wu Feng, Zhao Jianjia. Looking at the 3 names, Kai-su began to recite his spell again, calling the troops. Finally, his finger landed on Zhao Jianjia's name. Then let's start with you. As for the second, calling the troops. His finger landed on Wu Feng's name. Counting the time, Kai-su should be almost there. Zhao Jianjia tapped her fingers on the table. I wonder how long I can last under his hands after all this preparation. Even with the foresight from rebirth, Zhao Jianjia had no confidence in defeating Kai-su. Who is Kai-su? He is a genius among geniuses, one of the strongest in the young ranks. Even in the last life, this guy wasn't much weaker than herself. Fresh from the first instance, Zhao Jianjia had no trump cards to defeat him. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Zhao Jianjia immediately became alert, going to the door to peek through the peephole. Outside the peephole stood a person wearing a baseball cap. Here he comes. Seeing that familiar face, Zhao Jianjia took a deep breath. Hello, are you Zhao Jianjia from Long District No. 3 Middle School? A cold voice rang out. Lu Jianjia opened the door, pretending to be unaware and began to ask, may I ask who you are? It's enough that you are Zhao Jianjia. Kai-su suddenly took off the cap, his eyes bursting with a mesmerizing light. Here he comes. Kai-su's golden talent, the dreamlike eye. The dreamlike eye can create illusions. The power of this ability goes without saying, but if it has not yet upgraded to orange, it has a very deadly flaw. Gold can block the illusions brought by the dreamlike eye. And it doesn't need much. Wearing flat glasses coated with gold powder, Zhao Jianjia smiled lightly, using her head to slam hard into Kai-su's forehead, then kicking toward his chest. Kai-su's expression remained unchanged as he blocked it. Zhao Jianjia, using the momentum to retreat, pulled out a fruit knife from behind the door and threw it. 3 minutes later, the exhausted Lu Jianjia still fell into an illusion. Looking at the limp Lu Jianjia, Kai-su showed a hint of surprise. Interesting, a person who has only entered an instance once and has no strange props can actually last 3 minutes under my full effort. If nothing unexpected happens, this person should be the strongest among this batch. Kai-su snapped his fingers, and Lu Jianjia woke up from her fantasy. Following the planned words from the beginning, Kai-su said, You are the genius who is about to enter Li Yun's experimental class. Ha! He chuckled lightly, Your strength is just a so-so, I don't understand why you are called a genius. Just a bunch of smelly fish and rotten shrimp. With those contemptuous words, Kai-su turned and walked away without stopping. Lu Jianjia, just out of her illusion, felt dizzy. Watching Kai-su leave, she spoke, 3 minutes, huh? That counts as breaking the record. Among all the newcomers, I should be the strongest. She took a deep breath, and when her mind cleared a bit, she continued, being under an illusion really leaves one so weak, thinking about it. If the timing is just right, I could let Dingjin defeat Wu Feng once, to regain some confidence. No, it should be twice, once defeating Wu Feng directly when he is weak. And once more by holding out longer than Wu Feng in front of Kai-su. With this thought, Lu Jianjia called Dingjin's phone. The author casually asks for gifts. Everyone send a small free gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 55, I look forward to your performance. Wu Feng took a bucket of instant noodles from the snack cabinet. Today he really didn't want to go out, he thought it would be enough to eat something simple. After boiling water and tearing open the package, Wu Feng took out the chili powder and other seasonings inside. As he poured in the water, just as he tore open the seasoning packet, a knocking sound came from the door. Who is it? Wu Feng walked to the door with the seasoning packet in hand. The person outside did not respond. Wu Feng looked through the peephole and saw a young man wearing a baseball cap. He didn't recognize the guy and had never ordered takeout or anything like that. You must be at the wrong door, Wu Feng said through the door. Are you Wu Feng from Long District 3rd Middle School? A lazy and indifferent voice rang out. If so, then I haven't knocked on the wrong door. Hearing his name, Wu Feng finally twisted the door handle and opened the door. May I ask who you are? Seeing Wu Feng's lazy appearance, Kai-su just wanted to finish this quickly and did not answer Wu Feng's question. He slowly took off his baseball cap, his eyes, which were originally half-closed, slowly opened, and his brown pupils turned pink, like blooming peach blossoms. Dreamy eyes. If the two of them maintained eye contact for more than a second, Wu Feng would enter the illusion that Kai-su had set up. Kai-su looked at Wu Feng, while Wu Feng. He felt a bit of itch in his nose. As he raised his hand to wipe it, he couldn't help but sneeze. The powerful wind from his sneeze blew into the seasoning packet in his hand, scattering the spices, a large portion shooting straight into Kai-Su's wide-open eyes. Salt, sugar, chili powder, and a series of other seasonings rushed in without any obstacle. Kai-Su instinctively closed his eyes. Capsaicin and a bunch of other substances crazily stimulated his cornea nerves. A burning sensation shot straight to his brain. He wiped away the tears pouring from his tear ducts, backing away while forcing himself to open his eyes to observe Wu Feng's movements. "See?" He silently cursed in his heart. His eyes were red and swollen, and the scene before him was completely blurry. "Are you okay?" Seeing the chaos caused by his single sneeze and the chili powder, Wu Feng quickly ran forward to check. Sorry, come into my house quickly, I'll rinse your eyes out." Kai-Su, relying on his blurry vision, avoided Wu Feng's support. "What a joke, I'm here to suppress your arrogance, how could I just accept your help like this?" "A bit interesting." Kai-Su, with tears in his eyes, gazed at Wu Feng, "But that's all it is. Just a mere weakness in vision, I can still easily subdue Wu Feng." Kai-Su clenched his fist with one hand, the redness in his eyes continuing to burst forth with that alluring pink color. "1 second, I only need to lock eyes for 1 second to win." He reached out towards Wu Feng's blurry figure, trying to focus on his head. But as soon as his hand lifted, his feet inexplicably slipped. In that moment, his entire body lost balance and uncontrollably fell backward, right toward the stairs he had climbed. A tragic scene unfolded, as Kai-Su rolled down the stairs from a height of over 10 steps. He not only hit the ground first, but his lower leg was also caught in a twisted position between the railing. It must be said, Kai-Su was indeed a real tough guy. Despite this, he didn't let out a single word of pain. He took a deep breath to ease the pain in his body. He felt as though his lower leg was fractured, the intense pain making him gasp for breath, as if he would faint from the hurt at any moment. "Are you okay? Do you really not need help?" Wu Feng looked at Kai-Su lying on the ground, concerned. But Kai-Su didn't make a sound. How could he make a sound? His deeply rooted pride wouldn't allow him to accept Wu Feng's words. It had only been a little more than 10 seconds since they first exchanged blows, and he was already in this dismal state. Red and swollen eyes, injuries all over, possibly a fractured leg, and he might even have a concussion. His luck seemed rather unfortunate. "You." Wu Feng scrutinized Kai-Su, hesitating for a moment before slowly speaking. "Brother, you aren't here to seek trouble, are you? It's my responsibility if something got into your eyes, but your fall has nothing to do with me." Kai-Su, lying on the ground, thought, ***************. Alright, that's remarkable. From childhood to adulthood, Kai-Su had always been on top. How could he stand such words? He had given it his all in attack, only to be viewed as seeking trouble in someone else's eyes? He gritted his teeth against the discomfort in his body and pulled his lower leg free from the railing's gap. The sharp pain told him that his lower leg was almost certainly fractured. He reached out to hold the railing, using one hand to push himself up from the ground. "I hope you can still be so arrogant from here on." He swallowed a mouthful of bloody saliva, gently touching the ring on his middle finger. Originally, he hadn't wanted to use this thing because it was hard to control, but now, with blurred vision, a concussion, and a fractured leg, if he didn't use it, his mission to suppress might very well come to an end. Such a laughable ending was something his immense pride wouldn't allow, especially such a ridiculous failure. "Come out." As the currency was consumed, dark energy surged into the ring. At this moment, Wu Feng finally realized that this young man in front of him seemed to be looking for trouble. It wasn't Wu Feng's fault for reacting slowly. This guy hadn't shown any aggression since he arrived, he was just suffering. Thin strands of black mist poured out from the ring, thick like sludge. Some of the black mist flew upward, while others flowed downward. Wu Feng could feel a chilling aura spreading towards him. The thick black mist grew denser, clinging to the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. Every place where this black mist adhered slowly began to form one noose after another. The appearing nooses crept closer and closer toward Wu Feng. From the ring releasing black mist, 2 pale fingers, painted with black nail polish, slowly extended outward, struggling to crawl. Without a doubt, it was a bizarre creature. The hanging rope was strange. "I am curious, as a genius about to enter Li Yun's experimental class, how will you handle the upcoming situation?" Kai-Su began to try to suppress Wu Feng's sharpness. "I am looking forward to your performance. ... The author often seeks gifts, please send a free little gift." For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 56, Lu Qianjia, since you're here, why not come up and sit? The bizarre creature struggled out, roaring as it charged towards Wu Feng. The speed of the hanging rope appeared suddenly. Within just a few seconds, it became a dense group. The bizarre creature's eerie black pupils locked onto Wu Feng, leaping into the air. The jump was at least 6 stories high, and then it dove headfirst into the hanging rope it had created, locking its neck. The bizarre creature didn't react in time. It had existed for so long, but this was the first time it had jumped into its own hanging rope. It began to struggle, trying to pull its head out, but the more it struggled, the tighter it became, the tighter it became. Kai-Su, who was waiting to see the bizarre creature handle Wu Feng, was stunned as he watched it struggle and start rolling its eyes. From childhood to now, this was the first time Kai-Su was completely baffled. What is happening? You are a hanging rope creature, how could you be trapped by your own rope? As the bizarre creature struggled left and right, one hanging rope after another wrapped around its body. Are you performing a binding play? Wu Feng leaned against the doorframe, using absolute bad luck against the bizarre creature. After seeing even two hanging ropes binding the creatures too, he spoke up. Kai-Su never expected his ultimate move would end in such a shabby way. The hanging creature was bound by its own rope, not only that, it was rolling its eyes and seemed about to be choked by its own rope. Damn it, what is this? Just bad luck, or is it? Kai-Su looked at Wu Feng, who wore a smile on his face. If it happened once, it could be bad luck, but if it happened twice or three times, then it had nothing to do with luck. All cards were revealed, yet the opponent didn't even move. It was a loss for himself. Did I actually lose? And in such a completely hopeless way. Impossible, impossible. Kai-Su still refused to believe it, the huge contrast in his heart only made him feel a nameless anger burning inside. I am a genius, since I was young, I have always crushed others. Even if I lose, it's merely a miscalculation. How could I lose so thoroughly today? I am unwilling, so unwilling. He leaned on the handrail and limped to Wu Feng's side, angrily reaching out a hand to grab Wu Feng's collar. Slap. A loud and clear slap echoed in the staircase. What are you doing? Wu Feng asked while slapping. A strange appearance at his doorstep, a combination of tricks and bizarre creatures. After the bizarre encounter, he kept shouting, impossible, impossible. Is this guy a cultist? Speaking of cultists, Wu Feng slapped Kai-Su to the ground, stepping on him and asking, you little brat, are you a cultist? Kai-Su didn't defend himself but struggled to get up. Looks like that's a default. Wu Feng took out a handgun, pressing the cold barrel against Kai-Su's pale face. Hearing Wu Feng's serious tone and the chill on his face, Kai-Su felt that if he didn't clarify, Wu Feng might really pull the trigger. Kai-Su's pride began to wane. Wait a minute. What, do you have a last word to say? Actually, I am. Kai-Su explained everything in detail. Is it really as you say? Wu Feng said, and then gave another slap. Don't be too ruthless. Kai-Su exclaimed in anger. Another slap followed. A soldier can be killed but not insulted, you. Another slap. Kai-Su felt a surge of anger rush to his head, and suddenly, everything went black as he fainted. Hey, wake up. Wu Feng shook the fainted Kai-Su, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Looking at the strange hanging rope tied up in a bunch of ropes. It's not good to leave it this way. Wu Feng first gave her a shot as a threat, and then took out a contract of submission and a pen. Sign. Wu Feng spoke. The hanging rope originally refused, until Wu Feng gave her another shot. He ordered the hanging rope to dive back into the ring, and then Wu Feng went to the kitchen to get a bowl of water. Lu Jianjia proposed a plan to repair Wu Feng to Dingjin over the phone. In front of Lu Jianjia, who had lived 2 lives, she easily outwitted Dingjin in just a few words. At this moment, the two were downstairs at Wu Feng's house. Am I really stronger than Wu Feng? Dingjin asked uncertainly. Of course. Otherwise, why would I seek an alliance with you instead of him? Lu Jianjia patiently explained, although you both have purple talents, your potential far surpasses his by leaps and bounds. Today is your time to prove it, you are definitely stronger than him. Listening to Lu Jianjia's encouragement, Dingjin still felt uneasy, as Wu Feng had cast a huge shadow over him. He had lost to Wu Feng time after time, even his confident A-level rating had been defeated in front of Wu Feng. Lu Jianjia noticed Dingjin's thoughts and said, you were childhood sweethearts. Hearing the words childhood sweethearts, Dingjin quickly interrupted Lu Jianjia, saying, I know. I will defeat him. He took a deep breath to motivate himself and charged into the corridor with determination. Lu Jianjia glanced at her phone, thinking, the time should be about right. If he hasn't gone to find Dingjin, then he must be looking for Wu Feng. At this moment, he should be in a weakened state after exiting the illusion. She followed closely behind and quietly trailed Dingjin. Dingjin arrived on the 3rd floor and happened to see Wu Feng holding a bowl of water, ready to splash it on Kai-Su. Stop. What are you doing? Dingjin shouted angrily as he marched toward Wu Feng. His mind was filled with all sorts of motivational talks Lu Jianjia had shared. Lu Jianjia arrived a step later and looked up at Wu Feng, noticing that the originally confident look in her eyes had changed slightly. Something seemed off. Lying on the ground was Kai-Su? How could Kai-Su be lying on the ground? Wasn't he supposed to suppress Wu Feng's momentum? How come he was lying there out of nowhere? Could it be that he was so tired that he fell asleep on the ground? After thinking of this reason, Lu Jianjia almost laughed at herself. Wait a moment. The situation was a bit strange. She wanted to stop Dingjun from taking further action, but unfortunately, it was too late. You brat. Dingjun pointed at Wu Feng, ready to make a move, but just as he spoke 3 words, several hanging ropes descended from the ceiling. Before Dingjun could react, the hanging ropes quickly wrapped around his head and then shot upwards. What do you want? Wu Feng casually pushed Dingjun aside, letting him swing freely. His gaze fell down, locking onto Lu Jianjia. His instinct told him he should deal with the girl in front of him right now. Since you're here, why not come up and have a seat? Thank you. Wind chimes and dream for the milk tea, thank you. The author daily requests gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 57, You Talk Too Much. The two stared at each other. No. Feeling that the situation seemed a bit off, Lu Jianjia prepared to run away. She politely declined Wu Feng's invitation to sit down and lifted her foot to leave. Little did she know, just as she intended to step down, her left foot somehow tripped over her right foot, and she fell flat on the ground. Lu Jianjia sharply sensed that something was not right. There was no way she could make such a silly mistake of tripping over her own feet. The sound of footsteps on the stairs echoed from above. She saw Wu Feng walking toward her step by step. You always give off a strange feeling. Wu Feng slowly expressed his instinct. It always makes me think that if I don't deal with you now, you will surely cause me trouble later. Lu Jianjia awkwardly laughed 2 times. How could that be? We are classmates, and we don't have any grudges at all. As she spoke, she analyzed the situation in front of her. Was her identity as a reincarnator exposed? No, that was unlikely. It was more likely that her closeness with Dingjun had aroused Wu Feng's dissatisfaction. I came with Dingjun because the 3 of us are about to enter the Li Yun experimental class, just wanting to chat and discuss. She stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust on her clothes, and took the initiative. You should hurry and let Dingjun go. This guy has already rolled his eyes. No matter what, she must not show weakness. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, Lu Jianjia was confident she could fool Wu Feng. At the very least, she could dispel his hostility toward her. You. Lu Jianjia wanted to say more, but then she saw Wu Feng's large hand suddenly grab her throat. You talk too much. Wu Feng lifted Lu Jianjia effortlessly with one hand, then struck heavily at her abdomen. A sharp pain rushed into her brain, and instinctively, Lu Jianjia bent down as her muscles reacted. Choking in pain overwhelmed her mind, leaving only one question. Why was Wu Feng so decisive in his actions? She had never harmed Wu Feng. How could he judge that her existence was a threat to him? You only have 2 options now. A noose appeared, replacing Wu Feng's hand around Lu Jianjia's neck. Either sign your name on this paper. Wu Feng presented a contract of submission. Or, you can stay here and cosplaying as a sunny doll. Lu Jianjia desperately clawed at the noose around her neck, unable to comprehend why Wu Feng was so bold as to threaten her life. Was he not afraid of the investigation that would come after? This was murder, killing a talent ready to enter the Li Yun experimental class. You dare. Lu Jianjia managed to squeeze out 2 words with great difficulty. There was no way she would sign. Who knew what kind of props Wu Feng had? What if it was some kind of master-servant contract? That would ruin her life. Wu Feng would not dare to act, he was just intimidating her. What do I have to be afraid of? Killing you is strange, it's nothing to me, Wu Feng replied. See? Prolonged lack of oxygen made Lu Jianjia's vision gradually blur, and her eyes darkened. At that moment, she almost lost her ability to think. Was she going to die? It seemed like she truly was about to die. Her restarted life had just begun. She was supposed to be the main character of this world. No, she could not die. Time passed slowly until she confirmed that Wu Feng was not joking. Xian. A fuzzy sound escaped Lu Jianjia's mouth, and saliva flowed out of her lips. Wu Feng did not retract the noose but instead directly placed the contract of submission in Lu Jianjia's hand. Lu Jianjia took it over. She slapped her neck, signaling Wu Feng to let go first. Wu Feng remained unmoved. Lu Jianjia picked up a pen and awkwardly signed her name in the notebook. Flames ignited, and Wu Feng felt a body connecting between the 2 of them. With a snap of his fingers, the rope binding Lu Jianjia's neck vanished without a trace. Lu Jianjia fell from the sky to the ground, coughing violently while gulping fresh air. What did you make me? Cough cough cough, sign, cough cough, what was it? Once she regained a bit of her speaking ability, Lu Jianjia couldn't wait to question him. Hearing Lu Jianjia's tone, Wu Feng did not answer but directly commanded, crouch down. Lu Jianjia ignored Wu Feng's words. Just as she was about to continue questioning, a burning sensation arose in her brain. It felt like someone was slowly pushing a red-hot iron from her ear into her brain. Ugh! She hugged her head in pain, a terrifying thought arising in her mind. A master-servant contract? It really is a master-servant contract. Where did this newcomer Wu Feng get such a precious and strange item? Ah! An even stronger burning sensation appeared. She felt as if she had been thrown into a pot of hot oil. Thud! Lu Jianjia crouched down on the ground. It's over, it really is a master-servant contract. I, who have reincarnated, have actually fallen to such a degree, my carefully made plans have just begun. Unwilling tears streamed down her cheeks, she lifted her defiant yet humiliated eyes to look at Wu Feng. Wu Feng, however, was indifferent and turned to walk into his room. Follow me, he commanded, stepping over the already fainted Dingjin and Kai Su on the ground. No matter how helpless or unwilling she felt, Lu Jianjia could only obediently follow Wu Feng into the room. Once in the room, Wu Feng made Lu Jianjia sit on the sofa. You feel very strange to me, tell me your secret. Wu Feng reopened a bucket of instant noodles and took out the seasoning packet. Don't try to hide anything, my instincts are very sharp. Having fallen to this point, Lu Jianjia quickly adjusted her mindset, lying would be useless, and it was better to be honest than to suffer more. She took a deep breath and said, I am a reincarnator. Wu Feng paused with the seasoning packet in hand, turning to look at Lu Jianjia. Just after discovering the existence of reincarnators, here one was right in front of him. Wu Feng recalled the warning from the white faceless figure to be careful around some reincarnators. Some, it seemed, reincarnators weren't just one but a group. Wu Feng nodded calmly, can you contact the other reincarnators? Wu Feng's reaction greatly exceeded Lu Jianjia's expectations, he actually knew there were reincarnators in this world? If you want to lie, you can certainly try. Wu Feng pressed down on the noodles and turned back to Lu Jianjia. The author regularly asks for gifts, everyone send a little free gift, the author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 58, Village, sorry, I'm not interested in leading a group of people who will drag me down. Lu Jianjia thoroughly disclosed information about the other reincarnators, unfortunately, they were scattered far and wide, even including people from Neon Country and Beautiful Country, making it difficult to contact them. After asking some other information, Wu Feng dismissed Lu Jianjia and eagerly entered the strange game. 10 minutes until entering the strange game, please prepare, players. Barely a moment passed when another sound rang out. Detecting that players are about to enter the strange game, please choose one of the following 3 add-ons. Add-on 1, Brain Projection. Brain Projection, every day, it will randomly generate a skill based on the player's memories. This cheat truly has a bit of interest, but ahem, I hope no strange things will appear. Like a recovery sorcerer, for example. If that comes out, my lifelong purity will be gone. Looking down at the screen. Cheat 2, Speak the Truth. Speak the truth, when the enemy lies in front of you, you get 100 trick coins. Although the trick coins earned are a bit few, the practicality of this skill is still top level. After all, if you encounter some strange games with rules like urban legends, you'll know those rules are wrong just by letting others read them once. Wu Feng then looked at the third cheat. Cheat 3, I bet your gun has no bullets. I bet your gun has no bullets, just say I bet your gun has no bullets, and any flying weapon the enemy uses will lose its ammunition, including but not limited to throwing knives, missiles, nuclear bombs, Gatling guns, etc. It looks very strong, but in reality, it's just a big pile of nothing. This thing is completely countered by absolute luck. Not thinking too much, Wu Feng eventually chose the first cheat. I choose Brain Projection. Selection successful. After the selection, Wu Feng sat quietly on the sofa waiting. 3 seconds left to enter the strange game. 3, 2, 1. Darkness, falling, a light screen appears in front of him. Entry successful. Instance name, Village. Difficulty, 1 in 10,000. Type, Multiplayer instance. Description, you are invited to enter a village surrounded by the sea. At first, life was very happy, until you discovered some doubts. You must escape quickly. Main task, gather enough coins to buy a ticket to escape. Tip, you can obtain coins through farming, fishing, mining, exchanging trick coins, etc. The light reappeared. 3 small houses with red tiles, a yard full of weeds. Again entered a 1 in 10,000 difficulty, luck really isn't too good, a woman with a high ponytail said as she looked around, although she said her luck wasn't good, her expression seemed to show she was not very nervous. She was obviously an experienced player who had participated in many strange games. Senior, have you participated in many strange games? A handsome boy with glasses opened his mouth. I'm Gao Tian, may I ask your name? The girl with the high ponytail only glanced at the bespectacled Gao Tian and then seemed to ignore him, turning to address the 4 of them including Wu Feng. I believe everyone knows the value of 1 in 10,000 difficulty. Some 1 in 10,000 difficulty games are even scarier than no one survived. So I won't say any useless words. Is there anyone among you who has experienced more than 10 strange games or cleared games of 1 in 10,000 difficulty or above? A man among the 4 with a buzz cut spoke, I've participated in 11. Besides the man speaking, no one else answered. Alliance? The high ponytail woman asked. Of course. The buzzcut man smiled happily. After all, this was a big player who had cleared one in 10,000 difficulty. As for the others, I can only say sorry. The high ponytail woman's eyes were cold and indifferent. The difficulty is too high. I'm not interested in bringing a group of people who will hold back. At this moment, Wu Feng did not pay attention to what the high ponytail girl was babbling about. His attention was fully on the skill projected from his memory. Skill, my world. The author pure is truly working for love. The daily manuscript fee is pitifully low, originally intending to give up, but considering that there are still some readers, so there should be a daily update. Big brother, Master has been captured by a monster. The short video in the phone played the journey to the west, and Wu Feng stretched lazily, watching it with a nostalgic feeling. He was very happy. Because it had been a full 7 days without any unusual occurrences. He was not ordinary since he was young, things in his mind always uncontrollably projected into real life. The first projection happened on an ordinary summer day. Wu Feng, as usual, turned on the TV to watch cartoons, and suddenly a Doraemon appeared beside him. Since that moment, Wu Feng realized his special nature. He tried to control this ability but soon found he was overthinking. Not to mention controlling this ability, there had even been chaotic situations. Like Superman flying alongside Gundam, monsters teaming up against Cthulhu. Sadako battling the Arhat, Ultraman fighting Okuzer, Ifan against Black Little Tiger. After the chaotic mix, there was a period of calm. This calm period didn't mean no projections at all. He remembered it was the second day of the new year. Because their exam results were good, the class teacher decided to reward them with a movie during evening study. After everyone voted, they played a zombie movie starring Lam Chinging. At first, the classmates watched with great interest until a real zombie jumped out. Actually, this was fine, but what Wu Feng couldn't stand was that situation. In puberty, watching good videos at midnight was very normal. For others, it was ordinary. But for Wu Feng, it was a total disaster. Wearing headphones, selecting videos, preparing tissues, and then the male and female leads from the video appeared beside Wu Feng. The key was that the anime he was watching was magical. The female lead was a succubus, and the male lead in the movie was completely determined to die doing this. But Wu Feng didn't have that kind of courage. If he couldn't resist the waves boiling inside him, there would probably be a ridiculous news report about a casualty the next day. Watching the lustful scene before him, Wu Feng could only tremble and hope these two would disappear quickly. But the more he wanted them to vanish, the longer they stayed. Eventually, after going through this several times, the male lead fell down in despair. Wu Feng cheered him on from the side. Come on, how can you fall down in a place like this? The male lead glanced at Wu Feng, surged to his feet, then quickly fainted again. The succubus female lead tucked her golden hair behind her ear, her bright big eyes staring intently at Wu Feng, full of lingering desire. To be honest, the appearance of two-dimensional characters was second to none. She crawled little by little towards Wu Feng. Just when everything was about to be ruined, Pinocchio was projected out by Wu Feng. Relying on his nose that could grow longer when he lied, Wu Feng temporarily escaped a disaster. Fortunately, recently, Wu Feng's ability had been appearing less and less often and gradually becoming controllable. The so-called controllable meant that Wu Feng had caught some recent patterns of these occurrences. For instance, most of what appeared were things he had watched recently or something that caused a significant emotional fluctuation in him. Moreover, before these things projected, the item had a chance to flicker in Wu Feng's mind for about 10 seconds. For example, if Wu Feng strongly resisted a projection, this ability would disappear for a while. The longest time it had disappeared this time. 7 whole days. Buzz. The phone vibrated, someone sent a message on Giant News. Wu Feng unlocked his phone, a message appeared on the screen, sent by his childhood friend. Have you heard the recent rumor? What rumor? Wu Feng replied. After a moment, a picture, a string of messages, and a smirking emoji were sent back. The picture was a black and red envelope, with the word paradise written in big letters. It is said that whoever receives this letter will be transported to a place called Paradise, where all sorts of terrifying monsters reside. Seeing this, Wu Feng scoffed. This type of rumor was no different from those warnings about not forwarding messages or facing some ghost. Wu Feng reached out to type, only to find an unexpected object in his hand. It was an envelope marked Paradise. What the hell, the envelope was projected out? Before Wu Feng could react further, the red and black envelope emitted a blood-red glow that enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim room. Is the rumor true? At the same time, the figure of Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, began to flicker in his mind. Chapter 1, wrong text, please skip. Congratulations to our city for discovering an S-level talent. Wu Feng quickly swiped past the video on his phone, showing not a hint of interest. An S-level talent was miles away from his world, like two parallel lines that could never meet. One stood high above, looking down on the earth, while Wu Feng lay in muddy soil. Even a glance was a luxury. Wu Feng had been born into this world for over 10 years. 2 months ago, he awakened the wisdom of his past life, along with a book existing in his mind. The book had no name, only constantly issuing various tasks. Based on his past life memories, Wu Feng named this book The System. At first, he thought about becoming stronger with the system, but the absurd tasks made Wu Feng question if he had some mental illness. Tasks like crushing the resurrected childhood friend who had become an empress. Such ridiculous tasks would confuse anyone, wouldn't they? There were also tasks like kicking the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, suppressing an S-level genius single-handedly, and slaughtering through entire battlefields. The only task that seemed somewhat possible was to pull down his pants and relieve himself in class. Believing in the principle that practice leads to knowledge, Wu Feng wanted to test if this system was just his imagination. On a sunny afternoon, looking at his cheerful classmates, Wu Feng gathered his courage 7 or 8 times, but in the end, he didn't start his practice until after school. Fine, Wu Feng gave up. Pulling down his pants and relieving himself in front of everyone wasn't something just anyone could do. Ironically, he thought this was the simplest among all the bizarre tasks. Is there a new task now? A feeling almost akin to hunger and fatigue appeared in his mind, signaling Wu Feng that the system had new tasks. Wu Feng had no interest in the new task. At first, he was always eager to see what the task was when feeling this way. Would it be something not too absurd, easy to complete, with rewards explosively high? After repeated disappointments, Wu Feng gradually became numb. However, he couldn't completely ignore the system, similar to how one couldn't ignore feelings of hunger, fatigue, or the need to relieve oneself. Diving his consciousness into his mind, the mysterious patterned book slowly opened. Its pages began to flip violently, creating a blurred phantom. As if being pulled by invisible hands, the sheets of paper rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. Finally, it settled on a leaf, where a reddish-brown flame began to swirl, leaving behind golden letters in its wake. Task: squat up. Reward: talent upgrade. Although Wu Feng had no hopes for the system, he still carefully and earnestly read through the task assigned to him. Squat up. Talent upgrade? Wu Feng tried to understand this sentence. It was not that he had a problem with his brain and could not grasp the meaning of squat up, but facing such a suddenly normal task, he felt a bit incredulous for a moment. It was like a person bitten by a snake. Even when seeing a blade of grass, he would doubt if it was a snake. Is squat up the normal squat up? Is talent upgrade the normal talent upgrade? Wu Feng hesitated for a moment and decided to give it a try. He stood up from the bed and loosened his muscles. He squatted down and got up. Task completed. Once again immersing his consciousness in his mind, he opened the first page of the book, which recorded various information about Wu Feng. Name: Wu Feng. Gender: male. Talent: C, Spirit Eye, upgraded to B, Eye of Breaking Illusion. Spiritual energy: 121.3. Physical fitness: 10.5. Mental power: 15. Martial arts: none. Seeing the information on the panel, Wu Feng couldn't help but gasp, his heart racing with a thunderous sound, pumping a large amount of blood throughout his body. Just by doing one squat up, his talent had upgraded from level C to level B. It's been a ridiculous long time, and you finally made sense. Task: 10 squat ups. Reward: talent upgrade. Again with such a task, without any hesitation, Wu Feng stood up and did 10 push-ups. His talent upgraded from level B to level A. Task: 100 squat UPS. Reward: talent upgrade. Don't mention 100 squat ups, even 1000 squat UPS would be nothing impossible for Wu Feng now. Without any hesitation, he easily completed 100 squat ups. His talent upgraded from level A to level S. Task: 1000 squat UPS. Reward: talent upgrade. 1000 is just 1000. Wu Feng didn't hesitate at all and gritted his teeth to start. 1, 2, 3. Not knowing how much time had passed, Wu Feng, drenched in sweat, placed his hands on the desk, and although he was exhausted, he clearly had not reached his limit. His talent upgraded from level S to level SS. Is there more? Wu Feng felt hopeful, as the next one could be the legendary SSS level talent. The highest talent in the entire Pooh City was just the S level in that video he saw earlier. He couldn't imagine what kind of shock his SSS level would bring about. Task: complete 1 million squat UPS at once. Reward: talent upgrade. The task appeared, and this time the number of squat ups had changed drastically, no longer a simple multiplication by 10. 1000 times 1000 equals 1 million, a million squat ups. Looking at this number, Wu Feng estimated a bit. Even if he did one squat up every 2 seconds, 1 million squat UPS would require 500,000 seconds, or 8,333 minutes, 138 hours, 5.7 days. He would need to do squat ups for 5.7 days without eating or drinking. What a hammer! This is completely impossible. Task: confess to Chushi, then do one squat up. Reward: talent upgrade. As if sensing Wu Feng's emotions, a new task reappeared below the million squat ups. Wu Feng stared at the task and fell silent. Chushi was no one other than Wu Feng's childhood sweetheart. It was the reborn female emperor spoken of by the system. Although they had grown up together, their frequency of contact had decreased significantly over the years. Especially in the past 2 months, they had completely severed all ties. Confess? Wu Feng took a deep breath, although doing so might seem like a bit of harassment to Chu Shi. But he had to do it. My name is Chu Shi, my talent is called Death Rewind. I never expected that after 5 attempts, I still cannot lead humanity to survive. What should I do? What should I do? Should I give up? Am I really going to give up? No. There is still a chance. Solo fighting ultimately doesn't work. This time I need to find some helpers and bring them along to swiftly elevate our capabilities. Who should I choose as the first helper? She searched in her mind, and from her vast memory, a name slowly emerged. Yi Liangchen, S-Class. Ding 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 ding. The phone rang, and Chushi checked to find it was a call from Wu Feng. Her brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. This was something that had never happened in her many rebirths. She clicked accept and brought the phone to her ear. After a moment, her lips trembled as she gritted her teeth, speaking carefully. I'm sorry, Wu Feng, you are a good person, but we are not suitable. I'm sorry, Wu Feng, I cannot let personal feelings affect the future of the entire world. Comma, 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 comma. Comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. Author daily requests gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 1 What is this? Wrong send, please skip. Squat down, get up. Talent SS upgraded to SSS Mystic Eyes of Death. Mystic Eyes of Death, able to see the end of existence, i.e., death, and visualize it as death lines and death points. Death line, cracks appearing on objects or living beings, cutting along this line will irreversibly destroy the object. Death point, the intersection of death lines, touching this point can directly end the existence of the object, even if the opponent is an immortal being or an abstract concept. This ability ignores physical defenses or regeneration abilities, directly touching the essence of existence of things. Before her eyes, intertwining red lines emerged. Windows, chairs, flowers, fruits, and so on. No matter what it is, it has that blood-like red. Wu Feng waved his hands, slicing through the red line representing the flower. The line broke and disappeared, and the petals instantly withered. The unprecedented sensation made Wu Feng somewhat excited. Dinner's ready, you wouldn't know to come out if I didn't call you. Every time it's me who has to shout, it's already 12 o'clock. Mom's nagging voice drifted in from outside the door. Got it, coming. Wu Feng stopped releasing spiritual energy, and the world before him returned to normal. He opened the bedroom door, and his mom, wearing an apron, was carrying 2 plates of food, the warm steam rising. Let me serve the rice. Wu Feng walked over. It's already served, go wake your sister up, they all act like pigs, they can't get up to help with some chores. Wu Kiki, get up, you wouldn't know to come out if I didn't call you? Every time it's me who has to shout, it's already 12 o'clock. Wu Feng knocked on the door at the entrance of the room. Got it, got it. Wu Feng sat back at the dining table when Mom just walked over with 2 bowls of rice. Tomorrow your vacation ends, you need to train well when you get to school, understand? Mom placed the bowls on the table. In this damn society, the hierarchy is divided clearly. Now it is the 10th millennium after humanity entered modern society. More than 100 years ago, the alien insect race descended to Earth, secreting all sorts of strange bacterial spores and microorganisms, utterly transforming the Earth's ecological environment. It was from that time on that a strict class system emerged in society. First-class citizens are deemed to have no value of existence, mainly including various criminals and disabled persons, and only those very undesirable jobs will employ them. Second-class citizens are ordinary people without any talent, who have not awakened their martial arts abilities, and are not outstanding in the humanities. They can only do the hardest jobs, with very low wages. Third-class citizens are those who have awakened their martial arts abilities. As long as they awaken, regardless of the level, they are at least third-class citizens. Fourth-class citizens are humans who have achieved certain accomplishments in either the humanities or martial arts. For example, the top 1,000 in martial arts citywide, or the top 500 in humanities. As for how the rankings are determined, in the humanities it is naturally based on grades. Martial arts are not about traditional competition, but about the number of dungeon completions and enemy kill points. The dungeon is a simulated insect tribe battlefield in the holographic training chamber. Level 4 citizens enjoy various privileges, including a 30% discount on all expenses, monthly distributions of various elixirs and supplements, and more. Next are the Level 5 citizens, the true privileged class, at the top of the social pyramid. Got it, Mom, Wu Feng said as he pushed his rice around. The door opened, and his younger sister walked out in slippers. You listen too, look at how long you've been sleeping. I recently bought some high-end supplements. I saw on TV that these things are very helpful for people like you who haven't awakened their talent yet. You should watch fewer ads. That stuff is all a scam. If supplements really worked, then there wouldn't be anyone in this world who couldn't awaken their talent. Wu Kuko retorted. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, eating some won't hurt, right? Mom said, pressing down on the chair, watching Wu Kuko walk toward the bathroom and continuing, I don't expect you to awaken any A-level talent, even C-level talent like your brother would be fine. Understood, Mom, I'll eat it. Chushi lived right across from Wu Feng, their families were neighbors. She stepped out of her door and gently knocked on the door across. A month later, Pooh City will be attacked by alien insect tribes, and she decided to do something for Wu Feng's family. The door opened, and Wu Feng's mom smiled as she stepped aside. Little she is here, have you eaten? Chushi walked in. I've eaten, I'm here to talk to Wu Feng about something. Wu Feng. Mom called back. Coming, Wu Feng had already noticed Chushi's figure when his mom turned, but because of the confession earlier, although it was just a task, he still felt a bit shy, especially after being rejected. Wu Feng stood up and walked over. Chushi seemed perfectly fine. After all, she had lost count of how many times she had rejected a confession. In her several rebirths, due to her beautiful looks and outstanding talent, the number of people pursuing and secretly liking her could fill up several classrooms. Come with me, I want to show you something, Chushi said, pulling Wu Feng towards her home. Auntie, I'm just letting Wu Feng see something related to martial arts. He'll be back for dinner soon. Go ahead, Mom had no thought of opposing. What reason could it be? Her son could go with anyone. You need to hide for 3 days. The alien insect swarm is invading Pooh City. How is that possible? Wu Feng questioned, not because he did not believe the reborn Chushi, but because Pooh City's defenses were as strong as a fortress, and there hadn't been any problems for over a decade. If Pooh City was truly breached by the alien insects, it wouldn't just be a matter of hiding for 3 days. It's the Death Whisperers, Chushi explained. You should have learned about them. Hearing these 3 words, Wu Feng fell silent. Death Whisperers can transform into human form, and they can lay eggs inside the bodies of others by biting them. These eggs secrete a special substance that alters human thinking, leading people into a frenzied state, crazily worshipping the alien insects. Once the eggs mature, they break open inside the human body, growing into a new Death Whisperer. Pooh City has a comprehensive set of preventative measures against Death Whisperers, yet they still manage to invade. Seeing Wu Feng silent, Chushi picked up a pen from the table and tossed it into the air, gently waving her fingers together. The pencil instantly broke into 5 pieces. Second-tier martial skill, Void Blade. This martial skill is sold in the virtual training chambers shop. It's expensive and famously difficult to practice, but its power is astonishing. Chushi had neither enough money to buy this skill nor time to train it successfully. Like Wu Feng, she had only recently awakened her talent. The reason Chushi demonstrated this was entirely to gain Wu Feng's full trust. At this moment, in Wu Feng's mind. Task, pet the dog. Reward, second-tier martial skill, Void Blade. Hint, if there's no dog, you can bark like a dog while petting yourself. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. Author daily requests for gifts. Everyone send a small free gift. For the sake of gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 5, sent the wrong thing again. This thing always auto-jumps to the first volume. What is life? Wu Feng leaned on the table with both hands, speaking with a profound expression. Life is when you bring an umbrella but it doesn't rain, and when it rains, you forget the umbrella. Life is when the person you like doesn't like you, and the person you don't like still doesn't like you. Life is when you work hard but the boss doesn't see it, and when you slack off, you get caught. Life is when you start pondering the meaning of life, and you've already become nothing. The four-eyed man spoke louder and louder, spitting saliva onto the face of the person in front of him. Walking west from the intersection of S Street and J Street for 2,000 meters, there is a jack-of-all-trades shop. It has a shabby old door, a worn-out sign, a garbage location, and unreliable efficiency, putting this shop on the brink of closing down. The duty of the jack-of-all-trades shop is to help others solve any problem. This any problem should have some boundaries, yet customers always treat the shop like a god. Not in a respectful manner like treating a god. Customers always believe the shop is omnipotent like a god. Last time, there was an uncle who brought his cute cat with mismatched eyes to the shop, and after a moment of silence, he seriously asked Wu Feng to turn his cat into a beautiful girl. That wasn't even the worst, the scariest part was. Someone actually entrusted him to destroy the world, with a ridiculously low commission. The man in front of Wu Feng was named Li Yichuan. Not knowing when he started pondering the meaning of life, Wu Feng opened a book to find a somewhat reasonable passage to send him away. Taking a deep breath and sitting on the chair, he then realized he hadn't collected the money. The brown table was placed in the middle of the room, with cabinets on both sides, and the cabinets were stacked layer upon layer with brown sealed files. Wu Feng had no idea what was recorded in those files, and he didn't know why he thought that. The people are developing, the times are progressing, everyone can travel through time, tomorrow will come to my home. Wu Feng is that lucky guy who can travel through time. Before his journey, there's nothing more to say. After all, living in the present is what matters. There's no need to mention problems like language, saying more will only bring tears. When he first arrived here, he acted like a complete fool. In front of him is a cabinet with 5 drawers, but only one drawer can be opened. Although it's just a tiny drawer, it contains a universe. The total area of the drawer is only 300 square centimeters, yet what it holds weighs tons, or perhaps it is infinite. The things inside can be classified into 3 kinds: stones, paper, ink. There are 4 types of stones: thunderstone, firestone, waterstone, windstone. The purpose is simple. After exploring for some time, Wu Feng roughly understands how to use them. Things like stones can be crushed into powder to become energy, which attaches to ink and turns into talismans by certain special symbols. The effects of the talismans made from different stones vary, but Wu Feng has no clue what those differences are. Wu Feng only knows how to make talismans from what he read in the manual. It was only when he eagerly thought his golden finger had arrived that he realized a serious problem. He cannot break the stones at all. They are as hard as diamonds, they can't be smashed, melted, or scared of changes in temperature. Wu Feng even tried to hatch them but still failed. Fortunately, besides talismans, the manual also mentions another method. Barriers. Fire barrier, wind barrier, water barrier, thunder barrier. The method to make this is fortunately not against humanity. Stick the paper from the drawer onto the stone and write a word settle with the ink, and it's done. The only drawback is that the barrier indiscriminately attacks others. It doesn't matter if you're a monster or a god, as long as you encounter the all-purpose shop, the barrier will strike you, including Wu Feng. Wu Feng decides to set aside this merciless barrier, resolving not to use it while at home. He has also been curious about what else is in the other drawers, trying many methods, but without exception, the result is always the same: they won't open. The all-purpose shop is divided into 2 parts. The front is for handling matters and receiving customers, called the office, while the back is for resting and sleeping, called the resting area. Wu Feng stretches his hands to relax. The business of the all-purpose shop is extremely bleak, and to survive, he has to do some other things. Fortunately, Wu Feng has a good appearance, a tall nose, a fair face, and eyes like glass. Placed in the modern world, he would definitely attract a crowd of little fans. Though not a peerless beauty, he is still quite handsome. It is also because of his good looks that he was able to attract some business. This business is a bit shy, and Wu Feng usually goes about it secretly. Wu Feng first glances outside, confirming no one is coming in, then gently closes the door, goes to his sleeping area, and takes off his clothes. Then, he changes into women's clothing. This world is magical, with many similarities to the original world, and there are events like comic fairs. A group of organizers at the comic fair inadvertently spotted Wu Feng's appearance and asked him to try on women's clothes. At first, Wu Feng refused. One must have principles. Until that person took out a few bills, Wu Feng thought principles could certainly be stretched. Wu Feng, dressed as a woman, is breathtakingly beautiful. If Wu Feng's handsomeness as a man is rated 9 out of 10, then as a woman, he absolutely scores a perfect 10. With a smile from the back of his eyes, he became enchanting. Even the beauties in the harem paled in comparison. From then on, Wu Feng relied on this to earn extra money. Dressing as a woman could earn him a considerable amount of wealth. The nearly extinct Longxing Comic Expo has been reignited. Wu Feng's existence has transformed into a goddess-like woman at the Longxing Comic Expo. This time, the outfit is simple: twin ponytails, knee-high socks, a short skirt, and an absolute territory. Wu Feng glanced at the mirror and walked towards the service room. Creak. The door of the service office opened, and Li Yichuan walked in, his eyes widening slowly as if he had seen some kind of monster. Wu Feng felt a shiver in his heart, feeling that if his cross-dressing was exposed, his dignity as a man would be lost forever. Decisively, he took out the thunder barrier from his pocket. Using the barrier is simple, it requires 5 pieces to be effective. Wu Feng had kept 4 pieces in the room, just in case. After the last use, he had only taken 1 away. Wu Feng's current position was just right, and he quickly took out the thunder barrier from the box and threw it. The 5 pieces of thunder barrier formed a pentagram, with tiny lightning bolts that flickered in the service office. Li Yichuan barely had time to say a word before he was stunned in the room. I came to pay. Li Yichuan did not see through Wu Feng's cross-dressing. Wu Feng looked vastly different from his male appearance. He smirked and endured the raging lightning as he walked out of the door, his satin-like hair was now fluffy like a broom, adding a unique flair. Not bothering to tidy his hair, Wu Feng dragged each one out and found a stool for him to sit on. This lightning has no lethal power, it only carries attributes of dizziness and short-term memory loss. He would wake up in a few minutes. Wu Feng put on a mask that covered half his face. The mask was mercury-colored, specially prepared by Wu Feng to avoid being recognized by some people. Chapter 97, Wrong, Skip, Truly Amazing, make this into Volume 1. Night. Lights in the skyscraper are sparse. Wu Feng poured the boiled water into a cup, then added some sugar, stirring it with a spoon in his right hand. Hello everyone, I am He Ji Sheng. On the TV, a man with a distinctive appearance stood on stage. His lips turned outward, and his eyes squinted into a slit. Laughter erupted. This is a stand-up comedy show. Sometimes, when I see my appearance, I think, what else can I lose looking like this, until one day, I began to lose hair. About hair loss, I envy the extraordinary people, they never lose hair and certainly don't need haircuts, they need to use a saw instead. Since the emergence of the extraordinary people, this group has been able to properly reshape workplaces. When a boss says go east, they go west. Some say not to give extraordinary people privileges, they should be under stricter supervision. Although they are indeed stronger than regular people. I absolutely agree. After all, I'm not one of them. When extraordinary people are indeed good, they are like ancient heroes who fight for justice, craving revenge. Wu Feng took a sip of water, chuckled lightly, then changed the channel. Craving revenge? Extraordinary people are merely a group of puppets, acting heroically outside the rules. They will soon become thorns in some people's eyes. Xiongde, wait for me. Changed again. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Changed again. A white woman clutched a small knife, helplessly leaning against the wall. Help me, help me. The woman cried out. Bang. A crack appeared in the white door as an axe blade showed up in front of the white woman. Her cries grew more desperate. Bang. This time, the sound resembling an axe breaking down the door came from the real world. The room was dark, with only the flicker of the TV. The door was kicked open, and the figure at the doorway was pitch black, with no hint of color on its body. Are you here? Wu Feng felt no surprise at this figure. 3 days ago, at Sanyuan District No. 1 High School, a girl was bullied by 3 boys, ultimately losing her chastity, and in her grief and anger, she chose to jump off a building. The girl was very lucky to be alive. Her mother wanted to seek justice for her, but 3 men dragged her to an abandoned factory and violated the girl again in front of her mother. In the end, due to sufficient compensation, lack of evidence, and the presence of a strange person among them, plus the fear that filled the hearts of the mother and daughter, they could not act. The 3 boys faced no consequences and went on with their classes as if nothing had happened. What about those 3? Can they still continue their bloodline? Wu Feng said, throwing his water cup at the other party. With today's advanced medical technology, they should have no issues, right? The cup smashed against the doorframe, splashing water everywhere. The flesh can't be repaired so easily. A dark figure charged toward Wu Feng. Wu Feng pulled out a gun from under the table. He wasn't in a hurry to fire because his marksmanship was poor. As the dark figure drew closer, he waited. The gunshot rang out, the shell ejected and fell to the ground, and a hole appeared on the shoe cabinet at the entrance. The shadow was now right in front of him. Damn! Wu Feng cursed under his breath, feeling as if something had struck him. His body flew through the air, crashing heavily against the wall. Then he bounced back and fell to the ground. He felt no pain, only a slight sweetness in his throat. The person in the tight black suit held Wu Feng's gun in his right hand, not using it, but casually tossing it to the ground. Wu Feng suddenly surged up, fearless, and threw a punch at the man's chest. The man blocked it, and his knee struck Wu Feng squarely in the face. As an extraordinary person, Wu Feng's physical abilities were somewhat better than ordinary people, but otherwise, he was just like everyone else. Continuing the battle would only lead to death. Wu Feng had long been prepared for this outcome. Fresh red blood surged from his mouth and nose, and Wu Feng flew into the air. Did he regret it? Did he regret acting against those 3 pieces of trash? Ridiculous. How could he possibly regret it? Chapter 59 Skill, My World. Helpless, Takeda trembled all over, tears almost spilling from his eyes. As a newcomer, he didn't even have a single strange item. He couldn't think about why the ponytail girl was doing this. Despair engulfed him like a waterfall. Swish. A wooden sword swished past Takeda's eye, and a -23 appeared above the old man's head. His health bar decreased by about 1/5. With the wooden sword, Wu Feng swung it beautifully. The old man, as if electrocuted, withdrew his hands, and for a moment, an incredible humanity appeared in his numb eyes. The ponytail girl felt her legs could start moving. She didn't have the foolish thought of joining the handsome Wu Feng against the strange but immediately ran towards the 3 brick houses in the courtyard without any hesitation. In this strange game, there always existed a path of survival. She bet that the way out was within the room. Having just returned from the gates of hell, Takeda's legs went soft as he slumped on the ground. Watching Wu Feng's back with the wooden sword, he took a deep breath and bit his tongue. The sharp pain reduced the fear in his heart, and his weakened legs regained some strength. He picked up a few stones from the ground and stood up. His talent was called perfect aim. He could hit anything within 100 meters. "Brother!" he shouted to Wu Feng. Wu Feng turned around, calmly and confidently said, "Don't worry, brother, for garbage of this level, I only need one hand." Before Wu Feng could finish his sentence, 2 stones flew straight towards his eyes. "Sorry, you are a good person, but," Takeda said with guilt, turning around and desperately running, controlling his weak legs, "I want to survive." The author routinely asks for gifts. Everyone please send a little free gift. 4 gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 60, What are you babbling about? Eat my sword. Facing the flying stones, Wu Feng felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed uncontrollably. His head moved slightly, and the 2 stones grazed past his skin, leaving 2 faint trails of blood. Coming to help ended up with him being hurt for no reason? Being a good person is hard, indeed. "I'm so hungry, let me borrow your head to taste, just one bite." A dry, hoarse voice, like a broken bellows, tore at Wu Feng's eardrums. The old man bizarrely ignored the harm Wu Feng had caused him, pressing closer. "What are you babbling about? Eat my sword." Wu Feng, in a bad mood, gripped the wooden sword and stabbed it towards the old man's strange chest. Accompanied by the nauseating sound of flesh being cut, the sword tip sank deep into his chest. Wu Feng continued to apply force, pushing the old man against the doorframe. The thought to feel his new skill vanished. He only wanted to finish off the bizarre entity quickly and then chat with Takeda. Wu Feng pulled out a revolver and pointed it at the old man's forehead. The old man glanced at the damage caused by the wooden sword to his hands, and a deep fear surged within him. "You," the old man began to speak. "You what?" Wu Feng shot 3 times right at the old man's head. Flesh and blood burst out, and the health bar instantly dropped to 0. He wiped his hands on the old man's clothes and casually tossed the bizarre corpse onto the ground. Turning to look at Takeda, he found him crawling into one of the houses using both hands and feet. At this moment, Takeda, having entered the house, turned around. As he closed the door with his arm, he saw Wu Feng's cold, indifferent gaze fixing on him. Bang! He used all his strength to close the door and latch it shut. His chest heaved violently, and the sound of his heavy breathing echoed eerily in the room. "Is Wu Feng all right?" Takeda leaned against the door, unable to believe it. Behind Wu Feng was the strange, and he had even thrown stones at his eyes. Why is he okay? Could it be? Wu Feng is a master, and not just any master, but one of the greatest masters. But he's fine. Realizing this, Takeda was not afraid. There were people in all 3 thatched houses. He didn't believe anyone would dare to open the door knowing something strange was behind Wu Feng. Wu Feng couldn't enter any room. No matter how skilled he was, he would ultimately be killed by the immortal strange. As for breaking in? Feeling the sturdy doorframe on the wall with a window only about 20 centimeters wide, Takeda shook his head, insisting it was impossible. A certain death situation. Takeda took a deep breath, putting Wu Feng's situation behind him, and began to observe the environment in the room. Outside the room, Wu Feng looked at the old man lying on the ground, who was originally dead beyond dead, strangely. At this moment, the health bar above the strange head surprisingly began to recover little by little. He's dead yet can still recover? Goodness, are you cheating too? Although his health bar had already recovered to 5%, Wu Feng didn't care to investigate. He approached a big tree, waving his right hand near it continuously. A square area of the tree kept cracking, eventually shattering into wood that went into Wu Feng's backpack. Strangely, the tree did not collapse, even though a portion of its middle had been hollowed out. Incredible, interesting. Although he had long been accustomed to this in the game, when moved to reality, Wu Feng still marveled at the situation. Thus, after collecting some more wood, Wu Feng used the workbench to craft a wooden tool. Wooden tool can easily destroy stones, sandstone, wood, and other items. This item has 59 durability. 59 durability, breaks after digging 59 items. He held the wooden tool in his hand and stepped slowly to Takeda's room. Listening to the footsteps outside, Takeda inexplicably felt a pang of panic. Though he knew Wu Feng couldn't come in, his heart still raced. "Don't come here, I won't open the door." Chapter 61, Dirt Blocks for Nuclear Bombs. A soft rustling sound echoed by Takeda's ear, and a perfectly square gap appeared in the seemingly indestructible red brick wall. Ah! Takeda stared blankly at this magical scene, feeling his brain was a bit insufficient. The square gaps increased, soon enough for Wu Feng to pass through. Kid, who said I need your permission to enter? Every word from Wu Feng felt like a blow to Takada's heart. As the final word was spoken, he felt heavy breaths, as if he were about to suffocate. Without hesitation, Takada decisively kneeled on the ground. Facing such a big shot, he couldn't think of any means to oppose him at all. Big shot, spare me, please spare me. Takada cried, his eyes filled with remorse. Spare you? Wu Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze focused on the right hand hidden behind Takada. What are you hiding in your hand? Hearing this, Takada quickly changed to a flattering smile. This is what I prepared for you. Before he could finish, Wu Feng's wooden sword flashed with cold light, and a massive head shot up into the sky, blood gushing out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding space a glamorous red. Takada's body crashed to the ground. A nail rolled out from his right hand. Tisk. Wu Feng shook his head, suddenly understanding a truth. His heart was always too kind, which would be a major weakness for him. From now on, he would never stick his neck out casually. Life and death are in fate. Wu Feng glanced around the room and saw a small bag on the table. He opened the bag and found dozens of gold coins inside. Gold coins times 50. Besides the bag, there was also a shop window labeled as store. Wu Feng approached the shop window, where some plant roots stretched out, along with a paper note. The note listed items that could be bought and sold. Available for purchase were various seeds, fishing rods, clothes, water tools, and even boat tickets to leave this place. Oh. Wu Feng understood the specific gameplay of this bizarre game. Avoid monsters and farm to make money. As time passed, monsters would likely become stronger, or more deadly dangers would arise. Understanding the gameplay, Wu Feng prepared to take action. Pumpkin seeds cost 2 gold coins each. After buying 25 pumpkin seeds, Wu Feng walked straight to the bizarre old man who was resurrecting. Using a tool, he made a wooden stool and sat down, waiting. A gentle breeze blew as time passed. The old man's bizarre head restored its health bar, and the head that had been blown apart by the revolver returned to normal. Damn humans, I will eat you. The bizarre old man uttered a cruel curse. Who are you going to eat? Kind-hearted Wu Feng asked softly, his smile bright as the spring sun. The bizarre old man turned around, his fierce expression frozen in place. Silence. Silence was tonight's Cambridge. Go, plant this bag of seeds well. Wu Feng handed the pumpkin seeds to the bizarre old man, speaking in a commanding tone. You. I'm the one who's supposed to make farming difficult for you. You want me to help you farm? What a joke. Wu Feng began to wipe his revolver. Go then. The compromised bizarre man took the seeds with a resentful expression to cultivate the wasteland. Wu Feng was not idle either. He noticed a lucky block right at the doorway. He went over and smashed it with a pickaxe. The block vanished. From the lucky block popped out a villager. As everyone knows, villagers in MC can trade. Wu Feng approached to communicate, and after the villager spouted a bunch of unintelligible words, a panel appeared before him. The panel displayed items available for trade. The first trade allowed Wu Feng to exchange dirt blocks for TNT. Pretty good. The second trade allowed him to exchange dirt blocks for a pair of shoes. Clicking on the shoes revealed an explanation showing an enchantment. Enchantment, flight. Hiss, that's a bit over the top. Wu Feng continued to look at the third trade option. The third trade allowed him to exchange 1 dirt block for a nuclear bomb. Hiss, what the? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Are they really expecting me to nuke the village? Comma, 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 comma. Comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone give a free little gift. The author can do anything for the gift. This book has entered the new book ranking at 27th. Thank you all for your support. The author here will perform a handstand for you all. Taking a few days off, the author has a written exam recently, so I need to focus on studying these days. Chapter 62, Kill Wu Feng. The girl with a high ponytail looked at every move in the courtyard through the window. Wu Feng's actions were etched in her eyes like a knife. How is this possible? Is this really something a human can do? The high ponytail girl had experienced 15 bizarre games. She had never seen such an outrageous scene. Beating up bizarre beings and threatening them to plant crops for her? Her breathing became unexpectedly heavy. What kind of bizarre item does this person possess? Can it really be done to such an extent? Hands named Greed passed through the blood vessels of the ponytail girl, flowing through her body along with the blood. If I can take it away. She had just thought halfway, when this thought suddenly stopped. Wu Feng's strength was unfathomable. Having such an idea was like hitting a rock with an egg. I thought I was a genius, but I didn't expect I was just a frog sitting in a well, the ponytail girl said self-deprecatingly, turning to the store to buy some seeds. Plant roots stretched out from the window, and the ponytail girl looked at the note above with surprise in her eyes. What's wrong? The man with the crew cut noticed the ponytail girl's unusual behavior and asked. The ponytail girl didn't speak but pointed to the writing on the roots. The writing wasn't about something to buy, but a short sentence. Help us kill the humans in the yard, and I can help you pass through. The group we represent is certainly strange. Impossible. The crew cut man decisively refused after reading the writing. He had principles, helping strange beings kill humans was out of the question. You're thinking the same way, right? The crew cut man asked. The ponytail girl didn't say anything but quietly looked at the crew cut man. We have no reason to help the strange beings, the crew cut man said, his brows tightly knitted. How is what we're doing different from the descendants? We're certainly different from those weak-willed guys. We won't succumb to the strange beings, but, the ponytail girl paused, her breathing becoming heavy again, but, don't you want the strange tools that can suppress the strange beings to such an extent? From what I've observed, that pistol strange tool seems to be able to kill strange beings temporarily. The ponytail girl's speed increased, and that wooden sword seems to really hurt the strange beings, and that pickaxe. We definitely can't deal with Wu Feng, but if we team up with the strange beings, he would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Her words seduced the crew cut man's greed like a demon. With these tools, when you go back, whether it's status, wealth, or beautiful women will. Don't say any more. The crew cut man interrupted the ponytail girl's words, the hesitation in his eyes disappeared, replaced by firmness. You. Noticing the crew cut man's expression, the ponytail girl wanted to say something. Don't say any more. The crew cut man interrupted, actually, I already agreed when you first mentioned the strange tools, I didn't realize how powerful Wu Feng's strange tools were. The ponytail girl. I thought your inner principles were strong enough. The ponytail girl looked back at the note, there was actually another thought she didn't voice. Why do the strange beings want to kill Wu Feng? Could it be that Wu Feng is a very dangerous presence for the strange beings? She shook her head, throwing this thought out of her mind. Although this matter was important, it could not be compared to her future path. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift, for gifts the author can do anything. Chapter 63, Exchange for 99 Nuclear Bombs. The roots in the window stretched out again after the two finished talking, as if they could hear their conversation. This time, the ends of the roots weren't notes, but two rings. The ponytail girl looked towards the rings. One-time strange tool, ring. Core ability, once this tool is activated, even if the player has not completed the main task, they can still return to the real world. The two exchanged a glance, and their final concerns disappeared. What do we need to do? The ponytail girl took the ring and put it on her finger. The roots reached out again with a note. All he needed was to open the door at night. In another room at the same time, that player could not resist the temptation and agreed. Wu Feng was digging in the ground with a pickaxe, first exchanging for a pair of enchanted flying shoes, then trading for 99 nuclear bombs. Looking at the 99 in his backpack, he felt a deep sense of security. After all, who doesn't like something big and round? Of course, except for the enthusiastic people from Neon Country. The player will gain all of Steve's attributes and can follow the logic of Minecraft. Wu Feng recalled this sentence, if it was really like this. He took the nuclear bomb out of his backpack. The over 2-meter-long, several-ton silver bomb felt weightless in Wu Feng's right hand, its metallic surface reflecting the blood-red light of the setting sun. Very good, very reasonable. Since he could lift a nuclear bomb with one hand, according to Minecraft logic, all he had to do to launch it was throw it away. Then, in that case. In the past, facing the enemy, he used to pull up a revolver and shoot several times. Now, facing the enemy, he could lift a nuclear bomb and give him a mushroom, letting him experience the unique high temperatures of neon. Wu Feng weighed this big treasure again, reluctantly putting it into his backpack space. He planned to dig some materials to repair the tile house because he still needed to sleep inside it. In the plowed field, the old farmer strangely lost the mournful expression he had after being scolded by Wu Feng. He leisurely cleared the wasteland and planted pumpkin seeds, occasionally showing a manic smile on his face. Hurry up, will you? If you don't want to work, there are plenty of weirdos in the village. Seeing the old man occasionally smile and daze around, Wu Feng walked over and scolded, I'll give you one more minute, if you can't finish planting, you won't have to plant anymore. Hearing Wu Feng's words, the old man did not argue but silently speeded up his work. Surrounded by enemies, death was certain. There was no need to argue with a man who was doomed to die. The sun set quickly, and just as Wu Feng finished repairing the tile house, the last glimmer of light vanished. The old man, who had just finished planting seeds, suddenly grew sharp teeth, his limbs extending into a crawling form, and oddly, a flower sprouted from his head. The old man did not attack, he merely glanced at Wu Feng before turning and crawling into the thick darkness beyond the yard. In the face of this sudden situation, Wu Feng felt nothing. He calmly closed the door and used wood to make some furniture for the room. After doing all this, he was about to rest when he heard the voice of a high ponytail girl and knocking at the door. "Are you asleep? I found some clues about a way out that I want to verify. Is it convenient to open the door now?" Outside the yard, pairs of eyes were looking at Wu Feng's house. "Someone is going to die," the man behind the high ponytail girl said, his eyes filled with greed that seemed about to overflow. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 64, I only need 1 second to kill you. Clues about a way out to verify? Coming too early, coming too late, but arriving just as night falls, after the old man undergoes mutation. This guy is really off. But it doesn't matter. Wu Feng got out of bed, opened the door, and looked at the two girls who had fallen into the darkness. Stop. At the sound of the door opening, another person opened the door at the same time as Wu Feng. What clues? Knowing they were up to no good, he asked. But Wu Feng still asked this question. The clue is. Just as the words were half spoken, a shadow appeared from behind the high ponytail girl, sending both of them flying 3 to 4 meters. A gust of bloody wind rushed towards them as a strange figure, resembling a beast, opened its mouth full of sharp fangs. Wu Feng only had time to see the bright red flesh hanging from its body, along with those thin, pale tendons, before his entire head was swallowed whole. The two girls with twin ponytails rolled helplessly on the ground, without time to think too much. The strange power exceeded their imagination, and Wu Feng was undoubtedly going to die. To ensure their own safety, they had to seize the strange item from Wu Feng and quickly escape. After steadying themselves, both rushed towards Wu Feng, and the person who had just come out of the doorway also reacted. 3 figures rushed toward Wu Feng recklessly, seemingly trying to rescue him. Clang! The scene of teeth piercing into flesh and splattering blood did not happen. Instead, a teeth-grinding sound of metal clashing rang out. A faint golden light flowed around Wu Feng's body, like a protective golden aura from a fairy tale. The golden strange item, curse-breaking ring. This was a golden defensive strange item given to Wu Feng by the sunglasses stranger. A wooden sword materialized in Wu Feng's hand, as his left hand pressed against the strange being's shoulder, and his right hand holding the wooden sword tightened suddenly before striking down hard. The sound of shattered flesh and broken bones pierced the air as the strange being was cut in half by Wu Feng. The blood bar of the strange being instantly dropped to 0 from such a heavy blow. Wu Feng's action made the 3 rushing towards him stop in their tracks in an instant. A huge fear surged from the bottom of the high ponytail girl's heart. The strange being that had just rushed to her and knocked her away was so easily sliced in half by Wu Feng. She knew Wu Feng was powerful, but she never expected he could be this strong. Wu Feng casually threw away the strange head that had been on him, revealing a face devoid of emotion but with eyes that seemed to be frozen solid. He turned his head to glare at the 2 girls with ponytails. He knew the 2 were not good people, but he never imagined they would collude with the strange being to kill him. The sound of firm footsteps echoed as Wu Feng, wielding the wooden sword, approached the 2. It was as if each step was stepping on their hearts. With every move, the wooden sword he casually swung felt like the second hand on their life clock was about to stop. The scene before them completely shattered the man's worldview. Cutting a strange being in half so effortlessly was insurmountable. This guy was simply a superhuman. Taking a deep breath. There was definitely no chance for reconciliation, and fighting against this monster was an even more foolish thought. The only thing they could do now was to use this disposable strange item to exit the game. As everyone knows, exiting the game has a delay of about 5 seconds. So, they just needed to hold on for 5 seconds. No, it wasn't just them, it was about delaying the strange being together for 5 seconds. They just had to survive for 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 65, I surrounded this group of stranges. Although the strange being was cut in half, scaring the high ponytail girl and the others, to the stranges outside the courtyard, it was as if nothing had happened. Dry, hoarse roars grew closer, following the sound of the gate crashing. Wu Feng didn't even look at the approaching stranges. His single body suddenly became ethereal, and 3 duplicates appeared beside him. At the same time, the figures of the 2 girls with high ponytails began to fade, a sign that they were about to exit the game. I admit you are strong, but the mountains are high and the road is long, we may never meet again. The buzzcut man took out a skull with green flames burning in its eye sockets, staring at Wu Feng, who had transformed into four, stepping back one step at a time. The item in my hand is a defensive purple strange item. I only need 5 seconds to exit the game. I advise you to waste your energy on me, instead concentrate on those. 5 seconds? I need just 1 second to kill you. Listening to the buzzcut man's advice, Wu Feng only felt it was laughable. What junk is this purple strange item? As Wu Feng took a step, a flying knife shot out, appearing to be casually thrown, yet it flew directly toward Gao Tian's eyes. Woo 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 woo. The skull in the buzzcut man's hand emitted a series of cries, the sound waves slowing the knife's advance while transforming into a tangible force that enveloped Gao Tian's entire body. The flying knife precisely aimed for Gao Tian's eyes but was blocked by the tangible sound wave. Upon impact, the flying knife was violently deflected. 1 second, what did you just say? The smug buzzcut man was about to say something when his eyeball suddenly exploded, blood spraying everywhere. True damage, a player's attack will definitely cause damage, ignoring all defensive means. Even if the opponent has successfully blocked it, damage will still be dealt. Yet another flying knife followed, meeting the same fate as the previous one, deflected by the tangible sound wave. However, a penetrating wound appeared on the buzzcut man's head, one that was enough to take his life. The buzzcut man's body fell weakly to the ground, blood and brains spilling all over. What just happened? The girl with the high ponytail felt an electric current coursing through her body, her chestnut-colored eyes wide with confusion as she looked at the fallen Gao Tian. She couldn't understand it, she simply couldn't comprehend it. How did the buzzcut man die? Did he not use the purple strange item to block Wu Feng's attack? Why did he still die? He died in just 1 second. That was the buzzcut man who used a purple strange item. The terror of death flooded her body, but in the next second, her survival instinct fiercely suppressed the fear within her. She had experienced several strange games, even getting close to death in one, but she survived every time. Though her morals were questionable, there was no doubt that she was undoubtedly a determined warrior. Nothing could shake her resolve to survive and continue to grow stronger. I'm not some garbage like the buzzcut man, I'm a genius with golden talent, a one-in-a-million prodigy since childhood. I just need to hold on for 3 more seconds. Adrenaline surged through her body as she furrowed her brows and activated her talent, intensely watching Wu Feng's every move. Her talent was called amplification, which could amplify any moving object and enhance all its attributes by 5 times. At this moment, her dynamic vision, nerve reaction speed, and muscle strength had all reached an extremely terrifying level. But it wasn't over yet. She activated the purple strange item, the ghostly garb. The ghostly garb possessed a remarkably powerful core ability. It could render her body ethereal for a short time. Though its cooldown was long, it was still a life-saving artifact. And there was more, she had a one-time golden strange item as well. The golden strange item's name was the Stone of Transformation. As the name suggests, after using this strange prop, she can swap positions with anything in her sight, including lifeless objects. With 2 life-saving strange props, plus her own golden talent, the girl with the high ponytail did not believe she couldn't last 3 seconds. 3 seconds, even if hundreds of players attacked her at the same time, she was confident she could hold on for those 3 seconds. Come on, I don't believe that in 3 seconds, you. The girl with the high ponytail hadn't finished her words when a sharp pain shot from her right hand to her brain. Her hand uncontrollably curled into a claw shape, and the muscles in her forearm and palm began to spasm repeatedly. The disposable golden strange prop, the Stone of Transformation, slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. At this critical moment, her right hand, even her entire arm, unexpectedly cramped up. She wanted to force her palm to grasp the Stone of Transformation, but she was powerless. At the same time, a familiar twitching and pain sensation came from her right calf, and it cramped too. But it's okay, even if her right calf cramped, she could still stand steady. Unfortunately, a familiar feeling appeared in her left calf. The girl with the high ponytail lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. The reason for this situation was, of course, because Wu Feng unleashed absolute bad luck. See, how could I be so unlucky all of a sudden? She muttered angrily, raising her head to look at Wu Feng. With her face lifted, she showed no negative emotions, instead revealing a smile like a blooming flower. From the moment the cramping began, her gaze had not left Wu Feng's body, although she didn't understand why Wu Feng, knowing she would leave the strange game after 3 seconds, still walked toward her leisurely. But this question didn't matter, because 3 seconds were already up, she had won. She looked at Wu Feng with the posture of a victor, but slowly began to feel something was off. The 3 seconds had passed, why was she still in the strange game? In a panic, she looked at the ring on her index finger, which was now completely empty. The ring was gone. She looked ahead along the ground, and at that moment, the ring was lazily rolling on the floor. When she fell, the ring surprisingly slipped off her finger. How is this possible? The girl with the high ponytail murmured unwillingly, clearly having prepared so well, yet losing so absurdly. How could I be so unlucky? I'm not willing at all. The girl with the high ponytail gritted her teeth, her voice squeezed out between her teeth like that. Just grumbling is so annoying. Shut your mouth and go to hell. Wu Feng looked down at her with disdain, raising the wooden sword in his hand. The girl with the high ponytail was not afraid of death but laughed awkwardly and said, "What are you so proud of? Surrounded by strange beings, aren't you going to die without a grave? I'll be waiting for you in hell." "No, you've misunderstood something." Wu Feng shook his head. "It's not that I'm surrounded by the strange beings, but that this group of strangeness is surrounded by me. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 66, Art is Explosion. 1. As soon as the words fell, Wu Feng's figure became illusory again, and one after another, clones began to emerge, soon filling the yard with over 10 clones. He did not immediately kill the girl with the high ponytail. Wu Feng wanted her to see just how foolish her decision truly was. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Wu Feng focused on the darkness outside the door and said word by word. Dozens of Wu Fengs charged forward, holding guns in their left hands and wooden swords in their right, towards the endless stream of strangeness. A revolver with unlimited bullets continuously roared in the night, its muzzle spewing fiery flames that seemed to paint the darkness into dawn. The roaring bullets didn't tear apart everything in front of them. Even the door that originally blocked the eerie entrance had become dilapidated at this moment. The strange door in the yard didn't have time to let out a mournful cry before it shattered under the Gatling-like barrage. Even those eerie entities that could manage to get close were quickly pierced and killed by wooden swords. Those strange beings outside the yard that wanted to enter were eliminated instantaneously. Their dried bodies burst like fruit, splattering their insides onto the door. After dealing with the eerie beings inside the house, Wu Feng sent out a clone to control the girl with the high ponytail. He looked at the pitch-black scenery outside the yard, wondering to himself how great it would be to have night vision potions, while controlling a clone to walk outside the yard. As soon as the first clone stepped out of the yard, Wu Feng saw a lucky block through shared vision. Without any hesitation, he opened it, and with a burst of fireworks shooting up into the sky, a helmet and a portable transformation table fell to the ground. Diamond Helmet, Night Vision Enchantment. Portable transformation table. Players can sell any item through this table, obtaining EMC energy upon sale. Any item sold will appear on this portable transformation table and can be bought repeatedly using EMC energy. The Diamond Helmet with Night Vision Enchantment was exactly what Wu Feng needed at that moment. As for the portable transformation table, it was truly a game-changing item. With this item, Wu Feng would only need to acquire one of something to possess an infinite number of it in the future. The clone, Wu Feng, stored both items in the warehouse, then the real Wu Feng retrieved them from the warehouse. There were still many eerie entities outside, and the clone Wu Feng had no time to waste. Wu Feng sold various items into the transformation table, including, but not limited to, 99 nuclear bombs, various levels of eerie props, helmets with night vision capabilities, and so on. To his surprise, the price of the nuclear bombs was not that expensive, only about 1/50th of the price of the colorful eerie props. Without thinking too much, Wu Feng used the portable transformation table to purchase more than a dozen diamond helmets with night vision. After putting on the helmet, the thick darkness in front of him instantly faded away, revealing a scene that had previously been invisible to his eyes. Looking into the distance, there were countless eerie beings as thick as autumn leaves hiding in the woods outside the yard. Wu Feng took a sharp breath. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. Why was he being attacked by so many eerie beings? Was it because he had the ability to kill these eerie entities? But he hadn't encountered such a situation after revealing his abilities in the first two scenarios, had he? Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, a comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. Author daily request for gifts. Everyone please send a little gift. The author can do anything for gifts. Chapter 67, Art is Explosion. Meanwhile, Wu Feng turned to look at the dead eerie beings in the yard. Small writhing branches had appeared on their bodies, burrowing into the soil, and their health bars were surprisingly recovering at a speed at least 5 times faster than normal. Based on the rising speed of the health bars, they would fully recover in about 30 seconds. What in the world are these guys? Wu Feng gazed far into the distance. A guess formed in his heart. The reason these eerie beings couldn't be killed was that they were, in fact, illusions. This group of eerie beings that can be reborn is merely a group of things similar to puppets. Behind them is a true master hiding in the shadows. Wu Feng redirects his gaze towards the countless eerie beings rushing towards him. If his guess is correct, then this group of disposable eerie beings are meaningless to kill, no matter how Wu Feng tries. With the power of the enchanted shoes, Wu Feng bursts into the sky, flying high until he looks down at the entire village. There seem to be over 100 houses, and the entire village won't cover more than 2 square kilometers. Do you like hiding in the dark like a rat? Wu Feng exchanges a nuclear bomb from the transformation table. Did you think hiding behind all these guys would make you feel safe? Kid, it seems you've never seen what true power means. When you're poor, you strike accurately; when you're rich, you cover with energy. Wu Feng doesn't need to find the one behind among this group of eerie beings. He just needs to let the guy behind eat a big mushroom along with these puppets. The avatars of Wu Feng that were on the ground begin to lift off. The controlled girl with a high ponytail experiences a brief tumult of flight and sees a scene that will be unforgettable for her life. What is that? What the hell is that, a nuclear bomb? The nuclear bomb isn't even the most outrageous thing. This nuclear bomb looks at least 2 meters long, weighing a few tons at the very least. You can just lift it with one hand? And you're holding it out flat. And you held it there for so long. Wu Feng naturally pays no attention to the high ponytail girl's thoughts. Once all the avatars reach a certain height, he hurls the nuclear bomb down. The eerie beings on the ground stare blankly up at the sky, and under their gaze, an oval object descends towards the ground. Soon after, a blinding white light tears apart the entire night, flames raging like a furious deity, destroying everything they touch. The closest eerie being instantly turns to ashes in the bright light and flames, as if it never existed. Trees hundreds of meters away are cut in half by the shockwave, tossed into the sky, only to be obliterated by the terrifying heatwave in an instant. The eerie beings in the woods have no time to react and are already turned into flying ashes. The river evaporates. The earth trembles. It feels as if the whole world suddenly shakes and even tilts. A mushroom-shaped dust cloud mixed with various smoke soars into the sky. The shockwave tears the ground apart, and the entire village vanishes under the explosion of the nuclear bomb. Congratulations to the player for achieving, "Look at me, ants. Look at me, ants," instantly turns the tide and instills fear in all units present. Comma, 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 I comma, I comma, 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 dot, comma. Comma, I comma, I comma, I comma, I comma, 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 dot, comma. Comma, dot, comma, comma. Comma, dot, comma, dot, comma. The author daily seeks gifts. Everyone send a free little gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 68, What level? Appearing in the same sentence as me. Until the aftershocks fade and the dust settles. Wu Feng begins to descend slowly, protected by the golden eerie item, the curse-breaking ring. The girl with twin tails knows that if this continues, she is likely to die from radiation or something. But she does not resist and instead resigns herself, closing her eyes. Reflecting on her various behaviors, she feels like an insect trying to shake a tree, laughably overestimating herself. No, she is indeed an insect, but Wu Feng is not just a tree. He should be like an insect trying to shake the mighty sun. Wu Feng lands on the scorched earth. His first reaction is not to think about whether all the eerie beings are dead. He unexpectedly recalled his pumpkin seeds, wondering if his seeds were sown in vain. While he was lost in thought, the root-like tendrils began to grow out of thin air, quickly extending downward into the soil. A blood bar appeared out of nowhere. No! As Wu Feng looked closely, he noticed a tiny speck of dust almost invisible beneath the blood bar. As the roots entered the soil, that tiny speck of dust gradually started to recover. A skull, bones, shattered flesh, rotting fascia. In a very short time, that small speck of dust transformed back into a brand new, eerie creature. One root after another appeared out of thin air and drilled into the charred soil, greedily absorbing some substance from the earth like a thirsty plant. Wu Feng was in the middle of the roots, looking around. Was his guess wrong? They were all the real body, not some puppet-like things. The reason he couldn't kill them was simply because they were not only undead creatures but also had many chances for resurrection? Or perhaps, the mastermind wasn't in this village at all. The first eerie creature to grow roots stood up from the ground. Although it still had sharp teeth and twisted limbs, its eyes no longer held that predatory gaze. The mountain god says you are pretty good. The eerie creature opened its mouth and spoke. Wu Feng could see that this creature was struggling to suppress its desire to eat, with saliva drooling from its mouth as it spoke each word. Mountain god? Another very familiar term. Do you know the mountain god? Wu Feng turned to ask the girl with the high ponytail. The girl with the high ponytail was taken aback by Wu Feng's question, not understanding what he meant. How could she possibly know anything about the eerie things he was talking about? However, she still searched her memory and shook her head after a moment. I don't know what the mountain god is. Listening to the girl with the high ponytail, Wu Feng suddenly remembered the third eerie school dungeon. It had talked about a story in human history of traveling to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Since there was a story about traveling to the west, how could they not know about the mountain god? Then do you know the story of traveling to the west? Wu Feng asked again. The girl with the high ponytail still shook her head, confused. Sun Wukong, the mountain god, and the rules in the game swirled in Wu Feng's mind like a tangled ball of yarn. Before he could ponder more, a hoarse voice echoed again. Let's all worship the mountain god. The eerie creature looked straight at Wu Feng and said this. What? Wu Feng was somewhat surprised that this group of eerie creatures would worship the mountain god. Could faith and the eerie really be linked? Wu Feng originally thought it was a relationship of servitude or something. Is this mountain god the same being that Wu Feng remembered? By the way, isn't this a small island? Although there were some raised parts around, it couldn't be called a mountain, right? Wait a minute. Wu Feng recalled the scene he saw while flying, considering a possibility. This entire small island is a submerged mountain. Let's all worship the mountain god. Let's all worship the mountain god. Let's all worship the mountain god. Countless reborn eerie creatures began to repeatedly chant these words, their voices layering upon each other like waves crashing against Wu Feng's ears. You, insignificant and humble, submit to the great and noble mountain god. Suddenly, one eerie creature roared, but unfortunately, halfway through, its voice was abruptly cut off as its entire body split in half from top to bottom. Wu Feng planted his wooden sword into the ground, madly exchanging EMC energy points for nuclear bombs at the transformation desk. I don't have a good temper. Next time, when you put me with the mountain god, remember to use humble and tiny on it. Wu Feng paused, shook his head, and said again. No, next time when you mention me, don't bring up the mountain god. What level, appearing in the same sentence as me. Comma, 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 comma. Comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily seeks gifts. Please send a free little gift. For gifts, the author can do anything. Chapter 69, What is a Side Road? As Wu Feng's voice fell, the scene turned eerily silent. These villagers stood dumbfounded, as if they had lost their lives. Moments later, a chorus of howls erupted. A gust of wind swept by, causing almost all units on the ground to sway left and right. The ground began to tremble, with cracked lines appearing beneath Wu Feng's feet. The exposed rock walls crumbled, shedding tiny stones. The sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds seeming to be stirred by an invisible hand, slowly spinning into a giant vortex. Thunderclouds churned, with flashes of light resembling silver snakes flickering inside, while the edges glowed with a strange purple light. The black clouds seemed to press directly against people's faces. The sounds of thunder, earthquakes, and howls. Countless voices interwove, as if they would crush Wu Feng to death at any moment. Wu Feng looked at the thick thunderclouds above him. Surely this must be some trick of that mountain god. So terrifying, what a ghost. Since the mountain beneath his feet could be considered a unit, then his absolute misfortune could undoubtedly be applied to it. Without further ado, Wu Feng unleashed an absolute curse of bad luck. The flickering thunderclouds began to change, and the brewing thunder erupted from the clouds like beans pouring out, heavily striking the ground. Some bolts of thunder hit the ground, while others struck the villagers. One bolt of lightning turned 3 or 4 villagers into charred remains. Some thunderbolts also aimed at Wu Feng, but ultimately turned for no reason and struck the ground instead. Continuously, villagers fell dead, and more large pits appeared on the ground. In one of the big pits, several roots began to grow wildly, intertwining to form a humanoid shape. Kneel down, offer your faith. The humanoid shape formed by the roots spoke with a heavy voice. Just this one sentence made Wu Feng's heart, along with all his clones, start to race wildly. Some unspoken power coursed through Wu Feng's body. The wild wind tore at his robes, making a flapping sound. A bolt of lightning flashed past him, and in the blinding white light was Wu Feng's proud and unruly smile. Offer my faith? As he spoke, clone after clone appeared on the ground. In just a few seconds, Wu Feng's clones reached hundreds. Do you deserve it? Hundreds of Wu Feng clones raised their wooden swords with their right hands and thrust them deep into their chests. A tremendous amount of blood gushed out, dyeing the charred ground a brilliant red. Their health bars plummeted along with the loss of blood, quickly descending to 0. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed. The third core function of the colorful odd object. Core function 3, who can kill me? Who can kill me? The host will be locked for 10 minutes a second before death, within which the host will be unharmed, and the damage dealt will increase by 10 times. After 10 minutes, the effect disappears, and the host dies. Although the colorful odd object formed by the clones only exhibited 70% of its effect, but there was an entire 7-fold increase in damage. Hundreds of 7-fold damage nuclear bombs. Mountain god? What roadside creature is this? Try my multiple shadow clone giant mushroom. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma, a comma, a comma, a comma dot comma, 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 comma dot comma. Comma dot comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author daily asks for gifts. Each of you sends a free little gift. For the gift, the author can do anything. Chapter 70, Achievement, Dungeon Destroyer. More than 107-fold powerful nuclear bombs instantly tore apart together, a bright white flash devoured the darkness. The mushroom cloud spread across the sky, and the shockwave crushed everything to powder. The humanoid creature formed from roots had not yet collapsed but vaporized in the terrifying heat. Flames surged outward, quickly covering the entire island, the ground fragile like foam crumbling apart. The sea boiled, rising a 1,000-meter-high column of steam. The earth sank and shattered, several cracks directly splitting the mountains hidden beneath the sea. The seawater rushed back in. After the explosion, everything turned into ruins and debris. Everything became lifeless. Wu Feng stood on a piece of mountain fragment, his clothes clean and tidy, even the corners of his clothes showed no trace of dust. "Is it over?" he murmured while looking at the mountain fragments split into countless pieces. However, those dense roots stretched endlessly from the mountain fragments. These roots traversed between the fragment pieces like threads mending clothes, as if wanting to sew the fragments back together. The humanoid creature composed of roots reappeared before Wu Feng, but this time it actually possessed some flesh and blood. A mere ant dares to dream of slaying a god? A chaotic sound, deafening. One by one, strange figures grew from the roots, all looking towards Wu Feng's area. Just a strange creature, yet it claims to be a deity. Wu Feng looked directly and laughed softly. Did Wu Feng have no stronger trump card? Of course not. The flames caused by the nuclear bomb were still burning, and Wu Feng only needed to touch it to reflect the explosive power back. Or Wu Feng could continue to create clones, then sell the colorful strange props into the portable conversion table for EMC energy values, and continue purchasing more nuclear bombs. Then immerse himself in the explosion, using the colorful strange props to rebound and increase power. Can you survive as pieces, but what about as fragments? Saying it and doing it, one after another, clones began to appear again. Just as Wu Feng was preparing to sell the colorful strange props to buy nuclear bombs, he noticed something in the sky rapidly flying towards him. That is... Wu Feng looked up. The thing in the sky rapidly enlarged. A meteor with a trailing crimson tail came crashing straight towards him. The meteor grew closer, its glaring light illuminating the entire sea like daylight. Even the air above began to twist in the high temperature. Without any hesitation, he soared into the air, heading straight for the falling meteor. No other reason. Strange beings cannot be killed, only damage inflicted by oneself can destroy them. Rolling heat waves rushed towards him as the meteor struck Wu Feng. Rebound. Increase my power. The voice suddenly stopped. Increasing damage required strange coins, which were a bit too expensive to raise. Abandoning the idea of increasing power, the rebounding meteor accurately fell toward the mountain god. That crimson meteor fell into the sea filled with mountain god's fragments. The sea first bizarrely sunk, forming a vortex abyss with a diameter of several kilometers. The next second, tens of thousands of tons of seawater exploded into mist, the shockwave pushing waves to dozens of meters high. It was as if a series of mountains. The mountain debris under the meteorite crumbled into countless fragments, like a cookie hit by a hammer, amid deafening sounds. Congratulations, player, you have achieved Alternative Completion Method. Alternative Completion Method, complete the game with unexpected actions. Congratulations, player, you have achieved Miracle. Miracle, accomplish something impossible. Congratulations, player, you have achieved Dungeon Destroyer. Dungeon Destroyer, destroy a game dungeon. Congratulations, player, you have completed this game. Do you want to exit? Yes, no. Added updates, added updates. Dear handsome, beautiful, stunning, breathtaking, with beauty surpassing flowers and moons, with looks like the finest jade, dazzling and charming readers. Could you please, in light of the update, give a 5-star review? Chapter 71, Dungeon Completion, Score Settlement. Congratulations, player, you have completed this game. Do you want to exit? Yes, no. Yes. Feeling the howling wind, Wu Feng nodded. A door that was wide open appeared out of nowhere before him. Wu Feng stepped in, entering the darkness inside. Under the hanging incandescent lamp, a light blue screen appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, player, you have completed the dungeon, village, 1 in a million. Main quest unfinished, score, D, A-level score and below add benefits. Side quest 1, grow an oversized pumpkin, not completed. Score, DD, A-level score and below add benefits. Side quest 2, catch a rare breed of fish, not completed. Score, DD, A-level score and below add benefits. Side quest 3, cook the fish. Score, DC, A-level score and below add benefits. Side quest 3, I think this counts as over-completion, right? The cooked fish, if not 10,000, at least 1,000, yet only barely raised the score to C. Black screen, I want to file a complaint. Side quest 4, the secret of the village. Score, CB, A-level score and below add benefits. Map exploration, 100%. Score, BA. All phases add benefits. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, look at me, ant. Score, AS, all phases add benefits. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, alternative completion method. Score, SSS, all phases add benefits. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, miracle. Score, SSSSS, all phases add benefits. Congratulations, player, you have achieved, dungeon destroyer. Score, SSSSSSS, all phases add benefits. 4 S's. Wu Feng always thought that a 3S score was the highest, but he didn't expect there to be a 4S score. Received 20,000 mysterious coins as a reward. The mysterious coins remain as stingy as ever. When the 4S score turned into skill points, Wu Feng looked at his cheats. Except for absolute luck, which cannot be upgraded, other cheats are all upgradable. Data life. After upgrading the cheat can increase the true damage ratio. Every level up increases true damage ratio by 20%, costing 1 skill point to level up. Wu Feng is a bit curious, wondering if he can continue to upgrade after reaching 100%? He did not rush to verify because the upgrade cost performance of the cheat brain projection seemed higher. Brain projection, every day will randomly generate a skill based on the player's memory. This skill does not stack, but after awakening a new skill the next day, the player can choose to replace it or not. Brain projection, upgraded version, every day will randomly generate a skill based on the player's memory. This skill does not. Besides this, after the dungeon ends, the player can choose one skill as a permanent backup skill. Permanent backup skill, the player can switch the permanent backup skill to a formal skill anytime, and it can be used alongside the skill projected that day. This means that once he reaches level 2, Wu Feng can choose one skill from the projected skills to permanently own. Not bad, really not bad. Does the player want to spend 2 skill points to upgrade brain projection? Yes, no. Yes. Upgrading. Upgrade successful, obtained brain projection, upgraded version. The author daily asks for gifts. Everyone give a little free gift. For the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 72, what a coincidence, I'm strong too. Rewards distributed, will exit the strange game in 1 minute, returning to the cage world. The bright light from the bulb faded, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in his own room. Looking at the familiar environment in front of him, Wu Feng took a deep breath and plopped down on the sofa, leaning back. So tired. Feeling the sofa that wrapped around him, he could only feel that every cell in his body had stopped working. A breeze, unknown where it came from, blew through the window of the house, gently brushing against Wu Feng's face, and the rich aroma of food rushed to his mind, causing his stomach to rumble. Looking at the time, it surprisingly was around 7 in the morning. He boiled water again, pouring it into yesterday's instant noodles left on the table. Since there were no seasonings, he could only add some salt and chicken essence. Wu Feng took out a book and covered it, waiting quietly by the side. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Wu Feng, feeling lazy, looked through the peephole and saw a guy with dark skin. He didn't seem to be a Huaxia person. Are you looking for me? He opened the door and asked directly. Hello. The other side spoke in poor Chinese. I heard you were very strong, even Kai Su lost to you. What a coincidence, I am also strong. Kai Su was not my opponent either. The black man grinned, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I came today to inform you that next week our new beautiful country will have an exchange match with you guys, so I specifically came to have a training match with you. As he spoke, his hands slowly transformed into sharp claws. Golden talent, wordification. Be careful, if I accidentally tear you apart, you can only blame your strength for being insufficient. What the black man babbled, Wu Feng didn't listen at all. He was now tired, sleepy, and hungry, only wanting to finish a bowl of instant noodles and sleep comfortably. Seeing the black man turn into a strange shape, he said nothing and immediately created 3 clones of himself, surrounding the black man in an instant. Before he could react, 2 wooden swords stabbed straight into his chest. Feeling the intense pain in his chest, the black man's legs went soft and he collapsed to the ground. Something's not right, damn. He can defeat Kai Su, and I can defeat Kai Su too. Our strengths shouldn't be so far apart, right? What the hell is going on? Why does it feel like the battle just started and ended? And I clearly have already transformed, why am I still taking damage? Large beads of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Seeing the black man's panicked state, Wu Feng remembered something. Do you know what's the whitest part of you guys? Wu Feng asked. If you answer correctly, we will stop here. If you answer wrong, I can't hear your admission of defeat. What's the whitest? The black man gritted his teeth and began to think despite the intense pain. Teeth? No, that's definitely not right. This question surely can't be that simple. Essence of life? There is some possibility, but the chance is small. Could it be? The black man thought of the answer he was most unwilling to say. Have you thought of it? Wu Feng asked. Master, it's our master that's the whitest. The black man blurted out in a panic. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone give a little free gift, for the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 73, You Can't Kill Me. Good guy, you actually answered correctly. You kid is quite smart. Wu Feng nodded, indicating that this old black's answer was correct. Seeing this reaction, old black breathed a sigh of relief, his body relaxing. Wu Feng number 2, do what you want to do. Wu Feng glanced at his clone and casually said. Damn. Old black's breath, which had just relaxed, tensed up again, playing tricks, huh? Wait a minute. Old black hurriedly raised both hands, I have deceitful coins, I can give you deceitful coins. Wu Feng didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence, why does everyone want to give him deceitful coins before dying? How about this, if you answer one question correctly, I will let you go. Wu Feng number 2 spoke. Old black trembled as he looked at Wu Feng number 3. Don't worry, if you answer this question correctly, none of us will hurt you. After hearing this, old black took a deep breath, his gaze as firm as iron, ask. If you were bitten by a 7-step snake in the wild, with no one around, what should you do? Wu Feng number 2 asked. What should I do? Old black began to ponder. Suck the snake venom out? No. Tightly tie a rope around my wound to slow the flow of the poison? No, that's even more wrong. Could it be? I should choose a shady and cool place. Old black answered with growing confidence. Why? Wu Feng number 2 asked. Because dying like that is a bit more beautiful. Old black replied. In the victorious gaze of old black, Wu Feng decisively shook his head. Wrong. Another wooden sword appeared in Wu Feng's hand. The sword tip pointed at old black's head. It's impossible for it to be wrong. Old black stammered, his breaths heavy like a bull, then tell me, what is the correct answer? The correct answer is. Wu Feng started, you should step back 50 steps. Old black? What kind of nonsense answer is this? Step back 50 steps? Nonsense, how could that possibly be the correct answer? Feeling the killing intent radiating from Wu Feng number 2, old black shook his head desperately. Just step back 50 steps and kill the entire family of the 7-step snake. Old black? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? You can't kill me, my father is. Accompanied by a piercing sound of muscle being sliced, the wooden sword pierced into old black's temple. Although old black jabbered a lot and he couldn't hear clearly, he did hear clearly, just don't accidentally tear me apart. Wu Feng had many strengths, but the main one was that he would not let go of any threat to himself or any person that posed a threat. Dare to threaten Wu Feng? Even if his father were the Jade Emperor, it would be useless. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the necklace around old black's neck suddenly exploded with crimson flames. The flames instantly ignited old black's head, and the wooden sword that pierced his brain actually started to retreat bit by bit. A revival-type item or something? Wu Feng observed from the side. After a long time, the wooden sword did not completely withdraw, but old black's chest began to rise and fall again, indicating that this guy had resumed breathing. As the flames burned out, the necklace shattered into several pieces, falling from his neck. Is this a one-time item with life-saving functions? In mid-fall, the shards exploded into even smaller fragments, among which appeared a blurry shadow. I see you. The author daily asks for gifts, everyone send a free little gift, for the gift the author can do anything. Chapter 74, Strange Game, start. I see you clumsy Chinese emerged from the shadow, spare him, I can give you 10,000 deceitful coins, otherwise I will surely chase you to the ends of the earth. I'm so scared. Wu Feng number 2 raised the wooden sword and stabbed it again into old black's head. Son of a bitch, considering that Wu Feng most likely wouldn't understand, the voice switched back to Chinese. I've remembered your appearance, you. Wu Feng ignored the nagging and gently traced his finger over the shards, a tiny, barely noticeable wound appearing in the middle of his index finger. Golden weird item, Ring of Revenge. Core ability 1, Revenge. Revenge, all individuals that have caused you harm will be marked, and you can teleport to any location within 100 meters of the marked target, each enemy marked only once, each use requires a large amount of ghost coins. Core ability 2, Curse of the Bone Invasion. Curse of the Bone Invasion, you can spend ghost coins to place a curse called Bone Invasion on all individuals that have caused you harm. This curse reduces the target's physical abilities by 30% and inflicts burning pain every night. Wu Feng activated his revenge ability, sensing that a figure across the ocean was in the room. Originally, he just wanted to test it out, but unexpectedly, it indeed determined that old black's father had caused harm to Wu Feng. Remembering Wu Feng's appearance was indeed impressive, but now Wu Feng could run right in front of you at any moment, delivering you your favorite big bomb. Wu Feng swept his sword, thoroughly knocking down the shards. Just as he felt a headache about how to deal with Old Black's body, the corpse turned into white smoke and disappeared from the spot. Very good, very reasonable. Is this the logic of my world? Indeed reasonable. Although he sensed where Old Black's father was, Wu Feng did not activate his revenge ability to teleport next to this old man. New Beautiful Country is at least 100,000 miles away from Huaxia. Getting there is easy, but one teleportation brought him to New Beautiful Country. Coming back would be difficult. After all, Wu Feng was not sure if he could buy a plane ticket from New Beautiful Country to Huaxia without a passport. If he couldn't buy one, did that mean he had to fly over wearing his enchanted shoes? That would be too troublesome. Anyway, this old man would come looking for him, and he could sense his position, so it wouldn't be too late to find him when he was close. Understanding this, Wu Feng closed the door, went to his seat, and removed the books, crushing his instant noodles. After finishing the bland instant noodles, Wu Feng went to bed to rest, only waking up the next morning. Stretching and breathing in the fresh air, he went downstairs to have a bowl of millet porridge and a bun, starting a day full of energy. One day without entering the weird game. How can one be so slack in life? Weird game, start. Once Wu Feng confirmed his active entry, a light screen appeared before him. There are 10 minutes remaining until you enter the weird game, please prepare yourself, player. As soon as this voice fell, another voice immediately rang out. Detecting that the player is about to enter the weird game, please choose one of the following 3 cheats. Comma, 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 a comma, a comma, comma. Comma dot comma dot comma. The author usually seeks gifts, please send a free little gift, the author can do anything for a gift. Chapter 75 Hospital Massacre Perverted Butcher. Cheat 1, Super Evolution. Super Evolution, players can spend fear points to create Super Evolution for any unit. After Super Evolution, the unit's attributes will be fully enhanced, including but not limited to health, weirdness, weird items, etc. Players can withdraw the Super Evolution at any time. Fear points, players earn fear points when units feel negative emotions such as fear, helplessness, and despair. This cheat is quite interesting, and the difficulty of obtaining fear points is not too high. Cheat 2, no more playing, it is not interesting at all. No more playing, it is not interesting at all. After activating this cheat, the player's main task automatically becomes a blink. After completing the blink, the player can exit automatically. Hiss. One has to say this is indeed a bit twisted. However, it wasn't much help to Wu Feng. He continued to look at the third cheat tool. Cheat tool 3, let's dance together. Let's dance together. As long as the player shouts let's dance together and starts moving, all beings within a 1,000-meter radius centered on the player will dance along with them. After the dance ends, all beings will pay the player a leading fee of 100 eerie coins. This. A pure fun cheat tool. Imagine this. In a bloody, decayed, and oppressive environment, some people are crying, some are struggling, and some are in despair. Then someone comes to the center of the square, shouting loudly, let's dance together. The eerie and the humans begin to dance together, maybe even the bugs on the roadside will start dancing. After dancing, everyone lines up neatly, each giving Wu Feng 100 eerie coins. This is just too fun. Cheat tool 3 is very interesting, so Wu Feng chose the first cheat tool. After making the choice, a personal panel popped up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, rainbow color, infinite clones. Cheat tools, 1, absolute luck. 2, data life, upgradable. 3, brain projection. 4, super evolution. Eerie items, rainbow eerie item, rebound cloak. Orange eerie item, revenge ring. Purple eerie item, yin yang jade pear. Blue eerie item, flying knife. After a short rest, a voice rang in his ears. 3 seconds remaining to enter the eerie game. 3, 2, 1. Darkness, falling, a light curtain appeared before his eyes. Entry successful. Instance name, hospital. Difficulty, blood color. Type, multiplayer instance, battle royale type. Description, you wake up from a hospital bed and find it turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You try to escape, but you fail. Main quest, survive for 3 days. After the entry was successful, Wu Feng did not see any light in front of him, and a feeling of dizziness filled his brain. All he could hear were the roaring machines and a faint yet very attention-grabbing ticking sound. Why does my head feel swollen? Wu Feng struggled to open his eyes, and the first thing he saw was his own hands covered in blood, with some fresh blood still dripping from them. The ticking sound was caused by the blood falling on the ground. Looking below his hands, he saw a patterned steel plate. His vision gradually cleared up, and his mind began to recover from the haze. He looked up and found his legs tightly bound. On either side were humans who were also bound and hanging upside down. Wu Feng couldn't tell if these people were still alive, as their bodies were covered in blood, and one person even had a dagger stuck in their skull. How come I'm bound right as I wake up? A voice sounded from behind him. Damn, how did I end up in this place? Wasn't I supposed to be in the cage? Wu Feng turned to look at the boy speaking behind him. The meaning of what this person said was strange. According to him, it seemed like he had already determined where he would appear in the game before entering the eerie game. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal dragging came from another room, slow and piercing, like a dull knife scraping against bone. Under the dim light of a flickering bulb above, a figure slowly emerged from the room. It was a fat man dragging a long knife, wearing an iron helmet, only his bloody eyes were exposed. He was drenched in blood, with remnants of flesh stuck to his clothes. He was like a twisted butcher. No, to be precise, this guy was a twisted butcher. The butcher obviously noticed that the two had awakened, but he just casually walked past Wu Feng. His footsteps were slow, but every step made a huge noise. He stopped next to Wu Feng, and then, like a long knife stabbing into leather, a discomforting cutting sound echoed throughout, as the butcher brutally split open the body that was hanging upside down next to Wu Feng. Various organs scattered across the ground, and a sweet, bloody smell filled the air. The butcher grabbed the man's head from the ground and casually stabbed a small knife into the remaining half of the corpse, then turned around as if Wu Feng didn't even exist. Looking at the bloodstains on the floor, Wu Feng reached a conclusion. This butcher seemed to have a peculiar preference. Clearly noticing that Wu Feng and the other had woken up, he not only didn't rush to kill them but instead left a small knife beside Wu Feng. Did he want to slowly play with Wu Feng and the other? What a playful little guy. Wu Feng tightened his core, swaying his body left and right, and as the swaying grew larger, he raised his hand and pulled out the dagger that was stuck in the other person. Why didn't he directly summon a wooden sword? Because he wanted to make the butcher truly feel fear and despair soon. Preserving his strength, when the butcher thought he could easily kill Wu Feng would stab this guy, leaving him half paralyzed. What could be more despairing than that? He liked to play, then he would play along with him. Wu Feng exerted force from his abdomen, cutting off the ropes that bound his legs with one stroke, then spun in midair and landed firmly on the ground. Awesome, big boss. The boy behind him exclaimed as he noticed Wu Feng's skill. Big brother, boss, dad, sir, please don't hurry to leave, I hope you can save me too. The boy smiled awkwardly, he was truly afraid Wu Feng would turn around and run away. I have a dragon army group behind me, if you save me, I'll take you to reunite with our main force. Wu Feng didn't care much about reuniting with the main force, he was more interested in why the dragon army group had come to this strange game and how they entered as a team. Chapter 76 Hospital Massacre, is that it? Wu Feng fiddled with the small knife in his hand and asked, why did the dragon army group come to this strange game? Why could you enter the game as a team? The boy grinned, big boss, these are secrets, I can't say. Upon hearing the boy's response, Wu Feng turned around without any hesitation, ready to leave. Hey, dad, father, my big father, please don't leave. The boy quickly pleaded. Wu Feng stopped in his tracks. I reconsidered, it's not really a secret. The boy said, the reason we came here is because of something very important. The arrivalists want to summon a terrifying anomaly here in some way and bring this strange being to the real world. We are here to stop the arrivalists from summoning it. The boy took a breath. As for why we can enter as a team, it's because of a strange item. After hearing the boy say this, Wu Feng casually threw the small knife away. The knife accurately cut the ropes binding him, and the boy fell to the ground with a thud. Standing up, the boy cautiously glanced toward the butcher in the other room. Big boss, you are really brave, a terrifying butcher is just next door, and you still have the leisure to ask me questions. You are something else. The boy gave a thumbs up. No difference, can't you see he just wants to toy with us? The reason he didn't try to kill us at first is simply that he wants to enjoy our fear, so talking a bit more doesn't really have any negative impact. Wu Feng expressed his indifference. Actually, I noticed that too. The boy scanned the surroundings. Fixate your gaze on the butcher's room. Look over there. The boy pointed at a spot in the room. The butcher's room had no big door, so the two could see the structure inside. Wu Feng followed the direction of the boy's finger, and there was a bunch of keys. He glanced at the keys and then at the big door on the staircase not far away. To escape this place, they needed to steal the keys from within the room. Boss, let's work together. I'll distract the butcher while you steal the keys and open the door. The boy bravely took on the dangerous task. Wu Feng nodded in agreement with this division of labor. Without delay, Wu Feng first found a place to hide, while the boy strutted towards the butcher's room. Old dang, I've been wandering outside for ages, can't you see? If you don't come out soon, I'll just leave. The boy took a deep breath and shouted boldly at the butcher, who was resting with his eyes closed. The dozing butcher opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. The humans he had met before were usually scared out of their wits, unable to speak clearly. Why was this kid so brave? The butcher stood up, gripping a big knife, and ran toward the boy, a strong sense of bloodlust emanating from him. The boy instinctively felt his legs weaken. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pulled out a pocket watch and pressed it before turning and running. The butcher's knife struck the spot where the boy had just been, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Unfazed by the miss, the butcher slowly walked toward the boy, moving casually because the room wasn't very large. As he walked, his gaze flicked toward Wu Feng. Though it was just a moment, Wu Feng was certain the butcher had seen him. Did the butcher choose to ignore Wu Feng? Did he not think about the keys, or was it that there was something wrong with the keys? It didn't matter, Wu Feng didn't care anyway. As the butcher walked a little farther away, Wu Feng dashed out from his hiding place, swiftly entering the room and snatching the bunch of keys in an instant. Seeing Wu Feng succeed, the boy raised his pocket watch toward the butcher. Freeze! He gently pressed a button, and the butcher, who was holding the knife high, was frozen in place, unable to move. The boy dared not delay any longer and hurried toward the big door on the staircase. Wu Feng arrived first and inserted the keys into the lock, gently turning it to the right. Click! The sound of the lock opening echoed, and the door opened easily. Go! With a glance back at the butcher, who was regaining his ability to move and was chasing after them, the boy shouted as he stepped out the door. As the two left, they also remembered to close the door behind them. However, this action seemed a bit redundant. They hadn't run far when the butcher sliced the door open with 2 swings of his knife. The butcher followed them leisurely. Hearing the sound behind him, the boy said, "I have a bad feeling about this." Just as the boy's words fell, a mechanical roaring sound arose, and an iron door rapidly descended from above in front of them. With a loud bang, the iron door slammed down, completely blocking their path forward. They turned around and saw a lever next to the butcher. The lever had already been pulled down. No wonder that the butcher had not taken Wu Feng too seriously, he had such a trick up his sleeve. The butcher slowly approached, his footsteps echoing in the corridor like ripples across water. The pressure created by the butcher almost left the boy breathless. He constantly observed his surroundings, trying to find clues for escape. The butcher dragged his long knife in front of the two, raising it high with both hands before bringing it down heavily. Clang! The long knife stopped right in front of Wu Feng, blocked by a layer of faint golden light. Is this a tickle? Can you use a bit more strength? Wu Feng said. Gained 48 points of terror. Gained 32 points of terror. Gained 45 points of disbelief. Looking at the constantly appearing points, Wu Feng couldn't help but sigh that it was indeed useful. The boy looked at Wu Feng and the halted knife, his expression strange. No, big guy, you are so strong, why didn't you say it earlier? Are you pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger here? The butcher, in disbelief, raised the big knife again and swung it heavily at Wu Feng. The result was still the same as the last time. This still doesn't work, your strength is so weak, are you having kidney deficiency? Wu Feng stood still and mocked, still not making a move. He wanted the butcher to attack freely, then thoroughly make him understand what despair was. Gained 38 points of disbelief. Gained 45 points of anger. Gained. The butcher wasn't brainless, understanding that his attacks had no effect on Wu Feng. He slowly stepped back to a nearby button and slammed down hard. Suddenly, the ground where Wu Feng stood split open in half, and a deep, rumbling voice came from underground. Buzz. Beneath the floor were 3 giant blades, spinning furiously like a flesh-eating monster. Wu Feng hung in midair, not falling despite the ground opening up. Is that all? He said disdainfully. Wow, big guy, what's going on? You can actually fly? The boy's mouth dropped open. As always, an extra update, please give a 5-star review. 0.0. Chapter 77, Hospital Escape, don't come over. Wu Feng didn't reply to the boy's question but looked at the butcher mockingly. Kid, you're quite smart, knowing you can't win and resorting to tricks. Feeling the wind generated by the spinning blades, Wu Feng looked down at them. Under the butcher's gaze, he pulled out a wooden pickaxe and began to descend slowly. Big guy, yabi die, what are you doing? Don't go down, I'm scared. Because Wu Feng was holding him, the boy descended half a body length more than Wu Feng. Looking at the gigantic blade capable of shredding a person into pieces, he felt all kinds of hormones surge in his body. Just watch carefully. Wu Feng aimed the wooden pickaxe at the giant blade. The boy felt his head spin, watching Wu Feng with the pickaxe. He wanted to ask but didn't dare. There was no evil energy on it, so this wasn't a strange tool, just an ordinary wooden pickaxe. Big guy, what on earth do you want to do? Using a pickaxe to poke a spinning giant blade. Big guy, my dear big guy. I'm timid, don't scare me. As Wu Feng continued to descend, the butcher had to move a few steps forward to see clearly. When he saw Wu Feng aiming the pickaxe at the spinning giant blade, his big head was filled with tiny doubts. This person's strength is very strong, but his brain seems a bit off. If he could use the pickaxe to break the blade, I would. Bang! after a rustling sound, a square notch appeared in the connecting device between the three giant blades. As the square notch appeared, the three giant blades began to disassemble, scattering away and crashing against the wall with faint yellow sparks. The sound of clanging kept ringing, the blades rebounded back and forth. Butcher? Is this right? Is this science? Although the butcher didn't know what science meant either. But he just wanted to complain. Is this science? Big boss, do you think there's a possibility that I actually just died, and everything now is just an illusion after death? After seeing the earlier scene, the boy looked up with a heavy face at Wu Feng. It's possible. Otherwise, why don't I let go and see if you fall and feel pain? Wu Feng showed deep agreement with the boy's words and offered profound advice to help him. Forget it, I can pinch myself. Let's save your method for another time. Regarding Wu Feng's suggestion, the boy decided to talk about it later. Gained 48 points of terror. Gained 32 points of terror. Gained 45 points of disbelief. Looking at the points floating by, Wu Feng knew he had done the right thing. It seems to get enough points, he still needed to act cool. Sigh. It looks like he should think more about how to be cool in the future. After all, acting cool is also a skill. Wu Feng flew back down to the ground of the corridor, and the butcher, who was dumbfounded, cautiously took a few steps back, then suddenly realized something. I am immortal. What am I really afraid of? Just deal with him, that's it. I am inherently in an unbeatable position, the worst outcome is that I can't kill him, and he can't kill me either. Damn, I'll go for it. The butcher raised his big knife again, and as he swung it, the whooshing wind sounded continuously. With both hands raised high above his head, he then heavily looked towards Wu Feng, who was standing still in front of him. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and with this strike, Wu Feng felt no harm at all. Instead, the butcher was shaken back a bit by the tremendous recoil. Is this your strength? It feels like being bitten by an ant, there's no difference. Wu Feng still did not attack but took a step forward, staring firmly into the blood-red eyes behind the iron mask. Ah! The butcher was infuriated, he raised the big knife again and wildly chopped it where Wu Feng stood. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. As time passed, the terror points that were rising began to fall. It seemed to have reached a certain threshold. Wu Feng, undaunted under the butcher's chopping, calmly crafted a workbench, then used the iron blocks he just obtained to turn them into iron ingots and forged an iron sword. That knife is big, but it's of no use. Wu Feng raised his hand, let me teach you the correct way to chop someone. Hearing this, the butcher retreated half a step as if facing a great enemy, feeling inexplicably a bit scared. Watch closely, I'm going in. Wu Feng kindly gave a prompt. The butcher stared intently at Wu Feng's every move, watching Wu Feng throw the sword into the air. No, this isn't throwing it up. He threw the sword away? And he threw it behind himself. What's going on? Is this person crazy? Who attacks like this? The sword thrown by Wu Feng flew backward and landed straight into the deep pit that appeared because the floor was opened. The boy looked confused, even though what Wu Feng did was already absurd, he still felt puzzled. Big boss, what are you? The boy started to ask. Wu Feng didn't explain, just casually said, let the iron sword fly for a while. The butcher quietly waited for a moment, but nothing happened, he gathered his courage and began to retreat. In this place, there was truly no sense of security. Taking advantage of Wu Feng's madness, he needed to keep his distance. Clank! The machinery responsible for driving and connecting the huge blade in the big pit suddenly started to spin, and a part of it crashed into the iron sword that had flown into the pit. Under this frightening power, the iron sword flew out swiftly, then cleverly struck a certain spot, adjusting its direction to perfectly aim at the butcher. The sword light flashed by. Just like that, the butcher's head added a shiny new decoration. The blood bar above the butcher's head instantly dropped by 70%, an unprecedented feeling filled his whole body. He felt that his life was actually starting to fade away. It seemed he saw death waving at him. Gained 88 points of terror. Gained 50 points of terror. Gained 95 points of disbelief. This time the terror points surged directly by more than double. Seeing these numbers appearing continuously, Wu Feng could no longer contain the smile on his face, revealing his neat, white teeth. In the bloody environment, Wu Feng smiled as he looked at the butcher, walking step by step towards him. The butcher uncontrollably retreated, a new emotion named fear flooding his entire body. He instinctively shouted out loud. Don't come any closer. At that moment, somewhere else. Dragon Army Team. Did you find him? Found him, at the bloody butcher's place. Damn it, it's that place. I hope he can hold on until we get there to rescue him. Chapter 78, Reinhardt. Hey, I'm not a bad person, why are you so scared? Wu Feng stepped forward, raising his hand to pull out the iron sword stuck in the butcher's head. The butcher uncontrollably fell to the ground, despair spreading in his heart. Incomprehensible, unbelievable. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't inflict even the slightest harm on the person in front of him. Damn it. Why did you run away if you were this strong in the beginning? The butcher fell to the ground, crawling backward with hands and feet. Wu Feng didn't speed up to chase, but instead walked forward step by step, keeping pace with the butcher. Each step felt like stepping on the butcher's heart, the long sword swinging left and right as it reflected the faint yellow light around. The butcher could no longer endure it, his survival instinct finally kicked in, and he suddenly jumped up and ran for his life. Behind the butcher, Wu Feng still walked slowly, ahead was a dead end, just take it step by step. A chaotic and regular sound of footsteps rang out in sequence. The young man behind Wu Feng looked at this scene, increasingly beginning to doubt whether he had died long ago. Otherwise, how could he possibly see such absurd things from the underworld? The butcher returned to the initial room, hurriedly closing the door and relocking it. Seeing the thick iron door, a bit of safety surged in his heart. But this sense of security didn't last long as he recalled the scene of Wu Feng wielding a pick to mine iron. Damn it, what on earth is this person? Can't you be a bit more ridiculous? What a monster. A cracking sound arose, a neat square hollow appeared on the door, and Wu Feng's smiling face emerged from the hollow. You better run fast, or if I catch you by accident, it will be he kindly reminded. Without another word, the butcher turned and ran. In the past, he always played with others like a cat teasing a mouse, but unexpectedly, he had become a mouse himself one day. The butcher reached the center of the room, looking around at the thick walls. With a determined look, he turned around. At this point, fleeing was impossible. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, it's better to fight back. Watching Wu Feng step by step come in from outside the door, the butcher took a big step forward to stand in front of Wu Feng. And then, Master, you are my master. From now on, I will be your dog. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. Woof, 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 woof. The butcher half squatted, opening his mouth in a flattering manner. Taking a risk is fine, but betting your life is not possible. After all, if you risk your life, you might really die. The method of recognizing the master and learning to bark like a dog was learned from a pair of human males and females. At that time, the butcher was just playing cat and mouse as usual, but this pair of humans suddenly did something like this. To be honest, this fresh thing did indeed make the butcher feel interested, and he toyed with them for 2 whole days before he was willing to kill them. Since this method worked on him, it should also have some effect on the humans in front of him. The figure of the teenager arrived late. He looked at the butcher half squatting and barking like a dog, unsure of what to say for a moment. No, what have you turned yourself into? Cursed, it seems there's no doubt, I was definitely dead before. Although Wu Feng had never seen such a scene, he was relatively calmer. After all, he had seen many different ways of begging for mercy. As for letting the butcher go? If the butcher were a white cat with twin ponytails and beast ears, maybe Wu Feng would consider it. Sorry, I don't like dogs, Wu Feng chuckled lightly. Meow, 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 meow. The butcher changed to another sound. Wu Feng slowly placed the iron sword against the butcher's neck. The butcher's fear points kept soaring due to his helplessness and impending death. Gained fear points 100. Gained fear points 150. Gained disbelief points 95. Sorry, it's not about cats or dogs, I simply don't like eating beef. Once the fear points reached a threshold, Wu Feng exerted force with one hand, and a large head flew into the sky. The butcher's body fell to the ground with a crash. Congratulations, you have successfully escaped Scene 1. You have been marked by lover and will be hunted by lover. Currently, 4 people are being hunted by lover. Currently, 3 people are being hunted by lover. A cold, emotionless voice rang in his ears. Then another voice sounded. Lover has inflicted marking damage on you. You have marked lover, and you can seek revenge on lover. Revenge, all individuals who have caused you harm will be marked, and you can teleport to any place within a 100-meter range of the target, 1 time use per enemy. Each use will consume a large amount of strange coins. Wu Feng temporarily ignored the issues of lover and revenge. At this moment, the fear points had reached a pretty good number. He decided to evolve his items first. Wu Feng first tried to make his external help evolve, but unfortunately, there was no reaction at all. It seemed that evolution could not apply to his external help. Since the external help couldn't evolve, he took out his strange item. He had enough points to evolve 2 blue strange items or 1 purple strange item. Without any hesitation, Wu Feng directly chose to super evolve the revolver with unlimited bullets. After he chose, a weak light flashed across his revolver. Looking at the revolver again, a panel popped up. Golden strange item, revolver. Description: a gun that has been contaminated by some kind of pollution. Core ability 1, unlimited bullets. Core ability 2, new never jam. Special ability, New Frenzy. Frenzy. When the player activates Frenzy, the revolver will switch to automatic mode, firing at a speed of 20 bullets per second. Frenzy can last for 20 minutes, each activation will cost strange coins, and there is no cooldown for Frenzy. It felt okay. After all, this newly appeared core ability too didn't have any use. I was absolutely lucky, fearing that your revolver would jam. The special ability was quite appealing. The revolver had turned into a Gatling gun. Wu Feng put away his pistol and shifted his attention to the third external feature in his mind projection, focusing on the skills. Skill, Reinhardt. Reinhardt, a character from the anime Re:Zero, starting life in another world. After activating this skill, the player will gain all the abilities of Reinhardt, including but not limited to various protections. There should be one more chapter, but it might be a bit dull. Chapter 79, over 40 protections of Reinhardt. The protections available to players include but are not limited to 1. Protection of the Sword Saint, able to wield the dragon sword and maximize its power. The player will automatically obtain the dragon sword. Dragon sword has effects that are indestructible, can cut through causality, etc. Protection of arrow avoidance, any ranged attack cannot hit. Protection of arrows, all your ranged attacks will definitely hit. Protection of magic avoidance, all debuff effects and enemy support weird items are invalid. Protection of fire avoidance, fire attribute damage reduced by 80%. Protection of wind spirit, absorbs 80% of wind attribute damage. Protection of earth, reduces earth attribute damage effects by 80%. Protection of water spirit, reflects 80% of water attribute effects. Protection of light, 80% of light attribute damage is shared with other opponents. Acceleration of drive, walking speed is extremely fast, effective for mounts as well. Protection of initiative, will not be ambushed, the player's first attack will definitely hit. Protection of first encounter, invisible attacks will definitely miss the first time. Protection of reappearance, if it's a visible attack, the opponent's second attack after hitting the player will definitely miss. Protection of heavenly tears, power increases when it rains. Protection of the firmament, power increases on sunny days. Protection of telepathy, can understand the information of the opponent. Protection of items, items held can be used proficiently immediately. Protection of bare hands, power increases when unarmed. Protection of the martial god, immediately proficient in using one's own weapon. Protection of lake surface, can walk on water. Protection of haze, will not have vision obstructed by any means. Protection of thunder, not afraid of being struck by lightning. Protection of salt, will not mistake sugar for salt. Protection of flavor king, no matter how you cook, it will always taste good. Protection of cooked food, has high culinary skills. Protection of steaming, has mechanized steaming skills. Protection of frying, has mechanized frying skills. Protection of photography, drawings appear just like photographs. Protection of attire, can create the most fashionable clothing at the moment. Protection of haircut, can create the most suitable hairstyle. Protection of education, when holding a teaching stick, the students taught will have remarkable progress. Protection of body, diligently exercises to enhance the body. Protection of poison resistance, has high tolerance to various poisons. Protection of 100 medicines, will absolutely not get sick. Protection of bleeding, the more blood lost, the stronger one becomes. Protection of the phoenix, revives after death, also the phoenix revives after it. No, the phoenix can also revive after death. Infinite revival? Is there a bug here? Protection of judgment, can know the protections of others. Protection of nightfall, power increases at night. Protection of dawn, power increases in the morning. Protection of acquired, any protection the player wants can be achieved. Any protection one wants can be achieved? That's outrageous. But I wonder if this last protection would still be useful if it's not in the same world. Wu Feng tried to request a protection that could pause time, but did not receive it. It seems that if one changes worlds, the last protection will become ineffective. Over 40 protections in total. Feeling a strange sense of spiraling upwards, like stepping on one foot and trying to jump to the sky with the other. Currently, 2 people are being chased by lovers. A clear voice echoed in his ears again. Wu Feng did not take it seriously because he had something more important to do. He looked at the wall in front of him, feeling that not far beyond it, there was a lucky block. A bit of filler, brothers, but it can't really be called filler, since the second chapter is considered a bonus. Chapter 80, I am ready to kill you directly. Wu Feng took out the wooden manuscript and aimed it at the direction of the lucky block. At the same time. How are you doing right now? The communication device in the boy's ear finally spoke. I'm doing great right now, Captain. You have no idea what an outrageous person I met, The boy spoke while looking up at Wu Feng's direction. Unfortunately. In this closed space, Wu Feng's figure had long since disappeared. What happened? What outrageous person! A voice came from the communication device. Compared to team actions, Wu Feng preferred personal adventures. He had just dug out a space for himself to pass through and blocked the path he came from completely after entering. The distance between the lucky block and Wu Feng was not very close, so it seemed he had to dig for a while longer. An old tungsten lamp hung in the center of the room, flickering with dim light. The quiet peaks spread in the room like ink dripping into clear water. In the center of the room was a round, model table, surrounded by men and women stained with blood. In the middle of the table was a rectangular clock, which was ticking at that moment. Above the clock was a small orange bear toy. If one ignored that it had just executed a person, it actually looked quite cute. The first friend has finished speaking, so now let the second friend begin to speak, said the orange bear toy on the clock with a cheerful tone. The fair-skinned girl took a deep breath. Everything that had just happened was too terrifying, so much so that even after participating in the strange game 8 times, she still couldn't calm her feelings. A trembling voice came from the girl's throat as she tried to adjust her emotions to sharpen her thinking. The girl opened her mouth again but was interrupted by another voice. Good morning, everyone. A sudden voice echoed in the room, drawing everyone's attention with its slightly cheerful tone. What the hell, wasn't I digging forward? How did I end up prying up the floor tiles here? Wu Feng crawled out from the hole in the floor, his good morning stemming from feeling too awkward to know what else to say. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a strange game. How could a human like you come out from below? No, is this guy really human? She turned to look at the toy above the clock, unsure of what to do for a moment. The toy was also taken aback, thinking, wait, how did you get over here? Everyone has their own area to manage. What the hell was the leader in your area doing? How could they let you run over here? But since you've escaped here, that's bad luck for you. Since a new friend has joined, let's start with you. The bear's button eyes glanced at Wu Feng, a faint red shimmering in the dim light. Speak? What should I say? Although Wu Feng didn't understand, it didn't stop him from speaking. Speak? Sure, I will speak now. Wu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped up to the bear. There's quite a lot of salt in the sweat, Wu Feng said. Are you messing with me? The bear toy's voice remained calm, but the red light in its eyes has become even deeper and more intense. Hey, I'm not trying to play with you. Wu Feng retorted. An iron sword appeared in his hand, instantly piercing through the doll and nailing it securely to the table. I am ready to kill you directly. Thanks to Xiaodai's dog, thank you very much. I didn't check the gift background much, but recently I saw that you have been consistently sending me gifts, thank you very much. I wish you hit 10 shots directly to full health, Xiaodai. The author has found a job that pays decently, so I can write with peace of mind now, no need to worry about starving. During the job search, the author has been seriously studying on major editing platforms and well-known authors' social media, believing the upcoming plot will definitely become more and more exciting. P.S. I seek good reviews. If you see the ratings increase, the author will add more updates. For every 0.1 point increase, the author will add one more chapter. Chapter 81, Do you also want to dance? The crowd did not show any shock at Wu Feng's action, instead, there was a hint of pity in their eyes. Clearly, someone among them had tried this and received a very bad result. The red light in the little bear's eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a sweet, metallic smell that filled the room with red. Violating the rules and harming the referee, you will be declared defeated in this round. A hole appeared in the center of the ceiling, and a little bear doll fell through the hole, landing back on the table. The little bear stood up, button eyes looking at Wu Feng. Wu Feng raised his iron sword and casually threw the pierced previous doll referee away. Isn't the doll the real body? He looked up at the ceiling, remembering what he had encountered in the last village instance. The villagers were just puppets, the whole mountain was the real eerie thing. Therefore, Wu Feng had every reason to suspect that the true eerie thing in this room was actually the room itself. You will be punished. The new little bear doll's voice became cheerful, its stitched mouth splitting into a smile. Music emerged in the sweet, metallic-smelling room. The tune was joyful, sounding like a children's song. Crack! The floor beneath Wu Feng mysteriously disappeared, revealing a long passageway stretching dozens of meters. He began to fall quickly under the influence of gravity. Feeling the whistling wind by his ear, Wu Feng gazed at the bright exit at the end of the passageway. As he waited to see what would happen when he passed through the exit, a lasso suddenly appeared in front of him, tightly locking around his neck. The lasso suddenly tightened, and Wu Feng passed through the shining exit. Whoosh! Having passed through the exit, Wu Feng fell into a gigantic net. Once the giant net caught Wu Feng, it quickly disappeared, leaving him on top of a massive ice block. The bluish ice block was covered with rusted long needles, sharp spikes, and broken blades of various sizes. All these sharp objects were about 7 to 8 centimeters long, with the tips pointing upwards. Among these sharp objects, many pieces of meat and frozen blood could be seen. Wow! Deafening cheers erupted all around, as if the area was filled with an audience. Several spotlights quickly moved their beams to Wu Feng's position. Dance, dance. Move, move. Cheering echoed back and forth, like waves crashing in this space. Dancing here might be a bit painful on the feet. Hurry up and move. The little bear doll appeared above Wu Feng, one hand touching the rope that locked his neck, then quickly pulling it upwards. Wu Feng's whole body was rapidly lifted up by the rope's force. But he did not show any pain, or the kind of expression a person whose neck is locked and deprived of oxygen should have. Instead, he smiled widely. The little bear doll sensed something was wrong. A human whose neck was caught and hung in midair should have that kind of expression, right? Should, right? Never mind. He's just a human, and not just any human, but one whose neck is locked. How much of a splash can he make? Hurry up and move. The little bear doll suddenly loosened the rope, intending to let Wu Feng fall freely and crash onto the rusty sharp weapons on the ice below. However, the free fall imagined did not happen. Wu Feng floated in midair. The iron sword in his hand had somehow been replaced with a dragon sword that shimmered with a bright glow. He smiled at the doll above him, and the surrounding black shadows that represented the audience. Do you also want to dance? Chapter 82, What Can You Do? The unsheathed dragon sword slammed into the little bear doll judge's face. Before the doll could react, it had already fallen heavily from the high sky and was impaled by a sharp weapon. The cheering around them immediately grew noisy. The human-shaped black shadows seated in the audience began to twist, their layered voices rushing toward him. Hitting the judge again, punishment is due. Punishment is due. Punishment is due. The black shadows kept pouring onto the ice surface from the audience seats, and in just a moment, several of them reached the little bear doll's front. The little bear doll stood up from the ground, the blood-red hue in its button eyes becoming even darker with resentment. These black shadows, though they looked like insignificant audience members, were actually humans who had died in this scene through the ages. These humans retained their consciousness from when they were alive, but they permanently experienced the pain they suffered at the moment of their death. As their numbers grew, the black shadows morphed into a terrifying force within this area, and under endless pain, they became the most frightening existence here. Unable to die, even the kindest among them had only one obsession left. To make everyone who came here become just like them, to feel the same endless pain they had. You are the strongest human I've ever seen, but humans are still just humans. No matter how strong, you're just food for us. Throughout human history, aside from a very few individuals, everyone who entered this strange world was barely surviving under the protection of the rules and strange items. Some with high intelligence might be able to calculate a bit of the weirdness, but that's all. The relationship between the strange forces and humans has always been that of hunter and prey. Without the protection of the rules, you're just food. Just food, and yet you dare again and again. A broken doll, and you're still here pretending. Wu Feng threw the dragon sword in his hand as a long-range weapon. With a sound of wind breaking, the dragon sword pierced through the little bear doll and firmly pinned it to the ice. As the dragon sword was thrown, it hit a black shadow that was blocking in front of the little bear doll. The black shadow's health bar immediately dropped to 0 and disappeared. The previously aggressive black shadow immediately turned to look at the dissipating black shadow and then simultaneously looked at Wu Feng. The expression that was once filled with pain, struggle, confusion, regret, madness, and schadenfreude had disappeared entirely. It was replaced with shock, caution, disbelief. Was what just happened real? Did that black shadow really die? If that black shadow died, could we die too? Could we finally end this endless pain? Wu Feng did not pay attention to the changing expressions of these shadows. After all, even if he did, he couldn't see any changes. He descended from the sky heavily and landed on the ground, then stepped on the head of a teddy bear. I have hit you repeatedly, what can you do? Wu Feng looked down contemptuously at the teddy bear beneath his foot. How ridiculous, you really, the teddy bear wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Wu Feng. Your real body is the whole room, right? As Wu Feng spoke, he took out a nuclear bomb and placed it beside him. Gained 4 fear points. Gained 2 fear points. Gained 5 unbelievable points. He gained some points, but these points were negligible. Hee, human, you are indeed clever, but so what? The teddy bear's voice came from beneath Wu Feng's foot. Tear him apart for me. The teddy bear commanded the shadows surrounding it. However, the shadows all remained motionless. Gained 12 fear points. Gained 21 fear points. Gained 45 unbelievable points. Tomorrow I need to take a bus for a whole day to go to another place. I will try my best to update. Chapter 83, Sir, please come in. Meanwhile, back in the original small room. With the teddy bear's departure, the oppressive atmosphere lightened a little. Is this really the difficulty a blood-red dungeon should have? A buzzcut man expressed his distress, his eyes vacant, almost having lost hope for survival. I have experienced blood red difficulties before, it should not be this hard. I see no way out. Any. As the buzzcut man spoke, the previously slightly relaxed atmosphere turned back to oppressive. Everyone felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on their chests. This level was truly terrifying, so terrifying that the strange items in their hands were of no use, they could only watch themselves step by step towards death, towards the abyss of hell. A rustling sound came from the pit where Wu Feng had fallen, as if something was about to run out. This soft sound made everyone's hair stand on end, adrenaline surged, and their hearts crazily pumped blood throughout their bodies. Everyone could imagine that something extremely cruel and terrifying was likely to happen next. Bloody and broken were only optimistic thoughts. The buzzcut man struggled to control his trembling hands. In his peripheral vision, the orange-red teddy bear had slowly emerged from the hole. The button eyes glowed with a red light as usual. The teddy bear's body completely floated out of the hole. The buzzcut man's heartbeat accelerated again. He could hardly bear to look at what was happening next. He felt like a big boar existing in a pig pen. Outside the pig pen, a slaughter of his kind was happening, and now he was just peeking through the gap to witness that slaughter scene. What difference was there from hell? Wow, thinking about his future likely being toyed with and slaughtered, a hint of sadness turned into a sobbing outburst. Sir, please come in. After the teddy bear came out of the hole, it took a couple of steps forward, turned sideways, respectfully extended a hand, and said. The stitched mouth on its face surprisingly showed a hint of a flattering smile. Wu Feng's figure slowly flew out of the hole, and when his feet were level with the floor, he glanced at the teddy bear and then stepped on its face. I hate polite guys. After saying this, Wu Feng walked to the table without looking back. Only a teddy bear with a shoe sole imprint on its face is left. Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 21 points of terror. Gained 45 points of disbelief. Gained 66 points of anger held back. The teddy bear stood up from the ground, sighed heavily, and thought, this person is not someone to mess with at all. You have no idea what this guy has done below. He killed those shadows. Those shadows are so strange. This human right in front of me actually killed something strange? What can you say when you meet such a fierce person? What else can you say? Moreover, this guy even knows that his true form is this entire room. NND. What else can I say? Now I just hope this great deity leaves here quickly. The teddy bear, with a broad smile, flew onto the table. Great, then you seven can continue the game. The teddy bear's voice was like coaxing a child. Hearing it say 7 people, Wu Feng quickly added, I don't like people who can count. Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 21 points of terror. Gained 45 points of disbelief. Gained 66 points of anger held back. Damn, this human is intentionally starting trouble. If not, just kill me directly. What is this all about? Of course, the teddy bear only thought this. Hey, I can't even count. I was just guessing earlier, ha ha ha. It patted its own round little head. Very good. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Since you can't count, I'll give you 4 gifts. He took out a TNT bomb from his backpack. Is it lit? Wu Feng asked the buzzcut man nearby. Yes, yes. The buzzcut man didn't dare to delay and took a lighter from his pocket, handing it to Wu Feng. Thank you. Wu Feng grabbed it and went to a corner of the room. As everyone knows, in Minecraft, a lighter can ignite TNT. Wu Feng placed the TNT in a corner and lit it with the lighter. The TNT in the corner began to flicker rapidly. He quickly stepped back, and before long, the TNT exploded, bricks flying everywhere, creating a huge gap. The teddy bear trembled all over, its body nearly toppling over. NND, is this a gift for me? Are you aiming for my life? Wu Feng didn't care what the teddy bear was thinking and took out 4 more TNT, placing them in different spots. Sir, with these 4, you've placed 5 in total. The teddy bear quickly reminded. Chapter 84, If you lose, you will die. The teddy bear only realized something was wrong the moment it said this sentence. NND, is this human scheme so deep? He. Wu Feng smiled as he looked back at the teddy bear's expression, which was like it had eaten something bad, while the unsheathed dragon sword tapped lightly on the ground. Aren't you supposed to be able to count? Are you trying to fool me? Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 15 points of terror. Gained 34 points of disbelief. Gained 60 points of anger held back. Whoa, it's all a scheme, all tricks, all traps. The teddy bear felt like it was about to cry without tears. I hate it most when others deceive me. Wu Feng gently shook his head. I was going to let you live, but now you've hit my bottom line. As Wu Feng spoke, he kept taking TNT from his backpack, placing them on the ground. His movements were slow yet rough. This made the TNT make a loud noise as they hit the ground. Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 15 points of terror. Gained 34 points of disbelief. Gained 60 points of anger held back. Gained 36 points of fear. If the teddy bear were human, it would surely be sweating profusely and its legs trembling. Sir, the teddy bear's voice shook as it spoke. At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of the many people who came here to participate in this strange game. Damn, what difference does it make for me to join this bizarre game as a human? Despair, boundless despair. The group of people surrounding the table looked at Wu Feng, then at the teddy bear. They had always treated the bizarre with utmost respect and fear since they were young. This was the first time they saw a bizarre being, a truly terrifying one, treating humans with such deference. The group glanced at Wu Feng and then at the teddy bear, momentarily unable to distinguish who truly was the bizarre one lying on the ground. Wu Feng did not rush to kill the teddy bear. How to bring the utmost fear? Of course, it was to give hope first. Hey, don't worry, I'm not someone who lacks humanity. Wu Feng squatted down, gently patting the teddy bear's head. Although knowing Wu Feng was likely just a smiling tiger, the teddy bear's mood still relaxed a little. How about this? I see you really like playing games, so let's play a very simple little game together. Wu Feng said. What game? The spark of hope reappeared in the teddy bear's eyes. If it's about games, the teddy bear was proficient in all of them. Werewolf, escape room games, card games, even online games in the human world, it was undoubtedly a master. In its comfort zone, the teddy bear's confidence began to swell rapidly. Very simple, yet somewhat thrilling. Wu Feng described. The teddy bear clapped its hands suddenly. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Somewhat thrilling? You're putting pressure on me, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't feel pressured at all. So, what's the game? The teddy bear crossed its round little hands behind its back. Rock, paper, scissors. Wu Feng said. Upon hearing this, the teddy bear pulled its round little hands from behind and placed them in front of its eyes. On its smooth arms, there wasn't even a single finger. If you lose, you'll die, you know. Wu Feng continued to smile, his tone gentle. Gained 15 fear points. Gained 100 fear points. Gained 143 disbelief points. Gained 130 points for anger but unable to speak. Gained 99 fear points. I am the dividing line. The book's rating went from 6.0 to 6.1, finally increasing by 1 point thanks to everyone's support, and the author will honor the promise to add a chapter. But the addition can only be done tomorrow. Thanks to Dreg from Lion City for a bunch of gifts, thank you. Thanks to Fu Dahai for the likes. Thanks to the flower from the person without glasses. Thanks to Yang Qingsu for the flower, who loves eating fish. And to all the readers who support with love, thank you. Chapter 85, It's My Turn to Attack. Realizing that the cornered teddy bear was not overwhelmed by fear, it currently felt an unprecedented clarity in its mind. Because the countless experiences from games told it that the more critical the situation, the more one needed to calm down and think carefully. Continuing to follow Wu Feng's rhythm in the game, or humbly begging for mercy, would lead to certain death. To find a true lifeline, one had to fight with all they had. Sir, the teddy bear flattered, cautiously approaching. Look, I don't have fingers, isn't it bullying me to play rock, paper, scissors? It extended its hand towards Wu Feng, seemingly wanting him to take a closer look at its hands. Right, I am bullying you. Wu Feng's words had just begun to form when several black lines shot out from the teddy bear's hands, directly rushing towards Wu Feng's eyes. All of this happened so quickly, starting from the pronunciation of the word bully, those lines surged out. Before the words fell from the speaker, the line had already reached Wu Feng's eyes. However, Blessing of Reinha. Preemptive blessing, you will not be ambushed, the player's first attack will surely hit. A dazzling golden light exploded from Wu Feng's body, and the black line shot from the teddy bear vanished into nothingness with barely a touch. The teddy bear showed no sign of disappointment from missing that attack. On the contrary, he had expected this attack to miss completely. Under the shine of Wu Feng's golden light, the teddy bear confidently looked at him and said, "Human, do you really think you are invincible? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? I am an undying existence, do you really think I've lived for so long and am as simple as I appear? No one dares to push me to the edge, not even the strongest being in this hospital." Wu Feng calmly listened to the teddy bear's incessant talk, knowing that it was all just to buy time, but he didn't care. In the dim room, the black and red walls seemed to come alive, starting to form mouths and grow eyes. Blood began to pour out continuously from their mouths and eyes. At first, the blood flowed slowly, but after 3 or 4 seconds, it erupted forth. The putrid smell rushed to the brain. The teddy bear grew larger under the soaking blood, transforming from the size of a palm to about twice Wu Feng's height. The walls, now sporting hands, feet, and eyes, slowly morphed into twisted, upright monsters with numerous palms and eyeballs. Do you still think you're invincible amidst this blood? The teddy bear's eyes glowed red, shining like headlights in the dark night. Wu Feng could clearly sense that something in the blood was absorbing his body's blood in some undefined essence. The blood surged, splashing everywhere, as a twisted upright monster made from the rune rushed towards Wu Feng using its hands and feet. The distance between them was never far. In 3 or 4 steps, Wu Feng had already entered the monster's attack range. Watching the twisted upright monster raise its sharp black claws, Wu Feng stood still and calm. As the wind from the swinging claws tousled Wu Feng's hair, the 5 sharp claws of the monster pierced through his chest without any resistance. But this wasn't the end. With the monster's immense strength, its entire hand sank deep into Wu Feng's chest. The sound of bones shattering echoed, and chunks of internal organs flew out from Wu Feng's back. A large hole appeared in Wu Feng's chest from this hit. The twisted upright monster looked at the scene before it, a bit confused. It looked at its hand that had pierced through Wu Feng's chest, blinking in disbelief. Is this a one-hit kill? A huge question mark seemed to appear on the little teddy bear's head. Is he really dead? The teddy bear observed cautiously. With this kind of wound, Wu Feng's heart was most likely shattered, if he were still alive. The title of strange could be given to this human before him. Dead, without a doubt. Wu Feng was definitely dead. The teddy bear felt like it had hit a cotton ball with all its strength. No, this time I had emptied everything. I can't possibly do this again. I was planning to fight you for 300 rounds. You just passed away? Ha ha. The little bear doll didn't know why it felt like laughing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The crowd soaked in blood looked at this scene, equally at a loss. The hope reignited deep within shattered into pieces. Someone struggling in the blood to prevent drowning suddenly gave up hope, sinking into it. Humans are truly fragile creatures. I was so cautious at first, it's really ridiculous. The little bear doll recovered from its earlier complex emotions. It looked at the people, some struggling, some in despair, some letting themselves sink into the blood. The hunter's mentality returned, making it eager to dispel the feeling of hitting cotton. The method to erase it was simple. Let's continue the game. It spoke mockingly to the crowd. Our game isn't over yet, a familiar yet unexpected voice echoed. The little bear doll's previously mocking expression instantly turned serious, and it turned to look at the direction of Wu Feng's corpse. At that moment, Wu Feng was still pinned by the twisted human-like arms, with bones protruding from his chest and flesh exposed. Suddenly, a flame as red as blood ignited in his chest. Phoenix's blessing, resurrection after death, the phoenix also resurrects. The fire rapidly expanded, engulfing Wu Feng's entire body in an instant. This fire did not harm him, instead, it miraculously began to heal his injuries. The blood boiled and rolled under the high temperature of the flames, and amid the steam, Wu Feng's figure became blurry. Roar! With a loud, piercing roar, a charred, twisted creature flew out from the smoke. Now it's my turn to attack. As the words were spoken, the sound of a sword being unsheathed roared like a dragon, and a faint light flickered in the blood mist. The little bear doll felt alarm bells ringing in its heart as it remembered the dragon's sword in Wu Feng's hand, which had never been drawn. Gained 12 points of terror value. Gained 99 points of terror value. Gained 99 points of disbelief value. Gained 120 points of suppressed anger value. Before the little bear doll could say anything, something seemed to flash before its eyes. It saw its own body standing still, as if missing something from its neck. Not only that, but those twisted humanoids formed from the walls were now facing the same fate as it, no, even worse. As the heads of the twisted creatures fell, their entire bodies were instantly shredded into pieces. The entire room was reduced to dust in that one sword strike, and the once surging blood vanished in an instant. As the blood disappeared and the mist cleared, Wu Feng, who should have been dead, stood unharmed in place. Ding! The dragon's sword returned to its sheath with a crisp sound. There's still one chapter. Chapter 86, Ender Dragon Egg. Not bad, I originally just wanted to feel the Phoenix's blessing, and didn't expect to gain something unexpected. The Phoenix's blessing actually interacts with the reflective cloak. When the Phoenix's blessing successfully activated and I began to resurrect, the core ability of the reflective cloak, who can kill me, could sync activate. Who can kill me, the host will be locked for 10 minutes 1 second before death, during which the host cannot receive any damage, and any damage dealt will be increased tenfold. After 10 minutes, the effect will disappear, and the host will die. This made Wu Feng's already absurd abilities enhance tenfold after resurrection. It's not an exaggeration to say. Under the protection of Reinhardt, with digital life and 10 times damage bonuses, if I could return to the previous village dungeon and face the mountain god again. Even without using a nuclear bomb, with just the dragon sword in my hand, I could flatten the entire mountain bit by bit. Big, boss. Among the crowd, the fair-skinned girl looked at Wu Feng, who just sheathed his sword, tremblingly spoke. At this moment, the girl was sitting on the ground, soaked and exhausted from what had just happened, clutching her shoulders, looking up at Wu Feng with her expressive, pleading eyes. After tremblingly uttering the words "big boss," she fell silent, just watching him. Wu Feng only glanced down at her. He said nothing but swiftly turned around to open the lucky block and prepare to leave. It's not that he was too cold-hearted. The girl before him was someone he could easily save and take with him, but after experiencing the last stabbing incident, Wu Feng's good intentions only supported him in saving a person or two when completing his own tasks. He would no longer act with the intention of saving strangers. The fair-skinned girl didn't speak, but that didn't mean others wouldn't. "Boss." A young man with a middle-part hairstyle spoke up. "Where are we going next?" Wu Feng didn't answer him but pulled out a pickaxe and opened the lucky block in front of him. The lucky block shattered, and several items appeared before his eyes. An ender pearl, an obsidian, a lighter, and an ender dragon egg. This. One could only say it was quite absurd. Don't underestimate this single item. Don't forget Wu Feng now has a portable conversion table. One is equivalent to countless ones. One dragon egg means he has an army of dragons. Imagine how fierce it would be. With just a wave of his hand, swarms of ender dragon armies would rush out from behind him. Such a strange thing is trivial. I can go, and so can they. From now on, it would truly be easy to both attack and defend. The ender pearl goes without saying. This item is great for instant teleportation, allowing him to not only fly freely but also teleport anywhere at any time. As for the obsidian and the lighter, they are clearly materials for a hell portal. If he encounters a strange dungeon he can't handle, he can leave a few avatars and then build a hell portal to hide in for a while. Good items, all good items. It's just a pity that he didn't encounter a lucky block that would yield a nuclear bomb like last time. According to his memory, lucky blocks come in many types. Each type of lucky block has different upper limits on what items it can drop. Some lucky blocks can even yield the sword of universal domination. Speaking of the sword of universal domination, Wu Feng couldn't help but start to reminisce. This sword could be said to be one of the most powerful weapons in my world. Its attack damage is a one-hit kill. Even undying units would die in one hit, like a code-like fatal mechanism. Moreover, once killed, they cannot be resurrected. Yes, cannot be resurrected. Even more exaggerated is its attack range is infinite and it cannot be destroyed. I promised all readers to add new content. Chapter 87, What is this thing? And some lucky blocks have very poor upper limits. The strongest item might just be a diamond sword or something similar. Logically speaking, the extremely lucky me should have encountered a lucky block that could yield the sword of universal domination by now. However, counting the lucky blocks seen so far, I have already come across 3 lucky blocks. I still haven't seen that lucky cube. It really is strange. If absolute luck is still having an effect, then is there a possibility that something exists, secretly preventing me from obtaining this bug-level weapon? This thought appeared quickly and vanished just as fast. After all, there is no meaning in thinking about this issue right now. Wu Feng put everything he had gained into his backpack, preparing to activate the revenge ring to experience what this so-called lover really was. The man with the middle part looked at Wu Feng in silence for a long time before finally speaking up again. Big shot, can you hear me speaking? Wu Feng turned his head to glance at the middle part man, coldly replying, I have no intention of traveling with you. He was terrified in front of the teddy bear and almost lost hope for survival. Now, facing Wu Feng, who was countless times stronger than the teddy bear, he showed no signs of fear at all. He simply said, Big shot, you are wrong here. You clearly have the power to protect us, so why abandon us directly? Doesn't it mean you have no goodness in your heart at all? Wu Feng couldn't help but laugh at the moral kidnapping from the middle part man. If he really had no goodness in his heart, he could have simply waited for the teddy bear to kill all of them, then acted himself. That way, he could gain even more fear points. In fact, Wu Feng could even gain fear points from them directly. After all, there were so many of them, and that would be much faster than gaining fear points from the strange creature. Wu Feng didn't explain anything to the middle part man. Talking with such trash was a complete waste of his time. Seeing that Wu Feng still hadn't answered, the middle part man continued, with great power comes great responsibility. Protecting our safety is your responsibility, and we can offer you a reward of several strange coins. Wu Feng's figure disappeared from the spot, and in an instant faster than the middle part man's eyes could catch, a huge fist was already in front of him. The fist struck his chest, and Wu Feng could clearly feel his fist sinking partially into the chest, with the sound of bones cracking ringing in his ears. Under this punch, the middle part man was sent flying backward, like a broken rag, heavily slamming against the wall of the nearby corridor. Blood rushed back, and the middle part man felt a needle-like pain coming from his chest as he uncontrollably spewed blood from his mouth. Ack! The middle part man slid down the wall, using his hands to support himself, and the ground in front of him quickly became soaked with blood. After one punch, Wu Feng didn't even glance at the middle part man. What nonsense, moral kidnapping and getting addicted to it. And with great power comes great responsibility? As if I won't eat beef, just thank the heavens and be grateful. He turned around, preparing to see how strong the lover sent to hunt him down really was. His right hand gently brushed the revenge ring on his index finger, locking onto the lover's position. Activate revenge. Activate the curse of burrowing worms. Revenge, all individuals who have caused you harm will be marked. You can teleport to any location within 100 meters of the marked target, once per enemy. Each use requires a large amount of strange coins. Curse of burrowing worms, you can spend strange coins to impose a curse called the curse of burrowing worms on any individual who has caused you harm. This curse decreases their physical abilities by 30% and causes them to suffer the pain of burning fire every night. A flash of light blue lightning flickered across the revenge ring. We survived. In the end, we truly survived. We are free. Cao Fulai crawled out from a pipe, unable to hide his smile. He looked at the muscular man in front of him, whose face was also covered in blood. They exchanged a smile and instinctively bumped their fists together. The tense nerves relaxed a little at that moment. Although the strange game warned them they would soon face the lover's pursuit, they had gained some breathing space. Cao Fulai took a deep breath and slowly let it out. A pile of thoughts crowded in his mind. For example, this instance was terrifying and not blood red at all. For example, where would they go from here? For example, could they really survive? What exactly is this lover? But all these words turned into his everyday sharing as they reached his lips. Scams are getting more and more common these days. Cao Fulai instinctively took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Just as he was about to light one, he suddenly realized the pack was completely soaked in blood. He put the cigarettes back in his pocket and continued, "A few days ago, I signed up for a Latin dance class." The muscular man was sitting on the ground, regaining his strength. "How old are you, still learning Latin dance?" "It's never too late to learn this. If I learned it when I was younger, I might have rushed it," Cao Fulai replied. The muscular man didn't argue but stretched his body. "So how did the Latin dance instructors deceive you? Did they overcharge you?" "They didn't overcharge me," Cao Fulai shook his head. "It's just that after training for half a month, my thing hasn't grown any longer." The muscular man reacted, "Oh, then that is indeed a scam. You should demand a refund." "My thing hasn't grown longer?" "That's okay, I can help you." A sudden and unfamiliar voice came from behind them. The two men instantly became alert, jumping away from the voice while pulling out strange tools instinctively. In front of them, the wall made a dull noise as cracks spread outwards. A second loud sound followed, and the wall burst apart. Through the dust and smoke, a bald figure over 2 meters tall, dressed only in shorts, slowly walked toward them. Both men gulped, having just escaped one danger, and now facing another. They hadn't expected the lover to find them so quickly. "Two lovely little brides, I've finally found you. Are you ready to marry me?" The lover approached them, his muscular chest ribs breaking through flesh, resembling savage fangs. "Look clearly, we are men." Cao Fulai spoke up. "We are men, how could we possibly be your brides?" I know. The lover nodded, a clearly mismatched small knife appearing in his right hand. "But it doesn't matter." "No conditions?" "We can create conditions, like removing some unnecessary body parts. You are a man, and you can also be my bride, my lover. We can have pure love. After processing, we are pure love." Cao Fulai and the muscular man finally understood the origin of the name lover. They initially thought there was some touching love story behind the lover. They didn't expect it to be a powerful man on top of another man, overpowering them, with extremely strong combat abilities, that the lover represented. Cao Fulai injected all his strange coins into the bizarre tool in his hand and then crushed it hard. After the bead shattered, it melted into the ground. And a new chapter will follow. The ground shattered, growing several thorny vines. The vines locked onto the position of the lover, accelerating their growth and tightly binding it. "Run!" Cao Fulai shouted loudly, and the two of them simultaneously shot forward in the opposite direction of the lover. The sound of footsteps echoed back and forth here, yet the lover was not in a hurry, just staring blankly in the direction they had fled. Huff! Huff! The two were gasping for breath, and after running who knows how far and turning who knows how many corners, they finally stopped. "Let's rest for a moment." Cao Fulai bent down, supporting himself on his legs to recover his strength. "This way of escaping is useless, we are already locked onto by the lover. We must think of a way to completely trap him." The muscular man surveyed the surroundings, hoping to find something useful. He looked left and right. Left and right again, and then he saw something that looked like a face. This face was the face of the lover, quietly watching them as if it had never left. they felt like fawns being played with. They had no way to escape. A surge of helplessness welled up in the muscular man's heart, his hands tightened into trembling fists. He tried to shout but found his throat constricted, as if someone had tightened a wire around his windpipe. Cold sweat ran down his back, like a chilly centipede crawling slowly. His heart was pounding wildly, thumping like a trapped beast battering its cage. He uncontrollably bit his lower lip until he tasted the rusty flavor, abruptly waking up. "Baby, look behind you." The face spoke. He twisted his tense neck to look back. The complete lover was smiling faintly. "Now look behind you again." Behind the lover, Wu Feng was walking towards him, holding an iron sword, step by step. "So it's you who's chasing me, huh?" "I am the dividing line." This chapter is a bit strange. I wonder how the readers feel about it. If it feels uncomfortable or like poison points, please give me feedback here. Chapter 89, Directly Smash. Wu Feng's speed was swift. In the moment the lover turned back, he was already by his side. The blade of the sword tore through the air, making a sharp sizzle sound. A cold light flashed. Although the lover's muscles were serpentine and tightly coiled, as strong as a solid wall, at the moment Wu Feng's sword blade made contact, it tore open like a thin sheet of paper. A deep wound, visible down to the bone, appeared, and thick, dark blood splattered out like rotten juice. The blood splattered onto Wu Feng's face, warm and foul-smelling. Feeling the warmth on his face, he felt no discomfort. Instead, a strange desire for battle surged within him. What a violent little beauty! Wu Feng's strike did not shake the lover, who remained as steady as an old dog. Even if he realized Wu Feng could hurt him, maybe even kill him. In this hospital, he had ruled for years. Apart from certain forbidden things, he was the most invincible presence. The reason he could be the most invincible one, of course, was... "It's a pity it won't work." This voice came from behind the muscular man, exactly where he had seen the lover's face earlier. That face, originally embedded in the wall, was slowly squeezing out from the wall. "Your face is so beautiful, I've decided to make you my new bride number one." Another voice of the lover rang out, this time appearing behind Wu Feng. Such a powerful lover had actually appeared 3 times in this small space. "All right." Wu Feng's face was covered in dark black blood, the thick liquid dripping down his chin, with a drip sound as it hit the floor. He grinned, his teeth strikingly white against the black. Before his words even finished, the sword light exploded like thunder. The wind passed, and the edge followed. The wind was cold, and the edge was cold. It felt as if the air had been split by this sword, as if time itself had paused at this moment. Plop! The sound of the dragon's sword returning to its scabbard echoed. Flesh, bones, screams, all shattered and crumbled in an instant. Organs, severed limbs, and the black blood rained down like a storm, painting the walls, the floor, the ceiling in the deep black of lovers. After a breath, it was as if the pause button had been pressed here. Silence enveloped every corner of this place. Wu Feng put the dragon's sword back into his backpack and tilted his head to look at the only lover still standing there. "But for the role of the bride, I think you're more suitable." Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 99 points of horror. Gained 99 points of incredibility. Gained 102 points of indescribable fear. My hair, what the hell just happened? Gao Fulai's pupils suddenly shrank, his breath freezing in his throat. He felt like he had only blinked an eye. A blink, and lover was already everywhere? No, buddy. Are you cutting fruit, or chopping something weird? I've never cut fruit so smoothly. And isn't weirdness supposed to be unkillable? Are you human, or something weird? If you're human. Can humans really do all of this? Just as Gao Fulai thought this, he gave up on thinking. Whether Wu Feng was human or weird didn't matter. If he was weird, he couldn't escape. If he was human, then he was saved, right? Lover no longer had that steady, old dog-like demeanor as he watched Wu Feng walk towards him with a wooden sword. He started to step back little by little. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Wu Feng said nothing, simply moving forward. Hearing the footsteps on the ground, Lover felt like he was hearing his countdown to death. Not knowing how many times he died, at this moment, he finally felt that terrifying fear of dying again. Don't come closer. Aren't you shy? Come on, let me see. Wu Feng's gaze was intense. No, what are you going to do? Lover screamed in terror. Let me see how you're developing, let's see how to turn you into a bride. Wu Feng said. No, no. Lover leaned against the corner, trembling like a little lamb. Be good, let me see. Wu Feng said. No. Then it's not up to you. Wu Feng grabbed Lover's head and swung the wooden sword. No. Lover screamed in despair. Gained 12 points of terror. Gained 99 points of horror. Gained 99 points of incredibility. Gained 102 points of indescribable fear. Gao Fulai and the muscular man frowned simultaneously after hearing this scream, shaking their heads. Though they both hated the lover weirdness, at this moment, they found themselves feeling some shared pain. I can't take it anymore, just watching is making my balls ache. Gao Fulai's face scrunched up. Didn't cut it clean, huh? No worries, I'll take another swing. Wu Feng naturally wasn't staring at lover's thing, he was just saying it randomly. But the effect was immediate. Gained 120 points of terror. Gained 103 points of horror. Gained 111 points of incredibility. Gained 102 points of indescribable fear. Wu Feng repeated his method again, and this time the points dropped significantly. It seemed they had reached the threshold of fear. Since they reached the threshold, lover was no longer useful. Alright. I have become a bride, can you let me go now? Said the lover with a heart like dead ashes, his eyes hollow. Go? You might be thinking too much. The wooden sword was exchanged for an iron sword, and the lover was decapitated. Trash that can no longer provide fear value, just sleep well here. 6.1 points turned into 6.2 points, increasing by 1 point. Although still very low, the score is slowly rising. There will be extra updates, not today then tomorrow. Chapter 90, Wu Feng, I've finally found you. Meanwhile, the boy returning to the Dragon Army team was looking at the portrait in his hand. His eyebrows raised, and his face was full of joy. Captain, are you sure this person is the main sacrifice chosen by the arrival sect? The boy, Xiao Bai, put down the portrait and spoke in an excited tone. The captain looked at the boy's reaction and curiously asked, why are you so happy if this person is a sacrifice? Is he your enemy? Being targeted by the arrival sect is no different from an unarmed ordinary person being targeted by a black bear. Of course not. The boy quickly denied, then said seriously, didn't you just say I encountered a very, very powerful warrior? Since the boy Xiao Bai returned to the team, he had already told about Wu Feng's deeds at least 3 or 4 times. However, everyone remained skeptical. The reason is simple, mainly because the Wu Feng the boy mentioned was simply too outrageous. Like breaking through steel blocks with a wooden pickaxe. Or taming a butcher until he acted like a little kitten. Yes, no metaphor, just meowing like a little kitten. His deeds were too absurd, the captain found it hard to accept their authenticity. The person in the photo is the warrior I was talking about, said the boy Xiao Bai as if about to laugh. The arrival sect must be in big trouble for choosing him as the main sacrifice. Big trouble? The captain shook his head silently in his heart. He did not say anything to discourage the boy's confidence but just shook his head inwardly. No one can truly understand the terror of this mission. Not everyone among the arrival sect is merely human, some of them even have divine powers. His purpose for coming this time was to gather intelligence, not to stop them. After slaying the lover, Wu Feng casually glanced at Gao Fulai and the muscle man, then slowly walked away as if nothing had happened. Gao Fulai and the muscle man looked at Wu Feng, who was gradually moving away, with mixed feelings. There was admiration and also a sense of frustration. After walking a distance, Wu Feng began to ponder. The bizarre game gave the main task of living for 3 days, and currently, there were no dangers around him, so should he consider sleeping or something? After all, he now possessed the skills of my world, and creating a comfortable resting environment would be very easy. Thinking of this, Wu Feng said without any hesitation that he would do it. To build a comfortable room, the first thing needed was to collect some blocks. Wu Feng took out his wooden pickaxe and started digging at the wall ahead. In just a few moments, a stone block fell and was collected into his backpack. The wall revealed a hole, and looking through the hole, a girl twirled around, her silver-white twin ponytail swaying naturally with her movements. The braid on the left was tied with a pink bow, and the braid on the right was tied with a sky-blue bell. Ding-a-ling. The girl completed her spin, and her originally gloomy eyes widened and became round when she saw Wu Feng. Wu Feng? As a member of the arrival sect, she had been searching for Wu Feng to the point of nearly losing her mind. Wu Feng! I finally found you. As she spoke, the girl bounced to the entrance of the cave and opened her hand with her palm facing up. A colorful star candy lay quietly there. Let's play a game. The star candy gently floated up and quickly grew larger until it vanished into thin air. A one-time golden strange item, wealth candy. After it's used, we must have 2 rounds of competition. The girl said, the loser will become the winner's slave. As for what the competition is. The girl tilted her head and smiled, her hair brushing against her cheek, revealing sweet dimples. We will compete on the quality of strange items and strange coins. The girl's voice revealed confidence, as she possessed millions of strange coins in her hand. In addition, she had 2 golden strange items and 1 poor-quality fake orange item. Although the power it could unleash might be similar to the golden ones, in the eyes of wealth candy, the quality of this item could still easily defeat the golden quality. Chapter 91, 20 Colorful Strange Items? Impossible, this is simply not possible. Wu Feng looked at his tens of millions of strange coins, 1 colorful strange item, and 3 golden strange items. He had seen many enemies who wanted to harm him, but it was the first time he encountered one that wanted to become his slave right away. The wealth candy that turned into nothingness cast various colors of light across the space. In the glow, the girl stood with her hands on her hips, her nose wrinkled in pride, revealing 2 shiny little tiger teeth. It was truly effortless to obtain this. Now she was the great hero of the whole team. A group of people only knew her as someone's sister, but once she caught Wu Feng, she would make them see her in a whole new light. Wu Feng did not say any trash talk before the match, he calmly summoned a clone, and then the clone took out a colorful strange item. Without a doubt, this colorful strange item counted as a poor quality product, but wealth candy didn't care about that. 1 colorful strange item. A colorful glow slowly formed a string of words above Wu Feng's head. Ha! The girl, about to take out the orange strange item, froze in place, her pupils suddenly constricted, her mouth forming an O shape. Moments later, she unconsciously bit her lower lip, her fluffy skirt swayed gently with her trembling body. Even the little rabbit design on her white stockings seemed to show a shocked expression. You're kidding, right? This is absolutely impossible? The girl's voice stuttered as she stared at Wu Feng's emotionless face in the distance. In her big eyes sparkled a mix of disbelief, confusion, admiration, and intense fear. No, it's impossible, this absolutely cannot be true. How could there really be colorful strange items in the world? Gained 12 fear points. Gained 99 horror points. Gained 99 disbelief points. Gained 100 indescribable fear points. Looking at the fear points he had just gained, Wu Feng noticed some blind spots. The girl's fear points seemed a bit exaggerated. It was even comparable to the fear points given by a strange creature before its death. Interesting. Seeing this situation, Wu Feng decided to increase the stimulation. A phantom appeared and quickly solidified, clone number 2 emerged, then calmly took out a rebound coat. 2 colorful strange items. But this wasn't the end. Clone number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A total of 20 clones appeared in front of the girl, each pulling out rebound coats. 20 colorful strange items. An incredibly outrageous number appeared above Wu Feng's head. Wait, seeing the scene before her. The girl shook her head desperately. She began to suspect that she was under some kind of strange illusion or trickery from the other party. No way, this is simply impossible. How can there be more than 20 strange, colorful artifacts in the world? Gained 100 points of fear value. Gained 100 points of horror value. Gained 100 points of disbelief value. Gained 100 points of indescribable fear value. Impossible? Wu Feng said nothing, merely increasing the number of his clones continuously. 20, 30, 40. I am the dividing line. Just got off work and was exhausted, originally planning to rest today, but saw the love letter and likes from Deleg in Mad Lion City. Even though the gifts added up to just over $1, the streamer still felt motivated. Thank you, Deleg from Mad Lion City. To be honest, the manuscript fee for this book is even less than a tiny fraction of the author's salary. Being able to continue relies entirely on feedback. No need for paid gifts from everyone, just a few free ones would also feel like feedback. No need to send 3, just send 1 while you are yawning. Also, thanks to Yang Chuanxue who loves to eat fish for many gifts, thank you. Chapter 92, Ways to Gain a Large Amount of Fear Value. Wait, hold on. The wall between the two was completely shattered, and the girl was surrounded by Wu Feng's clones wearing strange, colorful artifacts. She suddenly shouted as she looked at the circles of figures, her 2 ponytails swinging wildly with her rapid movements, the bells at the ends tinkling. Her hands gripped her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white, her lips trembling slightly as if she had made a certain resolve. Myself. Am I going to hold back again? Even with 2 golden strange artifacts, will I still only hold back? Memories began to flicker in her mind. Flashing the smile of her mother before dying, the tear-filled eyes of her brother, the bloody figure of her friend. I want to become strong. Strong enough that no one familiar to me will be hurt because of me. Strong enough to protect my brother. But. Tears uncontrollably spilled from the corners of the girl's eyes. Wu Feng in front of her still coldly stared at her, his ice-like pupils reflecting her teary-eyed appearance. The girl's knees began to weaken, and the fluffy hem of her skirt trembled slightly like a fertilized little animal. But she still bit her lip, trying hard not to let her tears fall. I want to become strong, want to protect those who love me. Her voice grew softer, her canines gently biting her lower lip, like stubbornness, a plea, and a final struggle. I beg you. Her voice was as low as a mosquito, she knew she was doomed, and knew she had no right to make any demands. But. The girl lifted her head, tears sparkling in her amber-colored pupils, her two ponytails hanging weakly, like defeated little beasts. I plead with you, after I become a slave, please do not let me harm my family and companions. Gained 134 points of fear value. Gained 120 points of horror value. Gained 100 points of disbelief value. Gained 101 points of indescribable fear value. Looking at the various fear values that came in, Wu Feng began to doubt if he was seeing things wrong. Too much, it was really too much. This was far more than what he had painstakingly earned while pretending in front of the strange. Why did she give so many fear values? Wu Feng closely observed the girl in front of him. Wanting to become strong, wanting to protect, fearing for her friend's safety. TSK. Wu Feng seemed to have figured something out, and to confirm his guess, he asked. Of course, I can choose not to harm your family and friends. He looked at the girl's expression in front of him. Of course, there are conditions to this. What conditions? The girl's eyes regained their sparkle. You go commit suicide, a voice as cold as iron sounded. Okay. The girl's voice was so faint it was barely audible, yet it was thoughtless. She slowly stood up straight, her fingers trembling as she pulled out a dagger from her bosom. You only have 10 seconds to act. Wu Feng continued speaking. The girl's hand, which had been trembling, suddenly tightened into a fist, and without hesitation, she placed it against her snowy white neck. Caw. As expected. Death and the gradual approach of death are not the most bizarre or terrifying things in the world. There are some things that are far more terrifying than death. Caw. Wu Feng thought of a good method to gather fear value. The first step of this method is to make the girl undergo a super evolution. Once she evolves to gain the power to protect her companions and family, Wu Feng will then retract the evolution. Caw. Who knows how much this fear value could be? Although it takes some time to harvest this fear value. But that's not a big problem. So let's do it. Character, Gao Kiki. Golden talent, treasure hunting. Current fear points are sufficient, the character can undergo super evolution, you can regress Gao Kiki back to the original point at any time. After super evolution, Gao Kiki will evolve from the golden talent treasure hunting to the rainbow talent, pseudo-starry treasure vault. Starry treasure vault, a vault containing tens of thousands of bizarre items, among which are 5,000 white bizarre items, 3,000 green bizarre items, 10 gold bizarre items, 5 orange bizarre items, and 1 rainbow bizarre item, pseudo. Gao Kiki can use her mind to retrieve bizarre items through the golden portal. Shall we proceed with the super evolution? Yes, no. What the? Wu Feng felt confused. How can a pseudo-rainbow talent look much stronger than my true rainbow talent? Complaining aside, Wu Feng still chose yes. Yes. It felt like this character had been shaped too positively, now it seemed like the protagonist was going to do something bad. 0.0. Thank you Yang Qinxue for many gifts, thank you. Thank you for the gift from Delage. Thank you Li Fu for the flowers. Thank you to the older brother who likes to joke for the flowers. Thank you to user 370762-757-2352 for the like. Chapter 93, The Divine. Wu Feng's words echoed in his heart. Ha! The girl's desperate and blank gaze regained its sparkle as she looked at the sudden panel that appeared before her. The position that originally read golden talent, treasure hunting, was now swirling like a rainbow vortex. The vortex slowly stopped, ultimately stabilizing into a splendid flow of 7 colors. Talent upgrade complete, treasure hunting, upgraded to starry treasure vault. Quality, gold, upgraded to rainbow, pseudo. Starry treasure vault, a vault containing tens of thousands of bizarre items, among which are 5,000 white bizarre items, 3,000 green bizarre items, 10 gold bizarre items, 5 orange bizarre items. Among them, purple items are. Gold items are. Orange items are, Pisces ring. Rainbow items are, pseudo shadow treader. Rainbow bizarre item, pseudo shadow treader. Description. Core ability 1, the player can appear in any shadow within a radius of 1 kilometer, each movement requires consuming strange coins. Core ability 2. What is happening? She looked at the new content that appeared on the panel, and after a brief daze, excitement flowed through her veins. Wow. She shouted internally. The orange item Pisces ring can immunize against mental attacks, and shadow treader allows for teleportation. This means she can completely avoid all effects caused by wealth candy and escape from here. She suddenly jumped up, her fluffy skirt rising and falling. The girl's twin ponytails danced wildly in the rainbow flow. Although she didn't know why Wu Feng could possess so many rainbow bizarre items. But she was certain there was something fishy about it. If the officials genuinely had someone with so many rainbow bizarre items, it's impossible for the descending faction to gain no information at all. Although there's a strong suspicion that Wu Feng has some tricks up his sleeve, the girl's first thought is still to escape. After all, she has just obtained a colorful talent, and is not very familiar with the various items inside. Wu Feng's expression didn't change, his eyes remain cold and dead like a fish's. If you don't kill yourself, my promise to you just now will be void, Wu Feng continued his act. The girl was fearless, her face filled with a smile called confidence. 1 colorful item, 5 orange items, and 10 gold bazaar items. Such a luxurious setup would allow a dog to go wild. He. With a light laugh, the girl returned to her original devilish appearance. Mr. Wu Feng, the previous agreement is void. The corners of the girl's mouth curled up with a cunning arc, her slender fingers pressing on her chest, a butterfly-shaped brooch, Shadow Treader, was pinned on. We will meet again. In an instant, her figure dissolved into the ground like ink dispersing. Wu Feng only felt something flash by his feet, the girl's unique fragrance still lingering in the air. Looking at the empty room, he clicked his tongue in admiration. Why hasn't he awakened such a powerful colorful talent? What good is a clone? Even if the awakened talent was a stand-in, that would be fine. He could still go ola 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 ola. Once. In the dim room, an old neon sign was the only light source here. A faint purple glow spread in the air of the room. A man with a scarred face sat on a leather sofa, holding a burning cigarette between his fingers. Back already? He grinned, the scars twisting with his muscles, like a centipede crawling on his face. The girl turned around and closed the door. I saw Wu Feng, the girl said straightforwardly. Good, do you remember the location? The girl didn't answer directly, but said, he's very strong. It doesn't matter how strong he is, the man gazed into the distance, his eyes sharp like a knife. You just need to remember his location. That's right, little girl, it doesn't matter how strong he is. A voice appeared beside the girl, sounding like a leaky broken pot. She turned around. The speaker was an old man dressed in tattered robes, his skin like swollen tree bark, a rusted copper chain wrapped around his neck. The most terrifying thing was his eyes. There were no pupils, only 2 clusters of ghostly green flames dancing in the eye sockets. This is that god. The deity who called himself the Earth God. Although the girl knew God would act with them, it was still her first time seeing the true face. Just a small human, tell me the location, I'll be right back, the god spoke. Chapter 94, the special effects are impressive, but is this it? After the girl left, Wu Feng didn't stay idle either, he repaired the walls and began to expand the room. Kitchen, bedroom, living room. Because a bucket of water has the property of being infinite water, Wu Feng even built a swimming pool. Not only that, but he also took some fluorite from hell to decorate the pool and bedroom. Looking at the beautiful residence before him, Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, now entering the eerie game feels like a vacation. Wu Feng nodded and took an apple out of his pocket. Suddenly, the surface of the apple sprouted fine blood beads, and a blurred human face slowly bulged under the peel. The face's features looked like a child's clay doll that had been starved. The crooked mouth suddenly opened, making a wet sound. Let's me taste your flavor, okay? I'll taste your big. Wu Feng's palm suddenly tightened, the apple in his hand instantly exploded into countless pieces, splattering outward. Asterisk 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 caused you mental harm. You can take revenge on. Revenge, every individual that has harmed you will be marked, and you can transport yourself to any location within 100 meters of the target, each enemy only once, and each use requires a large amount of ghost coins. What's there to hesitate about? Just go for it. Such a good apple has turned into this. Launch revenge. A mark appeared in my mind, the mark looked to be only a few meters away from Wu Feng. Wu Feng turned towards the direction of the mark. According to the mark's hint, the enemy was right behind the wall. Alright, now I can even save the ghost coins needed for teleportation. Without holding back, the dragon's sword in hand was drawn out, and the wall in front instantly turned to dust. Behind the wall was a clay statue of a deity. It can't be said to be entirely a clay statue, because the right half of this statue was half a foot of clay gold body, and the left half had crumbled to reveal a rotting corpse, showing gray-white bones intertwined with blood-red roots. The clay statue wore a black official hat. At this moment, the official hat had turned into a living thing, with the edges extending, growing into 2 centipedes, gnawing at its own decaying scalp. The peachwood staff in the statue's hand was continuously dripping blood. The local deity now looked completely different from when he was chatting with the girl. Young friend Wu Feng. The half-rotten lips of the local deity did not move, yet that sticky call echoed from the decayed throat. I have a great opportunity to give to you. With a sharp thrust, he drove the peachwood staff into the ground. Crack! The ground began to writhe. Wu Feng felt like he was stepping on a stomach. In the black, softened ground, several mouths appeared, viciously gnashing at the soles of Wu Feng's shoes. Tisk tsk, the skill effect is quite impressive. Wu Feng flew up, shaking off the ground's attacks, the dragon sword humming in his hand. Before the words fell, Wu Feng holding the dragon sword had already reached the local deity. The sword edge had yet to reach, yet the sword energy had already carved a deep char mark into the ground, and the local deity's rotting robe was instantly lined with numerous cuts. What? In a hurry, the local deity raised the peachwood staff to block. The dragon sword sliced through the staff like it was just paper. The remaining momentum of the dragon sword continued, piercing directly into the local deity's chest. The health bar above the land deity vanished by 40%. The effect is quite substantial, and this is the result? Wu Feng kicked the local deity away, embedding him into the wall, then smoothly pulled the dragon sword out of his chest. Old Deng, you said you would give me opportunities, it would be rude not to return the favor, so I'll give you a gift. Wu Feng took out TNT. This chapter is really tiring, it feels like I haven't written much, but it requires checking references. I want to try to restore the eerie image of the local deity. After restoring for a long time, I was almost killed by the main character in one move. Originally, I wanted to write more about the fight, but after thinking about it, a one-hit kill still makes sense. After all, the protagonist has so many buffs, it's a bit unreasonable if he can't kill. Chapter 95, God Slayer. Wait. The local deity begged for mercy, but suddenly his words stopped. Fiery red TNT was stuffed into his mouth in a very unusual way. Without hesitation, Wu Feng ignited the TNT directly. He stepped back 2 paces, casually putting the lighter back into his pocket. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, the local deity's body exploded like rotten fruit. What spewed out with the explosion was not blood and flesh, but dust. After being ravaged by the true damage of the TNT, only about 20% of the blood bar above the local deity remained. That's a bit strange. Wu Feng muttered to himself. Everything in front of him seemed completely normal, yet he always felt a strange feeling that was hard to describe. I. What you? Wu Feng stepped forward and grabbed the broken body of the land god. I'm really tired of your weird words. Are you going to beg for mercy or give me ghost coins? A mere mortal is truly laughable. Those targeted by K cannot escape. The land god said this. K? Wu Feng's tone held a question, who is the K you speak of? The land god remained silent, only gazing at Wu Feng's face, his broken clay face revealing a smile. With such strength, it is truly delightful. Your body can barely match that great person. The land god in Wu Feng's hand began to melt, flowing down like water. The melting land god flew towards a certain direction after hitting the ground. It seems you have something good in your hand that can lock onto enemies. The familiar voice of the land god came. Following the source of the voice, there was a huge creature with 3 faces. The lower part of the huge creature's body resembled that of a centipede. The centipede's 100 legs were made up of dozens of dry bones and rotten flesh, with each toe hanging a copper bell. Among the 3 faces, the kind face in the middle looked at Wu Feng, and the voice came from this face. It's a pity, this kind of thing, for me. The voice of the land god rang out. Why are you so talkative? An ender pearl fell on the land god's face. Wu Feng's figure instantly moved to his front. The dragon sword did not come out, instead, a revolver appeared in his hand. Frenzy activation. Special ability, New Frenzy. Frenzy, after the player activates Frenzy, the revolver will change to continuous firing mode, shooting 20 bullets per second. Frenzy can last for 20 minutes, activating it will cost ghost coins, and there is no cooldown for Frenzy. The roar of bullets bursting from the chamber instantly tore everything apart. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The flame tongue spewing from the gunmouth dyed the entire space red, and the rain of bullets poured down like a torrential rain towards the twisted body of the land god. With the addition of true damage, the bullet's harm was unimaginable. Countless bullets pierced through the land god's centipede body. A large amount of incense ash gushed out from the wounds. The centipede segments of the land god burst apart, and fragments of the shell turned into ash in the air. After shooting wildly for 3 minutes, Wu Feng picked up the land god's barely hanging on remains again. Who is K? The terrifying face of the land god, with only 5% of health left, broke into a smile. Do you want to meet the great K? Close enough. Wu Feng nodded. I want to kill him. To Wu Feng's arrogance, the land god was delighted. He was just worrying about how to fool you into becoming a main sacrifice. Then you can go meet K. As the words fell, a crack opened in the ground. Wu Feng threw the remains of the land god to the ground and then stepped on it. With 5% health going to 0. He entered along the crack, the air around him gradually solidified into thick darkness, as if each step was diving deeper into the abyss. The path before him seemed to extend infinitely, the rock walls on both sides transforming into writhing flesh, and the ground beneath his feet began to soften, each step splashing the stinking black blood. A low, resonant sound of a bronze bell echoed, as if coming from afar, yet also seemed to be right next to his ear. In his ears, whispers of thousands of people could be heard, unaware of how much time had passed. Finally, a figure appeared at the end of the darkness. That figure sat upon a decaying bronze throne, wearing a crown with 12 dangling tassels. Each jade bead on the crown emitted a faint white light, as if suppressing something. At the top of the crown was embedded the Feng seal, its imprint formed by writhing bloodworms, continuously dripping black blood. Beneath the 12 tassels was a majestic face. But at that moment, the corners of this face's mouth split to the roots of the ears, revealing stark white fangs. This is... Wu Feng looked at the Feng seal, and the guess in his heart blurted out, Emperor Feng? Emperor Feng sat high on a bronze throne, with 3 manifestations of law rotating around him, and fiery flames flowed beneath his imperial robe. He slowly raised his head, his gaze like a deep abyss, staring directly at Wu Feng. Wu Feng spoke. The voice did not come from the air but directly shook inside his skull. Wu Feng looked above the 12 tassels of the imperial crown, at the long line of blood bars. Why call your grandfather, he replied. The pace quickened, striving to fill the pit and conclude around 230,000 words. Chapter 96, A God? Just a chicken in a dirt pit. Facing Wu Feng's provocation, Emperor Feng showed no unusual expression. His calm, emotionless eyes looked down, as if observing an ant. The ignorant are fearless. A haughty voice, thunderous to the ears. Wu Feng was about to step forward, but suddenly a lucky block appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, he opened it, and several items appeared. A sword, a helmet, a chest armor, leg guards, and shoes. The sword was the sword of cosmic domination. The helmet was the endless helmet. The chest armor was the endless chest armor. The leg guards were the endless leg guards. The shoes were the endless shoes. Wu Feng expressionlessly donned everything, saying, Yes, the ignorant are fearless. He stood on the ground, gazing far at the towering Emperor Feng, raising the sword of cosmic domination slowly, with the sword's tip pointing at the god. Die. The light on the sword swirled like a galaxy, as if the rules of the entire universe had been rewritten at that moment. The incomprehensible attack caused Emperor Fengdu's 12 tassels of imperial crown to tremble violently, and the eye sockets behind the crown jewel flickered crazily with red flames, as if desperately trying to analyze this unimaginable blow. At the same time, his 3 manifestations began to twist. The original disdain, intimidation, and disregard all turned into horror. This is impossible. K's voice had not completed its transmission when his body began to step into death. The imperial robe on him started burning from the bottom, and the death book in his hand flipped pages automatically without wind, with his own name appearing on each page. Each name was ruthlessly erased by an unnamed force. K's fingers began to dissolve into dust. This was not a simple dissipation, but a spread from the past K to the present K, gradually vanishing. It seemed that causality was to completely erase K. Emperor Fengdu looked down at his disappearing hands, watching as they turned to dust and floated away. K could not comprehend what kind of power this was that could render him, who possessed causality and karmic power, completely powerless. You? What exactly are you? K's voice was intermittent, like a poorly tuned broadcast, mixed with harsh static. You talk too much, I can't be bothered to communicate. Wu Feng replied. K tried to retaliate but found that the pen of judgment and the death book in his hand had long since turned to dust and vanished. K stood up, suddenly spreading his arms, wanting to open the 18 levels of hell to drag Wu Feng in. However, the thought was grand, but reality was stark. The domain had only just formed halfway when a ray of sword light shot into the sky. The 18 levels of hell crumbled like a piece of shoddy rice paper torn apart. K's crown finally shattered, with the crown jewels exploding one after another, and the ghostly flames in his eye sockets screamed sharply as they extinguished. No, possible. This was Emperor Fengdu's last words, as K's body, like a drawing erased by an eraser, first became blurred, then completely transparent and disappeared. The entire space began to collapse, and Wu Feng put the sword back into his backpack. A god? Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. I will figure out everything that has happened in this world and then end them. After speaking, Wu Feng flew into the air, returning along the same path. I wonder if that god captured Wu Feng. The young girl Gao Kiki spoke with some worry. Don't worry, with the god's help, Wu Feng has no chance of escape, said the scarred man confidently. With the god's assistance, the plan to summon that being can't possibly fail. Chapter 97, Nearly Killed with One Punch. Wu Feng stepped out from the crack in the ground, the deafening sound of tanks roaring behind him. At this moment, the bizarre game began to twist. The ceiling above was bending like an old curtain, and the ground was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It feels like this game instance is about to break, Wu Feng muttered as he looked around. Ha 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 ha. Laughter came from beneath the ground. We are out, ha 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 ha. That damn Feng Emperor sealed me in the 18th layer of hell, ha ha ha, now I am finally out. A grayish-blue giant hand suddenly burst from the ground, its fingers twisted and deformed. In the center of the palm, a vertical pupil split open, and within it, various human faces surged continuously. I was once a god, and that damned Feng Emperor actually said I was deeply infected, ha ha ha, utterly ridiculous, doesn't he see his own appearance? He is the one truly infected. Seeing the situation, it seems the Feng Emperor is dead, so now I can do as I please? A mound of earth rose 1 meter high as the speaking entity slowly emerged from the surface. The creature had no facial features but could precisely locate Wu Feng's position, twisting towards him and speaking. Oh, just out and there's a little snack. Gunfire erupted, a bullet accurately pierced through the unknown creature's head, its kinetic energy undiminished as it continued into the ground behind it. Seems like you know a lot, Wu Feng's figure appeared before the unknown creature, along with a fist the size of a sandbag. The fist fell heavily on Kay's body, with blessings, true damage, and equipment boosts. The clear sound of bones breaking echoed. With one punch, the ground cracked and then shattered, Kay's massive body completely emerged from the earth, and then flew back like a rag. This punch dazed the unknown being, the feeling it brought was even more terrifying than facing the Feng Emperor. It was almost fatal, it almost killed itself. Watching the guy continuously flying backward, Wu Feng helplessly shrugged, thinking, how powerful could it be? A half-strength punch brought this fellow down like this? Aren't you supposed to be a god? Wu Feng followed up again, coming over Kay as he flew, then placing his foot on Kay's face and pushing down hard. The faceless visage instantly caved in, the sound of cracking bones was incessant. The unknown god's body crashed down like a bullet. Kay desperately tried to do something, but it was all in vain. Kay crashed violently into the floor, creating several long cracks around him. Underground, Kay's torso was folded into a V-shape, various organs flowing out from the gaps in his ribs. I ask, you answer. Wu Feng looked at Kay, whose health bar had only 20% left. His emotionless voice echoed through the hole made by the impact and reached Kay's ears. Understand? Understand, the unknown god desperately nodded. The divine being is unselfish, truly a big intestine wrapped in a small intestine. Originally thought that after coming out, I could dominate everything, but unexpectedly, just after showing my face, I was treated like a ball. See, are humans nowadays so twisted? Chapter 98, the Grim Reaper of the Daxia dynasty has arrived, everyone will die in an accident. Wu Feng had just begun to speak when the scene became double-visioned, and his mind started to blur. When the dizziness ended, the god before him had vanished into thin air. At the same time, a window popped up in front of him. The player has resolved the greatest crisis in the dungeon, survival mission completed ahead of schedule. After the simple pop-up appeared, Wu Feng's body had already detached from the dungeon, returning to the real world. Looking at the familiar sofa in front of him, Wu Feng grinned. Interesting. A shoddy task window, a hasty exit. It was obvious that he had touched some core information, which might even overturn the entire strange world. Really, not even a show? At least give out some achievements and settle the rewards. Wu Feng didn't dwell too much on it, but began to think about what to do next. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely initiated a new round of the strange game. After all, if he wanted to know the truth of the world, he still needed to search within the strange world. 10 minutes remaining until entering the strange game, please prepare, player. As soon as this voice fell, another voice immediately followed. Detecting that the player is about to enter the strange game, please choose one from the following 3 add-ons. Add-on 1, I have darkened. I have darkened. After choosing to darken, the player's dark side increases, boosting all attributes by 5 times. Add-on 2, your horse can't run faster than mine. Your horse can't run faster than mine. When the player shouts this phrase, the player's movement speed will always be higher than everyone else's. Add-on 3, the lying child can't ride. The lying child can't ride. When someone lies to the host, they uncontrollably have diarrhea. This add-on is of the concept type, any unit will have diarrhea. All 3 add-ons are trash. If one had to be considered slightly better, it would be the third add-on, and wasn't the third add-on a bit familiar? Wait, you give me an add-on and you expect to take shortcuts, right? I choose the third add-on. After selecting the add-on, the personal panel popped up. Name, Wu Feng. Talent, colorful, infinite clones. Add-on 1, absolute luck. 2, data life, upgradable. 3, brain projection. 4, super evolution. 5, the lying child can't ride. Strange items, colorful strange item, rebound cloak. Orange strange item, revenge ring. Purple strange item, yin yang amulet. Blue strange item, flying knife. Unknown special items, universe controlling sword, endless helmet, endless breastplate, endless leggings, endless shoes, nuclear bomb. 3 seconds left to enter the strange game. 3, 2, 1. Darkness, falling, a light curtain appeared before him. Entry successful. Dungeon name, Great Xia Dynasty. Difficulty, no survivors. Type, multiplayer dungeon. Description, this is a decayed dynasty, this is a thoroughly rotten dynasty, this is a strange dynasty, this is a dynasty where the emperor has died. Main task, kill the great Xia emperor. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by dazzling sunlight and a cacophony of sounds. When his eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight, Wu Feng saw everything clearly. Men in ragged clothes carrying poles, vendors calling out goods, and fortune-telling blind men playing the eerie. The storefronts displayed signs like tea, salt, accounting. An ancient bustling market street. Wu Feng sighed and then looked at the world description and main task. The description said the emperor was already dead, yet the main task was to kill the great Xia emperor. Are you stuck in a bug here? Well, no need to think, this must be targeted by the strange game. Lowly commoner, your shadow touched mine. A harsh voice pierced Wu Feng's ears. The speaker was a knife-wielding constable, looking at him with disdain. Rule 1, do not act against your social class. I am talking to you, you lowly commoner with the gray band. The constable spoke again when he saw Wu Feng's lack of response. Wu Feng looked at his arm, which had a gray band tied to it. He looked around, most people's arms were also adorned with gray bands. Only a few people are white or green. And the constable in front of me is the one who wears the white ribbon. Seeing that Wu Feng had not responded to him for a long time, the constable did not get angry or take any further action. A smile appeared on his face, and the merchants surrounding Wu Feng began to back away, not even bothering to pack up their stalls. It was as if these food-selling folks no longer mattered. All who break the rules will die from misfortune. The constable also began to retreat. On the second floor of the tea house, a 15 or 16-year-old boy watched the unfolding scene with great interest, the green ribbon on his arm shining brightly. As usual, he picked up the slingshot from his arms, casually selecting stones from among the gray ribbons, then drew back the slingshot. Just as he was about to fire, his body was bumped by someone, causing him to release the slingshot, sending a sharp stone veering off course. The boy turned around, and upon seeing the white ribbon on the person's arm, his expression turned to anger, lowly commoner. A young man on horseback was passing through the street, and the stone hit precisely in the horse's eye. The white horse neighed, throwing the rider off his back and galloping forward without restraint. In front of a magnificent building, the lanterns strung together quietly fell, caught by the wind and wrapping bizarrely around the horse's body. The horse is scared, the horse is scared. Someone shouted loudly. The urgent sound of hooves rushed toward Wu Feng. The constable seemed to recall something and smiled without speaking. The out-of-control white horse quickly approached Wu Feng, and that string of red lanterns bizarrely whipped toward Wu Feng's neck, as if about to tightly wrap around it in the next second. The neigh sounded again. It seemed the horse's front hoof was caught on something, its massive body crashed down and slid toward the constable, sending up a huge cloud of dust. The string of lanterns heading for Wu Feng's neck was pushed away by this force. The white horse struggled to stand up, thinking only of running forward, and in the constable's shocked gaze, that string of red lanterns was wrapped around his arm. Before he could react much, the tremendous force lifted his entire body, and then his back slammed against the ground. He was thus dragged over the gravelly ground towards the distance. How is this possible? How can this happen? It shouldn't be me, it shouldn't be me. His voice grew more distant, softer. According to what the teacher said, the rules of a bizarre game should be explained from the start. Wu Feng muttered while looking at the first rule. There's a dark conspiracy, this bizarre game is not even pretending. Chapter 99 Great Xia Dynasty, not a single one left. In the midst of chaos, Wu Feng retreated to a dark corner and threw the ender pearl in his hand to leave this place of troubles. Apart from the system targeting this point, this bizarre dungeon was obviously different from the previous ones. First of all, the map had expanded countless times. And his own body. Wu Feng glanced at the gray ribbon tied around his arm, feeling as if he had always belonged to this world. Why not explain my identity? Wu Feng complained. Player Wu Feng. This time, the identity is. A long string of garbled information popped up in front of him, as if something was blocking him from obtaining information. Wu Feng gradually got used to this kind of thing. He was now more concerned about what had just happened. Damn it, the coins these guys use are not strange coins. It's hard to do things well without money. Feeling the broken silver pieces borrowed from the constable, Wu Feng thought of a good place to go. Leaving this place, masked Wu Feng passed through the noisy crowd and walked straight toward a certain location. Stop. The thug at the entrance of the gambling house stared fiercely at the approaching Wu Feng. A new face? Do you have enough money? Wu Feng opened his hands, and with a flick of his sleeve, a silver coin appeared in his palm. The silver gleamed in the sunlight. Sir, please come in. The thug instantly changed his tone to a friendly one. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The sounds of shouting, dice rolling, and curses mixed together, and Wu Feng glanced around, choosing the liveliest table, the one for the dice game. The so-called dice game was really just betting on big or small. Everyone, rob. Long before I went to get the money, I had already sent out my clones to find out where the hidden vault was. From the very beginning, I never planned to win money through gambling. Robbing is much quicker than gambling. Besides, every single one of these gamblers deserves to die. The bloody scene shocked some gamblers, but a portion of the red-eyed ones didn't care at all. You damn. Before he could finish his words, Wu Feng, hidden in the shadows, had already cut him into pieces. The clones no longer stayed behind, mercilessly harvesting lives in the gambling den as if harvesting melons. All the dealers at the gambling table turned to look at Wu Feng, their eyes streaming with blood, and their bodies starting to decay. Are you trying to scare my grandpa? Wu Feng swung his sword, and the dealer in front was cut into dozens of pieces in an instant. The other dealer's blood and tears flowed faster and faster. Die! With a sharp scream, a long-haired woman emerged from the bloodied water. All men should die, men. If it were in a game, she would surely be a boss. However, in front of Wu Feng, the blade light flashed like snow, and the woman's fierce expression suddenly froze. Her body was chopped into pieces in an instant, scattered all over. Wu Feng shook off the blood droplets on the blade. If you want revenge, go find the heartless man, don't put on a sad play in front of me. Number 001, did you get the money? Mission complete. Number 001, Wu Feng, replied. Wu Feng looked down at the man who claimed to have tens of thousands of gold. Pack it up and take them away, leave no one behind.